Chapter 1. Yunsong City, the Qin family residence, banquet hall. The head of the Qin family, Qin Futian, occupied the seat of honor. Numerous clan members were seated on the right side. On the left side sat the members of the esteemed Jiang family, the foremost clan in Yunsong City. The atmosphere buzzed with merriment, as goblets clinked and laughter filled the air. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Qin Futian. Next month, the Tianjin sect will be recruiting new disciples in Yunsong City. Are you confident of securing a place? Among the Jiang family, a young lady clad in an ornate long gown stood up. Her name was Jiang Yunlan, radiant with a bright smile, her beauty striking and ethereal, a perfect blend of allure and talent. As the daughter of the Jiang family, she captivated countless young heroes, evoking both admiration and obsession. With her words, the once boisterous banquet hall fell into a sudden hush. All eyes turned to a young man in white seated across from her. This young man, tall and slender, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an almost ethereal presence. He was none other than Qin Futian, the young master of the Qin family. Upon hearing her question, Qin Futian slowly opened his eyes, which had been partially closed, and regarded the young lady with a calm demeanor, replying, "I should have some confidence." "Umph." Jiang Yunlan scoffed disdainfully. "At this point, are you still pretending? The entirety of Yunsong City knows you. Qin Futian have shattered your dantian and become a waste. A waste cannot possibly pass the Tianjin sect's assessment. Allow me to inform you, Qin Futian, I've already caught the eye of an elder from the inner sect of the Tianjin sect, and shall soon become an inner disciple. You're no longer worthy of me. Do you understand? Becoming a waste and unworthy of you?" Qin Futian could not help but chuckle coldly within. Indeed, during the recent battle for resources among the clans, Qin Futian had suffered a shattered dantian, rendering him powerless. Yet, what no one knew was that during that very conflict, not only had his dantian been destroyed, but his life had also been lost on Mount Luophone. However, on that fateful day, another Qin Futian awakened. This new Qin Futian was the supreme Divine Emperor, the venerable Futian, who had stood atop the myriad realms for countless eons. By a twist of fate, the soul of the venerable Futian traversed through the chaotic void to arrive in this world. Thus, what significance did Jiang Yunlan's beauty hold? What merit did her talents possess? As the former ruler of countless beings, Qin Futian had encountered innumerable goddesses in his past life. Any one of those divine women, if placed in this world, would possess unparalleled gifts and captivating beauty that could ensnare the hearts of all. How could a mere Jiang Yunlan possibly catch the eye of Qin Futian? Yet here she stood, claiming he was unworthy of her. How utterly ludicrous! "So what do you mean?" Qin Futian cast a dispassionate glance at Jiang Yunlan. "If you had even a modicum of self-awareness, you should voluntarily present the marriage contract and destroy it in front of everyone," Jiang Yunlan replied coldly. Wow! At her words, the hall erupted in uproar. Many members of the Qin family wore expressions of indignation. Jiang Yunlan's public renouncement of the engagement was not merely a blatant humiliation of Qin Futian, it was also a disgraceful affront to the entire Qin clan. Seated at the head, Qin Tianxiang's brows furrowed deeply, veins bulging on his forehead. At this moment, Jiang Zhinshan, the head of the Jiang family, also rose with a smile. "Everyone, there's no need to be so agitated. The situation is not without room for reconciliation." He then addressed Jiang Yunlan. "Yunlan, there's no need to be so absolute, lest the people of Yunsong City claim that our Jiang family is heartless." "Yes, father." Jiang Yunlan understood his intent, then cast a scornful gaze at Qin Futian. "Qin Futian, do not say I am not giving you a chance. Next month, the Tianjin sect will conduct assessments for outer disciples in Yunsong City. If you can pass the assessment, then our engagement can still stand. However, if you fail the assessment, then our engagement shall be nullified." Jiang Zhinshan added with a smile, "Futian, our Yunlan has already offered you an opportunity. If you cannot seize it, you have no one to blame but yourself." "An opportunity?" Qin Futian felt a deeper coldness in his heart, knowing his cultivation was crippled, yet being told to pass the Tianjin sect assessment next month was that truly an opportunity? This fad was indeed well crafted. It served to assure the entire Yunsong city that the Jiang family and Jiang Yunlan were not devoid of compassion, while simultaneously branding Qin Futian as inept. In the end, it would only reduce Qin Futian to a figure of ridicule. So, Qin Futian, what do you think? Jiang Jinshan inquired once more. Now, he merely awaited a definitive answer from Qin Futian. This would allow him to seize control of the situation. I think not much. Qin Futian replied. Qin Futian, what is the meaning of this? You should be well aware that there is no future for us. Jiang Yunlin's voice grew increasingly frosty, believing Qin Futian was simply being obstinate. Qin Futian, however, responded with a cold smile. Indeed, there is no future for us, Jiang Yunlan. But why is it that if I fail the assessment, the engagement is nullified, yet if I succeed, it remains valid? His words left everyone momentarily stunned. Qin Futian continued, what I wish to convey is this. If I pass the assessment for outer disciples of the Tianjin sect, our engagement shall likewise be rendered void. It shall not be because you, Jiang Yunlan, deem me unworthy, but rather because I, Qin Futian, wish to annul it. Annul it. The forcefulness of those 3 words resonated throughout the Grand Hall. The entire space echoed with the weight of his declaration. This caused Jiang Yunlin's expression to shift dramatically. How could a mere waste dare to speak of annulling their engagement? Yet, she quickly regained her composure and laughed coldly. How utterly absurd. At such a juncture, you still wish to engage in verbal sparring. A crippled dantian, and you think to pass the Tianjin sex assessment? You must be dreaming. Simultaneously, Jiang Jinshan and the other members of the Jiang family burst into laughter. To them, Qin Futian's words merely reflected youthful bravado, unwilling to concede. Qin Futian, your stance is not entirely without merit. Jiang Jinshan spoke slowly. However, a gentleman's word is as good as a promise sealed. On the day of the Tianjin sex assessment next month, I hope you will carry the marriage contract with you. And, at that time, declare it clearly in front of all Yunsong City. Rest assured, I know what to do. Qin Futian replied nonchalantly. Good. In that case, I shall not speak further. Jiang Jinshan smiled faintly, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. Youthful arrogance is not necessarily a flaw, but ignorance of one's limitations merely renders one a laughingstock. He remained convinced that Qin Futian would not pass the Tianjin sex assessment next month. Thus, regardless of how bravado Qin Futian displayed, the outcome would ultimately lead to the annulment of his engagement with Yunlan, and he would become the subject of ridicule throughout Yunsong City. Thus, esteemed head of the Qin family and all members of the Qin clan, I bid you farewell. Jiang Jinshan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect to the crowd before turning to leave. Qin Futian, I hope you keep your word. Next month, bring the marriage contract and do not falter at the last moment, lest I lose all respect for you. With that, Jiang Yunlan held her head high and strode away, her demeanor akin to that of a proud swan. As the Jiang family departed, the banquet hall, which had recently fallen silent, erupted once more into a cacophony of chatter. Bang! The previously silent Qin Tianxiong slammed his palm onto the table. The black ironwood table shattered into splinters. Qin Futian, will you not kneel? Qin Tianxiong's authoritative reprimand echoed throughout the hall. He glared at Qin Futian, veins bulging on his forehead. Kneel? Why should I? Qin Futian narrowed his eyes, meeting Qin Tianxiong's gaze heated. Why? You still dare to ask why? Qin Tianxiong sneered. If you had not become a waste, would Jiang Yunlan have come to annul the engagement? So, becoming a waste was my choice? Qin Futian retorted coldly. Besides, the annulment was proposed by the Jiang family. Jiang Jinshan was here, and you dared not confront him. Now you turn your ire towards me, what does that signify? Preposterous. Qin Tianxiong, furious to the point of laughter, exclaimed, at this juncture, you still dare to retort? As the young master, do you comprehend that everything must prioritize the interests of the family? As Qin Tianxiong finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a gaunt appearance and piercing eyes chimed in. The head's words are most astute. Qin Futian is reckless and impulsive, utterly disregarding the greater good. In my opinion, He should be stripped of his title as young master and deprived of all cultivation resources. This man was the seventh elder of the Qin family, Qin Futian. His words quickly garnered a chorus of agreement. I concur with Elder Seven's perspective. Qin Futian possesses an inherently unruly nature, holding contempt for all, and shows no respect for the elders within our clan. This boy is unworthy of the position of heir. I, too, am in agreement. We must depose Qin Futian from his position as heir. The assembly echoed their sentiments, casting glances at Qin Futian as if he were a discarded shoe. Ha! In that moment, Qin Futian's fury transformed into a sardonic smile. If my memory serves me correctly, it was you who sought me out back then, pleading for me to ascend to the position of heir. Why? Is it not due to my exceptional talents? Over the years, as the heir of the Qin clan, I have fought countless battles, achieving remarkable feats for the Qin family. At the age of 11, during the battle at Donghua Mountain, I vanquished 3 young prodigies from the Bai family, securing 3 iron mines for the Qin clan. In doing so, I nearly had my left arm severed. Qin Futian tore open his left sleeve, revealing a ghastly scar that encircled his shoulder, resembling an ugly centipede coiling around his arm. At 13, when the Qin merchant convoy was ruthlessly plundered by bandits, I endured 18 wounds, shedding blood to repel the marauders and salvage our losses for the Qin family. With a wave of his hand, he flung open his robe, exposing a myriad of horrifying scars across his chest, shoulders, and back. Furthermore, last year, during the contest for Shilin Coal Mountain against the Shao family, Qin Futian recounted his past, detailing his sacrifices for the Qin clan, akin to the scars that marred his body, countless and indelible. Even in this recent battle at Luofeng Mountain, my dantian shattered, all for the sake of securing that scroll of profound techniques for the Qin clan. Qin Futian shook his head, feeling a sense of injustice on his own behalf. To be precise, he felt it for his predecessor, who had given everything for the Qin family, only to be treated like a dog once the rabbit had died. You are insolent. Qin Tianxiang's countenance darkened. He knew that Qin Futian spoke the truth. From Qin Futian's perspective, their behavior was indeed disgraceful. But there is one thing you must understand, Qin Futian. Were it not for the Qin clan taking you in, you would have perished in the Black Wind Mountains. Your survival and your rise in Yunsong City are solely attributable to the Qin family. And what contribution have you truly made for us? Indeed, Elder 7, Qin Tiansheng, cast a cold gaze at Qin Futian, adding, ultimately, you are but a wild dog we picked up. Now that you have lost your abilities, you dare to bite the hand that fed you? What did you say? Qin Futian's eyes suddenly turned icy. A terrifying aura abruptly enveloped the room. In an instant, Qin Tianxiong and the others found themselves rooted to the spot, too intimidated to utter a word. The aura emanating from Qin Futian was overwhelmingly fearsome. Haha, wild dog? A master? Qin Futian scoffed, shaking his head. He had anticipated this very scenario. Days prior, when a shattered dantian had been carried back to the Qin residence, the attitude of the Qin clan had shifted drastically from the past. However, due to his engagement, as long as he married Jiang Yanlan, the Qin family could leverage the Jiang family's influence to elevate themselves to a first-rate family in Yunsong City. Yet, news of Qin Futian's shattered dantian spread like wildfire, reaching the Jiang family, who promptly came to annul the engagement. In other words, Qin Futian's last shred of value to the Qin family had evaporated. Thus, Qin Tianxiong and the others had no qualms about tearing off their masks. Qin Futian cast a cold glance at Qin Tianxiong and the others as a divine emperor. He naturally exuded an air of authority. However, as his cultivation had yet to be restored, there was no need for him to resort to forbidden techniques. Once his powers were regained, these ants that had crawled upon him would surely be crushed. The position of heir, you say? Qin Futian, do not hold it in high regard. Qin Futian produced the heir's token, tossing it to Qin Tianxiong, then coldly laughed and turned to leave. A frog cannot discuss the ocean, nor can a summer insect discuss ice. Had the Qin family not been so heartless, Qin Futian might have bestowed upon them great fortune. Yet in truth, they were unworthy. Before long, Qin Tianxiong and the others would realize the folly of their actions. Emerging from the banquet hall, Qin Futian took a deep breath. In recent days, he had once again felt the chill of human nature. It seemed that after so long as a divine emperor, ensconced in high positions, he had forgotten the ugliness of humanity. The mundane warmth of this world had faded from his memory. Perhaps it is for the best in this new life. I see many things with greater clarity. Upon returning to his quarters, Qin Futian immediately settled into a meditative posture. Focusing his mind and closing his eyes, an invisible aura of divinity enveloped him. In recent days, Qin Futian had been adjusting and acclimatizing to this body. There was no choice. The original state of this body was utterly deplorable. Not only was the dantian shattered, but there were also 6 or 7 severed meridians and numerous bones fractured or even pulverized. Moreover, years of bitter battles on behalf of the Qin clan had left a plethora of lingering injuries within him. Thus, during this time, Qin Futian had not truly practiced cultivation. Fortunately, after several days of recuperation, his physical condition had improved significantly. In addition, Qin Futian had fully adapted to this body. Now, everything was in place. He could commence his cultivation. As his mind delved into the practice, a dark golden ancient bronze furnace materialized within his dantian. This ancient bronze furnace was an unexpected find from the desolate mountains within the 3 forbidden zones of the divine realm. To his astonishment, upon his soul's transmigration into this world, the ancient bronze furnace had followed him here. The original name of the furnace was unknown to Qin Futian. He simply referred to it as the divine furnace of creation due to the 2 characters creation inscribed upon it. The divine furnace of creation contained the records of a mysterious technique known as the heaven-swallowing technique of creation. Based on this secret method, Qin Futian speculated that the divine furnace of creation likely originated from the mythological forbidden domain. It was said that within the divine realm, there existed mysterious territories that brushed against the forbidden. In my previous life, even as I ascended to the pinnacle of the divine realm, I was still unable to uncover the secrets of the forbidden domain. And in this life, with the aid of the divine furnace of creation and the heaven-swallowing technique, can I break the taboo and explore the unknown world of legends? Qin Futian calmed his mind and began to practice the heaven-swallowing technique of creation. In his previous life, when he acquired the divine furnace of creation, he was already at the level of divine emperor, and the cultivation of the heaven-swallowing technique required starting from scratch, necessitating the shattering of his dantian to rebuild anew. Qin Futian had always hesitated to relinquish his divine emperor cultivation. Yet now, this body, originally endowed with exceptional talent, happened to have a shattered dantian. It is akin to starting anew. Perhaps it is the inexorable fate woven by the cosmos. With a resounding boom, as the heavenly devouring technique commenced its operation, the surrounding void quivered in response. In that fleeting moment, the ethereal energies from all directions converged towards Qin Futian. The body of Qin Futian, akin to a great whale siphoning water, instantaneously absorbed all the spiritual energy into his being. Such a terrifying speed provoked the air to emit a series of low, rumbling sounds, as if the very atmosphere was being scraped away. The rapidity of this absorption was nothing short of astounding. This was merely in a lower realm. Had he been in the divine realm, where the spiritual energy is far denser, the rate of absorption would likely have escalated dramatically. It is no wonder that this technique is aptly named the heaven-devouring art, for it seemingly aims to engulf the entirety of heaven and earth into the furnace of creation. Even as a divine emperor, Qin Futian felt a surge of astonishment at this moment. To possess such a terrifying capacity to absorb spiritual energy at the body refinement stage transcended the conventional understanding of cultivation. What transpired within him next left Qin Futian utterly astounded. Contrary to his expectations that all the spiritual energy would converge upon his shattered dantian and gradually mend it under the influence of the secret technique, it instead funneled entirely into the furnace of creation. This process of absorption endured for several hours. Finally, within the furnace of creation, a drop of crystal-clear liquid materialized. What is this? Qin Futian was engulfed in bewilderment, having absorbed spiritual energy for several hours without the slightest enhancement in his cultivation or any nourishment for his physical form. What? he pondered, could be the miraculous efficacy of this solitary droplet? With a mere flicker of thought, the crystalline droplet floated from the cauldron of creation and instantaneously merged with his meridians. The vibrant life force contained within surged through his bloodstream, permeating every limb, bone, and organ within Qin Futian's body. An overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped him, eliciting a soft moan from his lips as waves of warmth cascaded over him, followed by a tingling sensation. In less than a quarter of an hour, the remnants of his prior injuries were completely mended, and the chronic ailments that had plagued him for years were remarkably alleviated. Yet, this was merely the inception. The enigmatic droplet promptly commenced its next phase of action. Accompanied by excruciating pain, every blood vessel, meridian, bone, and organ within Qin Futian was ruthlessly dismantled by the mysterious droplet. Subsequently, new tissues began to emerge incessantly. Thus, the cycle of destruction and regeneration unfolded relentlessly. Qin Futian's body underwent a continuous metamorphosis, time and again. After several hours, the transformation finally ceased. At this moment, the outside world had plunged into darkness as nightfall descended. Qin Futian took a deep breath, feeling an exhilarating surge of power coursing through his entire being. It had been an eternity since he had experienced such a sensation. It was as if this body had lain dormant and desolate for millennia. And now he reclaimed the exhilarating mastery of his strength. Subsequently, Qin Futian unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! His fist collided with the air, producing a resounding shockwave. Simultaneously, a faint glimmer of energy emanated from his fist. The emergence of this energy was astonishing, even with Qin Futian's past prowess as a divine emperor. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. This energy, akin to the essence of sword and blade, signified the manifestation of spiritual power. Typically, a martial artist must reach the Qi realm to achieve such a display of energy. The path of martial arts is broadly categorized into several stages: channels, Qi, true essence, and divine gate. Each major realm is further divided into 9 minor tiers, known as the 9 heavens. Qin Futian once again assessed his current cultivation realm. Among the 9 meridians throughout his body, 2 had been completely unblocked. As for the second layer of meridian unblocking, his progress could only be deemed average. Qin Futian let out a gentle sigh. Were others to overhear his words, they would undoubtedly spew forth a mouthful of blood. Within less than half a day, to elevate from a state of no cultivation to the second tier of the meridian realm, such an acceleration is nothing short of terrifying, verging on the miraculous. Yet, who is Qin Futian? He is the reincarnation of a divine emperor. To embark on the path of cultivation anew is akin to traversing a well-known road. However, the spiritual energy in this world is excessively depleted. Were I in the divine realm, my cultivation would have surely ascended by at least 2 more tiers by now. Nevertheless, the greatest boon lies in the transformation of this physical form. Qin Futian gazed with satisfaction upon his bare torso. The body, once marred by a myriad of grotesque scars, now appeared flawless and immaculate. Well-defined, muscular contours traced elegant lines across his physique. Even a slight lift of his hand exuded an aura of explosive power. This transformation was incomparably more formidable than when he had reached the second realm of meridian opening in his previous life. Qin Futian understood that all of this was attributed to the divine furnace of creation and the celestial devouring technique. The celestial devouring technique had exponentially amplified my ability to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Intriguingly, although my dantian lay shattered, the divine furnace of creation had effectively become my new dantian. Qin Futian was filled with astonishment. In the realm of conventional cultivation, one would typically refine spiritual energy into the dantian, where it would be further processed into the spiritual power that a cultivator possesses. This spiritual power then nourishes the physical body, gradually awakening the latent potential within the warrior. However, the creation divine furnace operates differently. Upon absorbing spiritual power, it autonomously transforms it into mysterious droplets. These enigmatic droplets are then employed to refine the physical form. Yet, the refining effect of these mysterious droplets surpasses that of ordinary dantian spiritual energy by several magnitudes. Since these droplets are the essence of spiritual energy distilled by the creation divine furnace, I shall henceforth refer to them as the waters of creation. Merely a single droplet of this divine water has enabled me to break through to the second level of meridian opening and has instigated a profound metamorphosis within my body. What if I were to obtain 2 droplets, or even more? Just as Qin Futian was deep in contemplation, A sound of the courtyard gate creaking open pierced through the air. Qin Futian's brow twitched slightly as he hastily donned his garments. "Young master, how do you feel today?" Entered his maid, Xiao Yao. Her full name was Qin Qingyao, and she had accompanied Qin Futian for many years. Upon entering, she lit the oil lamp and, observing Qin Futian seated by the bedside, she furrowed her brow in concern, saying, "The physician advised that you should remain in bed and refrain from rising unless absolutely necessary." In recent days, Qin Futian's dantian had shattered, rendering his cultivation efforts futile. Those who once flattered and sought to curry favor with him now turned their backs like pages in a book. Yet, Xiao Yao remained steadfastly by his side, unwavering in her care for his daily needs, which deeply moved Qin Futian. In his previous life, Qin Futian had been consumed by martial pursuits, wholly immersed in his cultivation. From an obscure martial artist, he ascended to the pinnacle of the myriad realms as a divine emperor. He had overlooked the intricacies of human relationships and worldly affairs. However, in this lifetime, through the memories of this body, Qin Futian began to experience the warmth and chill of mortal existence that had eluded him before. "Young master, please have your dinner first. I have prepared a meal for you in the kitchen." Xiao Yao opened the food container, revealing a delightful spread of 3 dishes and a soup: stir-fried meat with water chestnuts, braised fish pieces, a plate of greens, and a bowl of lotus seed meatball soup. Next, she produced a white long shirt. The fabric, as pure as snow, was adorned with meticulous golden embroidery along the hem, cuffs, and collar. "I noticed you haven't worn new clothes in quite some time. I made this garment myself. After you finish your meal, please try it on to see if it fits." Qin Futian glanced at Xiao Yao and said, "Come here and share a meal with me." "No, thank you, young master. I have already eaten and am quite full." Qin Qingyao feigned satisfaction, patting her stomach. "You think I am unaware? Each day, you merely take 2 buns from the kitchen. You toil outside, economizing to earn money, all for the purpose of purchasing various medicines and supplements for me. You sustain yourself on just 2 buns a day, saving every penny to afford me better meals." Qin Qingyao's face flushed crimson, and in a voice as faint as a whisper, she said, "Young master, you are already aware." "Of course I am." Qin Futian approached and grasped Qin Qingyao's hand. This hand, which should have been delicate and graceful, was now marred by rough lines. "In your relentless pursuit to heal me, you toil daily at the Lingdan Pavilion, laboring tirelessly, only to spend your nights sewing garments for me. Do you think I am oblivious to your sacrifices?" Moved by the scene, Qin Futian recalled several instances when he observed Qin Qingyao stitching garments beneath the flickering glow of an oil lamp. Exhausted, she pricked her finger with the needle, causing her delicate brows to furrow and her silver teeth to clench, yet she resolutely suppressed any sound of discomfort, fearing it might disrupt his rest. "Little Yao, I am but a shell of my former self now, no longer the young master of the Qin family. Why must you continue to endure such hardships alongside me?" Qin Futian inquired. "I shall not waver, young master," Qin Qingyao replied defiantly. "Regardless of your circumstances, I am willing to remain by your side eternally, devoted to serving you." Qin Futian nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent, yet within his heart, he mused, "Since you remain steadfastly devoted to me, I shall bestow upon you a rare and extraordinary transformation." The following day, as dawn broke gently, Qin Futian made his way into the courtyard. After a night of diligent cultivation, he had ascended to a new minor realm, achieving the 3rd layer of the Meridian realm. Transitioning from the 1st layer to the 2nd layer had required the expenditure of a drop of creation water, while the leap from the 2nd layer to the 3rd layer demanded 2 drops of creation water. The spiritual energy of this world remained woefully sparse throughout the entire night. The creation divine furnace had only managed to condense 2 drops of creation water from the absorbed spiritual energy. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the spiritual essence of this realm had been entirely siphoned by the creation divine furnace, resulting in a significantly slower rate of condensation for the creation water. "It seems I must devise a means to refine more creation water. I wonder if the creation divine furnace can transmute rare materials into creation water." Qin Futian pondered silently, casting a glance at the adjacent room, which belonged to Qin Qingyao. That girl, Xiao Yao, had ventured out early in the morning to toil away, displaying a remarkable dedication. Qin Futian let out a soft sigh. At that moment, the rising sun finally tore through the thick crimson clouds, casting the first rays of dawn. Qin Futian entered the courtyard, positioning himself to embrace the first rays of dawn, and commenced his practice of a breathing technique known as the turtle breathing method. This particular art of respiration was a significant secret technique he cultivated in his previous life. As the sun began to rise, absorbing the initial strands of purple energy within the morning light yielded remarkable results. In his past incarnation, Qin Futian's innate talent was rather unremarkable during his youth, merely falling within the upper middle tier. His ascent to greatness and the attainment of the Emperor realm was primarily attributed to his relentless perseverance. However, for any martial artist to achieve exceptional heights in their craft, sheer willpower alone is insufficient. Opportunity is equally indispensable. The turtle breathing method represented a tremendous fortuity bestowed upon Qin Futian in his former life. Despite its seemingly inconspicuous name, he soon realized that this technique was nothing short of extraordinary. The essence of the turtle, with its ability to live for millennia, is intricately linked to its exceptional breathing technique. Practicing the turtle breathing method not only facilitates longevity, but also subtly enhances various physiological functions, thereby augmenting one's martial aptitude. While the divine transformation technique is undoubtedly the pinnacle of cultivation methods, it is currently too forceful and domineering, as its practice would deplete the surrounding spiritual energy entirely. At present, Qin Futian seeks to avoid unnecessary troubles. Moreover, his cultivation and physical prowess have significantly advanced in a short span, aided by the turtle breathing technique, harmoniously combining strength and gentleness to perfection. Early in the morning, Qin Qingyao arrived at the Lingdan Pavilion. The dawn in Yunsong was quite frigid, having already entered the chill of autumn. The streets in the early hours were adorned with a delicate layer of frost upon the bluestone slabs. As she hurried along, Qin Qingyao quickened her pace, warming her body, yet her nose and ears felt the biting cold. Upon reaching the Lingdan Pavilion, she cast a glance at the array of elixirs displayed on the second floor, her gaze lingering particularly on a Yunsol pill for an extended moment. Her young master had suffered a shattered dantian, and this Yunsol pill would surely be of assistance to him. However, a single Yunsol pill cost 100 taels of silver. Qin Qingyao pressed her lips together, reflecting on her current savings, which amounted to merely 70 or so taels. She still needed over 20 taels. And despite having taken on 3 jobs, it would take at least another 6 months to earn that amount. Qin Qingyao contemplated as she made her way to the alchemy chamber. Her task for the morning was to meticulously clean the alchemical furnace, stove, stone table, and various utensils before the alchemists and apprentices arrived. The alchemists of the Lingdan Pavilion were notoriously irritable. If they found any traces of dirt or dust before she had completed her cleaning, she would undoubtedly face their ire. While the scolding was a minor concern, her primary apprehension lay in the potential loss of her position. Before long, Qin Qingyao diligently began to wipe down the cold alchemical furnace. After approximately 2 hours, she finally finished tidying the chamber. Soon after, a supervisor from the Lingdan Pavilion arrived to gather her and the other miscellaneous workers. "I have summoned you today because Master Wu requires a furnace assistant. Who among you wishes to volunteer?" the supervisor inquired. Upon hearing this, the workers quickly shook their heads in unison. The role of furnace assistant was notoriously challenging. It involved coordinating with the alchemy apprentices to manage the furnace, a task requiring precise control over the flames, not to mention the long hours that often extended into the early hours of the morning. It was undeniably a grueling job. Furthermore, Master Wu's apprentice, Su Yang, had a fearsome reputation for his temper. Any perceived inadequacies would be met with harsh reprimands, and on particularly bad days, physical altercations. Consequently, the workers collectively expressed their reluctance. This position pays 3 taels of silver each month. The supervisor, noticing their lack of enthusiasm, sweetened the deal. 3 taels of silver was significantly higher than the typical wage. "I would like to give it a try," Qin Qingyao interjected at that moment. The allure of 3 taels was simply too enticing. "Xiaoyao, have you lost your mind?" A girl of similar age beside her frowned. "You already have 3 jobs. Do you wish to work yourself to exhaustion?" The supervisor also raised an eyebrow. "Qin Qingyao, you already have 3 positions. Are you certain you can manage another?" "I can do it," Qin Qingyao asserted with conviction, nodding firmly. "Rest assured, supervisor. Even if I forego sleep, I will complete my daily tasks." In her heart, Qin Qingyao was calculating that by accepting this task, she would earn an additional 3 taels of silver each month. This would enable her to purchase the spirit-nurturing pill for her young master a few months in advance. However, the girl never contemplated whether the spirit-nurturing pill would truly benefit Qin Futian. The supervisor furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then nodded and said, I see that you have been quite diligent in your work at the Spirit Pill Pavilion and have not made any significant mistakes. Very well. I will assign this task to you. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. If all is well, starting today, you will liaise with young Master Su, the disciple of Master Wu, later in the evening. Having completed her tasks, Qin Qingyao was preparing to discuss the matter of the furnace worker later that evening. However, before that, she needed to rush back to the Qin residence to prepare dinner for the young master. Upon arriving at the Qin residence, she made her way to the kitchen and greeted the chef warmly. Shall you? The chef responded with a smile. Shall it be the usual? Indeed. Qin Qingyao glanced at the array of food laid out on the table. As customary, there were 3 steamed buns, accompanied by 2 dishes, a soup, and a serving of rice. The 2 dishes, soup, and rice were meant for the young master, while the 3 buns constituted her meal for the day. Ah, Uncle Lu, what kind of meat is this? Qin Qingyao noticed a particularly rich dish that appeared to be quite nourishing. Oh, that is snow-patterned tiger meat, prepared for the master and the elders. Chef Lu explained with a grin. Then, Uncle Lu, this snow-patterned tiger meat must be quite expensive, I presume? Qin Qingyao inquired further. Certainly, this meat sells for 5 taels of silver per ounce. It is not something just anyone can afford. However, it is exceptionally nourishing, beneficial for cultivation, and aids in the restoration of a warrior's injuries, Chef Lu elaborated. Upon hearing about its healing properties, Qin Qingyao's eyes sparkled with interest. Uncle Lu, could you spare me a portion of the snow-patterned tiger meat? I can pay you for it. In the Qin residence, the distribution of meals adhered to a strict hierarchy. For instance, the master and elders enjoyed a far superior standard of dining, while the servants often received the least appealing fare. Nonetheless, it was possible to enhance one's meals by purchasing items out of one's own pocket. You mischievous girl, if I am not mistaken. You wish to buy the snow-patterned tiger meat for your young master, don't you? Chef Lu remarked. Qin Qingyao stuck out her tongue. Indeed, she thought to herself. The meat of the snow-patterned tiger is exceedingly expensive, and she could hardly bear to indulge in it herself. You foolish girl, Chef Lu shook his head in resignation. Your young master's dantian has been shattered. This tiger-striped blood meat holds little value for him. Surely it must have some worth. Qin Qingyao replied with a smile. I can't do anything about you. Very well, I shall provide you with a portion of snow-patterned tiger meat, but the payment cannot be less. That is the rule of the Qin family. However, I can certainly give you a bit more. Then I thank you, Uncle Lu. Qin Qingyao's eyes, small and crescent-shaped, held a food container as she hurried towards her residence. Halt. Suddenly, she was intercepted midway by none other than Qin Hongfu, the steward of the Qin estate. Open the food container. Qin Hongfu stood before Qin Qingyao, his tone icy and commanding. Qin Qingyao had no choice but to comply with the demands placed upon her. Upon glimpsing the provisions within the food box, Qin Hongfu's expression darkened immediately. How audacious! Who granted you the authority to procure such an abundance from the kitchen? He rushed forward, intent on seizing the box. Esteemed steward, these provisions are for little Yao and the young master. This snow-patterned tiger meat was purchased by me. Qin Qingyao hastily retreated while attempting to clarify her position. Ridiculous. Qin Hongfu scoffed coldly. The master decreed today that Qin Futian, that good-for-nothing, is to be deprived of sustenance. Furthermore, this tiger-striped blood meat costs 5 taels for merely 1. Can you truly afford such an expense? I suspect you have pilfered it. I did not steal it. I genuinely purchased it, and you may inquire with Uncle Lu. Qin Qingyao persisted in her defense. How insolent! Do you dare to retort? Qin Hongfu let out a cold snort and delivered a resounding slap to Qin Qingyao's face. Qin Hongfu is a martial artist at the 4th level of the Meridian Realm, and the force behind this slap is truly formidable. Qin Qingyao was abruptly thrown to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, while the food container she held shattered, scattering its contents all around. Upon witnessing the ruin of the food on the ground, tears streamed down Qin Qingyao's face. All you do is eat. A worthless good-for-nothing, thinking you can indulge in the comforts of the Qin family without contributing? Qin Hongfu could not suppress his cold laughter as he extended his foot to trample upon the food laid before him. Qin Qingyao felt an intensified sorrow. These delicacies were intended for the young master's dinner. Fortunately, she clutched the bowl of striped tiger meat tightly, shielding it with her entire being. However, Qin Hongfu had no intention of relenting. He seized the frail Qin Qingyao and forcibly wrested the bowl of snow-striped tiger meat from her grasp. Such exquisite meat, given to that good-for-nothing, was nothing short of a travesty. Qin Hongfu set aside the bowl of snow-patterned tiger meat and turned around, grasping Qin Qingyao's chin with one hand. A lewd smile spread across his face, his eyes glimmering with lascivious intent. Qin Qingyao, you are quite a beauty. Following that useless Qin Futian will lead you nowhere. How about this? Stay with me, and I guarantee you will enjoy a life of luxury in the Qin family. As he spoke, Qin Hongfu's fingers began to caress Qin Qingyao's delicate face in a lewd manner. The sight of his repugnant countenance filled Qin Qingyao with revulsion. And fueled by her resentment towards him for ruining her master's meal, she spat. A mouthful of blood and phlegm landed squarely on Qin Hongfu's face. Qin Hongfu was filled with rage, utterly humiliated, unaware of your own worth. You wretched girl. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Qin Hongfu unleashed a barrage of slaps upon Qin Qingyao, each strike resounding with brutal intensity. Ultimately, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the young girl soaring through the air. The unfortunate Qin Yaoyao crashed heavily to the ground, the excruciating pain causing her to curl up in agony, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. At that moment, Qin Futian, who was approaching from a distance, happened to witness this harrowing scene. Instantly, a wave of terrifying murderous intent surged within him. Surrounding them were several members of the Qin household, yet most merely stood by, arms crossed, reveling in the spectacle. On one side was the steward of the Qin estate, and on the other, a lowly maid. No one dared to utter a word of justice in that moment. Suddenly, Qin Hongfu felt a chill creeping down his spine, prompting him to retract his neck instinctively. Abruptly turning around, he beheld Qin Futian advancing toward him, his gaze as frigid as ice. In that instant, Qin Hongfu was seized by a profound shock. Qin Futian was once the young master of the Qin family, endowed with exceptional talent and a temperament marked by fierce intensity. He spent years waging battles on behalf of the Qin clan, demonstrating resolute decisiveness in combat. Consequently, he held considerable prestige within the Qin family. Qin Hongfu instinctively called out. Yet in the next moment, he realized that the current Qin Futian was no longer the Qin Futian of the past. A once formidable figure, now reduced to a mere shell of his former self, had been cast down from his position as the young master. Contemplating this, Qin Hongfu straightened his posture, and the smile that had just begun to form on his face was suddenly tinged with mockery. Qin Futian cast a cold glance at Qin Hongfu before walking over to Qin Qingyao, assisting her to her feet. Xiaoyao, you have endured much hardship. Upon hearing Qin Futian's words, Qin Qingyao's tears surged forth with greater intensity. Since Qin Futian's dantian had shattered, his status within the Qin family had plummeted dramatically, and as his maid, she felt the disparity even more acutely. During this period, she had indeed endured numerous grievances, yet she had steadfastly persevered. Now, with Qin Futian's simple utterance of "you have suffered," her defenses crumbled instantly. After soothing Qin Qingyao, Qin Futian finally turned his gaze towards Qin Hongfu. Qin Hongfu's lips curled into a smirk, convinced that Qin Futian, having lost all his cultivation, would have no choice but to endure the humiliation. Otherwise, given Qin Futian's temperament, he would have acted decisively long ago. He chuckled, his face adorned with derisive amusement, and gestured towards Qin Qingyao. This maidservant is quite appealing. I, as the steward, have taken a fancy to her and wish to indulge in her company. However, this insolent girl appears to lack understanding of her situation. I propose this. Qin Futian, you shall gift me this impudent girl, allowing me a few days of enjoyment. What do you think? What do you think? Qin Futian replied with a cold laugh, and in the next moment, he took a step forward, leaving only an ephemeral shadow in the air. Before Qin Hongfu could even react, Qin Futian had already delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Bang! Flesh and blood erupted, revealing a gaping hole the size of a fist in Qin Hongfu's chest. Gurgling sounds could be heard. Qin Hongfu stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open, as if he wished to utter something. But as soon as he opened his mouth, blood gushed forth. In the next moment, he collapsed backward. The dull thud of his fall sent a shiver through the hearts of those surrounding him. Qin Futian had actually slain Qin Hongfu, and with a single blow? Was he not supposed to be utterly devoid of power? The onlookers, who had initially gathered out of mere curiosity, were now engulfed in confusion. They were perplexed by how Qin Futian, despite his shattered dantian, still possessed such formidable combat prowess. They were also filled with dread at Qin Futian's continued ruthlessness, which seemed even more chilling than before. Indeed, it was terrifyingly cold. We must return. Qin Futian turned around, lifting Qin Yao into his arms, not casting another glance at Qin Hongfu. It was as if he had not just taken a life, but rather had merely engaged in an ordinary, inconsequential task. He returned to his residence. Qin Futian gently laid Qin Yao upon the bed, meticulously examining her condition. "Young master, I am fine. Please allow me to tend to myself." Qin Yao wished to rise, yet she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the motion. "Do not move." Qin Futian, however, spoke in a deep voice, carefully examining the injuries upon her. "Young master, thank you." Qin Yao had no choice but to lie in bed, yet her heart was warmed by a gentle feeling. To her, she was merely a servant, yet the young master treated her with such kindness. "Silly girl," Qin Futian shook his head, "it is I who should express gratitude. The Qin family has regarded me as a burden these days, wishing to rid themselves of me, but you have remained steadfast and loyal." "This is merely what I ought to do," Qin Yao quickly replied. "There is no question of obligation. You could have chosen to leave me, yet you did not." Qin Futian gazed at Qin Yao and said calmly, "From this day forward, you shall remain by my side. Whoever dares to bully you again, I shall take their life." This declaration struck Qin Yao's heart like a colossal stone cast into a serene lake. "Whoever dares to bully you again, I shall take their life." Perhaps there exists no promise more beautiful in this world than this. The residence of the Qin family stands as a testament to their lineage. "What? You claim that Qin Futian has slain housekeeper Hongfu?" Qin Tianxiong, who was savoring his tea, set down his gilded teacup, his gaze shifting incredulously towards Qin Tianqing. "Indeed," Qin Tianqing affirmed, "that wild child, with a single punch, has extinguished Qin Hongfu's life. It appears that despite his shattered dantian, his cultivation has not yet dissipated." Qin Tianxiong pondered. "Master, regardless of the circumstances, he is now but a cripple. If he dares to brazenly commit murder within the Qin residence, should we not teach this wild child a severe lesson? Otherwise, he may become uncontrollable." Qin Tianqing incited. "You are absolutely right. It is indeed time to impart some discipline." Qin Tianxiong let out a cold laugh and remarked, "In the past, he had some value for exploitation. His arrogance within the Qin family was merely tolerable. Now, however, he has become a useless individual, yet remains unrepentant. Elder 7, I entrust you with the task of handling this matter." "Understood. I shall proceed accordingly." Qin Tianqing replied with a nod. He then continued, "Furthermore, regarding the new appointment of the family head's junior position, I have heard that your son, Qin's son, has successfully ascended to the 9th heaven of the Meridian Realm and has recently comprehended the 5th sword of the Ripple Sword technique." Qin Tianxiong turned to Qin Tianqing and said, "Seventh Elder, your son possesses talents that rival those of Qin Futian. Truly, he is an exceptional prospect. I believe that the newly appointed young master must be none other than Qin's son." "Excellent. The head of the family is indeed wise." Qin Tianqing smiled and took his leave. Within the Qin family, he had never held Qin Futian in high regard, primarily due to the fact that Qin Futian consistently overshadowed Qin Senator Qin Sen's innate talent could be deemed commendable. However, when juxtaposed with that of Qin Futian, a discernible disparity emerges. Yet now, with Qin Futian's dantian shattered, the moment has arrived for Qin's son to shine forth. This opportune moment allows for the removal of Qin Futian and the elevation of his own son to the esteemed position of the young master. Upon returning to his residence, Qin Tianqiong promptly summoned Qin Senator. "My dear son, you are undoubtedly aware of Qin Futian's assassination of Qin Hongfu." Qin Tianqiong remarked, gazing intently at Qin Senator. "Indeed, I learned of this matter not long ago," Qin's son replied. "Excellent. I entrust you with the task of eliminating Qin Futian, ensuring that the entirety of Yunsong City is made aware of this act," Qin Tianqiong declared. Upon hearing his father's words, Qin Sen's eyes sparkled with understanding. He realized his father's intent. He wished for him to ascend by stepping on Qin Futian. "Very well, father. I shall crush that illegitimate child." Qin Sen scoffed. With a resounding thud, wood splintered and dust ascended into the air. The entrance to Qin Futian's residence was forcefully shattered. Qin's son stormed into the courtyard, his voice booming. "Qin Futian, you worthless wretch, come forth and face your demise." Qin's son shouted loudly in the courtyard. However, after a brief moment, there was no response whatsoever. "What on earth is happening?" Qin's son, in astonishment, gestured for Qin Long and Qin Hu, who had accompanied him, to embark on a search. Qin Long and Qin Hu burst into the room, rummaging through the space in a frenzy. yet they found no trace of Qin Futian. "Singu, that worthless fool is not here, nor have I spotted his maid," Qin Long exclaimed. "Has he fled?" Qin Sun furrowed his brow. This illegitimate child was likely aware that he had landed himself in grave trouble, prompting him to flee the Qin residence without a moment's hesitation. Qin Huqiao spat vehemently upon the ground. "Humph." Qin's son let out a cold snort, his eyes brimming with disdain. "This worthless fool truly knows how to escape. He has narrowly evaded death." Outside Yunsong City, along a narrow, ancient pathway, two figures traversed forward, one following closely behind the other. The youth, clad in a flowing white robe, possessed a slender and handsome visage, his long black hair casually tied back with a ribbon, exuding an air of effortless grace and ethereal charm. The young girl, though slight of build, struggled to match the youth's calm gait, gritting her teeth in determination to keep pace. Thus, they continued for approximately an hour. The youth came to a halt. "Xiaoao, are you weary?" Qin Futian inquired, feeling tired. "Yes, indeed." Qin Qingyao nodded, breathless. Throughout this hour, Qin Futian maintained a steady pace, allowing Qin Qingyao to struggle to keep up without falling too far behind. Feeling fatigued is to be expected. If you aspire to embark upon the martial path, it is impossible to achieve any success without enduring hardship, Qin Futian declared. "Little you understands." Qin Qingyao pressed her lips together, her gaze resolute. "Indeed, your disposition is commendable. However, your innate talent is rather lacking. Nonetheless, it is of no consequence." Qin Futian acknowledged with a nod. While talent is indeed crucial for many, it poses no obstacle for one like the Divine Emperor Futian, who once stood at the pinnacle of the divine realm. He possesses countless methods to enhance little Yao's cultivation aptitude. Ultimately, it is the disposition that holds paramount importance. "Young master, have you restored your cultivation?" Qin Qingyao inquired with eager anticipation. "Indeed, a portion has been restored," Qin Futian affirmed with a nod. It is true that this is merely a fraction. In comparison to the realm of the Divine Emperor, he is currently only at the third level of meridian opening, which could be deemed minuscule. Nevertheless, one must progress bite by bite, step by step. At this juncture, in his reincarnation, the most pressing necessity is the acquisition of cultivation resources. Remaining at the Qin residence yields no further advantage. Hence, Qin Futian intends to venture into the Heifeng mountain range for a few days to seek out sufficient resources for his cultivation. Next month, the Tianjin sect will be recruiting new disciples in Yunsong City. Joining a sect is undoubtedly the swiftest means to obtain cultivation resources, and Qin Futian is determined not to let this opportunity slip by. "Splendid," Qin Qingyao exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement, as the weariness she felt moments ago vanished entirely. "I knew young master would surely recover." Qin Futian smiled softly, recognizing her as a genuinely innocent girl, as if it were she who had regained her cultivation. After more than an hour had passed, the two had ventured into the region of the Black Wind Mountains. Their journey into the Black Wind Mountains served two purposes: to seek out additional resources for cultivation and to find herbs that would aid Xiao Dao in accelerating her path to enlightenment. Qin Qingyao closely followed Qin Futian as they ventured into the treacherous Black Wind Mountain range. Soon, they arrived at a dense thicket, taking cover behind a cluster of shrubs. Not far ahead, a fire-haired boar lay napping upon a slab of blue stone. The creature was adorned with long, crimson fur, its size comparable to that of a small calf, with robust limbs and a body sculpted with sharply defined muscles. Suddenly, Qin Futian surged forward in a single bound, akin to an arrow released from its bow, swiftly arriving before the slumbering fire-haired pig. It was only then that the drowsy creature became aware of the impending peril, abruptly opening its eyes to behold a fist descending towards its crown. The fire-haired pig attempted to evade the blow, but it was far too late. Bang! With a resounding thud, Qin Futian's fist struck the head of the fire-maned pig, producing a deep, resonant sound. Instantly, the creature emitted a harrowing wail. Yet, without hesitation, Qin Futian unleashed a flurry of powerful blows, each one executed with remarkable force and precision. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of muffled impacts, the pig's cries abruptly ceased, its massive form collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. "Young master, you are truly remarkable." At that moment, the timid Xiaoyao emerged from behind the thicket, her small face illuminated by astonishment and admiration. The imposing size of the fire-maned pig alone instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. Nevertheless, Qin Futian had effortlessly subdued such a formidable spirit beast with just a few strikes. Qin Futian smiled. This is nothing. Although the fire hair pig is quite large. It is, in fact, the most rudimentary of spirit beasts, ranking among the weaker entities in the first tier. Curiously, Xiaoyao inquired, what exactly is a first-tier spirit beast? Spirit beasts, akin to human warriors, are categorized from low to high across various tiers. A first-tier spirit beast roughly corresponds to a human martial apprentice at the meridian opening stage, Qin Futian elucidated. Then, does that mean a second-tier spirit beast equates to a martial master at the Qi Si stage, while a third-tier spirit beast is akin to a martial sovereign at the true essence stage? Before entering the Black Wind Mountain range, Qin Futian had briefly outlined the realms of martial practitioners to Xiaoyao. Precisely, Qin Futian affirmed with a nod. However, since humans are the apex of creation, possessing intellect far surpassing that of spirit beasts, coupled with the utilization of various weapons, they often have the capability to slay higher-tier spirit beasts. After Qin Futian spoke, he retrieved a sharp dagger from his spiritual ring. With this dagger, he extracted a crimson pearl from the body of the fire hair pig, which was the essence of the spirit beast, also known as the inner elixir. Next, Qin Futian intended to test whether the creation divine furnace could directly refine and absorb the essence of the spirit beast. As the creation devouring technique commenced, the essence of the spirit beast in Qin Futian's hand began to decompose at a visibly rapid pace. Within just a few breaths, it transformed into countless red dots that ultimately vanished. Simultaneously, Qin Futian could distinctly feel a surge of rich spiritual energy flooding into his body, all absorbed by the creation divine furnace. Moments later, a drop of new creation water materialized within the furnace. Indeed, it works. Moreover, the speed and efficiency of this refinement surpassed that of directly refining spiritual energy by a considerable margin. A surge of joy welled up within Qin Futian. It appeared that the divine furnace of creation could not only refine spiritual energy, the essence of spirit beasts, spiritual herbs, and other ethereal entities infused with the energy of heaven and earth should also be amenable to transformation. Let us proceed in search of some spiritual herbs. Qin Futian intended to conduct another experiment with the herbs. Should they also be transmuted into droplets, it would affirm the validity of his hypothesis. Oh, what about this fire-haired pig? Are we to leave it behind? Xiaoyao inquired, gazing at the fire-haired pig on the ground with a twinge of regret. A creature such as this could fetch a considerable sum if taken back to the cloud warehouse. In the Qin residence's kitchen, such meat was a rarity, seldom enjoyed by the servants. Let it be. The meat of the fire-haired pig has a sour taste and is unpalatable. Later, we shall hunt a more delectable spirit beast. Qin Futian replied with a smile. Thus, they ventured forth towards the city of Cloud Warehouse. The Qin family. Has Qin Futian departed? Upon hearing that Qin Futian had departed from the Qin residence, Qin Tianxiong could not help but furrow his brow. Indeed, the family head. He replied, Today, I visited Qin Futian's abode, only to find no trace of him or that maidservant. Qinsen stepped forward and continued. Subsequently, I promptly set out to investigate Qin Futian's whereabouts. I heard whispers that he, accompanied by his maid, ventured out of Yunsong, heading towards the direction of the Black Wind Mountains. Towards the Black Wind Mountains, you say? Upon hearing this, Qin Tianxiong's brow furrowed even deeper as he pondered. A worthless individual who effortlessly dispatched Qin Hongfu with a single blow now dares to venture into the Black Wind Mountains? Could it be that his dantian remains unshattered? That seems implausible. Qin Tianxiong shook his head. We all personally verified that Qin Futian's dantian was indeed shattered. There is no doubt about it. It appears this fellow's cultivation has not yet been entirely depleted, and his journey to the Black Wind Mountains is likely a desperate gamble, a last-ditch effort. Yet, how could one's dantian, once broken, be easily restored? Even if there exist celestial treasures within the depths of the Black Wind Mountains capable of mending a dantian, they are exceedingly difficult to locate. Qin Tianxiong wore a faint smirk at the corners of his mouth, utterly disbelieving that Qin Futian could possibly locate the miraculous elixir capable of mending his dantian. Qin Tianxiong nodded slightly, yet there remained a trace of unease in his expression as he remarked, though that may be the case, Qin Futian still evokes an ominous feeling within me. Is the master implying that we should leave no future troubles? Qin Tianxiong responded with a chilling smile, making a gesture as if to cut his throat. Qin Tianxiong's companion, Qin Sun, immediately understood the implication and respectfully declared, "Master, allow me to take charge of this matter. I shall execute it splendidly." However, Qin Futian countered, "Sinner, it would be best for you to remain at the estate. During this period, do not venture anywhere. The Heavenly Sword sect will soon arrive in Yunsong to recruit new disciples. Prepare diligently and do not let your guard down." Indeed, Elder 7 speaks wisely. Qin Futian concurred, nodding in agreement. "Qin Sin, your foremost task now is to pass the Heavenly Sword sect's assessment. As the young master of our Qin family, your success in this evaluation will undoubtedly elevate our family's status, propelling us towards becoming a prominent family in Yunsong in no time." "Very well," Qin Sun replied with a nod. "As for Qin Futian, leave him to me." Qin Tianqing scoffed. "Elder 7, does it truly require your direct involvement to eliminate a mere Qin Futian?" Qin Tianxiong chuckled. "Moreover, he is currently nothing but a cripple. It matters not. To eliminate a mere Qin Futian is merely a trifling task. Additionally, I must venture to the Haifeng Mountains to procure some spiritual herbs for Sinner." Qin Tianqing replied. "Very well, with Elder 7 taking action, success is assured." Qin Tianxiong laughed. Haifeng Mountains, Luofeng Mountain. Qin Futian strolled through the forest with Xiaoyao. Casting a glance around his surroundings, a subtle stir coursed through his heart. It was here, in this very place, that he had once fought fiercely alongside the forces of other clans for the benefit of the Qin family, ultimately resulting in not only the shattering of his dantian, but also his untimely demise. It can be said that Qin Futian dedicated himself wholly to the Qin family, sacrificing everything in the process. Yet, the outcome of his efforts was the cancellation of his betrothal to Jiang Yunlan and the ruthless betrayal of his kin. Although the current Qin Futian bore the awakened soul of the Divine Emperor Futian, the myriad tribulations of his past self intertwined with his present consciousness, evoking a profound sense of empathy. How pitiful! How tragic! However, all injustices and humiliations shall soon be reckoned with in due course. In the following 6 days, Qin Futian and Xiaoyao have been relentlessly hunting spirit beasts and searching for spiritual herbs. They ventured deeper without any intention of pausing. Over the past 6 days, their harvest has been quite bountiful. They have gathered 13 spirit herbs, slain 3 spirit beasts, and obtained 3 beast cores. Altogether, how much transformative water could they potentially refine from these treasures? Qin Futian resolved to seek a secluded place for introspective cultivation, intending to refine these spiritual herbs and inner elixirs using the divine furnace of transformation. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a natural cavern. Xiaoyao stood vigil at the entrance while Qin Futian commenced his seclusion within. As the divine absorption technique commenced its operation, the spiritual herbs gradually dissolved in the palm of Qin Futian's hand. In less than a quarter of an hour, all 13 spiritual herbs were completely refined. At this juncture, 11 droplets of transformative essence emerged within the divine furnace. All 13 herbs belonged to the first rank, with several of them being of rather low grade. And, strictly speaking, some did not even qualify as true spiritual herbs. By this reckoning, each first-rank spiritual herb should yield a droplet of transformative essence, akin to the essence derived from a first-rank spiritual beast. Qin Futian pondered deeply, and then commenced the refinement of the beast essence. Before long, the 3 pieces of spiritual beast essence were successfully refined, resulting in an additional 3 drops of the transformative water within the divine furnace of creation. Coupled with the initial drop derived from the refinement of the firehair pig's essence, there now existed a total of 15 drops of transformative water in the divine furnace. It was nearly complete. With a mere thought, Qin Futian began to command his body to absorb the essence of creation. Drops of this translucent, luminous water floated forth from the divine furnace, swiftly being absorbed by Qin Futian's corporeal form. As Qin Futian's physique underwent a rapid transformation, his cultivation soared. In less than half an hour, the 4th meridian within him was successfully opened, elevating him to the 4th layer of the meridian realm. At this moment, Qin Futian gazed once more into the cauldron of creation, where 11 drops of the divine water remained. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th layer required the expenditure of 4 drops, while the ascent from the 1st to the 2nd layer had only consumed 1 drop. And the progression from the 2nd to the 3rd had utilized 2. Thus, it appeared that each advancement to the next layer necessitated a doubling of the creation water required compared to the previous tier. To validate this hypothesis, Qin Futian diligently resumed his cultivation, and nearly an hour passed once more. The aura of Qin Futian underwent another transformation as the fifth meridian within his body was unblocked. Reaching the fifth layer of the meridian unblocking realm, Qin Futian exhaled softly, his eyes fluttering open. At this moment, he gazed once more at the divine furnace of creation. And indeed, only 3 drops of the essence remained. This indicated that the transition from the fourth to the fifth layer of the meridian realm had consumed no less than 8 drops of the precious water of creation, precisely as he had surmised. Nevertheless, the swiftness of this cultivation was truly astonishing. With sufficient resources, one's physical form could undergo a metamorphosis, and one's cultivation could continuously ascend. This rate of cultivation surpassed the norm by an extraordinary margin. Subsequently, Qin Futian commenced his practice of boxing. He executed a technique known as Xingyi Quan, specifically the 5 elements form, also referred to as the 5-element fist. This was a martial art he had greatly cherished and mastered in his previous life. Xingyi Quan is exceptionally suited for practitioners at the meridian realm, not only enhancing combat prowess, but also significantly benefiting one's cultivation advancement. Boom! With a powerful strike, Qin Futian unleashed a punch, which flickered with a faint glow of fire. Simultaneously, the air shattered with a resounding, thunderous explosion. This technique was known as the cannon punch, one of the 5 forms of the 5-element fist. The 5-element fist comprises 5 distinct styles: the chop fist, the collapse fist, the drill fist, the cannon punch, and the horizontal fist. Each of these styles embodies the principles of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among them, the cannon punch, associated with fire, possesses a fierce and explosive nature, capable of unleashing devastating destructive power in an instant. Qin Futian unleashed a flurry of punches, culminating in a powerful strike against a massive boulder before him. The sound was deafening as the stone shattered with a resounding crack. The essence of creation had remarkably enhanced my physical form to such an extraordinary level. Moreover, the spiritual energy within me is exceptionally pure. Even in my past life, during the meridian realm, my strength surpassed that of my peers, yet it pales in comparison to my current prowess. Presently, I am merely at the 5th layer of the meridian realm, yet I can unleash a punch imbued with energy, akin to feats achievable only by masters of the Qi realm. The might of my strike is such that even martial practitioners at the 6th and 7th layers of the meridian realm would find it formidable to withstand. The power I now possess is nearly on par with the peak capabilities of this body in its prime, which was at the 9th layer of the meridian realm. Although I currently remain at the 5th layer, the disparity in strength is not insurmountable. Furthermore, considering the myriad techniques and combat finesse bestowed upon this body by the heavenly Emperor Futian, my actual combat ability likely rivals that of the pinnacle, all without resorting to forbidden techniques. In his previous life, Qin Futian was the Divine Emperor of Futian, possessing an array of forbidden techniques that could unleash terrifying combat prowess in a remarkably brief period, even enabling him to engage in battles across vastly different realms. However, the cost of employing such forbidden techniques is exceedingly high. Therefore, he would refrain from utilizing them unless in extraordinary circumstances. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his own aura. With only 3 drops of the essence of creation remaining, he realized that to enhance his cultivation further, he must seek out more spiritual materials. The essence of creation derived from first-tier spiritual herbs and the primal essence of first-tier spiritual beasts was rather insufficient. If he could acquire second-tier spiritual herbs or the primal essence of second-tier spiritual beasts, the celestial energy contained within the latter would surpass that of first-tier spiritual beasts by more than 10-fold. Consequently, a single primal essence from a second-tier spiritual beast could potentially yield nearly 10 drops of the essence of creation in one refinement. As Qin Futian pondered within the stone cave, he emerged into the open air. Not far from him, Xiaoyao was diligently engaged outside the cave. The cave nestled beside a gentle stream, where Qin Xinyao was meticulously cleaning a piece of venison from a mystical deer, preparing to roast it over a crackling fire. At this moment, the meat sizzled to a golden hue, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. During these past few days with Xiaoyao by his side, Qin Futian had not felt the pangs of hunger. Rather, he relished these delectable dishes. Xiaoyao proved to be quite adept, skillfully preparing succulent venison, delectable beggar's chicken, steamed silver needle fish, and an array of wild vegetables, each dish bursting with flavor. "Young master, you've come out. Are you hungry? I've prepared roasted venison for you, and it will be ready shortly," Xiaoyao exclaimed, bustling about with fervor. The bright flames of the campfire danced upon her face, casting a warm glow that painted her cheeks a rosy hue, reminiscent of two plump, ripe apples. Coupled with her eyes that sparkled like pools of water, she evoked an irresistible sense of affection. Qin Futian wore a faint smile as he approached and settled himself upon a nearby slab of azure stone. Before long, the meat of the spiritual deer was thoroughly roasted, its exterior a glorious golden crisp. Qin Futian took the succulent meat, expertly carving it into portions, and retrieved seasonings from his spiritual ring, sprinkling them atop the delicacy. These condiments were gathered by him over the past few days in the Black Wind Mountains, comprising finely ground mineral salt and an array of aromatic herbs. The two soon began to indulge in their feast with great delight. However, at that moment, a group of individuals emerged not far away, clad in leather armor. Some bore bows while others wielded swords, their disheveled appearances and tattered garments betraying their identity as hunters who had been roaming the mountains for days. This hunting party quickly spotted Qin Futian and Xiaoyao by the stream. As their gaze fell upon Xiaoyao, the eyes of the hunters gleamed with intrigue. Where did this lovely maiden come from? She is enchanting. Brothers, let us go take a closer look. These hunters, whose primary occupation was hunting within the Black Wind Mountains, often spent 10 days to half a month without venturing out. Suddenly encountering such a captivating young woman in this desolate wilderness stirred their suppressed desires. In no time, the hunting party approached Qin Futian and Xiaoyao. "It's you, Qin Futian," exclaimed the leader of the hunters, a burly man bearing a ghastly scar upon his right cheek, his eyes widening in shock as he locked his gaze upon Qin Futian. Earlier, from a distance, Qin Futian had his back turned, and thus the leader had not recognized him. But upon realizing it was indeed Qin Futian, his eyes bulged and his facial muscles twitched, making the scar on his face writhe like a centipede. Simultaneously, the expressions of the other hunters shifted dramatically upon hearing Qin Futian's name. Qin Futian narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sweeping over the hunting party before finally resting upon the imposing figure of the burly man at the forefront. "Su Meng, it is you." Qin Futian recognized this person as well. This Su Meng was a scoundrel, half hunter and half thief. 3 years prior, while escorting a shipment for the Qin family to Leifa City, Qin Futian had encountered a band of robbers led by Su Meng who ambushed him. However, that band of thieves was largely vanquished by Qin Futian alone, and Su Meng bore a deep cut on his face, barely escaping with his life. "Ah, Qin Futian, I never expected to encounter you here." Su Meng suddenly burst into laughter. "If I'm not mistaken, you should now be a mere shell of your former self, with your dantian shattered, reduced to a cripple, am I right?" Su Meng touched the scar on his face and continued, "That scar was left by none other than you. Over the past 3 years, your cultivation has steadily advanced, and I had thought that revenge was beyond my reach. But unexpectedly, I recently heard that you, young man, have suffered the fate of a shattered dantian. Ha, truly, the wheel of karma turns. Today, I shall let you experience the taste of suffering as your face blossoms with pain. And this young lady, she must have accompanied you, correct? He. I will make sure you witness how my brothers and I ravage her, how we torment her." Hearing Su Meng's words, Qin Xingyao trembled in fear. She took a few steps closer to Qin Futian and whispered, "Young master." Qin Futian gently patted her shoulder, signaling her not to be afraid. At the same time, he placed the spirit deer meat into Qin Xingyao's hands, saying, "Hold on to this for now. I will deal with them before we eat." With that, Qin Futian rose to his feet. "You have frightened Xiaoyao," he exclaimed, casting a stern gaze over Su Meng and the others. At his words, Su Meng was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed that with Qin Futian's dantian shattered, he would surely flee in despair. Yet, at this moment, Qin Futian exhibited no inclination to escape, causing Su Meng to sense that something was amiss. "Brothers, let us go together. Let us finish him off." With a low growl from Su Meng, the others surged forward towards Qin Futian. Swish, swish. 2 cleavers sliced through the air from either side, aimed directly at Qin Futian. In a swift motion, Qin Futian evaded the blades wielded by the 2 assailants, simultaneously unleashing 2 explosive punches. The impact resonated like a rapid-fire barrage, landing forcefully upon the 2 adversaries. One of them was struck in a critical area of his back, resulting in a gaping wound that caused him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The other, unfortunate enough to absorb the force of the punch on his shoulder, found his right arm mangled, flesh torn and shattered bones exposed, as he was sent hurtling away, convulsing upon impact with the earth. At that moment, the assault from 3 additional attackers commenced. One brandished a sword, aiming directly for Qin Futian's face, while another swung a blade with the intent to cleave him in half. The third, wielding a long spear, thrust towards his chest. Despite their ranks being merely at the 3rd and 4th levels of the Meridian realm, their synchronized and ruthless tactics revealed them to be seasoned killers, accustomed to bloodshed and mayhem. It was clear that any other martial artist, even those at the 6th level of the Meridian realm, would likely meet their demise against such a coordinated attack. Yet, who was Qin Futian? With a glint of determination in his eyes, he stepped forward, advancing rather than retreating, and confronted the spearhead charging towards him. Just as the spear was about to pierce his chest, he swiftly seized the spear's tip, bending it forcefully until the iron shaft snapped. In a graceful backward arch, akin to a leaping fish, he narrowly evaded the sword aimed at his face and the blade swinging towards his waist. As he spun mid-air, the severed spear tip became a lethal weapon, slicing through the air. The sword-wielding woman found her throat slashed open, blood gushing forth in an instant. Without hesitation, Qin Futian retaliated with a thrust that pierced the mid-aged man who had attempted to cleave him in two. The last remaining assailant, a burly figure clutching the broken spear, stood frozen in shock, terror gripping his heart. "Spare me," he attempted to plead, but before the words could escape his lips, the spearhead in Qin Futian's hand was already in motion. It shot forth, entering his mouth as he opened it to speak, erupting with blood as it exited behind him. In the span of merely 10 breaths, Qin Futian had mercilessly slain 5 individuals. This hunting party, originally numbering 7, was now reduced to a mere 2. Aside from Su Meng, there remained an elderly man with piercing eyes and a hawk-like nose. How is this even possible? Su Meng, now pale with fear, never anticipated that Qin Futian had not only evaded becoming a mere shell of his former self, but had, in fact, grown even more formidable. In their previous encounter, Qin Futian had merely been at the 6th level of the Meridian realm. Yet now, although he stood at the 5th level, his power had escalated beyond measure. What struck Su Meng with even greater dread was the utter absence of any emotional fluctuation emanating from this young man. The swift execution of 5 lives had transpired in the blink of an eye, devoid of any hesitation or delay, not even a flutter of an eyelash. Su Meng, who prided himself on his ruthless nature honed through years of bloodshed and merciless dealings, felt dwarfed by the sheer magnitude of this youth's prowess. "I was wrong, Qin Futian. No, young Master Qin, spare me." Su Meng's heart quaked in fear, his resolve crumbling as he dared not resist any longer. He recognized that, given Qin Futian's demonstrated combat strength, he had no glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, Qin Futian offered no response, instead advancing step by deliberate step toward him. Su Meng began to tremble uncontrollably, quaking like a leaf in the wind. From Qin Futian emanated an unprecedented aura of terror, intensifying with every inch he drew closer. Ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, Su Meng turned to flee. However, at that moment, Qin Futian was less than a yard away. Boom! With a thunderous punch, Qin Futian struck Su Meng squarely on the head, causing it to explode in a shower of blood. The last remaining elder, characterized by his hooked nose, trembled uncontrollably, a foul odor emanating from his being, as a murky yellow liquid trickled down his pant leg. His legs buckled, threatening to bring him to his knees. Yet, before he could fully bend, Qin Futian's fist descended upon him. Thus, the hunter squad of 7 was annihilated by Qin Futian alone, the entire ordeal spanning merely a matter of breaths. Hence, Qin Futian's gaze swept coldly over the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. He meticulously removed the spirit rings from the 7 corpses, conducting a thorough search. Among the 7 rings, he discovered a plethora of spiritual items, inner elixirs, as well as numerous banknotes and various pieces of clothing. In total, there were 32 spiritual herbs and 10 beast cores. These could roughly be refined into 40 drops of creation water, and with the 3 drops he currently possessed, he was only a fraction short of elevating to the 8th layer of the Meridian realm. Based on previous patterns, it could be inferred that ascending from the 5th to the 6th layer of the Meridian realm required 16 drops of creation water, while advancing from the 6th to the 7th layer necessitated 32 drops. In total, 48 drops were required, meaning he was still 5 drops short. Qin Futian did not intend to directly refine it. as his cultivation had just ascended from the 3rd to the 5th level of the meridian opening stage, and this body had yet to fully acclimate. He decided to first practice 2 fundamental martial techniques, further adapting to his current realm of cultivation. At that moment, Qin Futian turned his head and discovered that Xiaoyao was squatting on the ground with her arms wrapped around herself, her complexion pale and her eyes revealing a trace of terror. It seemed that the girl had been quite frightened moments earlier. Qin Futian shook his head slightly. Just moments ago, he had not contemplated these thoughts. As a divine emperor, he had extinguished countless lives without a second thought. Thus, the annihilation of a few insignificant ants stirred not the slightest ripple within him. However, Xiaoyao was different. She had seldom witnessed the brutality of slaughter. The last time she had taken a life, that of Qin Hongfu, had been far less savage and bloody than this occasion. Xiaoyao, Qin Futian called out. Xiaoyao lifted her gaze to meet his. If you wish to tread the path of martial arts, you must confront the reality of killing. I understand, master. Qin Qingyao replied softly. You must remember, slaughter is inescapable. It is an eternal presence. If I do not vanquish them today, they shall end my life. Qin Futian continued. I comprehend. They are all evildoers. They deserve to be slain. Qin Qingyao asserted. No. Qin Futian shook his head, saying, whether they are villains or not is inconsequential. Even if they are not malevolent, what difference does it make? In this world, is there truly such a thing as absolute good and evil? The mantis captures the cicada, while the yellow oriole lurks behind. Which among the mantis, cicada, and oriole embodies virtue, and which embodies vice? In the myriad realms of existence, the law of survival of the fittest prevails. Only the strong can contend against fate itself, seizing the slender thread of life that leads upward. The weak are destined for elimination, to be engulfed in the vastness of oblivion. If you aspire to achieve greatness in the martial arts, to ascend step by step, contending against the heavens and against others for life, you must be prepared to take lives. Otherwise, you shall become the prey. The words of Qin Futian instantly illuminated Qin Qingyao's mind. In the myriad realms, survival of the fittest prevails, a relentless struggle between heaven and earth for existence, and a contest for life against others. If you do not take the life of another, then your own life may be forfeit. Qin Qingyao's gaze gradually transformed into one of resolute determination. Young master, I understand, she declared with unwavering conviction. Very well, this spirit ring is yours. Let your blood affirm your bond with it. Qin Futian retrieved one of the 7 spirit rings and presented it to Xiaoyao. Qin Qingyao took the spiritual ring and slipped it onto her finger. This ring belonged to the sword-wielding woman and fit perfectly. Furthermore, consume this black grass at once. Qin Futian once again retrieved a spirit herb, shaped like a fern, and presented it to Qin Qingyao. Upon receiving the instructions, Qin Qingyao promptly complied. Now, you shall commence your cultivation. Under the guidance of Qin Futian, Qin Qingyao embarked on her training. The technique she practiced was a divine secret art known as the True Spirit Profound Water Method. Qin Futian meticulously examined Qin Qingyao's constitution, then recalled all the martial arts he had memorized. He discovered that the supreme secret technique of the divine realm, the True Spirit Mysterious Water Art, was the most suitable for Qin Qingyao's cultivation. While Qin Qingyao sat cross-legged in meditation, Qin Futian placed one hand atop her head and began to guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to converge. Subsequently, he employed the method of imparting enlightenment, channeling a strand of this spiritual energy into Qin Qingyao's body. Qin Qingyao swiftly sensed a trace of spiritual energy entering her body. She promptly activated the True Spirit Xian Shui technique, guiding this fragment of energy into her dantian. With this initial step, the subsequent absorption of spiritual energy became a natural progression. At this moment, the young girl likely remained unaware of the profound intricacies of the empowerment technique that Qin Futian had imparted to her. Although the term empowerment technique may sound straightforward, it is, in fact, a divine art that defies the heavens. Even the mightiest martial saints in this world may not possess knowledge of such a skill. As Qin Qingyao diligently practiced her cultivation, Qin Futian sat quietly beside her, seemingly entering a profound state of tranquility. His breathing gradually adopted a specific rhythm, as if he were merging with the essence of nature itself. The turtle breathing technique. This secret art complemented the heavenly devouring technique, creating a harmonious synergy between the two. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had swiftly elapsed. Qin Qingyao ceased her cultivation, releasing a long breath of stagnant air from her chest. As she opened her eyes, They sparkled with a newfound vitality, much clearer and more radiant than they had been 3 days prior. At this moment, Qin Futian also opened his eyes and gazed at Qin Qingyao. The demeanor of Qin Qingyao has undergone a profound transformation compared to 3 days prior. By drawing spiritual energy into her being and embarking upon the path of martial arts, she has taken a pivotal step in her evolution, a metamorphosis of great significance. Without the ability to autonomously absorb spiritual energy, one can never possess true spirituality. Yet now, Qin Qingyao embodies this very essence of spirituality, rendering her presence far more vibrant than before. Not long ago, she had been living frugally, laboring tirelessly, her visage reflecting weariness and exhaustion. However, that pallor and fatigue have now dissipated, replaced by an aura of vitality and vigor. Though her features were already quite striking, the baptism of spiritual energy, coupled with the enhancement of the profound technique known as the True Spirit Mysterious Water Art, has elevated her beauty to a level that rivals even Jiang Yunlan, the most celebrated goddess of Yunsong City. How do you feel now? Qin Futian inquired. I feel splendid, young master. It's as if I possess an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Qin Qingyao responded with palpable joy, her delicate hands clenched into fists, her face radiating excitement. Thank you, young master, she added earnestly. Qin Qingyao had never imagined that one day she would embark on the path of cultivation. In the Tianyin continent, humans, as the supreme beings of all creations, number in the countless millions. Yet, those truly fortunate enough to step into the realm of martial arts are but a rare few. Qin Qingyao was born into humble beginnings, hailing from a destitute place where her parents sent her away as a maid from a young age. Therefore, she had never dared to entertain even the slightest thought of martial arts. Yet now, she has astonishingly become a martial disciple at the channeling realm. This entire experience feels akin to a dream. It has further solidified Qin Qingyao's resolve. Henceforth, she will wholeheartedly serve her young master, for her life belongs to him. Young master, not only have you restored your cultivation, but you have also become remarkably formidable. If the Qin family were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly lament their decisions. And as for Jiang Yunlan, her decision to break off the engagement with you is her greatest misfortune. Qin Qingyao gazed at Qin Futian, her eyes filled with profound admiration. A talent like him is unlikely to find a worthy match among the women of this world. Upon hearing this, Qin Futian smiled softly and remained silent. Qin Tianxiang and his companions, blinded by their short-sightedness and devoid of any sense of righteousness, shall inevitably face the consequences of their actions. In the eyes of Qin Futian, both Qin Tianxiang and Jiang Yunlan are merely insignificant insects. Young master, Qin Qingyao inquired, I hear that the recruitment of new disciples at the sword sect is imminent. Shall we return to Yunsong City now? Not so fast. We still have several days ahead, during which I must seek out a few herbs. Furthermore, it would be even more advantageous to acquire a second-tier beast core. Qin Futian replied. Qin Futian aspires to ascend to the 7th level of the Meridian Realm, yet he still requires certain spiritual materials to achieve this goal. Moreover, he seeks to procure the ingredients necessary for crafting the Spirit Refinement Pill for Xiaoyao. This particular elixir, while not exceptionally rare, occupies a space between a 1-star and a 2-star pill, and is quite prevalent in the divine realm. It serves to refine spiritual energy and enhance one's cultivation aptitude. However, such a pill is absent in Tianyin Star. The process of concocting the Spirit Refinement Pill is far from trivial. Generally speaking, a 1-star alchemist can easily produce a 1-star elixir, yet the crafting of the Spirit Refinement Pill is distinctly different, although its materials and grade are rather ordinary. The procedure involved is exceedingly intricate and leaves no room for error. Qin Futian intended to gather the necessary materials and personally forge them. However, in order to obtain the essence of a second-tier spirit beast, he must venture deeper into the Black Wind Mountains. Concurrently, in the vicinity of Yunsong City, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Black Wind Mountains, none other than Qin Tianxiang, the 7th elder of the Qin family. Where, indeed, has that little beast gone? Qin Tianxiang, on his journey, inquired about Qin Futian's whereabouts. He confirmed that Qin Futian had entered the Black Wind Mountain range accompanied by the maid Qin Qingyao. For the past few days, Qin Tianxiang has been searching the periphery of the Black Wind Mountain range for any trace of Qin Futian, but he has found nothing. Has that little wretch ventured deeper into the mountain range? Qin Tianxiang gazed into the distance, where the depths of the Black Wind Mountain range lay shrouded in mystery. There, ancient trees flourished abundantly, and the occasional roar of ferocious beasts echoed through the air. Frowning slightly, Qin Futian decided against venturing further. Should he encounter a second-tier spirit beast, the peril to his life could be imminent. The risk was not worth taking for the sake of that pitiful creature with a shattered dantian. Instead, he resolved to return to the entrance and wait patiently, like a hunter poised for his prey. If that wretched being were to emerge alive, he would personally ensure its demise. Qin Tianqing pondered within himself, then leapt gracefully onto the towering tree, taking a seat upon its sturdy trunk. "Young master, what are you doing?" Qin Qingyao observed the ceaselessly bustling figure of Qin Futian, her brow furrowing in perplexity, at times knitting her delicate eyebrows, revealing a hint of discomfort. At this moment, Qin Futian held in his hands the heart of a fire-haired pig. He carefully placed the heart upon a slab of blue stone, methodically slicing it into pieces before mincing it into a fine paste. Subsequently, he procured a dozen or so crimson fruits, dicing them and blending them into the meat paste. "Xiaoyao, these are ergua fruits. They enhance the aroma." The heart of the fire-haired pig holds a fatal allure for the second-tier spirit beast, the wolf of the void. "I intend to use this heart combined with the ergua fruits to entice the wolf of the void," Qin Futian remarked with a smile. The wolf of the void is a second-tier spirit beast, comparable to a martial artist at the Qi realm among humans. "Do you have confidence, young master?" Qin Qingyao inquired, her voice tinged with concern. The Qi realm warriors are considered the pinnacle of skill in Yunsong City, within the entire Qin clan. The most formidable individual is the Qi realm martial artist, Elder Qin Tianqing, who has only recently attained this level. The clan head, Qin Tianxiong, has merely reached the third layer of the Qi realm. The most powerful is the Grand Elder, who rarely makes an appearance. Rumored to be at the late stage of the Qi realm, throughout Yunsong City, the most formidable figures, such as the city lord and an elder from the Jiang family, Jiang Yuanhai, have only reached the pinnacle of the Qi realm. "Rest assured, I never undertake ventures without assurance." Qin Futian chuckled, retrieving several glossy green fruits. These fruits, each roughly the size of half a fist, were sliced open with a short blade, from which a white, milky liquid oozed forth. "This is rice pulp fruit, an exceptional ingredient for brewing wine," Qin Futian explained as he exerted pressure to extract all the milky liquid, drenching the minced heart of the fire-haired pig. "Ah, it smells divine," Qin Qingyao remarked, her little nose lifting in delight as she inhaled deeply, her expression one of rapture. "Be cautious, or you might become intoxicated. If the wolf of the void carries you away, no one will come to your aid," Qin Futian teased. "Does this substance truly induce intoxication?" Xiaoyao asked, sticking out her tongue and quickly holding her breath. Indeed, the rice pulp fruit has a fragrant, glutinous flavor akin to rice porridge. Consuming it reveals a hint of rice wine, yet its potency surpasses that of wine. It not only intoxicates but also releases a toxin that muddles the mind, Qin Futian elucidated. "I see. Young master, you are quite extraordinary. You can devise such methods and possess such extensive knowledge," Xiaoyao exclaimed, her face brimming with admiration. Qin Futian drizzled the rice paste over the minced meat, then mixed it thoroughly. Afterward, he shaped the meat into several evenly sized meatballs and set them aside. Once this task was completed, Qin Futian took Qin Qingyao by the hand and climbed up a large tree, where they quietly awaited their moment. Approximately 15 minutes later, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket. Qin Futian's spirit instantly soared as he directed his gaze towards the source of the sound. Behind the thicket, two ethereal blue glimmers flickered into view. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the eyes of a creature. "They have arrived." Qin Futian felt a sudden stir in his heart. Indeed, the eyes of the black wolf were fixated upon the bait. The combination of the fiery boar's heart and the fruit held an irresistible allure for the creature. The wolf, cautious and deliberate, did not reveal itself immediately. It lay hidden in the underbrush for over a moment before cautiously extending its sharp nose. Its nostrils flared, seemingly searching for the source of the enticing aroma, and only then did it emerge from the thicket. The wolf's coat was as dark as ink, radiating an aura of ferocity that filled the air. As it surveyed its surroundings with vigilance, it approached the enticing morsels. Upon reaching the meatballs, the wolf sniffed at them intently, emitting low, guttural sounds as drool dripped from its mouth. Xiaoyao clenched her delicate hands into tight fists, her gaze fixed intently on the wolf, awaiting the moment it would indulge in the bait. Just then, the wolf unexpectedly turned away and vanished from sight. "Have we failed?" A look of disappointment crossed Xiaoyao's face as she was about to speak, but Qin Futian signaled her to remain silent. She promptly closed her mouth, and the two resumed their watch from the tree trunk. After nearly half an hour, the wolf returned, no longer hesitating. It seized one of the meatballs in its jaws and began to savor it, emitting sounds of delight as it chewed. Having consumed one meatball, the wolf was not yet satisfied. It devoured the remaining morsels in one go. Finally, with a contented burp, it swayed as if to depart. At that moment, Qin Futian, who had been waiting patiently in the tree, leaped down, brandishing a sharp sword aimed directly at the wolf's back. The wolf, however, was astute. Sensing the slightest shift, it darted forward with remarkable speed, evading the impending strike. Qin Futian thrust his sword into the air, letting it fall to the ground. Such swiftness, however, this was anticipated by Qin Futian. After all, the speed of each black wolf varies, and this particular one undoubtedly ranks among the swiftest of its kind. At this moment, the black wolf discerned the human before it. From the aura emanating from this individual, it could ascertain that the human's cultivation was quite rudimentary. These low-level spirit beasts possess limited intelligence. They are oblivious to the nuances of human cultivation levels, relying instead on a primal instinct to sense the aura around them. Much like the hierarchical differences among spirit beasts, which manifest as a bloodline suppression, so too do spirit beasts perceive the cultivation levels of humans. Akin to sensing disparities in rank, the black wolf could feel that Qin Futian's rank was inferior to its own, indeed, significantly so. Thus, a semblance of derision and contempt flickered in the eyes of the black wolf. In the next breath, it suddenly propelled itself forward with great force, resembling a black whirlwind as it lunged towards Qin Futian. Qin Futian quickly rolled away to evade. The black wolf lunged several times with a speed akin to lightning. Yet each time, Qin Futian narrowly escaped. However, on the fifth assault, when the wolf lunged once more, Qin Futian chose not to evade. As the wolf was about to pounce upon him, Qin Qingyao, perched in the tree, was so frightened that she closed her eyes. At that precise moment, Qin Futian suddenly fell backward, and in his hand, the sword sliced upward. Thud. Blood sprayed forth. The blade plunged directly into the wolf's neck, and with a swift motion, it carved a gash over a foot long down the length of its body, rupturing its abdomen. Instantly, the wolf's entrails spilled out. Ugh! The wolf collapsed to the ground, emitting a blend of whimpers and low growls, struggling to keep its forelegs steady to avoid collapsing, although they trembled incessantly. Hiss! The wolf bared its sharp teeth at Qin Futian, issuing a warning. Yet, Qin Futian remained unperturbed, circling the wounded creature in search of an opening. Despite its grievous injuries, it was still a second-tier spirit beast, and a moment's carelessness could allow it to turn the tide. After circling a dozen times, the wolf finally faltered, its legs giving way as it collapsed to the ground, its gaze becoming unfocused, and it emitted a series of eerie calls, oscillating between high-pitched and low growls. Qin Futian realized that the effects of the rice berry had fully manifested. Without hesitation, he seized the moment and charged forward with his sword. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qin Futian plunged his sword into the skull of the black wolf, delivering a swift fatal blow. Huff! Huff! At that moment, Qin Qingyao, who had been watching from the tree, finally descended, gasping for breath. "Young master, that was truly perilous," she said, her heart still racing. Qin Futian smiled faintly. That was a close call? In truth, everything was well within his control, even without the aid of the rice pulp fruit. Qin Futian had the means to vanquish a black wolf directly. However, the cost would be considerably greater. There was no need for that. Soon, Qin Futian extracted the beast essence from the black wolf. Indeed, the essence derived from a second-tier spirit beast contained an abundance of spiritual power. Qin Futian even sensed that the inner core could refine far more than just 10 drops of the transformative water. Subsequently, Qin Futian intended to retreat once more for cultivation, aiming to break through to the 7th tier of the Meridian realm. Qin Futian once again entered seclusion to cultivate. During his previous retreat, he ascended from the 3rd layer of the Meridian realm to the 5th layer. After several days of contemplation, coupled with the further consolidation of his foundation through the turtle breathing technique, his cultivation level has been thoroughly stabilized. Thus, he can now fearlessly strive towards a new realm. Upon entering the stone chamber, Qin Futian sat cross-legged, focusing his mind, and began to circulate the heaven-swallowing transformation technique. Within his dantian, the transformation divine furnace emanated streams of divine brilliance, interwoven with profound Taoist rhythms. Sprigs of spiritual herbs and various beast essences were continuously refined and absorbed, transforming into the essence of transformation. This time, the process required even more time. 32 spiritual herbs and 11 beast essences consumed nearly 2 full hours to be completely refined. The time taken to refine the essence of the black wolf was notably longer than that required for a first-tier spiritual beast essence. However, the resulting essence of transformation was significantly greater than that obtained from a first-tier spiritual beast. The refinement of this black wolf essence yielded a total of 13 drops of essence of transformation, while the other spiritual herbs and beast essences produced 42 drops. Originally, there were 3 drops remaining in the transformation divine furnace. This means that there are now a total of 58 drops of essence of transformation within the furnace. Such a substantial quantity of essence should be sufficient for me to break through to the 7th layer of the meridian realm in one go. With a single thought, Qin Futian summoned the creation water from the divine furnace, which soon began to trickle into his meridians, nourishing every limb and bone as the vital energy coursed through his body. Simultaneously, the spiritual power within him underwent further metamorphosis, becoming denser and more refined. This new spiritual energy relentlessly pressed against his 6th meridian. Although his physical body had previously attained the 9th level of the meridian opening realm, the devastating battle at Falling Phoenix Mountain had left him gravely injured. After his dantian was shattered, the flow and circulation of spiritual energy ceased, leading to a recongestion of the previously open meridians, which accumulated numerous impurities, with some areas even forming deadlocks. This made the task of recultivating even more arduous than the first time. However, the miraculous yet formidable creation water proved invaluable. Where the meridians could not be unblocked, it would directly obliterate them, then regenerate, forming new meridians that were not only more resilient but also larger, allowing for a more unobstructed flow of vital and spiritual energy. Naturally, this process was excruciating. The rebirth of the meridians in flesh, along with the reorganization of bones, resembled a process of nirvana. This endeavor consumed a full 2 days. Ultimately, Qin Futian successfully advanced from the 5th level to the 7th level of the meridian opening realm. With a long, relieved exhale, Qin Futian's top body gradually relaxed. With his eyes gently closed, he could sense the surging vital energy within him. The spiritual energy, intertwined with his blood, surged like tumultuous waves in a vast river, ceaselessly sweeping through every meridian. Simultaneously, each muscle and bone brimmed with formidable strength. Though I am now at the 7th level of the meridian opening realm, my power surpasses that of my previous 9th level. Not even a martial artist newly entering the Sea of Qi realm could withstand a single strike from my cannon fist. Qin Futian contemplated deeply as he stepped outside the stone cave, gazing at the towering cliffs ahead. With a powerful punch, he struck out, resulting in a resounding explosion accompanied by flickering flames. With a powerful punch, Qin Futian struck the cliff wall, creating a profound indentation. Surrounding this punch hole, countless intricate fissures spread out like a spider's web. The spiritual energy became denser, the explosive force intensified, and the outward flow of spiritual power became more fluid, resulting in flames that burned with a much brighter brilliance. Qin Futian was exceedingly pleased. The cultivation effects brought about by the Devouring Heaven technique and the divine furnace of creation were even more remarkable than he had anticipated. Without the Devouring Heaven technique, even with the memories of a divine emperor, it would have been impossible for him to elevate to the 7th heaven of meridian opening in such a brief period. Nor could his physical form have achieved such extraordinary strength. Young master. At that moment, Qin Qingyao hurried over. Qin Futian cast a glance at Qin Qingyao and noticed that her aura had become more composed and her spiritual energy more abundant. It was evident that this young girl had not been idle in the past few days. Has the young master achieved another breakthrough? Qin Qingyao blinked, sensing that the young master's aura seemed to have grown even more profound than it had been 2 days prior. Qin Futian smiled faintly and nodded, saying, "Almost. I've made a small breakthrough." The young master, "Are we now preparing to return to Yunsong?" Qin Qingyao inquired. "In 2 days. The Tianjin sect will recruit disciples in Yunsong City. I am eager to see the young master shine and decisively confront those from the Qin family. I still need to search for the Qijin bamboo shoot and the Xiling vine. If I cannot find them, we shall have to return for now," Qin Futian remarked. He then instructed Qin Qingyao to remain there and wait for her while he ventured deeper into the forest, swiftly traversing the terrain in search of the necessary medicinal herbs. However, within that half-day, Qin Futian ultimately only found the Qijin bamboo shoot and a few other spiritual herbs, but the xyling vine eluded him. The xyling vine is an essential main ingredient for concocting the spirit-refining pill. Since it could not be found, he would have no choice but to return to Yunsong to purchase it. The apothecary in Yunsong City should have the xyling vine for sale. With this thought in mind, Qin Futian made his way back to the stone cave, where he and Qin Qingyao embarked on their journey back to Yunsong City. Meanwhile, near the exit of the Black Wind Mountain Range, heading towards Yunsong City, Qin Tianqing had been waiting here for another 3 days. Why had that illegitimate child, Qin Futian, still not emerged? Qin Tianqing grew somewhat impatient. He had waited atop the tree for a full 3 days, yet still had not caught sight of Qin Futian. Could it be that the fellow had not ventured into the Black Wind Mountain Range? That seemed rather implausible. Prior to this, Qin Tianqing had gathered intelligence indicating that Qin Futian had already ventured into the Haifeng Mountain Range, accompanied by his maidservant. This information is unlikely to be erroneous. Could it be that this illegitimate child has met his demise within the treacherous mountains? It is indeed a possibility. With his shattered dantian and yet unspent cultivation, his proud and ambitious nature would compel him to exhaust every means to restore his prowess, desperately seeking the elusive elixirs capable of mending his dantian. However, such miraculous herbs are not easily procured. It is most probable that he has already succumbed to his fate. Tomorrow marks the day when the Tianjin sect recruits new disciples, and I wish to witness Sinner's successful assessment, allowing her to join the ranks of the Tianjin sect rather than remaining here in idle anticipation. Qin Tianqing contemplated leaving, but at that moment, his eyes suddenly brightened, and his expression transformed. Not far away, a youth clad in white, accompanied closely by a young lady, was approaching with measured steps. Qin Futian. Qin Tianqing's brows furrowed slightly. After waiting for so many days, he had finally received the long-awaited news. Fortunately, he had chosen to wait a little longer. Otherwise, he would have truly missed this opportunity. A faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of Qin Tianqing's mouth, as a surge of murderous intent quietly spread within him. At that moment, Qin Futian, who had been walking, suddenly came to a halt. "Young master, what is the matter?" Qin Qingyao, perplexed, came to a halt. Qin Futian extended his hand and grasped Qin Qingyao's. A hint of shyness appeared on her face as she noticed a trace of caution in Qin Futian's brow, and she instantly understood. In the past, Qin Qingyao might not have been able to comprehend Qin Futian's intentions in such a brief moment. However, after cultivating the true spirit profound water technique, her entire intellect experienced a remarkable elevation. Furthermore, having spent years by Qin Futian's side, attending to his needs, she could decipher much from merely a glance he cast. Qin Qingyao swiftly regained her composure, allowing the young master to hold her hand as they continued their journey. Meanwhile, Qin Tianqing, perched atop an ancient tree, observed this scene with a smirk of derision. Even at such a moment, they were still entangled in their tender affections. How utterly disgraceful of Qin Futian to find interest in a mere servant. Just as Qin Futian passed beneath the ancient tree, Qin Tianqing suddenly sprang into action. Like a magnificent bird taking flight, he leapt down from the branch. Simultaneously, his right hand transformed into an open palm, generating a fierce gust of wind that sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, striking directly towards Qin Futian's head. "Beware!" Qin Futian let out a low growl. Qin Qingyao immediately darted aside. Qin Futian retreated a couple of steps, narrowly avoiding Qin Tianqing's strike, his gaze now fixed upon him. "Qin Tianqing, is it you? Did Qin Tianqing send you?" Upon recognizing the seventh elder, Qin Tianqing, Qin Qingyao's eyes betrayed her concern. To her, Qin Tianqing, as an elder of the Qin family, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. She stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Qin Futian. "Young master, you must leave. I will shield you." In a hushed tone, she then turned to Qin Tianqing, her teeth clenched, and declared, "Seventh elder, my young master has contributed immensely to the Qin family over the years, demonstrating unparalleled dedication. Why must you pursue such ruthless measures against him?" "Huh." Qin Tianqing let out a cold laugh, responding, "While it is true that Qin Futian has made contributions to the Qin family, he is also a product of our cultivation. The benefits he has provided to the family are merely his due, but my young master has sacrificed his very essence for the Qin family, rendering his cultivation in vain. He owes the family nothing more. Why must you still hunt him down?" Qin Qingyao asked, her voice laced with indignation. "Because the family head wishes to see him eliminated." A smirk crept upon Qin Tianqing's lips. "You must have heard of the principle of eradicating threats at the root. Had you remained within the Qin estate, my son, Qin's son would have come directly to your abode to finish you off. No need for such complications. Yet I have wasted several days waiting for you here. How do you propose I repay this time? Should I grant you a swift demise, or shall I take my time to torment you before your end? Qin Futian raised an eyebrow slightly. So, are you suggesting that your son, Qin, also harbors the intention to kill me? And what if he does? It would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Initially, it was my son who was meant to carry out your demise. But I took it upon myself to come in his stead, as I have tasked him with preparing for the recruitment of new disciples at the Heavenly Sword Sect tomorrow. Qin Futian couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Qin Tiancheng exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Futian paid him no heed and instead addressed Xiaoao, saying, Xiaoao, please step aside and wait over there. Qin Futian had not anticipated that Qin Qingyao would be the first to stand before him, endeavoring to shield him from Qin Tiancheng. In his previous life, despite being the revered God Emperor, in moments of peril, who truly would have stood in front of him? It is likely that no one would have been as unreservedly devoted as Qingyao. Young master, she said, her face etched with concern, unwilling to step aside. Without uttering another word, Qin Futian stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Qin Qingyao. Simultaneously, he unleashed a fierce punch towards Qin Tiancheng. The essence of the punch lay in its explosive force, with the fist's eye directed upwards and its core inward. The power was instantaneously transferred to the back of the fist, creating a shattering momentum. Boom! Qin Futian unleashed a punch with tremendous force, swift as lightning. Qin Tiancheng's pupils constricted. You little beast, how dare you strike first? With a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, Qin Tiancheng unleashed a powerful strike. Cracking stone palm. The splitting tablet palm, wielded by Qin Tiancheng, is the ancestral technique of the Qin family. This technique consists of 3 volumes. Yet despite Qin Futian's years of unwavering dedication and sacrifice for the family, he has never been bestowed with the latter 2 volumes of this profound skill. At this moment, Qin Tiancheng unleashed the 3rd volume, the 9-fold splitting tablet palm. The air crackled with the sound reminiscent of cascading waves as the force of the palm strikes compressed the atmosphere. 9 palm imprints surged forth simultaneously, directed at Qin Futian. With a resounding crash, the clash of fist and palm unleashed a cataclysmic force. In this moment, both combatants summoned the entirety of their strength. Qin Futian also yearned to ascertain the extent of his newfound strength. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing the air to resonate with a thunderous roar. Following a violent clash, Qin Tiancheng staggered back 6 or 7 paces. A tumultuous sensation surged within his chest, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Simultaneously, an intense ache coursed through his arms. How could this be possible? Qin Tian stared in astonishment at Qin Futian, who stood motionless in place. You little wretch. Did you not suffer a complete collapse of your dantian? How is it that you possess such formidable power? Qin Futian smiled coldly. Indeed. His strength surpassed that of Qin Tiancheng, who had just entered the Qi-Si realm. Without uttering a single word, Qin Futian unleashed another punch. Boom. Once again. It was a devastating strike. Qin Tiancheng hurriedly raised his hand in greeting. Crack. This time, the sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. Qin Tiancheng's arms were abruptly shattered, causing him to stagger backward for over 10 paces, his legs trembling as if they would give way at any moment. Terror consumed his gaze, leaving naught else. At that moment, Qin Futian's 3rd strike descended upon him. This devastating punch collided forcefully with Qin Tiancheng's chest. Puff! Qin Tiancheng coughed up a mouthful of blood, with blood streaming from all 7 orifices. His chest caved in, as his internal organs were reduced to a gruesome pulp. Have you been waiting for me here all these days? Qin Futian approached, gazing at Qin Tiancheng with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. At this moment, despair and helplessness consumed Qin Tiancheng's eyes. It was only now that he comprehended that he had not been waiting for Qin Futian over these past few days. Rather, he had been awaiting his own demise. With a thud, unable to bear the weight of his anguish any longer, the structure of his upper body collapsed instantaneously, and his legs could no longer sustain him. He fell to the ground like a mere puddle of mud. Gurgle, gurgle. Qin Tiancheng opened his mouth, and blood gushed forth. Qin Futian. With great difficulty, he lifted his head, looking up at Qin Futian with a pleading gaze. I implore you, I beseech you, do not take Sonore's life. Qin Tiancheng had already come to the realization that his chances of survival were utterly extinguished, leaving no hope for continued existence. Yet, in that moment, he thought of his son, Qin. Qin Futian's cultivation has not been diminished. Rather, it has grown even more formidable than in his past peak. Undoubtedly, he shall participate in the assessment of the Heavenly Sword sect. At that moment, an encounter with Qin's son is unavoidable. Qin Tiansheng recalled the moment when Qin Futian inquired whether Qin's son harbored intentions to take his life. At that instant, Qin Tiansheng did not ponder deeply and responded to Qin Futian without hesitation. Had it not been for the preparations for the Heavenly Sword sect's assessment, it would have been Qin's son who ventured into the Black Wind mountain range. Reflecting on it now, it becomes evident that Qin Futian's question held a deeper significance. Given his disposition, he would undoubtedly not overlook Qin's Senator Qin Tiansheng, fully aware of his impending demise, now finds himself fervently wishing for the survival of his son. Qin's Senator Qin Futian regarded Qin Tiansheng with an air of indifference and remarked, "Seek my assistance? Are we so intimately acquainted?" As he spoke, he deftly removed the spirit ring from Qin Tiansheng's grasp, erasing the imprint of spiritual energy upon it, thus rendering its contents entirely visible. So many spiritual herbs? And elixirs as well? As an elder of the Qin family, you have certainly amassed a considerable fortune. Throughout these years, I have risked my life for the Qin clan. And the cultivation resources I have garnered, 99% have been deposited into the Qin family's treasury, while you elders have appropriated the lion's share, haven't you? This is indeed quite a substantial bounty. In light of these treasures, I shall acquiesce to your request. Upon hearing those words, Qin Tiansheng's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with light. However, the subsequent remark from Qin Futian plunged him into darkness, extinguishing his last breath. "I promise you, I will ensure he meets a swift demise." As Qin Tiansheng drew his final breath, Qin Futian remained unfazed. In contrast, the young Qin Qingyao was filled with exhilaration, astonished by her master's newfound strength, which had surpassed even the elders she once regarded with reverence, as he had vanquished one before her very eyes. Qin Futian meticulously rummaged through Qin Tiansheng's spirit ring. The collection was quite impressive, comprising numerous items such as golden money grass, crimson gold bamboo, jade rasher, and earth yellow essence herbs, amounting to nearly 60 portions if counted individually. Among these, 3 were second-tier spirit herbs. However, the inner cores of spirit beasts amounted to only 3, all derived from first-tier spirit beasts. After all, the preservation of spirit beast cores is rather challenging. Typically, once dried, their efficacy diminishes significantly. Consequently, those who possess spirit beast cores often choose to refine them directly or sell them to alchemy shops. In addition to spirit herbs and spirit beast cores, there were also 3 vials of elixirs. Elixirs are indeed valuable commodities, particularly in the remote locale of Yunsong, where they are exceedingly rare. A non-grade spirit nourishing pill can fetch as much as 100 taels of silver. Furthermore, a first-tier spirit gathering pill could command a staggering price of 1,000 taels of silver. In a place like Yunsong City, silver is truly a hard currency. After all, there are more ordinary individuals who have yet to embark on the path of martial arts, and the currency circulating among them is predominantly silver. Of course, there is also gold, but its value is exorbitant. 1 tael of gold can be exchanged for 100 taels of silver. As for spirit stones, in Qin Futian's recollection, they are a rare commodity in Yunsong City. Qin Futian uncorked the bottle of elixirs and gently inhaled the fragrance within. 1 jade vial contained 3 essence-nourishing pills. Another held 3 spirit-gathering pills, and the final vial contained a single rejuvenation pill. "Xiao Yao, this essence-nourishing pill is for you." Qin Futian directly handed the vial of essence-nourishing pills to Qin Qingyao. For Qin Futian, the essence-nourishing pills held little significance. Their primary function was to nurture the dantian, facilitating the refinement and absorption of spiritual energy. As Qin Futian currently lacked a true dantian, the essence-nourishing pills, therefore, bore no utility for him. The spirit-gathering pills, designed to assist martial practitioners in consolidating and absorbing spiritual energy into their bodies, possessed some degree of usefulness. However, their efficacy was minimal. Given the terrifying speed at which the celestial devouring technique assimilated the world's spiritual energy, there was no necessity to rely on spirit-gathering pills. As for the rejuvenation pill, it should prove somewhat beneficial. The rejuvenation pill aids in consolidating all spiritual energy within the dantian, simultaneously allowing the energy to undergo further transformation, akin to rivers converging into the sea, thus assisting warriors in their transition from the Meridian realm to the Qi realm. Oh, suddenly, Qin Futian had a revelation. Since the divine furnace of creation could refine spiritual herbs and the essence of spiritual beasts, could it also directly refine medicinal pills? How would the effects of refining pills compare to those of directly refining spiritual herbs or beast essences? Without hesitation, Qin Futian grasped a gathering spirit pill in his palm and activated the divine art of creation and devouring. In the next moment, the gathering spirit pill was disintegrated, and within the divine furnace of creation, 3 drops of creation water appeared. This is remarkable, Qin Futian thought with joy. To concoct a batch of gathering spirit pills, one typically required nearly 10 portions of first-tier spiritual herbs. A single batch usually yielded around 10 pills. Thus, the raw materials needed to create one gathering spirit pill were approximately equivalent to a single first-tier spiritual herb. When directly refining a first-tier spiritual herb, only 1 drop of creation water could be obtained. However, after refining it into a pill, the output had undeniably increased threefold. Moreover, this particular gathering spirit pill was of mediocre quality, at best classified as mid-tier. If it were a high-quality or perfect-grade gathering spirit pill, the amount of creation water generated would likely be even greater. Qin Futian pondered that once he acquired the spiritual herbs, he would refine them into elixirs, subsequently utilizing the divine furnace of transformation for their absorption. In his previous life as a divine emperor, Qin Futian's alchemical prowess was beyond question. Thus, the current grade of elixirs in his possession appeared to him as mere shoddy workmanship. Qin Futian refrained from hastily refining the elixirs into the essence of creation. Having just ascended to the 7th heaven of the Meridian realm, he felt the need to linger for a few more days. Moreover, he harbored an intuition that the essence of creation was not merely intended for the enhancement of the physical body and cultivation. It appeared that the divine furnace of creation held many mysteries yet to be uncovered by Qin Futian. Meanwhile, Qin Qingyao, who stood beside him, bore an expression of surprise. Feeling the serendipity of fate, just a fortnight prior, she had racked her brain, devising ways to amass more silver to acquire a spirit-nourishing pill for her master. And now her master had bestowed upon her 3 such pills. Thank you, master. Qin Qingyao carefully stored the spirit-nourishing pills in her spiritual ring, her face lighting up with a relaxed and contented smile. This return to Cloud Warehouse marked a pivotal shift in her life trajectory, utterly divergent from the path she had taken just days before. In fact, it was a transformative upheaval. Upon re-entering Cloud Warehouse City, the atmosphere was far more vibrant than when she had departed. The Heavenly Sword sect had chosen Cloud Warehouse City to recruit disciples, attracting martial aspirants from numerous neighboring towns. Naturally, those with greater innate talent sought to seize this opportunity to gain admission into the Heavenly Sword sect, even knowing that the odds were exceedingly slim. Yet none were willing to relinquish their chance. Qin Futian walked steadily along the broad path, with Xiao Yao closely trailing behind him. The timid demeanor she once possessed upon their departure had dissipated, replaced by a newfound confidence and composure evident in her features. Who do you believe will seize the title of champion this time? A group of individuals ahead of Qin Futian and Qin Qingyao engaged in fervent discussion. In my opinion, the champion's position is unequivocally destined for Jiang Yunlan of the Jiang family from Yunsong City. Indeed, Jiang Yunlan's prowess and talent are universally acknowledged as unparalleled. It is said that the Tianjin sect chose to hold this recruitment event in Yunsong specifically because of Jiang Yunlan. I would not be so certain, aside from Jiang Yunlan. Lei Chong, Su Tunglong, and Yi Yu also possess significant potential. I have high hopes for Lei Chong. It is rumored that he has mastered the Thunderblade technique to an extraordinary level. Should he unleash its full power, I doubt even Jiang Yunlan could withstand it. The Thunderblade technique is indeed a remarkable family secret of Lei Chong's, possessing formidable might. However, I still favor Jiang Yunlan. If anyone could challenge Jiang Yunlan's claim to the championship, it would be that former prodigy of the Qin family, albeit regrettably. Are you referring to Qin Futian of the Qin family? A nearby woman sighed as she spoke. Once, the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of Yunsong City were Qin Futian and Jiang Yunlan. Their talents are truly exceptional. In fact, Qin Futian's potential surpasses even that of Jiang Yunlan. It is a pity that his dantian is shattered, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Such a pity for a talent to fall so tragically, another scholarly-looking man lamented, shaking his head in sorrow. As Qin Futian listened to the discussions about him from those in front, he couldn't help but find it amusing, although his expression remained largely unperturbed. Beside him, Qin Qingyao pouted in discontent, evidently disturbed by the mention of Qin Futian's shattered dantian, which had rendered him a so-called waste. The term waste unsettled her somewhat, for her young master was undeniably not a waste, but rather an extraordinary genius. What was Zhang Yunlan after all? Humph. Once the examination for disciples at the Tianjin sect commenced, her master would surely astonish everyone and make it clear that he was far from the so-called useless. Qin Futian, however, remained indifferent. In his previous life as the Divine Emperor of Futian, countless individuals within the divine realm speculated about him. If he were to take every matter to heart, he would hardly find time for cultivation each day. He proceeded to the Spirit Pill Pavilion with Qin Qingyao. Qin Futian intended to purchase several segments of purple ling vine. Over the past few days in the Black Wind Mountain Range, he had been unable to find any, and the spiritual rings of the slain Su Meng and Qin Tianqing yielded nothing either. His only option was to procure them from the Spiritual Pill Pavilion. Upon entering the pavilion, he was struck by the sheer number of people present, far exceeding those on the streets outside. Perhaps it was due to the impending assessments, as many had come seeking spiritual herbs or pills. Please wait for me here, Qin Futian instructed Qin Qingyao, noticing the overwhelming crowd, and gestured for her to remain at the entrance. Qin Qingyao obediently nodded, standing there awaiting further instructions. Qin Qingyao. However, shortly thereafter, a sudden reprimand echoed through the air. Qin Qingyao turned her head and beheld a young man in a blue robe, his hair elegantly fashioned into a topknot, glaring fiercely at her from a short distance. The young master Su. Qin Qingyao gazed at the young man before her and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, young master Su?" This Su, initially brimming with rage, seemed poised to unleash his fury upon Qin Qingyao. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly perceived that she appeared somewhat different from the last time they had met. Previously, Qin Qingyao had worn a weary expression, her skin appearing sallow and rough, her entire demeanor exuding a sense of despondency devoid of any radiance. However, now, she radiated a fair complexion, her brows lively, and her features exquisite, embodying the essence of a true beauty. How had he not noticed before the allure this made? Su Yang mused inwardly as he approached Qin Qingyao, feigning anger. "Where have you been since our last meeting? Did we not agree that you would come to discuss matters with me in the evening? Do you have any idea of the repercussions I faced from my master that day, for which I endured considerable punishment?" It turned out that Su Yang was an alchemical apprentice accompanying Master Wu at the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Initially, Qin Qingyao had accepted the task of tending the furnace, planning to prepare a meal for Qin Futian before returning to the pavilion to attend to the alchemical furnace. However, following Qin Futian's violent act of slaying the steward of the Qin residence, he had taken Qin Qingyao away from Yunsong City, leaving their previous arrangements unresolved. Upon hearing this, Qin Qingyao expressed her apologies, saying, "I had matters to attend to later, so I could not come. I am truly sorry." "Sorry?" Su Yang retorted with a cold laugh. "Is that all it takes? Who will compensate for my losses? Do you have any idea how furious my master was? Do you think a mere apology is sufficient to make amends?" Su Yang's voice boomed as he nearly shouted in Qin Qingyao's face. The sudden confrontation captured the attention of those around them, including several attendants within the Lingdan Pavilion. "Young Master Su, there is no need to be so enraged." The supervisor of the Lingdan Pavilion hurriedly approached, forcing a smile as he spoke. Little Yao must have been occupied caring for her young master. "You know how precarious his situation is." "Heh, you mean Qin Futian, right?" Su Yang scoffed. It was well known throughout Yunsong City that Qin Futian had once been the foremost figure among the younger generation. However, it was now common knowledge that he had suffered a shattered dantian and had become a mere shell of his former self. "I say, little Yao, why do you still cling to a cripple like Qin Futian? He has become a waste of space. Moreover, from what I hear, he's been cast out by the Qin family. Following him will only bring you hardship. Why not start following me, Su Yang, from this day forth? What do you say?" At this, Qin Qingyao's expression turned icy. She could tolerate being reprimanded, but any insult directed at her young master was utterly unacceptable. "Young Master Su, please mind your words. My master is not a waste," she retorted coldly. "Not a waste?" Su Yang erupted into laughter. "Who in all of Yunsong City does not know that Qin Futian has a shattered dantian and has lost all his cultivation? What is it about your master that you protect so fiercely? Is it his prowess in bed? Rest assured, I am no less than him in that regard. Apologize to young Master Su at once. He is only looking out for your best interests," the supervisor interjected, his brows furrowing as he admonished Qin Qingyao. Many of the attendants at the Lingdan Pavilion observed the scene with disapproval, shaking their heads in disbelief. To them, it seemed that Qin Qingyao had endured considerable hardship by following a master who had become a mere shadow of his former self. Just at that moment, Qin Futian approached. He had been nearby moments ago, having witnessed everything that transpired. "Young master," Qin Qingyao called out softly upon seeing Qin Futian. Qin Futian smiled faintly before abruptly turning to Su Yang, delivering a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound of the strike echoed as it landed squarely on Su Yang's face, sending him flying through the air. Everyone present stood in stunned silence. Qin Futian's cultivation has not been completely depleted. How can he still exhibit such vigor? Xiaoyao, did you witness this? Qin Futian lightly shook his hand, as if trying to rid himself of some unpleasant residue. In dealing with such a loquacious individual, one ought to respond with a direct slap. Do you understand? Qin Futian directed this remark at Xiaoyao. Yes, understood, young master. Qin Qingyao nodded obediently. You, Qin Futian, you worthless fool, how dare you strike me? At this moment, Su Yang had risen from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression seething with malice as he glared at Qin Futian. Once, Qin Futian had been hailed as the foremost genius of Yunsong City, so a blow to him would have been inconsequential. Yet now, Qin Futian was universally regarded as a waste. The fact that he had been struck by a so-called waste filled Su Yang with indignation. Anyone unrelated, leave at once. Close the door. Today, I shall ensure the demise of these two. Su Yang, in a fit of rage, let out a low growl, his gaze fixed fiercely on Qin Futian. The Spirit Elixir Pavilion is temporarily closed. All patrons, please exit and wait outside. The steward of the pavilion could only shake his head in resignation as he ushered everyone out. Simultaneously, the guardians of the pavilion rushed in, encircling Qin Futian and Qin Qingyao. The spectators who had anticipated a spectacle were left with no choice but to depart in disappointment. However, once outside the Spirit Elixir Pavilion, they began to fervently discuss amongst themselves. So that youth was indeed Qin Futian, the foremost genius of Yunsong City? He is quite handsome. Once, he truly was the pride of Yunsong City. Alas, his dantian is shattered, his cultivation obliterated. He has fallen to the depths of mediocrity. The current top genius must be Jiang Yunlan. Qin Futian's dantian shattered, yet his combat prowess remains astonishing. Perhaps his cultivation has yet to dissipate. What a pity. He was once the greatest genius, now reduced to a mere waste. To dare strike a Dan Tong within the Spirit Elixir Pavilion, he is likely to meet a grim fate, perhaps lying lifeless in the streets. This is a path of self-destruction. The Spirit Elixir Pavilion is not a place where he can wreak havoc. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Most of these individuals hailed from neighboring cities, young martial cultivators who had heard of Qin Futian's name. However, now that he had fallen from grace, expelled from the Qin family, they could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. This time, Qin Futian had assaulted a Dan Tong within the Spirit Elixir Pavilion. Given the pavilion's stringent regulations, it was feared that Qin Futian would not survive to see the light of day. Inside the Spirit Elixir Pavilion, numerous guardians surrounded Qin Futian and Qin Qingyao. Su Yang glared at Qin Futian with a frenzied look in his eyes. Kneel before me, Qin Futian, and lick the soles of my shoes clean. Perhaps then I might spare your miserable life. What are you? A worthless fool, daring to lay hands on me. Smack! Before Su Yang could finish his tirade, another slap landed on his face. How dare you insult my young master? You are the true waste, and your entire family embodies that waste. Qin Qingyao glared at Su Yang with fury. The slap just delivered was indeed her doing. Ah, splendid. A promising student. Qin Futian nodded with a smile. Su Yang, now utterly enraged, seethed with indignation. It was one thing to be struck by a worthless individual, but to be slapped by a mere servant girl? You insolent wretch. I shall see you dead. Su Yang roared in fury, taking a step forward, his palm slicing through the air towards Qin Qingyao. As a practitioner at the 4th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, his strike, infused with martial prowess, would surely inflict severe injury on Qin Qingyao if it landed. How dare you, you lowly maid, lay a hand on me. Su Yang's rage was palpable, a cold smirk dancing on his lips as he envisioned the grim fate awaiting Qin Qingyao after his blow fell. Yet, before his hand could reach her, Qin Futian's arm shot out from the side, firmly grasping Su Yang's wrist. Do you think my people are within your reach? Qin Futian let out a cold smile, exerting force with his hand. Crack! Su Yang's arm snapped at the wrist. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Su Yang's lips as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his broken arm, his entire body convulsing in agony. Subsequently, Qin Futian stepped forward, placing his foot upon Su Yang's chest. You incessantly branded me as worthless? Now, like a lifeless dog beneath my foot. If I am indeed worthless, then what does that make you? Qin Futian, perched high above, cast a cold gaze upon Su Yang. Coughing up blood, Su Yang struggled in agony, pleading for mercy. Qin Futian, I was wrong. Please spare me, young Master Qin. I am but a worthless fool. Spare you? It's too late for that. Qin Futian retorted with a chilling smile, preparing to exert his strength. Stop. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed. And a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe approached with a grim expression. The surrounding guards of the Spirit Pill Pavilion swiftly parted to make way for him. Master Wudan, you have arrived. The supervisor of the Spirit Pill Pavilion hurriedly stepped forward. This man was none other than Su Yang's master, Wu Kaihe, a renowned alchemist of the Spirit Pill Pavilion. The Spirit Pill Pavilion did not belong to any faction within Yunsong City. Its true backing was the Heavenly Sword sect. In fact, the entire area surrounding Yunsong City, spanning hundreds of kilometers, fell under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sword sect. The sect established this branch of the Spirit Pill Pavilion in Yunsong City, naturally hiring numerous locals, among them Wu Kaihe, who was an elder of the Wu family. The Wu family ranked among the foremost clans in Yunsong City, considerably more powerful than the Qin family. As Wu Kaihe approached, he cast a glance at Su Yang, who lay beneath Qin Futian's foot. His expression turned frigid upon seeing Su Yang's severed arm. Master, save me. This Qin Futian has gone mad. Please, save me. Su Yang's eyes lit up with hope upon seeing Wu Kaihe, and he shouted urgently. Release Su Yang. Wu Kaihe commanded coldly, his voice leaving no room for dissent, as if Qin Futian were obligated to heed his command. Qin Futian, do you hear me? My master demands that you release me. Su Yang, who had just moments ago been weeping and begging for mercy, now seemed emboldened, his tone turning defiantly resolute. Qin Futian couldn't help but chuckle. He had encountered foolishness before, but never to such an extent. With a sudden surge of force, he pressed down with the foot that rested upon Su Yang. A resounding crack echoed as Su Yang's ribcage shattered, forming a deep indentation. Blood erupted from Su Yang's mouth as he fell into darkness, meeting his end in an instant. In that moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings, as everyone watched Qin Futian in stunned disbelief. No one had anticipated that Qin Futian would dare to take Su Yang's life so brazenly. Qin Futian has actually killed Su Yang. He is doomed. There is no one who can save Qin Futian now. This is what everyone is thinking. Meanwhile, on the other side, the guards and servants of the Spirit Elixir Pavilion are utterly astonished. Is this truly the useless young master of Qin Qingyao? Wu Kaihe is equally taken aback, and then a palpable aura of murderous intent suddenly surges forth from him. Wretched beast, prepare to meet your end. With a furious roar, Wu Kaihe suddenly leaps forward, akin to a ferocious tiger, pouncing towards Qin Futian. Wu Kaihe is at the second level of the Qi-Si realm, and his spiritual energy is notably robust. In an instant, a fierce force whirls into a tempest, striking Qin Futian's face. Qin Futian stood resolute, not flinching or shying away, as he unleashed a powerful punch directly towards Wu Kaihe. He must be mad. Everyone present believed that Qin Futian had truly lost his senses. After all, no one in their right mind would confront Wu Kaihe head-on. Yet, the next scene left all spectators in stunned silence. Boom. Qin Futian and Wu Kaihe collided abruptly. Thud. 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 Wu Kaihe staggered back 3 steps, his eyes wide with astonishment. His hands trembled uncontrollably from the voluminous sleeves of his damp pal. Meanwhile, a surge of vitality swelled within his chest. How could this young man possess such immense strength? Was it not said that his dantian was shattered, rendering him incapacitated? Just as Wu Kaihe was engulfed in disbelief, Qin Futian launched a sudden offensive. Whoosh! With a single punch, Qin Futian unleashed the devastating crumbling fist from the 5 elements fist technique. Prior to entering the Qi-Si realm, there was no necessity to cultivate more formidable martial skills. The foundational techniques of the 5 elements fist served as the most effective means of offense. However, upon reaching the Qi-Si realm, the 5 elements fist could evolve into an array of potent martial arts, transforming in myriad ways. As Qin Futian's fist thundered toward him, Wu Kaihe hastily brought his hands together, channeling spiritual energy into his palms, resembling a surging tide. Yet, at the moment of impact, the spiritual energy in Wu Kaihe's palms was once again shattered, forcing him to stagger back. Qin Futian's fist power surged forth once more, with 3 consecutive strikes. Each punch was fierce and incisive. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Kaihe staggered back repeatedly, and with the third punch, he could no longer withstand the force. He was sent flying through the air like a rag doll, a spray of blood mist erupting from his mouth. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, his body convulsing for a moment before life slipped away. With such paltry strength, do you dare to threaten my life? Ants. Qin Futian let out a cold smile. Although Wu Kaiha had reached the second level of the Qi Si, his true strength was likely comparable to that of Qin Tiansheng. It seemed he had consumed a considerable amount of elixirs, relying on them to ascend to the second level of the Qi Si, while his innate abilities were rather lacking. At that moment, everyone within the Lingao Pavilion was visibly taken aback. Qin Futian has shockingly slain Su Yang and Wu Kaiha, an incident that has turned the world upside down. Since the establishment of the Pill Pavilion by the Heavenly Sword sect in Yunsong City, such an outrageous occurrence has never transpired. Young Master Qin, you have truly stirred up a monumental disaster. The supervisor of the Pill Pavilion is left in despair. After this incident, it is likely that his tenure as supervisor has come to an end, and he may even face repercussions. Just then, a terrifying aura erupted from the upper level of the Pill Pavilion. Foolish youth, dare you wreak havoc in my Pill Pavilion? Kneel down and await your punishment. As the voice resounded, an imposing elder with a countenance of authority and hair as white as snow emerged before the crowd. The instant this elder appeared, a wave of dread swept across the entire Pill Pavilion. The guards, their faces paling, found themselves unable to confront the suddenly manifested elder. Qin Futian was taken aback. This elderly man was, astonishingly, a martial sovereign of the True Essence realm, in the realm of Tianyan. The cultivation levels of martial artists are generally categorized as Meridian Opening, Qi Si, True Essence, Divine Gate, and Tao Repository. It is important to realize that in a place like Yunsong City, those at the Qi Si realm are regarded as absolute powerhouses. Even the Lord of Yunsong City and the head of the Jiang family are merely at the pinnacle of the Qi Si realm. Yet, the elder standing before Qin Futian was indeed a martial sovereign of the True Essence realm. A martial sovereign, as the title suggests, is a master of martial arts at the utmost level. Such an individual, even in the most remote regions, is capable of establishing their own sect. Kneel, you insolent wretch. The elder's words thundered, reverberating with immense force as he advanced towards Qin Futian, simultaneously delivering a powerful strike. In an instant, a surge of violent true essence erupted from the elder's palm, coalescing into a colossal hand of true essence that descended ominously upon Qin Futian's head. Qin Futian's pupils constricted slightly, revealing a hint of gravity in his gaze. Although he was the reincarnation of a divine emperor, his current physical form merely resided at the Meridian Opening realm. Despite possessing countless transcendent abilities, he was constrained by his corporeal vessel, unable to unleash even a fraction of his potential. Should he forcefully invoke secret techniques that exceeded both his cultivation realm and physical endurance, it would undoubtedly result in catastrophic consequences. However, soon after, Qin Futian's brows furrowed slightly. The true essence felt ephemeral, neither coalescing nor solidifying. Could it be the boundary-breaking pill? It appeared that there was a significant disparity within the realm of true essence. Qin Futian discerned the issue at a glance. With a mere wave of his hand, he identified the most significant flaw, then unleashed a powerful punch directed at the elder's true essence hand. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated as the true essence and spiritual energy erupted instantaneously. The nearby guards, caught off guard, were violently thrown aside. Those further away, including the attendants of the Spirit Pill Pavilion, turned pale, struggling to breathe as the overwhelming force enveloped them. Qin Futian retreated several paces, barely managing to regain his footing, while a brief upheaval of spiritual energy surged around him. The prowess of a martial sovereign at the True Essence realm is incomparably superior to that of a martial disciple at the Meridian Opening realm. Although Qin Futian was deemed invincible among his peers in the Meridian Opening realm, there remained a significant chasm of two major realms between them. The elder, however, was struck with greater astonishment. He had anticipated that this strike would effortlessly reduce Qin Futian to a mere puddle of flesh. Yet, to his shock, the latter had withstood his onslaught. Furthermore, it appeared that he had sustained little to no damage. How could this be? A mere practitioner of the Meridian Opening realm. How could he endure my strike so resolutely? The elder gazed at Qin Futian in disbelief. Although his true essence was not particularly refined, he could not fathom how a martial disciple could withstand such a blow. Without hesitation, he prepared to unleash his second strike, forcibly channeling his true essence. Did he wish to hasten his own demise? Suddenly, a single utterance from Qin Futian rendered the elderly man momentarily speechless. Subsequently, the old man's long brows furrowed, his lips quivered, and his eyes blazed with intensity as he glared at Qin Futian. "Youngster, what did you just say?" "I remarked that your true essence is neither condensing nor gathering, and when it does gather, it lacks substance. Forcing your true essence will only result in chaotic blood flow and a fiery backlash to your heart. Originally, you could survive for 3 more days. But should you make another move, I assure you that by the time of the midnight hour to the hour of the rat, your true essence will attack your heart, and you shall perish." The old man's expression shifted once more, the flickering glimmer in his eyes unmistakably revealing his growing trepidation. "Youngster, do you truly understand what you were saying?" the old man inquired again. "Of course I do. However, are you certain you wish for me to speak here?" Qin Futian replied, casting a cold smile as he surveyed the surroundings. It was then the old man realized that everyone was paying heed to this exchange. The earlier shock from Qin Futian's revelation of his dire predicament had caused him to disregard the presence of onlookers. "You all, step back," the old man commanded, his gaze sweeping across the area toward the guards and attendants. "Quickly, everyone, leave at once." The supervisor from the Spirit Pill Pavilion hastily urged the others. The crowd dispersed in haste. Before long, the second floor of the Spirit Pill Pavilion was left with only Qin Futian, Qin Xingyao, and the elderly man. "Youngster, now, you may speak. What exactly do you know?" the old man demanded through gritted teeth. Qin Futian smiled faintly and remarked, "Originally, you were merely a step away from the true essence realm. However, in your desperation, you forcefully advanced half a step, yet still remain half a step short. With your lifespan nearing its end, you resorted to the breaking barrier pill to push through. Indeed, you have reached the true essence realm now. Yet, your dantian is in utter chaos, and your true essence is tumultuous. Coupled with the side effects of the breaking barrier pill, you are now tormented to the point of being neither human nor ghost." The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. "How could you possibly know such things?" "Huh. Examine your own hands closely," Qin Futian replied. "Your nails have turned black, and purple spots have spread across your fingertips. These are classic symptoms of chaotic true essence. Your aura is unstable, unable to condense or solidify. This is the aftermath brought on by the breaking barrier pill. You are losing hair in clumps, your eyes are devoid of spirit, with bloodshot pupils, and your breath is erratic. There is still the lingering scent of the gathering essence pill on you, suggesting you wish to mask these symptoms. Alas, even if you manage to deceive everyone for now, you will surely meet your demise within 3 days." Upon hearing Qin Futian's words, the old man became increasingly convinced. A mere meridian connecting realm martial artist had withstood his attack and accurately diagnosed his afflictions. This indicated that Qin Futian was far from ordinary. However, a flicker of doubt remained. Ever since he had forcefully broken through, his condition had worsened day by day, prompting him to secretly seek assistance from several skilled pharmacists. Thus, it was plausible that Qin Futian had gleaned information from these pharmacists. "Young Master Qin, it was my rudeness before that caused this misunderstanding. By the way, I am known as Duan Gongyu," the old man said, taking a deep breath and softening his tone considerably. He tentatively inquired, "Since you are able to identify the hidden dangers within me, you must have a solution to resolve them, correct?" Qin Futian nodded slightly. "Indeed, your concern carries weight. However, it can also be deemed not so grave. As long as we administer the appropriate remedy, we can resolve the turmoil in your dantian and solidify your cultivation in the true essence realm. Is that truly the case?" Duan Gongyu exclaimed with unrestrained elation upon hearing this. "Young Master Qin, should you assist this old man in overcoming this tribulation, I would willingly toil for you without hesitation in the days to come." With utmost reverence, Duan Gongyu knelt before Qin Futian. At that moment, in his eyes, Qin Futian represented the entirety of his hope for survival. If he could continue to live and simultaneously fortify his cultivation in the true essence realm, what was the act of kneeling before Qin Futian? Yet, concealed within Duan Gongyu's heart was a flicker of coldness. "Qin Futian, should you be merely posturing, engaging in empty rhetoric to toy with this old man, I assure you that before my demise, I will ensure you meet a fate devoid of a proper resting place." Qin Futian cast a sidelong glance at Duan Gongyu, who knelt upon the ground. Duan Gongyu involuntarily trembled, a chill surging from his spine, ascending directly to his forehead. It felt as though, in the eyes of this young man, Everything about him had been laid bare. A wave of trepidation washed over Duan Gongyu. Were it not for the fact that Qin Futian stood before him, clearly no more than a teenager, he might have believed him to be an ancient demon who had existed for millennia. With a cold smile playing at the corners of Qin Futian's lips, he was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling within Gong Yusin's mind. This old curmudgeon outwardly displayed an air of utmost respect, yet should he find himself unable to assist, he would undoubtedly turn on him with ruthless disdain, much like those from the Qin family, such as Qin Tianxiong. In his previous life, Qin Futian was an emperor of the gods, so how could he possibly be ignorant of such simple truths? However, having been an emperor for an extensive period, he was surrounded by sycophants and those who revered him. Though he comprehended many principles, he had not experienced them personally for far too long. Thus, in light of the actions of the Qin family, he still felt disheartened and disillusioned by the fickleness of human nature. "Rise," Qin Futian said calmly, gazing at Duan Gongyu. He then inquired, "Do you possess silver needles?" "Silver needles?" Duan Gongyu was momentarily taken aback, but then he quickly nodded. Yes, I have some." He instructed someone to fetch the silver needles. "Young Master Qin, do you intend to use acupuncture?" Duan Gongyu still harbored some doubts in his heart. Qin Futian cast a cold smile at Duan Gongyu and inquired, "What? Do you truly believe that acupuncture is merely a mundane technique employed by ordinary physicians?" In Duan Gongyu's perspective, a typical healer would treat commoners through the application of needles, stimulating acupoints to ease the muscles, promote circulation, and detoxify the body. However, for martial artists, the use of such pedestrian methods is exceedingly rare. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Futian acted decisively. A silver needle pierced directly towards Duan Gongyu's chest, landing precisely on the Tanzhong acupoint. Duan Gongyu's pupils immediately contracted, his eyes revealing a blend of astonishment and horror. At the very instant the needle was inserted, he felt an exceptionally clear sensation permeate his being, as if the tension that had enveloped him for days dissolved in that fleeting moment. Following this, Qin Futian administered another needle, targeting the Baihui acupoint at the crown of Duan Gongyu's head. Subsequently, a third needle struck the Dazhui acupoint at the top of the spine, followed by a fourth needle at the Zhongshu acupoint in the middle of the spine. The fifth needle was inserted at the Changxiang acupoint at the base of the spine. The sixth and seventh needles were applied to the temples on either side of his head. At this juncture, all doubts that had lingered in Duan Gongyu's mind had entirely evaporated. The entire process of Qin Futian administering acupuncture flowed like a gentle stream, each movement exuding an indescribable grace and nonchalance. It seemed as though Qin Futian was not merely treating someone with needles but was, in fact, practicing the art of swordplay. Indeed, it resembled the execution of an extraordinary sword technique. Each action appeared effortless, yet was intricately infused with exquisite swordsmanship. Furthermore, Duan Gongyu could distinctly sense that every silver needle carried a trace of spiritual energy. Yes, it was as if each needle were a vessel, harboring a reservoir of spiritual power, which slowly and steadily seeped from the needles into the 7 acupoints. Since forcibly breaking through to the true essence realm, Duan Gongyu's dantian had been in turmoil, compounded by the aftereffects of the breakthrough elixir. His body had endured relentless torment daily. However, as spiritual energy was continually infused into those 7 acupoints, the chaotic energy within him began to calm, transforming into a harmonious order under the gentle guidance of the 7 faint streams of power. Additionally, a refreshing and comfortable sensation enveloped him, rendering his previously tense state of mind wonderfully relaxed and at ease. "Master Qin." Duan Gongyu inhaled deeply, his expression now devoid of any doubt, replaced solely by gratitude and admiration. He attempted to kneel again, but was halted by Qin Futian. "Do not move just yet. These 7 silver needles must remain for half an hour. After that, the spiritual energy within them will have dissipated," Qin Futian stated calmly. "Master Qin, I am eternally grateful for your life-giving grace. Without you, my life would have surely reached its end." Duan Gongyu trembled, for this sensation of rebirth was perhaps known only to him. "Do not assume that your condition of being possessed by chaotic energy has been completely eradicated," Qin Futian remarked, casting a glance at Duan Gongyu with an indifferent demeanor. "What?" Duan Gongyu's heart raced with alarm. "I have merely suppressed the turmoil of spiritual energy within you. It has not been entirely resolved. To achieve full recovery and stabilize your true essence cultivation, it is imperative to concoct a specific elixir," Qin Futian elucidated. "What elixir?" Duan Gongyu inquired eagerly. The Guiyuan pill, Qin Futian replied. The Guiyuan pill? Upon hearing this, Duan Gongyu's countenance shifted. The Guiyuan pill was a fourth-grade spiritual elixir. Such elixirs were exceedingly rare. Even within the entirety of the Tianjin sect, few could be found. Moreover, among the fourth-grade spiritual elixirs, the Guiyuan pill was particularly scarce. Qin Futian cast a fleeting glance at Duan Gongyu and said, "Rest assured, I am capable of concocting the return to origin pill, but only on the condition that you procure the necessary materials for its preparation." What? Duan Gongyu felt a sharp pang in his heart. Qin Futian claimed he could indeed produce the return to origin pill? That was a fourth-grade spiritual elixir, a feat attainable only by a fourth-grade alchemist. Yet, within the entire Tianjin sect, no fourth-grade alchemist existed. Master Qin, Duan Gongyu's tone grew increasingly respectful. If his previous reverence stemmed from gratitude and flattery, this newfound respect was born of genuine admiration and devotion. In the coming days, please gather the materials required for the return to origin pill. Qin Futian cast a glance at Duan Gongyu and then said, "I have come to your Ling Inn pavilion today to acquire the Xiling vine. Surely, you must have it in stock?" "Indeed, we do." Duan Gongyu promptly replied, "Allow me to accompany you at once, young Master Qin, to select the finest Xiling vine available." Qin Futian nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing. Meanwhile, outside the pill pavilion, a crowd had gathered, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Among them were several alchemists, apprentices, and other support staff within the pavilion. Alas, poor Qin Xinyao, to be associated with such a reckless master. One of the female support staff shook her head in dismay. She had a decent rapport with Qin Xinyao and had often looked out for her, feeling it was unjust for her to be entangled with Qin Futian. Several other support staff whispered among themselves, convinced that Qin Futian was doomed, and as his maid, Qin Xinyao was inevitably implicated. The Qin family's decision to expel Qin Futian from their ranks appeared to be a wise one, for otherwise, they would surely be caught in the flames of his recklessness. It was unheard of for anyone to cause a scene in the pill pavilion, which was backed by the esteemed Tianjin sect. What power in Yunsong City would dare to provoke them? The crowd murmured, all awaiting the spectacle. Yet, there were some who were also anticipating the pavilion's reopening, as they needed to procure medicinal pills in preparation for the upcoming disciple recruitment examination held by the Tianjin sect. Just then, the doors of the pill pavilion creaked open. A surge of people rushed inside. However, what followed left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. The anticipated scene did not unfold. Qin Futian did not receive any punishment. Instead, he walked calmly and collectedly through the grand hall of the pill pavilion, selecting medicinal ingredients. A venerable elder, with hair and beard as white as snow, respectfully bowed slightly, accompanying him and smiling as he occasionally introduced the properties of the herbs. While it was normal for the onlookers not to recognize the elder, the alchemists and apprentices within the pavilion were well aware of his identity. He was none other than Elder Duan Gongyu, the esteemed elder of this pill pavilion. What were they witnessing? Elder Duan, typically known for his stern and aloof demeanor, was showing such deference to Qin Futian? The crowd instinctively rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Was this truly the same Elder Duan they were accustomed to seeing? And why was he so respectfully attending to Qin Futian? Moreover, why were several silver needles inserted into Elder Duan's body? These questions lingered in their minds, yet none dared to approach for further inquiry. Young Master Qin, the quality of these Xiling vines on display is not the finest. We have reserved better ones. I shall have them brought forth immediately. Elder Duan said with a bow and a smile, then called for the pavilion supervisor. Elder Duan, young Master Qin. The supervisor, undoubtedly a person of keen insight, could discern the current standing of Qin Futian in Elder Duan's eyes. If even Elder Duan treated him with such deference, how could a mere supervisor of the Spirit Elixir Pavilion afford to offend him? At this moment, even when observing Qin Xinyao, he found himself slightly bowing in respect. Qin Xinyao was somewhat taken aback, having spent so much time at the Spirit Elixir Pavilion. She had never envisioned a day when even the supervisor would treat her with such deference and courtesy. Soon, the supervisor returned with the finest purple vine. Qin Futian glanced slightly at the purple wisteria fruits, and indeed, they were far superior to those displayed outside. Quite impressive, Qin Futian remarked as he squeezed the purple wisteria. He then added, "Prepare a refining chamber for me." "Certainly," Duan Gongyu promptly replied, directing the supervisor nearby. "Immediately prepare the finest alchemy room for young Master Qin." As Duan Gongyu rubbed his hands together, He felt a keen anticipation to see whether Qin Futian truly possessed the art of alchemy. In the Qin residence, at this moment, Qin Tianxiong sat restlessly in the main courtyard. Opposite him sat Qin Senator. Logically speaking, given the passage of so many days, your father ought to have returned by now. Qin Tianxiong remarked, drumming his fingers against the stone table, his brow furrowed in concern. Qin Sen also wore a solemn expression. Indeed. My father has mentioned that this expedition to the Haifeng Mountains is not solely intended to eliminate Qin Futian. He is also tasked with gathering medicinal herbs to prepare for the assessment of the Tianjin sect. Therefore, even if he does not manage to kill Qin Futian, he is expected to return a few days early. As for Qin Futian, he is of little concern. My father's success in dealing with him is virtually assured. With no issues anticipated, Qin Tianxiong pondered and remarked, perhaps your father is preoccupied with other matters. There is no need for you to worry excessively. Upon hearing this, Qin Sun could only nod in agreement, recognizing that there was no alternative. By the way, Qin Sun, how are you preparing for the assessment? Qin Tianxiong inquired further. Uncle, rest assured, I am fully prepared. I am absolutely confident that I will successfully pass the assessment of the Heavenly Sword sect. When mentioning the assessment of the Heavenly Sword sect, Qin Sin's demeanor radiated confidence. Excellent, excellent. Observing Qin Sin's unwavering self-assurance, a look of joy spread across Qin Tianxiong's face. The Qin family, despite their many years in Yunsong City, has yet to ascend to the ranks of a first-class family. Primarily due to the absence of young disciples entering the Heavenly Sword sect. Initially, Qin Tianxiong and several elders of the Qin family deliberated the possibility of allowing Qin Futian to join the sect. However, they ultimately reached a consensus that Qin Futian did not truly belong to the Qin family. Although they discovered him in the Haifeng mountain range swaddled in a blanket, accompanied by a jade pendant inscribed with the character Qin, indicating his surname was indeed Qin and that he hailed from the Qin lineage. This particular Qin clan was not the one of Yunsong City. The specific identity of this other Qin family remains shrouded in mystery, and no one has sought to investigate further, as he was not a member of the Yunsong Qin clan. They ultimately resolved not to permit Qin Futian's entry into the Heavenly Sword sect, in order to maintain their control over him. Retaining Qin Futian within the family would preserve their immediate combat capability. In the ongoing disputes among various families in Yunsong City, the elder generation refrained from direct involvement, seeking to avoid a complete breakdown of relations that could lead to mutual destruction. Thus, the younger generation emerged as the primary force in these conflicts. Qin Futian, among the younger generation, has exhibited an extraordinary talent that is nothing short of prodigious, effortlessly overpowering his peers and instilling fear in the hearts of many. Over the years, he has undoubtedly secured a plethora of cultivation resources for the Qin family. Should Qin Sun gain admission to the Heavenly Sword sect, it would mark a significant milestone for the Qin clan in Yunsong City, as they would finally have a disciple within such a prestigious sect. Even if he were merely an outer disciple, to the common folk, he would be regarded as a member of an exalted sect. Prepare yourself well. Your uncle eagerly anticipates your splendid performance tomorrow, encouraged Qin Tianxiong. Indeed, uncle, Qin Sun will not disappoint you. Qin Sun nodded earnestly. Within the pill refining pavilion, all the medicinal herbs have been meticulously prepared, and the alchemy chamber has been thoroughly cleaned. Qin Futian next intends to concoct 2 batches of elixirs. One batch will be the spirit refining pill, while the other will be the spirit gathering pill. The spirit gathering pill is a commonplace first-tier elixir, designed to assist martial practitioners in accumulating spiritual energy. However, for Qin Futian, the primary objective of transforming these spiritual herbs into elixirs is to enhance the efficiency of the creation divine furnace in generating creation water. As for the spirit refining pill, it serves the purpose of improving one's innate talents. Qin Futian can utilize it for himself, and additionally, there is Qin Qingyao. Qin Qingyao's innate talent in martial arts is rather lacking. However, with the aid of a spirit refining pill, her potential could be continually enhanced. With Qin Futian's various methods, transforming an unremarkable mediocrity into a prodigy capable of dominating an era would be a mere trifle. Young Master Qin, may I observe your alchemical process? Duan Gongyu asked, rubbing his hands together, standing anxiously beside Qin Futian. Qin Futian cast a glance at the silver needles adorning Duan Gongyu, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. First, remove the needles from your body. As for the extent of your learning, that shall depend on your own abilities. Were there other alchemists from the Spirit Pill Pavilion present at that moment, they would undoubtedly deem Qin Futian excessively audacious. Duan Gongyu, the esteemed elder, had ascended to the position of the pavilion's foremost elder, even being honored with the title of Pavilion Master. This was not merely due to his cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the Qi realm, subsequently forcefully breaking through to the true essence realm, but also owing to his remarkable alchemical skills. Duan Gongyu possessed the ability to concoct second-tier precious pills. These precious pills, as the term suggests, refer to the quality of the elixirs. On the Tianyin continent, pills are classified into 9 tiers, ranging from the 1st to the 9th, with higher tiers signifying greater rank and rarity. Each tier further possesses distinct quality classifications. Upon successful concoction, elixirs emit a faint glow. A singular glow indicates a rather mediocre quality, representing the most ordinary and lowest grade of pills. Conversely, 2 glows denote a 2-pattern pill. Only those elixirs exhibiting 3 or more distinct glows can be deemed precious pills. For instance, a first-tier gathering spirit pill, while merely a first-tier concoction, can be classified as a first-tier precious pill if it manifests 3 glows post-preparation. Duan Gongyu's ability to produce second-tier 3-pattern precious pills speaks volumes about his alchemical prowess. After all, in a modest locale like Yunsong City, there are scarcely any formidable alchemists. Even someone like Wu Kaihe from the Wu family can barely manage to concoct second-tier pills, frequently encountering failures. As for second-tier 2-pattern pills, such feats are utterly beyond their capabilities. Individuals capable of producing second-tier 3-pattern precious pills, like Duan Gongyu, number fewer than 3 within the entire Tianjin sect. Generally speaking, to concoct a second-tier 3-pattern precious pill, one must be a 3rd-tier alchemical master. The rarity of such masters is staggering. Allow me to assist you in igniting the fire. Young Master Qin. Duan Gongyu swiftly removed the silver needles from his body, then eagerly rubbed his hands together, volunteering with enthusiasm. The process of alchemy requires a furnace fire. For concocting lower-tier pills, a standard fire suffices. When greater heat is necessary, one can simply augment the flames by adding auxiliary combustible materials. However, for crafting higher-tier pills, the use of spiritual fire becomes essential. This so-called spiritual fire is an extraordinary flame born from the convergence of heaven and earth. After absorbing sufficient spiritual energy, it transforms into spiritual fire. To become a top-tier alchemist, possessing spiritual fire is indispensable. Yet, as Qin Futian was merely concocting first-tier gathering spirit pills and spirit refining pills, the use of spiritual fire was not required. Ignite the fire. Qin Futian spoke in a low voice, while Duan Gongyu promptly ignited the flames. The initial step in alchemy is to warm the furnace, which prepares it for the subsequent extraction of the essence from the medicinal herbs. Certainly, many alchemists eschew this practice, deeming it unnecessary. In truth, for the majority of alchemists of modest skill, the creation of low-grade elixirs does not demand such precautions. However, Qin Futian is different. He is a connoisseur of perfection. This philosophy extends to his approach to alchemy as well. Duan Gongyu stoked the fire in the furnace. Qin Futian delicately traced his fingertips along the inner wall of the alchemical furnace. This action, performed with a leisurely grace, appeared to be a mere inspection for cleanliness. However, in that fleeting moment, he thoroughly analyzed the material, quality, and characteristics of the furnace within the confines of his mind. Increase the firepower by 30%. Qin Futian commanded. Duan Gongyu complied without hesitation. Whoosh! The flames roared to life with even greater intensity. Qin Futian commenced the addition of the first herbal ingredient into the alchemical furnace, Rehmannia glutinosa. As soon as the Rehmannia was introduced into the furnace, it emitted a subtle yet fragrant aroma. Gradually, the herb began to dissolve, allowing Qin Futian to extract its essence while discarding the impurities. The intensity of the fire was reduced by 10%. Qin Futian swiftly commenced the extraction of the second type of spiritual herb essence. Duan Gongyu was filled with astonishment as he observed that each essence extracted by Qin Futian was remarkably pure, with almost no waste whatsoever. This indicated that his mastery over the alchemical processes, knowing precisely the requisite intensity of the flames and the techniques for extraction, had reached an unparalleled level of finesse. Ultimately, the essences of the 11 spiritual herbs were fully extracted. The next step involved their fusion, a process that demanded meticulous attention to the order of integration and the specific duration for melting each herbal essence. Qin Futian remained composed and unhurried. akin to a master craftsman meticulously executing each intricate step of his craft. As the final concoction melded together, the fragrant aroma of the elixir within the alchemical furnace reached its zenith at that moment. The entire alchemy chamber was suffused with a rich, intoxicating scent. In the next instant, it was time to inscribe the alchemical runes. This process, akin to engraving a formation, involved embedding ethereal patterns into the amalgamated essence to forge the elixir. At this juncture, Qin Futian's hands moved with grace, his fingers flowing like water, and his entire demeanor transformed. If moments prior he had embodied the precision of a dedicated artisan, now he resembled a celestial being dancing with a sword beneath the moonlight, each movement a resplendent and ethereal spectacle. Duan Gongyu was utterly captivated. Every technique employed by Qin Futian to inscribe the alchemical patterns bore the hallmark of unparalleled mastery, with each finger's subtle movements reaching an apex of artistry. Duan Gongyu, having ventured into the world, was fortunate enough to witness the intricate processes of more advanced alchemists. At that time, he was utterly astounded. Yet, now, Duan Gongyu found himself engulfed in a peculiar illusion. As if the alchemical methods exhibited by those esteemed alchemists he had once glimpsed paled in comparison to the extraordinary display before him in the form of Qin Futian. Was this merely an illusion? Duan Gongyu could scarcely believe it. He was utterly perplexed. How could someone so young, hailing from the modest Yunsong city and a lesser family, possess such prodigious expertise in the art of alchemy? Success! With a commanding exclamation from Qin Futian, Duan Gongyu was jolted awake as if struck by thunder. Observing Qin Futian once more, he saw him deftly remove the lid of the alchemical furnace with one hand, followed by a graceful motion that summoned forth a cascade of gleaming pills from within, each landing precisely in the awaiting vials beside him. Has he succeeded? A total of 16 pills. The astonishment in Duan Gongyu's heart reached an unprecedented height. He had crafted the spirit-gathering pills countless times, yet never had a single batch yielded more than 10, with 9 being the utmost. And here, Qin Futian had produced a staggering 16 pills in one go. Furthermore, Duan Gongyu had caught a glimpse of those pills, each enveloped in a myriad of radiant patterns. The most abundant of these pills was shrouded in an intricate array of luminous designs. How many exquisite patterns adorned those pills? Master Qin, may I have a glance at these pills? Duan Gongyu inquired, rising from his seat, a fine sheen of perspiration forming on his brow. Yet he found no time to wipe it away. Of course, Qin Futian offered a faint smile. Duan Gongyu extended his trembling hand, clutching the elixir bottle with palpable excitement. It was certain that he had never held a vial of spirit-gathering pills with such fervor. He poured out the contents, and the pills cascaded into the milky white jade plate like jade pearls. For patterns, 5 patterns. For patterns, 6 patterns, 7 patterns. Duan Gongyu's heart surged with tumultuous waves, each cresting higher than the last. He nearly fell to his knees before Qin Futian in reverence. In that moment, Qin Futian seemed akin to a deity in his eyes. Among the 16 spirit-gathering pills, there were 3 with 3 patterns, 4 with 4 patterns, 4 with 5 patterns, 4 with 6 patterns, and astonishingly, 1 with 7 patterns. He gazed at the faintly shimmering patterns on the pills for a long while, swallowing hard once more. However, upon witnessing these elixirs, Qin Futian could only shake his head in resignation. It had been far too long since he last refined elixirs, and his skills had become somewhat rusty. As for the absence of 8-patterned and 9-patterned pills, that was due to his lack of spiritual fire. An alchemist without spiritual fire could never hope to produce a 9-patterned sacred pill. Moreover, the quality of the alchemical furnace left much to be desired. Though it was the finest furnace available from the Spirit Pill Pavilion, it still failed to meet Qin Futian's discerning standards. Seeing the dissatisfaction etched across Qin Futian's face, Duan Gongyu felt a pang of anxiety. Young Master Qin, would you consider taking me as your disciple? Duan Gongyu implored with utmost reverence, his heart brimming with excitement. Qin Futian raised an eyebrow. No. Duan Gongyu suddenly realized he had misspoken and hurriedly corrected himself, saying, Young Master Qin, would you be willing to take me as your disciple? No, that's not right. Duan Gongyu shook his head repeatedly, anxiously explaining, Young Master Qin, would you be willing to accept me as your apprentice? Hearing this, Qin Futian smiled. Do you believe you possess the qualifications to be my disciple? Duan Gongyu's heart trembled, suddenly awakening to the reality. Indeed, what merit did he have to be the disciple of young Master Qin? With Qin's formidable alchemical prowess, The number of those aspiring to become his disciple must be countless. Young Master Qin, I have overstepped, Duan Gongyu hastily exclaimed, wishing to avoid inciting Qin Futian's displeasure. As long as he could maintain a favorable relationship with Qin Futian, or at least ensure that he did not find him bothersome, there might be opportunities to learn something in the future. You observed my alchemical process just now. As for how much you can learn, that depends on your own capabilities. Qin Futian continued. Yes. Duan Gongyu nodded repeatedly, his mind replaying the scene of Qin Futian concocting elixirs, cherishing it as a treasure. However, at this moment, you should refrain from attempting alchemy. Until you completely heal from your reckless obsession, it is best not to utilize the true essence within you, Qin Futian cautioned. Understood. Duan Gongyu respectfully nodded. He felt an intense eagerness within, yearning to assimilate the knowledge he had just gleaned from Qin Futian, uncertain whether he had truly grasped it or utterly failed. Young master, tea. At that moment, Qin Qingyao presented a cup of tea to Qin Futian. Xiaoyao, pay close attention. Once your cultivation improves, I shall teach you the art of alchemy. Qin Futian took the tea and drank it in one gulp. Yes, young master, Qin Qingyao replied with a nod. Standing beside them, Duan Gongyu's eyes brimmed with envy. What extraordinary fortune for this young girl to receive the direct teachings of young Master Qin in alchemy. Noticing Qin Qingyao glance in his direction, Duan Gongyu quickly adorned his face with a smile and nodded at her. Qin Qingyao promptly nodded in acknowledgement, her heart swelling with pride. She had, of course, witnessed the earlier scene where Duan Gongyu expressed his desire to take Qin Futian as his master. To her astonishment, even the esteemed leader of the Spirit Pill Pavilion sought to apprentice under her young master. How formidable her master truly was. Subsequently, Qin Futian refined another batch of spirit-nourishing pills, the quantity and quality of which surpassed those of the previous batch of gathering spirit pills. Qin Futian consumed a spirit refinement pill, and soon a refreshing sensation coursed through his entire being. He could distinctly perceive that his body had become more sensitive to the influx of spiritual energy. Subsequently, he presented the remaining pills to Qin Qingyao. Xiaoyao, from this moment forth, you are to take 2 pills each month. With this entire bottle of spirit refinement pills, your innate talent will undoubtedly undergo a transformative leap. Such miraculous pills were common in the divine realm, as their materials were relatively simple, though the refinement process demanded considerable expertise. However, the divine realm was not lacking in alchemists. For instance, a practitioner like Duan Gongyu had not even crossed the threshold of alchemy. Yet, in the lower realm of Tianyin continent, the spirit refinement pill was undeniably a miraculous treasure. A single pill could significantly enhance one's talent, while 2 could effect a complete transformation. After consuming a dozen pills, Qin Qingyao's innate ability would surely rival that of the foremost geniuses in Tianyin continent. Young Master Qin, Duan Gongyu interjected, what are your future plans? I recall you mentioning an intention to participate in the assessment for the Tianjin sect. Indeed, Qin Futian affirmed with a nod. However, Duan Gongyu continued, young Master Qin, I believe there is no need for you to undergo the assessment. Why not join our Tianjin sect directly? I am confident that with your alchemical prowess, you would undoubtedly ascend to the position of chief alchemist within our sect. Qin Futian furrowed his brow slightly and spoke in a solemn tone. Elder Duan, do not mention today's events to anyone. Do you comprehend my meaning? This includes the previous incidents involving Wu Kaihe and Su Yang. At this moment, Qin Futian was keenly aware of the necessity to conceal his various methods. Should others become aware of his extraordinary talent in alchemy, it could undoubtedly invite endless calamities. As for Duan Gongyu, his life was still firmly in Qin Futian's grasp. Thus there was no cause for concern on that front. Yes, young Master Qin, I understand, Duan Gongyu promptly replied. Soon enough, Duan Gongyu gathered all the members of the Lingdan Pavilion, cautioning them sternly not to divulge even a single word about anything witnessed today within the pavilion, lest they face grave consequences. As for the customers purchasing medicinal herbs, their observations were limited to the conflict between Qin Futian and Su Yang. They did not witness Qin Futian's lethal strike against Su Yang, nor did they see the confrontation between Qin Futian and Wu Kaihe. That night, Qin Futian and Qin Qingyao remained at the Lingbao Pavilion, not venturing elsewhere. After Qin Qingyao consumed 2 spirit-refining pills, her innate talent experienced a remarkable enhancement at a visibly accelerated pace. Under the guidance of Qin Futian, She successfully opened her second meridian during the first half of the night, officially entering the second level of the meridian realm, thus becoming a second-tier martial apprentice. After her breakthrough, Qin Qingyao was filled with joy. However, the young girl remained composed. Following a moment of exhilaration, she once again focused her mind on her cultivation. Upon witnessing this, Qin Futian nodded in satisfaction. He remained neither arrogant nor impetuous, capable of enduring hardship. Cultivation demands such resilience, the ability to withstand solitude, and a disposition unruffled by external joys or personal sorrows. Subsequently, Qin Futian returned to his chamber. The accommodations arranged by Duan Gongyu were among the finest within the Spirit Elixir Pavilion, lavishly adorned with an antique charm, suffused with a subtle fragrance of spiritual herbs, and even inscribed with a simple spirit-gathering array. Qin Futian extracted 3-patterned spirit-gathering pills. The spirit-gathering pills discovered within Qin Tiansheng's ring were of the lowest quality, bearing only a single light pattern. In contrast, this particular pill was crafted by Qin Futian himself. 3 distinct hues of light enveloped the pill, swirling incessantly like the ethereal shadows of 4 dragon serpents. Subsequently, Qin Futian employed the creation divine furnace for refinement. Upon refining the 3-patterned spirit-gathering pills, he produced 10 drops of creation water, with a gleam in his eye. Qin Futian then retrieved 3 7-patterned spirit-gathering pills. After refining these 3 7-patterned pills, the creation divine furnace yielded an additional 15 drops of creation water. Indeed, the superior the quality of the pills, the greater the quantity of creation water that could be refined. Qin Futian's expression shifted. If it were the 9-pattern gathering spirit pill, it was highly likely that a single pill could refine nearly 6 drops of creation water. This would be far more advantageous than directly refining spiritual herbs. To yield just 1 drop of creation water, one would need an entire spiritual herb. The cost of a single pill is roughly equivalent to that of 1 herb. If a 9-pattern holy pill were to be concocted, it would mean that 1 spiritual herb could be transformed into 6 drops of creation water, resulting in a remarkable 6-fold return. However, the process of refining a 9-pattern holy pill is not so simple. Not only do I currently lack spiritual fire, but I also require an alchemical furnace. Perhaps I can find clues regarding the spiritual fire after entering the Heavenly Sword sect. As for the alchemical furnace, a sudden thought struck Qin Futian. He wondered if the creation divine furnace could serve as a replacement. Yet, the most pressing issue is that the creation divine furnace resides within Qin Futian's body, rendering him incapable of truly activating it. If it were a treasure he could genuinely control, he would undoubtedly be able to summon it from within. The fact that he cannot command this divine furnace indicates that either he does not possess true mastery over it, or there are aspects of the creation divine furnace that remain unknown to him. The creation divine furnace hails from the forbidden domain of the ancient era, and perhaps to truly uncover its secrets, one must traverse the forbidden domain itself. Qin Futian withdrew his thoughts, his eyes gradually closing, and a rhythmic breath could be heard emanating from his nostrils. The following day, 10 miles outside of Yunsong City, lay the Wind Chase Valley, a place now teeming with people. Today, the assessment site for the recruitment of new disciples by the Tianjin sect was established here. The Jing Kingdom is divided into 5 regions: Beiyu, Donghuang, Zhongyuan, Nanling, and Sichuan. Among them, the Beiyu region comprises 19 states, with Yunsong City located in the Liangzhou state. Liangzhou, Kexhu, and Lizhou encompass an area of 1,000 miles, all under the jurisdiction of the Tianjin sect. Within these 3 states, the Tianjin sect is undeniably the sovereign ruler. Even when gazing upon the vast expanse of the Beiliangzhu region, the Tianjin sect once basked in unparalleled glory. At this moment, within Wind Chase Valley, a continuous stream of young martial cultivators traverse the area, heading towards the registration point. These youthful cultivators, all strikingly handsome and beautiful, exuded vigor and grace. The number of onlookers was even greater, as everyone yearned to witness firsthand which talents would gain entry into the Tianjin sect. Jiang Yunlan has arrived. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Instantly, the throng surged, and countless gazes converged upon Jiang Yunlan, clad in a flowing sky-blue gown. Her long hair elegantly tied up, revealing her slender, alabaster neck, her eyes glistened like autumn waters, and her brows arched like distant mountains. Beneath her straight, delicate nose, her lips were slightly pursed, exuding an aura of lofty elegance and aloofness. This time, in the recruitment assessment of the Tianjin sect, The one garnering the most acclaim was none other than Jiang Yulan. As she entered the Wind Chase Valley, many young martial cultivators approached her, eager to ingratiate themselves. Among them were several young gallants who had admired Jiang Yunlan for years and had previously attempted to draw closer to her. However, Jiang Yunlan merely nodded in acknowledgement. Her responses tinged with indifference. Meanwhile, on one side of the valley, on a relatively flat expanse of land, a number of tables and chairs were set up, with many individuals seated upon them. Most of these individuals hailed from esteemed families in Yunsong City and other cities within Liangzhou. Jiang Zhinshan of the Jiang family was among them, alongside other notable families such as the Su, Lu, and Qin families. Qin Tianxiong sat not far from Jiang Zhinshan. Congratulations, Master Jiang. You truly have a wonderful daughter, praised Lu Yuanhui, the head of the Lu family, as he directed his compliments toward Jiang Zhinshan. Oh, not at all. Jiang Zhinshan replied with a modest wave of his hand. I hear your esteemed daughter has already been chosen by an elder from the Heavenly Sword sect? Even if she does not partake in this assessment, she can still enter the sect. Someone else remarked. That will not do. Jiang Zhinshan shook his head repeatedly. The Heavenly Sword sect has its own regulations. To become a disciple, one must pass the assessment. However, there is no need for concern. With your daughter's talent, she is destined to claim the top position in this evaluation. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of pride sparkled in Jiang Zhinshan's eyes. Indeed, he was well aware of all the young disciples participating in the assessment. The only ones who could pose a challenge to Jiang Yunlan were Lei Chong, Yi Yu, and Su Tinglong. Su Tinglong, in particular, hailed from the Su family of Yunsong City. As for Lei Chong and Yi Yu, they were not from Yunsong City. But Jiang Zhinshan had a general understanding of their capabilities. They were simply no match for Jiang Yunlan. A week prior, his daughter Jiang Yunlan had achieved another breakthrough, a secret that remained unknown to others. Thus, Jiang Zhinshan was even more convinced that his daughter would undoubtedly secure the top position in the assessment. Nevertheless, he feigned humility, saying that may not necessarily be the case. I find Su Tinglong from the Su family to be quite formidable. His strength may well rival that of Yunlan. Moreover, at this moment, Jiang Zhinshan addressed a middle-aged man in a mink fur coat adorned with a brocade cap from a distance, Brother Lei Ao. It seems the last time we met was 3 years ago. I heard your son Lei Chong has reached the 9th level of Meridian Opening this year, and he has mastered the Thunder Punishment Blade technique up to the 4th layer. Truly, a rising talent. Not quite to compare with Yunlan, the man replied, shaking his head repeatedly. Jiang Zhinshan chuckled, and then turned his attention to another figure nearby, a middle-aged man with a stern visage, sporting a handlebar mustache and clad in dark golden armor. Ah, and Master Yi, your son Yi Yu is also a strong contender for the top position. I have high hopes for young Yi Yu. The head of the Yi family, upon hearing this, managed a slight smile and offered a respectful nod toward Jiang Zhinshan, indicating his acknowledgement. It was evident that the Yi family head was a man of few words. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhinshan adeptly navigated the conversations, earning the respect of those around him. After all, the Jiang family was undoubtedly the foremost family in Yunsong City. And with Jiang Yunlan being the most favored candidate this time, the majority were inclined to support her. Should she manage to become an inner disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, the Jiang family would undoubtedly experience a resurgence, further solidifying their dominance in Yunsong City and gradually aligning themselves with the esteemed families of Liangzhou. At this juncture, cultivating a favorable relationship with Jiang Zhinshan may prove advantageous for these families in the future. Meanwhile, Qin Tianxiong found himself in an uncomfortable position. Jiang Zhinshan's annulment of the engagement had brought disgrace to the Qin family, and as the head of the Qin family, his pride was undeniably wounded. However, the Qin family simply could not compare to the Jiang family, a fact that could not be altered in the short term. With the emergence of Jiang Yunlan, there seemed to be no hope for a turnaround for at least the next decade or two. Thus, even if he felt a surge of indignation, he could only forcibly swallow it down. Just at that moment, an instigator seized the opportunity to stir the pot. Ah, Jiang Zhinshan, I have heard that your daughter, Jiang Yunlan, has been promised to Qin Futian of the Qin family. The speaker was a brawny bald man, Xiong Buyue, the head of the Xiong family in Yunsong City. Jiang Zhinshan's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of coldness passing through them. Yet, his face once again blossomed with a smile as he replied, What you say, esteemed Xiong family head, holds some truth. My daughter was indeed promised to Qin Futian, but that was merely a thoughtless act by my father during a drunken stupor. This, I believe, Qin family head can attest to. Jiang Zhinshan turned his gaze towards Qin Tianxiong. Qin Tianxiong was already in a precarious position, and now with Jiang Zhinshan's inquiry, there was an unmistakable hint of menace. It was true that old Master Jiang had indulged in drink that day, yet whether it was an inadvertent act remained uncertain. Qin Tianxiong replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Ha ha. Jiang Zhinshan chuckled before continuing. A decision made by my grandfather on behalf of his granddaughter cannot be easily retracted. However, the youth of today possess their own convictions. Consequently, they have resolved that the upcoming assessment at the Heavenly Sword sect will determine the validity of their engagement. Oh. Upon hearing Jiang Zhinshan's words, the crowd immediately became intrigued. How can the head of the Jiang family declare it valid? Someone inquired. Jiang Zhinshan scanned the assembly, intentionally raising his voice a notch. Such matters are not for us elders to meddle in. However, I am privy to their agreement, which hinges upon this assessment at the Heavenly Sword sect. Should Qin Futian pass the evaluation, even if he becomes merely a servant disciple, the engagement remains intact. Conversely, if Qin Futian fails, the engagement shall be rendered null and void. As Jiang Zhinshan's words settled in, many in the crowd wore expressions of understanding. They were already aware that the genius of the Qin family, Qin Futian, had suffered a shattered dantian during the battle at Falling Phoenix Mountain, rendering him incapacitated. Yet, he had still dared to make this wager with Jiang Yunlan, effectively signaling that the engagement was all but annulled. Moreover, this would ensure that Qin Futian's defeat would be thoroughly humiliating, solidifying his reputation as a failure. I find this rather ungracious on the part of the Jiang family. Xianyue laughed heartily, stating candidly, everyone knows the current plight of Qin Futian, and yet you choose to stage such a farce. Quite unbecoming. Boom. Just as the discussions ensued, a sudden chime reverberated through the air, echoing throughout the valley. This signified the commencement of the Heavenly Sword sect selection process for new disciples. An elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, approached the crowd. He had long eyebrows, piercing eyes, and a slender, tall frame. Clearing his throat a couple of times, he addressed the assembly. Today marks the day of the Heavenly Sword sect's recruitment for new disciples. I am grateful for your presence. I am Yuan Hong, the overseer of this assessment. Before Yuan Hong's words could fully resonate, a wave of astonished gasps arose from the crowd. It turned out that he was an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, renowned as Yuan Hong. It was said that Elder Yuan had reached the pinnacle of the Qi realm, teetering on the verge of becoming a true master. You are mistaken, someone interjected. As an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Elder Yuan must have already consolidated his true essence. Observing the commotion, Yuan Hong raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Once silence was restored, he continued, without further ado, this assessment is open to all young martial artists under the age of 20. With a minimum requirement of reaching the third layer of the Meridian opening stage, the evaluation consists of 2 rounds. The first round will take place in the Puppet Valley. Participants must traverse the Puppet Valley within 300 breaths. Failure to do so will result in immediate disqualification. Through the top 20 of the Puppet Valley, one shall gain the qualification to enter the Heavenly Sword sect, simultaneously advancing to the next round of assessment. The second round entails combat on the arena, where the 20 disciples will compete to determine the top 10, and subsequently, the top 5. Those who secure a place among the top 5 shall be deemed outer disciples. Ultimately, the disciple who emerges as the champion shall ascend to the rank of an inner disciple. As Yuan Hong's voice echoed, it incited a wave of fervent discussion. Only 20 disciples will be accepted, of which 15 will be auxiliary disciples, and merely 4 will be outer disciples. Only the one who claims the first position shall become an inner disciple. My goodness, isn't it true that nearly 1,000 individuals are participating in this assessment? Astonishingly, only one will be able to attain the status of an inner disciple. Such is the stringent nature of the Heavenly Sword sect's evaluations. Nevertheless, even becoming an auxiliary disciple is commendable once one enters the Heavenly Sword sect. There are further assessments within the sect that may lead to an elevation to outer disciple status, and outer disciples can also undergo evaluations to become inner disciples. Indeed, I have heard that the inner sect assessments are considerably easier than these public evaluations. Entering the Heavenly Sword sect is the priority. Just as the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, the assessment officially commenced. All eyes shifted to the depths of the Puppet Valley to ensure the fairness of the evaluation. Only one individual is permitted to venture into the Puppet Valley at a time. The so-called Puppet Valley is, in fact, a designated area within the Wind-Chasing Valley. where a total of 13 mechanized puppets have been arranged. These mechanized puppets, controlled by intricate formations, will launch indiscriminate attacks on any martial practitioners who dare to trespass into their designated zones within the wind-chasing valley. At this moment, a disciple has already dashed into the valley. Instantly, the first mechanized puppet detected his presence and charged towards him. The puppet's speed was remarkably swift, comparable to a martial artist at the 6th level of the pulse-connecting realm. Yet, the young disciple reacted with remarkable agility, evading the puppet's onslaught in the nick of time. He darted and maneuvered with exceptional grace, occasionally striking down the puppets. In less than 100 breaths, he had traversed nearly half the distance. However, at that moment, another puppet suddenly emerged from the side, its speed evidently superior and its assault far more ferocious. Bang! The young martial practitioner was sent flying. Subsequently, several other puppets surged forth, quickly encircling him. Ultimately, he could not withstand the onslaught, and the time limit of 300 breaths elapsed, leading to his failure in the first round of the assessment. Following him, 3 more individuals entered the puppet valley, yet the outcome remained unchanged. One was eliminated for exceeding the time limit, while the other 2 were directly struck down by the puppets and forced out of the valley. The difficulty is exceedingly daunting, isn't it? Someone exclaimed. The sight of those puppets converging was indeed formidable. Given such difficulty, it seems unlikely that even 1 in 10 could succeed. Once again, voices of lamentation echoed through the crowd as uncertainty settled in the hearts of many. A considerable number adopted a wait-and-see approach, hoping to discover a clever method to navigate the puppet valley. However, the subsequent attempts by over a dozen young martial practitioners ended in failure, revealing no apparent tricks to overcome the challenge. To traverse the puppet valley, one must possess either extraordinary speed or undeniable strength sufficient to dispatch the mechanical guardians blocking the path. I shall give it a try. At that moment, a robust youth emerged from the throng. Wu Yunhao. A voice recognized the stout young man. Was he not Wu Yunhao of the Wu family? If he too failed, then it seemed that few could hope to succeed in this daunting trial. Clearly, Wu Yunhao held a modest reputation among these young warriors. Without delay, Wu Yunhao entered the puppet valley. In an instant, he surged forth. Despite his imposing stature, his movements were anything but sluggish. Rather, they were remarkably agile. Within approximately 70 breaths, he had covered a significant distance. At that juncture, a formidable puppet, nearly on par with a Qi realm martial artist, charged towards him. The puppet lunged, its arms swinging, unleashing a fierce gust of wind aimed at Wu Yunhao. With a powerful punch, Wu Yunhao collided with the puppet's arm. Boom! The resounding impact reverberated, akin to stones striking iron walls. Wu Yunhao was sent hurtling backward, yet he adeptly used the momentum to push off the ground, executing a nimble leap to evade the oncoming assault of additional puppets. Like a whirlwind, he propelled himself forward. His impressive display of agility and strength elicited gasps and cheers from the spectators. After nearly 100 breaths, Wu Yunhao finally reached the finish line. He had succeeded. He became the first disciple to conquer the puppet valley. In Tianke City, Wu Wenhao of the Wu family completed the first round of the puppet valley assessment in a time of 192 breaths. As Yuan Hong's announcement echoed, many cast envious glances towards Wu Yunhao. Numerous members of the Wu family, who had accompanied him, rushed forward in excitement, encircling Wu Yunhao in a jubilant embrace. Though the Wu family was merely a third-rate clan in Tianke City, they placed all their hopes upon Wu Yunhao's shoulders. If Wu Yunhao were to gain entry into the Heavenly Sword sect this time, the Wu family would experience a complete transformation in Tianke City. Likewise, among the heads and elders of various families gathered on that hillside from Liangzhou's cities, the head of the Wu family was present as well. The heads and elders from surrounding families extended their congratulations to the Wu family leader. Wu Yunhao had passed the first round of assessments, and with his performance completed within 200 breaths, he had a substantial chance of securing a position among the top 20. This would signify an opportunity to enter the Heavenly Sword sect. Even becoming a mere servant disciple of the sect would be an invaluable chance for these families. With Wu Yunhao's inspiring achievement, the participating disciples became even more enthusiastic. However, the pass rate remained dismally low. After half a day, nearly 300 individuals had attempted the assessment, yet only a handful managed to succeed, far below the anticipated 10. As night fell, the surroundings were illuminated by oil lamps crafted from the beast oil of the jade-horned rhinoceros, known for its long-lasting burn and brilliant flame. Thus, despite the darkness. The valley was aglow as if it were midday. No one departed. All remained, intently focused on the ongoing assessments. Even those who had failed stayed behind, pondering the reasons for their shortcomings and eager to learn from the successes of others to prepare for the next round of assessments at the Heavenly Sword Sect. As midnight approached, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Entering the Puppet Valley was Lei Chong, hailing from Qin Futian City. Lei Chong was deemed a frontrunner for the top position among the young martial practitioners participating in this assessment. With remarkable speed, Lei Chong entered the valley and showcased an agility and impact previously unseen among the other contenders. Ultimately, he reached the finish line in a mere 113 breaths. This astounding performance drew waves of astonishment, as it was nearing the benchmark of 100 breaths, shattering all prior records, the previous fastest time being 149 breaths. The crowd eagerly offered their congratulations, and Lei Chong, pleased with his accomplishment, responded with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Yu, another strong contender for the top position, entered the Puppet Valley. His time was recorded at 114 breaths, just one breath shy of Lei Chong's, illustrating a razor-thin margin of difference. This achievement was equally remarkable. At dawn, Su Tinglong made his entrance into the Puppet Valley. Among the 4 favored participants in this Heavenly Sword Sect assessment, aside from Jiang Yunlan, were Lei Chong, Yu, and Su Tinglong, drawing eager attention from all. Ultimately, Su Tinglong completed the course in 109 breaths. He surpassed both Lei Chong and Yu, completing the challenge in less than 110 breaths. Undoubtedly, the current frontrunner is Su Tinglong. At this moment, the head of the Su family is basking in the compliments of the crowd, a smile of joy unable to be concealed from his face. Although Su Tinglong has garnered much acclaim, the head of the Su family remains cautiously optimistic, now that Su Tinglong has secured first place. He is exceedingly pleased with the outcome. All onlookers are equally astonished by such an astonishing speed. Congratulations, Brother Su, Lei Chong, Yu, and others all extend their congratulations to Su Tinglong. Su Tinglong excitedly bows in gratitude, responding to each well-wisher. The subsequent period of the assessment fell into a lull, as the majority of participants failed to pass. Even those who did manage to succeed achieved only mediocre results, with most falling short of 200 breaths. As the morning star emerged in the east, a day and night swiftly elapsed. Approximately 600 to 700 young martial practitioners had completed the assessment, while nearly 300 remained. It would not be until midday the following day that the first round of evaluations would conclude. Presently, all awaited the appearance of Jiang Yunlan. As the most favored candidate in this assessment, how long would she take to traverse the Puppet Valley? Could she potentially shatter Su Tinglong's record? However, Jiang Yunlan had yet to enter the Puppet Valley, seated serenely atop a cliff, her gaze cast downward, an aura of spiritual energy subtly swirling around her. Even amidst such a cacophonous environment, she continued her solitary cultivation, seemingly undisturbed by external distractions. This composure only deepened the admiration of the onlookers. Possessing extraordinary talent coupled with such a tranquil disposition, it is no wonder she has become the most favored contender. As the second morning dawned, Qin, son of the Qin family, made his appearance, drawing considerable attention. Previously, the focus on the Qin family had been primarily due to Qin Futian. Now, with Qin Sen's entrance, conversations began to circulate. Is it true that Qin Sun has also reached the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm? I had not heard much about him before. That is because there was previously a Qin Futian. With him around, Qin Sun naturally remained in the shadows. Indeed, Qin Futian was a true prodigy. What a pity. He was once the only one capable of overshadowing Jiang Yunlan in both talent and intellect. Alas, he has now become a shell of his former self. Had Qin Futian not fallen from grace and participated in this assessment, the title of champion would surely have been his. That is a certainty. No matter how exceptional Jiang Yunlan's talent, she ultimately pales in comparison to Qin Futian. Otherwise, how could Jiang Zhinshan have betrothed Jiang Yunlan to him? What a cruel twist of fate, the crowd lamented. These murmurs inevitably reached Qin Sen's ears, darkening his expression. Qin Futian. Once again, it is Qin Futian. Ever since embarking on the path of martial cultivation, Qin Sen has continuously been overshadowed by the name of Qin Futian for years. Although Qin Sen possesses considerable talent and dedicates himself to rigorous training, he has consistently found himself suppressed by Qin Futian. No one pays attention to Qin San. All accolades are draped over Qin Futian. This has fostered a profound resentment within Qin Sin's heart. Now, Qin Futian is a mere shell of his former self. In the Qin family, it is I, Qin Sin, who stands as the sole genius. All of you are aware of Qin Futian, but this time, I, Qin's son, shall demonstrate that I am not inferior to him. Qin's son entered the puppet valley with a grim countenance. The moment all eyes were fixated upon him, he dashed forth. In the air, only the fleeting shadow of Qin's son remained. It must be acknowledged that Qin Sin's speed was indeed remarkable, rivaling even that of Su Tinglong. The Qin family possesses a remarkable technique known as the falling leaf steps. This movement art belongs to the realm of low-grade Xian-level martial skills. In a place like Yunsong City, Xian-level martial arts represent the pinnacle of martial prowess. With even formidable clans, such as the Jiang family, having their ultimate techniques classified merely as mid-grade Xian level. In the Tianyin continent, martial arts and secret methods are broadly categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Each of these tiers is further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Xian-level techniques are exceedingly rare. In the battle at Falling Phoenix Mountain, Qin Futian suffered a shattered dantian and even met his demise, all in pursuit of securing a low-grade profound technique for the Qin family. Yet despite his years within the Qin clan, he never had the opportunity to fully observe the complete form of the falling leaf step. In stark contrast, Qin's son is afforded a different fate. Not only can he directly study the entire technique, but he also benefits from the meticulous guidance of the clan's elders, who impart to him a wealth of insights. Thus, although Qin's son is still quite young, he has already achieved a commendable proficiency in mastering this martial arts footwork. In approximately 50 breaths of time, Qin's son traversed a standard distance, a display that instantly captivated the attention of all present. To everyone's astonishment, Qin Sin from the Qin family exhibited such remarkable prowess. Su Tinglong, Lei Chong, Yi Yu, and others similarly focused their attention on Qin's senator. Ultimately, Qin's son traversed the puppet valley, consuming a total of 106 breaths. Wow! The crowd erupted into a fervor. 106 breaths. This time surpassed the records of Lei Chong, Su Tinglong, and Yi Yu, marking an unprecedented achievement. The Qin family, Qin's son. Remarkably, it took merely 106 breaths. This outcome was utterly unforeseen by all. Upon the hillside, many members of various families turned their gazes towards Qin Tianxiong. At this moment, Qin Tianxiong was filled with astonishment. Although he was aware that Qin's son would perform admirably, he had not anticipated that he would secure the first position in the Puppet Valley. Congratulations, Master Qin. It appears that the Qin family is truly brimming with talent. Qin's son is undoubtedly destined to enter the Heavenly Sword sect, even if not as an inner disciple. I believe that within 3 years, he will certainly pass the inner sect examination of the Heavenly Sword sect. Brother Qin, I have a daughter who is exceptionally beautiful and possesses considerable talent. I suggest we consider arranging a marriage contract between her and Qin's senator Brother Qin. It seems that heaven is favoring the Qin family. It would be impossible for the Qin family to not rise to prominence in the future. In my opinion, Qin Sin's talent does not fall short of that of the former Qin Futian. The crowd eagerly voiced their intentions, seeking to forge closer ties with Qin Tianxiong. Qin Sin's performance has surpassed everyone's expectations. If all goes as anticipated, a new star is poised to rise. Your praises are indeed unwarranted. Qin Tianxiong felt a deep sense of pride within, yet he maintained an air of humility on his countenance. He addressed the gathered crowd, stating, "Son has devoted himself to rigorous training, rarely venturing out or seeking the limelight. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that many remain unaware of his capabilities. As for matters concerning his engagement, that is best left for Son to manage himself. To establish an engagement now, only to face a future repudiation, would bring disgrace upon the Qin family." At this moment, Qin Tianxiong's gaze swept toward Jiang Jinshan in the distance. He secretly harbored hope that should Qin Sin manage to defeat Jiang Yunlan in the next round and secure the top position, it would be a significant blow to Jiang Jinshan's pride. Clearing his throat, Qin Tianxiong continued, regarding the talents of Qin Sin and Qin Futian. It is essential to note that Sin's abilities have never been inferior to those of Qin Futian. It is simply that Qin Futian relishes the spotlight, displaying a brash and ambitious nature. In contrast, Sun is different. He is devoted to his cultivation and prefers to remain undisturbed by external distractions. If we truly consider talent, Qin Futian pales in comparison to him. The words of Qin Tianxiong astonished everyone further, intensifying their fervent gazes upon Qin Sin below. At this moment, even the Lord of Cloud Warehouse City, Pei Yin, approached. Previously, Pei Yin had been accompanying Elder Yuan Hong of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Congratulations, Master Qin. The Qin family has produced yet another genius. This is indeed a beacon of hope for our Cloud Warehouse City. Pei Yin remarked with a smile. Thank you. Thank you for your kind attention, Lord Pei. Qin Tianxiong hastily rose to his feet. He dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence towards Pei Yin. Although the families they belonged to appeared exalted in the eyes of common folk, they were inconsequential when faced with the authority of the city lord's mansion. That establishment, a mere branch of the Jinghua court, despite being the city lord's mansion of a small town like Yunsong, possessed the capability to mobilize thousands of elite soldiers. Moreover, the city lord's mansions across various regions maintained intricate connections with the major sects of the northern Yu domain. Thus, whether it was Qin Tianxiong or Jiang Zhinshan, offending any local family was a risk they dared not take if it meant incurring the wrath of the city lord's mansion. Likewise, Qin Tianxiong was taken aback by Pei Yin's words of greeting. At this moment, Qin Tianxiong's gaze towards Qin Sun below had undergone a complete transformation. Qin Sun, oh Qin Sun, you have truly bestowed upon yourself a magnificent surprise this time. With Qin Sun and the Qin family, what need have we for Qin Futian? Qin Tian was secretly pleased in his heart. The assessment of Qin Sun has undoubtedly elevated the first round of the Heavenly Sword Sect's examination to a new pinnacle. From this moment on, the name of Qin Sun is irrevocably etched in the annals of this contest. Everyone has now included him among the contenders for the title of champion. Some even assert that his chances of claiming the top spot may rival those of Jiang Yunlan. The anticipation now rests upon Jiang Yunlan's performance. How much time will she expend in the Puppet Valley? Yet, Jiang Yunlan remains seated upon that slab of azure stone, unperturbed. As noon approaches, the first round of the assessment nears its conclusion. Except for Jiang Yunlan, all others have completed their evaluations. At this juncture, she rises and makes her way to the valley with a measured grace. Adorned in a sky-blue gown, her eyes resemble tranquil waters, her expression as aloof as ever. Before entering the Puppet Valley, she surveys her surroundings once more, finding no trace of that familiar figure. Qin Futian, have you ultimately chosen to forego this encounter? A smirk of derision plays upon Jiang Yunlan's lips. She recalls the day at the Qin residence, where Qin Futian refused to concede even a hint of defeat. Yet now he dares not show his face here. This realization brings her a tinge of disappointment, further fueling her disdain for Qin Futian. Upon entering the Puppet Valley, Jiang Yunlan appears like a blue enchantress, ethereal and dreamlike. Her movements are nothing short of spectacular, leaving behind only fleeting azure silhouettes within the valley. As she emerges at the opposite end, an uncanny silence envelopes the entire wind-chasing valley. Finally, Yuan Hong smiles and announces the results of the assessment. From Cloud Warehouse City, Jiang Clan, Jiang Yulan, 96 breaths. The uproar resembles that of a stone creating ripples in a pond. Gasps of astonishment abound. Jiang Yulan completed the assessment in less than 100 breaths. Indeed, she is Jiang Yunlan, the most favored candidate for the championship title. Just when one thought Qin Sen's 106 breaths were the zenith, Jiang Yunlan surpasses him by 10 breaths. Is this what it means to be a genius among geniuses? When it comes to innate talent, it seems few can stand in her shadow. Have you all forgotten about Qin Futian? His talent was, in years past, universally acknowledged to surpass that of Jiang Yunlan. Dissent arises. Yet, it is swiftly met with pity and scorn. Qin Futian has become a relic of the past. His dantian shattered. He has been rendered a waste. He is no longer worthy of comparison with Jiang Yunlan. Indeed, what does past talent matter when one is reduced to a mere shell? It is said that Jiang Yunlan once had a betrothal with him, now annulled. However, I have heard differently. If Qin Futian could succeed in this examination of the Heavenly Sword Sect, their engagement would still hold validity. But how could Qin Futian, now a cripple, pass any assessment? Look, the first round is about to conclude, and he has yet to make an appearance. He is well aware that he has become a mere shadow of his former self, no longer willing to subject himself to humiliation. The crowd buzzes with speculation. Meanwhile, on the hillside, numerous members of various families rise to encircle Jiang Zhinshan, each offering their heartfelt congratulations. Jiang Yunlan's performance did not come as a surprise to many. However, her unparalleled achievements already speak volumes, indicating that her victory in securing the top position is all but assured. Qin Tianxiong remained seated, feeling a twinge of disappointment within. Initially, he had not harbored any expectations for Qin's son, so his current feelings were unexpected. However, upon witnessing Jiang Yunlan's record surpassing that of Qin's son, he could not help but feel a sense of disillusionment. Jiang Yunlan had indeed performed admirably. Below, Elder Yuan Hong of the Tianjin sect addressed Jiang Yunlan. "Thank you, master." Jiang Yunlan nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, Yuan Hong had already taken Jiang Yunlan as his disciple, thus feeling a sense of pride in her exceptional performance. Furthermore, in recent days, Yuan Hong had provided guidance to Jiang Yunlan in both cultivation and body technique. Otherwise, she would not have broken through her cultivation a week prior. Nor would she have passed the assessment of the Puppet Valley within 100 breaths. "Prepare well for the second round of the assessment," Yuan Hong instructed, then surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed loudly, "Is there anyone else wishing to participate in the first round of the assessment? If not, we shall proceed to the second round." As he was about to announce the conclusion of the first round, a melodious voice, as clear as a silver bell, interrupted, "Wait. My young master wishes to register for the assessment." Dressed in a flowing azure gown, Qin Qingyao stepped forward. Her skin was fair, her eyes bright and expressive, her features exquisitely sculpted, exuding an ethereal aura. In that moment, all eyes fell upon her, and an unspoken sentiment arose among the onlookers. Her beauty rivaled that of Jiang Yunlan. Furthermore, in contrast to Jiang Yunlan's lofty and aloof demeanor, the girl before them radiated a serene and lively charm, her vibrant presence inviting warmth and closeness. "Who is she? How can there be such a stunning woman in Yunsong City?" someone exclaimed. "She must be Qin Futian's maid." "Qin Futian's maid? How do you know that? Isn't Qin Futian right behind her? Are you blind?" Naturally, the crowd swiftly shifted their attention from Qin Qingyao to the figure of the young man clad in white behind her. In that instant, everyone was momentarily dazzled. Clad in a white robe, with a demeanor sharp as a sword, he exuded an effortless elegance, his indifferent gaze ethereal, akin to a celestial swordsman. Truly, he was a paragon of grace, unmatched in the world. He was Qin Futian. Even Jiang Yunlan found herself momentarily entranced. If Qin Qingyao's arrival had illuminated the crowd, then at this moment, Qin Futian evoked a profound sense of awe within them. One could not deny that his appearance and bearing were indeed astonishing. After the initial shock, questions began to stir within the hearts of those present. "Qin Futian, how has he arrived? Wasn't his dantian already shattered, rendering him a mere shell of a man?" A flicker of unusual emotion passed through Jiang Yunlan's eyes as she approached Qin Futian. "Qin Futian, I had thought you would not dare show your face here," Jiang Yunlan remarked, her tone betraying a subtle tremor. Today's Qin Futian exuded an aura distinctly different from his usual self, a sensation that unsettled Jiang Yunlan, filling her with an inexplicable apprehension. She greatly despised this feeling. "What? Am I not permitted to come?" Qin Futian replied coolly, gazing at Jiang Yunlan. "Did we not agree that today's assessment would determine the validity of our betrothal?" Qin Futian's tone was equally indifferent, mirroring the coldness of his gaze. To him, Jiang Yunlan seemed no more significant than a speck of dust. This aloof demeanor only served to aggravate Jiang Yunlan further. Although Qin Futian had always possessed an air of arrogance, he had never before displayed such indifference towards her. In fact, there were times when he would go out of his way to curry her favor. The stark contrast was deeply unsettling for Jiang Yunlan. "What is the purpose of this? If you do not appear, our engagement will naturally be nullified. Yet here you are, despite your shattered dantian, merely to uphold your pride? In the end, the outcome remains unchanged, and you shall only humiliate yourself." A look of scorn crossed Jiang Yunlan's face. "Do you truly believe you understand me?" Qin Futian replied with a cold smile and shook his head. "One cannot discuss ice with summer insects, nor the sea with a frog in a well. To me, you are no more than an ant." The words of Qin Futian were but a reflection of his innermost thoughts. Yet, they incited a flicker of anger upon Jiang Yunlan's face. So self-assured, with aspirations that soared higher than the heavens, seemingly disinclined to engage in further banter with Qin Futian. Jiang Yunlan inquired, "Have you brought the marriage contract today?" "Of course I have." Qin Futian produced a scroll of red paper from his grasp. "Excellent." Jiang Yunlan nodded. "Qin Futian, remember your words. Should you fail to pass the disciple assessment of the Sword of Heaven sect this time, you must clarify this matter to everyone. From this moment forth, there shall be no further ties between us." A barely concealed disdain shone in Jiang Yunlan's eyes. as if she were eager to sever all connections with Qin Futian completely. Qin Futian smiled coldly, shaking his head, his eyes brimming with disdain. At that moment, the direct exchange between Qin Futian and Jiang Yunlan stirred a considerable commotion among the crowd. Have you heard? It is rumored that the wager between Qin Futian and Jiang Yunlan stipulates that if Qin Futian passes the disciple examination of the Heavenly Sword sect, even as a mere servant disciple, their engagement will remain valid. So, does this mean that if he fails, the engagement will be nullified? Indeed, I have received this precise information from the Jiang family. The crowd buzzed with conversation, seemingly aware that this news was likely disseminated intentionally by Jiang Zhinshan for external ears. How could Qin Futian, whose dantian has already been shattered, possibly pass the examination? Thus, the Jiang family has set a trap for him. Fully aware of his inability to succeed, yet establishing such a wager. Should Qin Futian fail in this examination, he would be deemed useless, while the Jiang family would not be blamed for their cruelty. If I were Qin Futian, I would refrain from attending. One must possess self-awareness. Should Qin Futian insist on participating in the assessment, he would ultimately suffer a total loss of face, crushed even in the last remnants of his dignity. Meanwhile, numerous families on the hillside were also engaged in discussions regarding this matter. The head of the Qin family remarked, at this point, with Qin Futian appearing here, does he truly intend to partake in the Heavenly Sword Sect's examination? The head of the Lu family inquired beside him. Qin Tianxiong narrowed his eyes slightly, and then shook his head. The matter concerning Qin Futian is no longer related to my family. He has been expelled from the Qin household, and from this moment forth, there will be no further ties between him and us. At this moment, Qin Tianxiong felt a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Qin Futian would appear here. Clearly, Qin Tianxiong had already ventured to the Black Wind Mountains. Could it be that Qin Tianxiong failed to locate Qin Futian? This possibility did exist, for the Black Wind Mountains are vast, and it would not be surprising if Qin Tianxiong could not find him. Qin Tianxiong could hardly believe that Qin Tianxiong had met his demise at the hands of Qin Futian. Well, will you sign up? At that moment, Yuan Hong's gaze fell upon Qin Futian, and he spoke with evident impatience. If you do not wish to enroll, you may leave at once. My young master has come here to register, of course. Qin Qingyao quickly interjected. Provide your family name, the city you belong to, and your name. Yuan Hong commanded coldly. Qin Futian, without a family, a solitary being, Qin Futian replied indifferently. Yuan Hong recorded Qin Futian's name with an even more impatient expression, as he was already aware of Qin Futian due to Jiang Yunlan, an individual with a shattered dantian, aspiring to pass the assessments of the Heavenly Sword sect. Such aspirations were nothing short of folly. Thus, Yuan Hong perceived Qin Futian as more likely to be a source of disruption. Enter the Puppet Valley. Yuan Hong ordered. Young master, give it your all. Qin Qingyao clenched her fists tightly, cheering on Qin Futian with fervor. Qin Futian smiled faintly as he stepped into the Puppet Valley. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to him, filled with a mixture of sighs, reflections, and a more pronounced sense of schadenfreude, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Yet, in the next instant, Qin Futian emerged with a stride that appeared unhurried, yet each step he took transcended 10 zhang with ease. Subsequently, several figures of Qin Futian manifested within the valley. As the original figure faded, a new one appeared, and within less than 20 breaths, Qin Futian had navigated past numerous puppets, covering nearly half the distance. The challenges ahead intensified, with 2 puppets equivalent to Qi Si realm martial artists. Furthermore, the number of ordinary puppets had nearly doubled. However, for Qin Futian, this posed no threat whatsoever. Although he was merely at the Meridian realm, he possessed an array of martial techniques, with a casual application of a technique known as stepping on snow without a trace. He moved as if strolling through an uninhabited realm. Upon reaching the finish line, the spectators remained in a state of shock and astonishment. The entire wind-chasing valley enveloped in an eerie silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. It was not until Qin Qingyao exclaimed, "My young master has passed the first round of the assessment," that Yuan Hong struck the copper bell that marked the passage of time. The resounding dong of the bell was deafening, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, jolting everyone back to reality. Was it over so soon? While for others, it took 1 or even 200 breaths. With all manner of effort to navigate the Puppet Valley, Qin Futian had accomplished it in such a brief span. The crowd turned to Yuan Hong, seeking confirmation of the time Qin Futian had just expended. 56 breaths. Yuan Hong declared in shock. This result was indisputable, given the multitude of witnesses present. Yet, The astonishment within Yuan Hong was palpable. He could hardly fathom that a mere Meridian Realm martial artist could complete the Puppet Valley assessment in 56 breaths. In his estimation, even a Qi Realm martial artist would struggle to achieve such speed. In truth, the time Qin Futian took was even less than 56 breaths. Overwhelmed by the shock, Yuan Hong had not immediately counted. It wasn't until Qin Qingyao prompted him that several breaths had elapsed. This implied that Qin Futian's actual time to complete the Puppet Valley assessment was approximately 50 breaths. Not far away, Jiang Yunlan's lips parted slightly, her eyes reflecting profound astonishment and disbelief. Previously, she had taken 97 breaths, already regarded as a prodigy, while Qin Futian's 50 breaths. His speed surpassed hers by nearly a factor of 2. At that moment, Qin Futian approached Jiang Yunlan, his gaze cold as he regarded her. "I heard you took 97 breaths to pass this challenge, and you are hailed as a genius?" Suddenly, a hint of mocking curved at the corner of Qin Futian's mouth. The injury was minimal, yet the insult was profoundly piercing. In that moment, a mix of shame and indignation flooded Jiang Yunlan's eyes. "Impossible," she exclaimed, shaking her head. "Qin Futian, your dantian is shattered, rendering you a mere wastrel. How could you possibly traverse the Puppet Valley in such a short span of time?" However, just as her words fell, he interjected, "Be silent." Qin Qingyao stepped forward abruptly, casting a cold glare at Jiang Yunlan. "My young master is no fool. It is you who are the fool." At this moment, Qin Qingyao stood before Jiang Yunlan. One was once a nameless servant, while the other was the paragon of beauty in Yunsong City. Their statuses were worlds apart, yet, as they stood together, they each possessed their own unique merits. The former maid, with her poise and beauty, was in no way inferior to the celebrated beauty. In fact, the vibrant aura that emanated from her seemed to surpass that of Jiang Yunlan. Jiang Yunlan furrowed her brows, her voice dripping with disdain. "Lowly servant, when did you acquire the right to speak here?" As she spoke, Jiang Yunlan raised her delicate hand and swung it toward Qin Qingyao with the intention of striking her. Jiang Yunlan was at the 9th level of the Meridian Realm, while Qin Qingyao had only just entered the 2nd level. However, it was essential to note that Qin Qingyao had received personal instruction from Qin Futian. The teachings of a divine emperor are not to be underestimated, and one cannot simply gauge Qin Qingyao's strength by her mere level in the Meridian Realm. Upon witnessing Jiang Yunlan's sudden strike, Qin Qingyao's eyes flickered with a moment of panic. However, memories of the rudimentary self-defense techniques taught by Qin Futian swiftly surfaced in her mind. In an instant, her hand darted out like a lithe serpent, effortlessly deflecting Jiang Yunlan's palm with a grace that belied her strength. In a swift counter, she delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Yunlan's face. The sound of the slap echoed sharply, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints emblazoned across Jiang Yunlan's cheek. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The maid of Qin Futian had dared to strike Jiang Yunlan? Jiang Yunlan, the epitome of grace and talent in Yunsong City, a paragon among the youth, had been bested by a mere servant? The maid of Qin Futian turns out to be a martial cultivator? Jiang Yunlan trembled, utterly astonished that Qin Futian's maid possessed such remarkable prowess. Indeed, her earlier arrogance had blinded her to the maid's potential, leading her to strike without caution. Otherwise, even with Qin Qingyao's teachings from Qin Futian, it would have been improbable for her to gain an advantage over Jiang Yunlan. After all, Qin Qingyao had only recently commenced her training, lacking in practical combat experience. However, should she possess the strength of the 6th level of the Meridian Realm or above, coupled with Qin Futian's guidance, she would undoubtedly overpower Jiang Yunlan. Given that Qin Qingyao's talents had been refined by the spirit-quenching elixir, she could stand toe-to-toe with Jiang Yunlan. "You seek your own demise." Jiang Yunlan seethed, her delicate features marred by an icy frost, as she activated her spiritual ring, summoning a sharp sword to thrust toward Qin Qingyao. "Step back." Qin Futian barked sharply, stepping forward. "Jiang Yunlan, do you seek death?" His voice, as sharp as a blade, erupted with a chilling intensity. Simultaneously, a frigid aura of murderous intent enveloped the space. Jiang Yunlan was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the aura radiating from Qin Futian instilled a terrifying coldness that surged from her feet. This elder, during the examination period of the Heavenly Sword sect, would he face repercussions for taking a life? Qin Futian then turned to Yuan Hong and inquired. Enough. Yuan Hong's expression was equally grim. The examination of the Heavenly Sword sect had yet to conclude, and he wished to avoid further chaos. "Jiang Yunlan, we are in the midst of an examination. Any matters should be addressed after its conclusion. Yuan Hong spoke sternly. Jiang Yulan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. She longed to dismember Qin Qingyao. Yes, master. Yet, she dared not defy Yuan Hong and had to relent. Humph, you wretched servant, I shall spare your wretched life for now. And you, Qin Futian, for your lax discipline. You too deserve punishment, Jiang Yunlan coldly declared. Qin Futian scoffed disdainfully, clearly perceiving that Jiang Yunlan had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. She probably believed that Qin Futian's inquiry served as a caution against her impulsive actions. In truth, if Yuan Hong exhibited even the slightest inclination to be lenient, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Yunlan who would meet her demise in the next moment. The first round of assessments concluded with a total of 62 individuals successfully passing. Only the top 20 would proceed, while the rest faced elimination. The top 20 were granted the privilege of entering the Heavenly Sword sect. Yuan Hong announced the names of the top 20. Shortly thereafter, he proclaimed the commencement of the second round of evaluations, a tournament. Opponents would be determined by lottery, with the top 5 earning the right to advance as outer disciples. As Yuan Hong's voice faded, Jiang Yunlan's cold gaze once again swept over Qin Futian. Qin Futian. I hope we can meet on the arena in the rounds to come. Qin Futian's performance in the Puppet Valley Challenge surprised everyone. However, ultimately, the consensus was that he likely possessed a remarkable agility technique. In the second round of the arena battles, mere agility would prove insufficient. It would ultimately come down to a contest of strength. Although Qin Futian's dantian was shattered, and his cultivation had not yet completely dissipated, the true combat power he retained was likely quite limited. Jiang Yunlan shared a similar sentiment. Earlier, Qin Qingyao had publicly slapped her, leaving her deeply humiliated. If she could eliminate Qin Futian in the upcoming arena battle, it would provide her with a much-needed sense of vindication. As for that lowly maid, once Qin Futian was dispatched, her turn would come swiftly. The drawing of lots commenced promptly. The top 20 from the first round of the Puppet Valley assessment would face off in pairs. As fate would have it, Qin Futian drew the lot for Xiongyu of the Xiong family. Is it that little girl, Xiongyu? Upon learning that his opponent was Xiongyu, Qin Futian couldn't help but direct his gaze towards her. In the recesses of Qin Futian's memory, his impression of Xiongyu was quite favorable. Xiongyu was the daughter of Xiong Buyue, the head of the Xiong family in Yunsong City. Since childhood, she had been acquainted with Qin Futian, and the two often played together, sometimes even practicing martial arts side by side. For a period, Xiongyu, like a devoted shadow, followed Qin Futian wherever he went. She even insisted on joining him in his escapades, but each time, she was promptly pulled back by Xiong Buyue. However, after Qin Futian became betrothed to Jiang Yulan, this news spread like wildfire throughout Yunsong City, and subsequently, Xiongyu seldom appeared before Qin Futian. At this moment, as Qin Futian cast his gaze toward Xiongyu, she coincidentally turned her eyes in his direction as well, resulting in their gazes locking. Xiongyu, unlike her father, bore no resemblance to him at all. Xiong Buyue was a robust man with a physique akin to that of an ox and sported a prominent bald head. In stark contrast, Xiongyu embodied the essence of a refined lady, with her sparkling large eyes, cascading dark hair, fair complexion, and delicate features. In her gaze directed at Qin Futian, there lingered a touch of long-lost greeting, accompanied by hints of sympathy and tenderness. In an instant, Qin Futian comprehended her feelings. To her, his shattered dantian rendered him pitiable. Hence the myriad of emotions reflected in her eyes. Brother Futian, Xiongyu called softly after a moment's hesitation as she approached him, her tone reminiscent of their earlier days, imbued with a hint of bashfulness. Little you. A smile graced Qin Futian's face. After the news of his shattered dantian spread, those who had previously flattered and fawned over him turned their backs without mercy. Yet, Xiongyu remained steadfast, which brought a warm glow to Qin Futian's heart. It seemed that in this world, many beautiful things had remained unchanged. Brother Futian, I have longed to visit you. I heard about your dantian, Xiongyu Bitterlip, but my father forbade me from coming to the Qin manor. Little girl, I am quite well. Qin Futian chuckled lightly. Brother Futian, during the upcoming match, do not worry. I will ensure that your defeat is not too humiliating. After a moment of thought, Xiongyu lowered her voice and added, almost inaudibly, or perhaps, Brother Futian, I shall let you win. I can feign weakness and allow you to send me flying from the stage. Haha, splendid. Qin Futian laughed and shook his head, realizing that this little girl was truly amusing herself. As Qin Futian finished drawing lots, Lei Chong, Su Tunglong, Qin Sun, and Jiang Yunlan also received their respective numbers. Upon receiving the sign number, Qin's son descended from the stage, his gaze subsequently falling upon Qin Futian. Qin Futian. Qin's son could not help but silently scream within. As he traversed the puppet valley, he believed he had finally released the pent-up ire that had been festering in his heart. What of Qin Futian? In a mere 106 breaths, he left everyone in awe. Qin's son believed he had finally emerged from the shadow of Qin Futian. From that moment on, whenever the citizens of Yunsong City spoke of the genius of the Qin family, it would solely be about him, Qin's son, while Qin Futian would ultimately fade into oblivion. However, when Qin Futian made his appearance, all attention once again gravitated towards him. What was even more infuriating was that Qin Sin's moment in the limelight had barely begun before it was ruthlessly overshadowed by Qin Futian. It was a merciless and direct obliteration. In this round, had you not encountered me, you would have been fortunate. Otherwise, I would have trampled over you, the once promising genius. Before everyone, making it known that I, Qin's son, am in no way inferior to you, Qin Futian. The second round of battles soon commenced. This was the contest of 20-10. Except for the occasional fiercely contested match, most battles were swift and intense. Lei Cheng and Su Tangling effortlessly vanquished their opponents. Next, it was Qin Sin's turn. Qin Sin's adversary was Hong Wunyan from the Hong family of Tianke City. This battle was equally intense. Hong Wunyan was a talented martial artist, yet at merely 14 years of age, he had only attained 70% mastery of the Meridian realm. Ultimately, he was unable to prevail against Qin Sin and was thus defeated. With this, Qin Sin successfully secured a place among the top 10. Next, it was Jiang Yunlan's turn. Without any doubt, Jiang Yunlan also triumphed over her opponent, earning her advancement. As for the battle between Qin Futian and Xiong Yu, it was reserved for the final match. This contest had long been anticipated by many, not necessarily for the brilliance of the fight between Qin Futian and Xiong Yu, but rather to witness the current strength of Qin Futian and how it compares to his former prowess. The shattering of his dantian is, after all, a formidable obstacle to overcome. Below the stage, Jiang Yunlan, Qin's son, and others awaited the moment when Qin Futian would make his move. As Qin Futian ascended the arena, Xiong Yu followed closely behind. Brother Futian, should we refrain from employing spiritual power in our attack? Xiong Yu murmured. Whatever you wish. Qin Futian replied with a gentle smile, gesturing for him to proceed. Subsequently, Xiong Yu advanced a step, his fists thrusting forward like twin dragons emerging from the sea. This was the Xiong family's dragon-subduing fist. Qin Futian gracefully swept his hand to meet the fist of Xiong Yu. As Xiong Yu's fist struck against Qin Futian's palm, he felt as though he had struck an impenetrable wall, causing a flicker of surprise within him. Yore, your punch lacks proper technique. The essence of the dragon-subduing fist lies in the foundation of stance. Your positioning is flawed, resulting in insufficient power behind your strike. Qin Futian possesses remarkable insight, instantly discerning the underlying issue. Brother Futian, what should I do? Xiong Yu inquired, gazing at Qin Futian with an expression of eager curiosity. The stance you are assuming should be the dragon stance, correct? Indeed. Many mistakenly believe that the dragon stance refers merely to the form of a dragon. But this is a profound misunderstanding. As Qin Futian began his explanation, he simultaneously demonstrated for Xiong Yu an unexpected scene that left everyone astonished. While others were consumed with the fervor of battle, these two instead engaged in a cordial exchange, occasionally pausing to illustrate their points. Under Qin Futian's guidance, Xiong Yu resumed his stance and channeled his energy, and indeed, he experienced remarkable results. It was as if a veil had been lifted, allowing him to finally break through the long-standing conundrum that had troubled him. Excellent, Qin Futian remarked, pleased to see Xiong Yu grasp the concept so readily. Xiong Yu's talent was commendable, surpassing that of the original Qin Xinyao by a considerable margin, yet in comparison to his current capabilities, he still fell short. Xiong Yu, take this elixir now. Qin Futian bestowed upon Xiong Yu a spirit-refining pill. Prior to their arrival at the Chasing Wind Valley today, Qin Futian had concocted 2 additional batches of spirit-refining pills, which accounted for his delayed arrival. Xiong Yu, somewhat perplexed, accepted the pill but refrained from inquiring about its nature, swallowing it without hesitation. As the elixir settled within her, her eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Futian, this pill is extraordinarily precious, isn't it? She exclaimed, instantly grasping the true value of the medicine as its effects began to permeate her being. Little Yu, you must not speak of this pill to anyone, Qin Futian cautioned in a hushed tone. Understood, you will keep it a secret. Xiong Yu nodded earnestly. Thank you. Brother Futian, I concede this match, she declared, her large eyes fixed upon him. Be wary of Jiang Yunlan. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, do not hesitate to withdraw. As the effects of the spirit-refining pill took hold within her, she yearned to commence her training promptly. Wishing to fully assimilate the benefits of the elixir, she had never intended to win this battle, believing that should she harness her spiritual energy, she could indeed triumph over Brother Futian. However, she recognized that Qin Futian had come to participate in the Tianjin sect's assessment to redeem his honor, and thus, she chose to preserve the opportunity for him. In her own way, she was aiding Qin Futian. Meanwhile, among the numerous clan heads observing from the hillside, Xiang Buyue wore a grim expression. Why is this foolish girl still so naive? He seethed, aware of his daughter's affection for Qin Futian. After all, she had trailed after him like a shadow in her youth. Xiong Yu had once confided in her father, and he had even contemplated betrothing her to Qin Futian. However, the subsequent engagement between Qin Futian and Jiang Yunlan had put an end to that notion, leading to Xiong Buyue confining Xiong Yu within her chamber for an extended period. He had thought that with the passage of time, she would have relinquished her feelings. Yet, to his astonishment, she had forsaken the opportunity to become an outer disciple of the Tianjin sect for Qin Futian. Brother Buyue, your daughter is quite the romantic, Jiang Zhinshan jested. Previously, Xiang Buyue had openly criticized Jiang Zhinshan's lack of integrity, and Jiang Zhinshan seized this moment to tease him in return. In truth, I believe with Xiong Yu's talent, should fortune favor her in the second round, and she faces a weaker opponent, she could secure a place among the top 5. That would grant her a coveted spot as an outer disciple. I've heard that the menial disciples at the Tianjin sect endure great hardships and lack access to cultivation resources. For her to relinquish that chance for Qin Futian, that fool, is truly lamentable, Jiang Zhinshan remarked, shaking his head as if genuinely pitying Xiong Yu. Humph. Xiong Buyue snorted softly, disregarding Jiang Zhinshan, yet his thoughts were consumed with the determination to teach Xiong Yu a lesson once the assessment concluded. Moreover, he felt compelled to caution Qin Futian against harboring any misguided affections for his precious daughter. Xiong Buyue cherished his only child and had no intention of leading her into peril. Yuan Hong, too, was taken aback by the unexpected outcome of the duel. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to announce the results. Qin Futian emerged victorious, securing a place in the subsequent round of the competition. Those, like Jiang Yunlan, who had anticipated witnessing Qin Futian's true prowess, could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment, secretly acknowledging that Qin Futian had indeed stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Qin Sin also muttered a few curses under his breath, yet soon a look of delight appeared on his face. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that Qin Futian has not been eliminated by others, which signifies that there remains a possibility for me to encounter him. If fate were to bring us together on the arena, it would be destined for Qin Futian to meet his demise. In truth, it is not only Qin Sin who harbors such thoughts. Jiang Yunlan shares the same sentiment within her heart. As Qin Futian advances to the next round, the likelihood of facing him in a showdown significantly increases. The time has now come for the drawing of lots. From 10, 5 will emerge, and the matchups will be determined through pairs, requiring only 5 sets of lots to be drawn. In the first pairing, Lei Chong will face Wu Yunhao. Upon hearing this outcome, a hint of relief flickered across Lei Chong's face. Among the upcoming adversaries, Wu Yunhao is considered relatively weaker. Conversely, Wu Yunhao wore a grim expression, for he harbored little hope against Lei Chong. Simultaneously, his gaze instinctively drifted towards Qin Futian, as he yearned for the chance to compete against him. In truth, the sentiments of most others echoed Wu Yunhao's desires. Relying on the quota relinquished by Xiong Yu, Qin Futian managed to enter this round. In truth, his dantian lies shattered, rendering him the weakest among the contenders. Thus, everyone desires to have him as their opponent in this round. In the second group, Yu faces Su Tinglong. The announcement of this pairing elicited a gasp of astonishment. Both Yu and Su Tinglong are prominent candidates in this assessment, and their clash is akin to a collision of celestial bodies. In the third group, Jiang Yunlan is set to duel Lu Xingyun. Upon hearing this result announced by Yuan Hong, Jiang Yunlan's expression dimmed slightly. She had hoped to draw Qin Futian. Her desire to face him diverges from the others. While they seek weaker adversaries, she yearns to personally teach Qin Futian a lesson, to publicly display his disgraceful defeat before all, thereby proving that he is unworthy of her. Jiang Yunlan. As for Lu Xingyun, a martial artist of the 8th level from the Lu clan, she regards him with disdain. In the fourth group, Su Kuei is to contend against Qin Sun. In the fifth group, Qin Futian will face Gong Sun Hong. As the pairings were revealed, onlookers cast envious glances towards Gong Sun Hong, with some already offering their congratulations. It is widely believed that despite Qin Futian's remarkable performance in the Puppet Valley assessment, it was largely due to his agile movements. The fact that his dantian is shattered is indisputable, thus dooming his combat capability to be fleeting. Had his strength remained at its peak, he would have commanded respect from all. Yet now, even if his cultivation has not entirely dissipated, his strength has undeniably waned, making sustained combat impossible. Consequently, everyone views Qin Futian as an easy target. However, upon learning that his next opponent is Qin Futian, Gong Sun Hong furrowed his brow, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes, as though he were grappling with a daunting decision. Qin Futian, it is truly unfortunate. As Qin Sun passed by Qin Futian, he murmured, once again, the opportunity to confront you eludes me. I had intended to personally defeat you, to make it known to all that you, Qin Futian, have become a relic of the past. I, Qin Sun, am the true talent of the Qin family. Alas, the opportunity has slipped away. Qin Futian raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Not necessarily. Perhaps in the next round, we shall have the opportunity to meet again. At that time, I await your challenge to defeat me. The battle commenced swiftly. In the first match, Lei Chong faced off against Wu Yunhao. As they ascended the arena, no words were exchanged. The air was thick with the spirit of combat. Lei Chong wielded a battle blade, charging forth like a bolt of lightning. Wu Yunhao brandished a spear, its gleaming silver surface intricately carved with dragon motifs, moving through the air with the grace of a silver dragon, exuding a formidable presence. Both combatants exhibited an extraordinarily fierce fighting style, characterized by their overwhelming aggression. Thus, every clash echoed with an intensity that reverberated through the arena. However, Lei Chong ultimately possessed superior strength, his cultivation at the 9th level of the meridian opening surpassing Wu Yunhao by 1 tier, quickly establishing a dominating position. At last, Lei Chong seized an opportunity. With the thunder punishment blade technique, he leapt into the air, his battle blade slicing downward with tremendous force. Crack! A flash of lightning erupted. Visible strands of lightning enveloped the blade, coalescing into a radiant arc of electric fury. Wu Yunhao's expression shifted, a serious look flickering in his eyes as he swiftly retracted his spear, sweeping it horizontally. Clang! In the next moment, the blade and spear collided, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Accompanied by a muffled groan, Wu Yunhao's spear was flung from his grasp, and a gash tore through his palm, blood seeping freely. Almost simultaneously, the blade closed in on Wu Yunhao, mere inches from his face. Yet, at that critical moment, the blade halted its advance. Brother Yunhao, I concede, Lei Chong declared, gazing at Wu Yunhao. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yunhao's complexion paled, a sheen of cold sweat forming upon his brow. With great effort, he swallowed hard and clasped his hands in salute. I appreciate Brother Lei's mercy. I recognize my shortcomings and humbly accept defeat. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. This match was decisively won by Lei Chong, who conducted himself with both swiftness and grace, knowing when to hold back. In the second bout, Yi Yu faced Su Tenglong. This was a highly anticipated duel, even before its commencement, drawing considerable attention. It could be said that this was the most suspenseful match of the 5 in this round, with the outcome remaining the most uncertain. Who would emerge victorious, Su Tenglong or Yi Yu? As the two ascended the arena, they exchanged brief pleasantries before the battle ignited. Yi Yu wielded a blade. Though smaller than Lei Chong's, it was imbued with greater agility. His strikes lacked the brute force of a straightforward assault, instead exhibiting a graceful and ethereal quality. Su Tenglong, on the other hand, brandished a massive halberd. Similarly, his combat style bears a resemblance to that of Wu Yunhao, whose weapon, the Silver Dragon Spear, shares numerous similarities with both the spear and the halberd. However, it becomes evident from Su Tenglong's initial strike that his prowess surpasses that of Wu Yunhao by a considerable margin. The clash between the two is exceptionally intense. With a back-and-forth exchange, and within the span of mere moments, they have engaged in over 100 bouts. Young master, from the sidelines, Qin Xinyao observes the battle with keen interest. Now a martial artist in her own right, she naturally finds these arena contests captivating. Why is it that both Lei Chong from before and now Su Tenglong and Yi Yu are able to manifest their spiritual energy outward during their battles? Qin Xinyao inquired with a sense of perplexity. Qin Futian smiled faintly and replied, "Under normal circumstances, one must reach the Qi realm to project spiritual energy externally. However, they are not ordinary martial cultivators, at least within the context of Lianshu. They are considered among the prodigies. Thus, they can project spiritual energy even at the 9th level of the meridian realm. Furthermore, the explosive power of martial techniques can also enable martial apprentices to project their spiritual energy, especially those of a respectable rank. Su Tinglong and his comrades are employing profound-grade martial techniques, making spiritual energy projection a trivial matter." Understanding dawned upon Qin Qingao as she nodded in realization. On the arena, the battle continued unabated. The clash between Su Tinglong and Yi Yu grew increasingly intense. The two were evenly matched, neither holding back any longer. Su Tinglong wielded a great halberd, its movements generating a fierce wind, while the halberd's glow traced brilliant arcs in the air. Meanwhile, Yi Yu's battle blade danced up and down, its brilliance overwhelming and all-encompassing. Eventually, both combatants were drenched in blood, their bodies marred with wounds, the contest proving exceptionally brutal. Yet Su Tinglong managed a narrow victory, sending Yi Yu flying off the arena, thus claiming triumph in this duel. Post-battle, the Su family promptly arranged for the finest healer to tend to Su Tinglong, administering precious elixirs to aid his recovery. Should Su Tinglong's condition improve sufficiently, he might yet contend in the next round of the challenge. However, if not, he would concede. For achieving a place among the top 5 had already secured him the status of an outer disciple, a result the Su family would find acceptable. The third match commenced swiftly. Jiang Yunlan faced off against Lu Xingyun. "Miss Yunlan." Lu Xingyun ascended the stage, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting. "Miss Yunlan, I believe my strength is lacking. I kindly ask you to show mercy." However, Jiang Yunlan remained impassive. "Make your move," she coldly commanded, devoid of warmth. A flicker of annoyance flashed in Lu Xingyun's eyes, yet he chose silence, brandishing a long sword that struck forth like a coiling serpent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energy rippled like waves. Yet, Jiang Yunlan made no attempt to evade. Confronting the oncoming sword energy, she extended her delicate hand and waved it through the air. In an instant, she closed the distance to Lu Xingyun. His expression shifted slightly, and he swiftly swept his sword horizontally to counter her advance. Jiang Yunlan's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of her fingers, she struck. Clang! The sound resonated as her fingertip met the blade of Lu Xingyun's sword. The 3-foot sword twisted erratically as if possessed, and then flew from Lu Xingyun's grasp. Following this, Jiang Yunlan unleashed a palm strike, landing firmly on Lu Xingyun's chest. Poof! He coughed up blood, hurtling backward and crashing beyond the arena's edge. Utterly powerless, Jiang Yunlan stated coldly. Lu Xingyun lay on the ground, gazing up at Jiang Yunlan, who towered above him on the arena, gritting his teeth in frustration, yet feeling helpless. He could only blame himself for his inadequacy. However, Jiang Yunlan truly shows no mercy whatsoever. As she descended from the arena and passed by Qin Futian, she slightly turned her head and remarked, "Qin Futian, it's your turn in the next match. I hope you do not suffer a humiliating defeat. Keep your eyes wide open." Qin Futian responded with a scoff. A flicker of anger flashed in Jiang Yunlan's eyes, but she soon shook her head, thinking to herself that at this point, it was futile to engage in a war of words. Qin Futian's gaze lowered slightly, dismissing her entirely. Beside him, Qin Qingao let out a disdainful huff, crossing her arms and casting a contemptuous glance at Jiang Yunlan. "You." Jiang Yunlan's words hovered on the tip of her tongue. But seeing that the two showed no intention of acknowledging her, she swallowed her retort and let out a cold laugh. Meanwhile, the 4th round of the tournament had commenced. In this match, the contenders were Su Kuei and Qin. Senator Su Kuei hailed from Yunsong City and belonged to the Su family. Su Yang, who had been slain by Qin Futian at the Pill Pavilion, was from the same lineage, suggesting a cousinly connection between Su Yang and Su Wan. Qin Sun leaped onto the stage with agility, closely followed by Su Kuei. The moment their gazes met, an intense aura of combat surged forth. The relationship between the Su and Qin families had always been strained, often embroiled in fierce conflicts over resources. During the fateful encounter at Mount Luofeng, where Qin Futian met his untimely demise amidst a fierce battle, the Su family stood among the opposing forces. Consequently, upon their first meeting, Qin Sun and Su Kuei were immediately filled with animosity. Furthermore, Qin Sun was eager to demonstrate his worth before everyone, to convey that the brilliance of the Qin family was not solely embodied by Qin Futian. He, Qin Sun, was equally formidable. Thus, as soon as they engaged. Their confrontation erupted into a fierce clash. Qin Sen's weapon is a sword. The swordsmanship he practices is the overlapping waves sword technique of the Qin family. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In Qin Sen's hand, the sword danced with precision, unleashing waves of sword energy that surged through the air like undulating tides. Each wave compounded upon the last, creating an omnipresent force of increasing potency. This epitomized the profound essence of the wave-cresting sword technique. As for Su Kuei, he wielded a pair of formidable bronze hammers. Towering in stature, his visage was a mask of brutishness, and his eyes glinted with a fierce malevolence. With a mighty swing, he shattered the successive layers of sword waves that approached him. The clash of sword energy against the bronze hammers resonated like pearls cascading upon a jade platter, producing a melodious yet haunting symphony. Beneath this enchanting melody lurked a deadly threat, capable of extinguishing life in an instant. Qin's son, is this the extent of your power? You dare contest me for the position of outer sect disciple? Su Kuei's voice boomed like thunder as he advanced with the ferocity of a mighty tiger, exuding an overwhelming aura. Concurrently, a terrifying force erupted from his being. Boom. The dual hammers struck out, akin to twin dragons surging from the sea, their massive bronze forms igniting with a blinding flare. Qin Sen felt the scorching heat wave crashing upon him, the searing pain rippling through his skin. In his eyes, the dazzling flames reflected back at him, instilling a sense of urgency that forbade any lapse in vigilance. His sword energy continued to accumulate relentlessly. As Su Kuei's dual hammers bore down upon him with fierce intent, he thrust his longsword forward. In that fleeting moment, a dozen waves of sword energy converged, colliding violently with the bronze hammers. Boom. Another resounding explosion echoed through the air. Qin's son was staggered, retreating several steps in quick succession. Ha ha ha, Qin's son. Are you a spineless coward? Su Kuei laughed heartily, pressing forward with relentless determination. The massive hammers in his hands suddenly whirled about like windmills. These two hammers, each weighing several hundred pounds, spun effortlessly in Su Kuei's grasp as if they were mere toys. Qin Sen relentlessly wielded his sword, parrying blows. Yet he found himself firmly suppressed, retreating step by step. As he was driven to the very edge of the arena, a triumphant glint flickered in Su Kuei's eyes. Victory in this battle was imperative. Su Kuei's mind raced with thoughts. Although the Su and Qin families had harbored long-standing enmity, they were currently participating in the assessment of the Heavenly Sword sect. Winning this fight would signify the attainment of qualification to become an outer disciple of the sect. Su Kuei brought his twin hammers together, their fiery glow intensifying. Break the mountain and split the sky, he bellowed, raising the hammers high before bringing them crashing down towards Qin's son, as though the weight of Mount Tai itself bore down upon him, accompanied by searing waves of heat. Down you go. Su Kuei's roar echoed like that of a ferocious tiger. But in that fleeting moment, Qin's son suddenly crouched low and leaped forward in a fish-like motion. His figure transformed into a phantom, and in the next instant, he appeared behind Su Kuei. Su Kuei's powerful strike met nothing but empty air. Not good, Su Kuei thought, sensing the impending disaster, but it was already too late to turn around. With a swift kick, Qin Sen struck Su Kuei squarely in the back. Bang! The sound resonated, and Su Kuei's robust frame tumbled forward, landing outside the arena in a most undignified manner. Su Kuei had been defeated. Su Kuei, you have lost. Qin Sen stood upon the arena, a cold smile playing upon his lips as he gazed down at Su Kuei. Su Kuei, his face contorted with rage, sprang to his feet, brandishing the large bronze hammer in his grasp and pointing it accusingly at Senator Qin's son. You scoundrel. You have resorted to trickery. Trickery? Qin Sen scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping him. You simply lack the skill. Defeat is defeat. What more is there to discuss? I refuse to accept this. You wretched coward, if you dare, let us engage in battle once more. Su Kuei spat, swinging his twin hammers, intent on charging back into the arena. Su Kuei, you have lost. If you continue this disturbance, I shall revoke your qualifications for entering the Heavenly Sword sect. The voice of Elder Yuan rang out, sending a shiver down Su Kuei's formidable frame. Yes, Elder Yuan. Su Kuei replied hastily. In this battle, defeat was inevitable. Yet, he still held the prospect of becoming a mere servant disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. With diligent training for a year or two, ascending to the status of an outer disciple should not prove overly difficult. A proud expression graced Qin Sen's face. Winning this battle signified that he had become an outer disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. With this thought in mind, as he descended from the arena, He cast a triumphant glance at Qin Futian. The crowd began to murmur. Prior to this assessment, few were familiar with Qin's senator yet at this moment. He had become a name known to all. For many, obtaining the status of an outer disciple of the heavenly sword sect was a long-cherished dream. As for the inner disciples, such aspirations were scarcely entertained, for everyone understood that with Jiang Yuan present, others were merely there to fill the ranks. At this juncture, Yuan Hong announced the commencement of the 5th arena battle. In this round, Qin Futian would face Gongsun Hong. Before taking the stage, Gongsun Hong had already received numerous congratulations, celebrating his achievement of becoming an outer disciple. In stark contrast, no one had faith in Qin Futian's prospects. Apart from Qin Xingyao, it seemed no one believed he could defeat Gongsun Hong. Gongsun Hong, a scion of the Gongsun family from Tianke City, was at the 9th level of the Meridian opening realm. Although his strength paled in comparison to the likes of Lei Chong and Su Tenglong, he was still quite renowned, being superior to the likes of Wu Yunhao. Moreover, this match was particularly intriguing. Should Qin Futian secure victory, he would earn the qualification of an outer disciple. According to the agreement he had made with Jiang Yuan, should he attain this status, their betrothal would remain intact. Thus, some spectators were drawn in by a sense of morbid curiosity, pondering what Jiang Yuan's reaction would be if Qin Futian truly achieved the status of an outer disciple. Nonetheless, upon reflection, no one genuinely believed such an outcome was feasible. After this battle, Qin Futian would undoubtedly become a laughingstock in Yunsong City. Qin Futian, it is your turn, urged Jiang Yuan impatiently from a distance. Qin Futian paid no heed to Jiang Yuan as he steadily approached the arena. With a graceful leap, he ascended the platform. Young master, give it your all. Qin Xingyao called out to Qin Futian on the stage. You insolent maid. Nearby, Qin Sin scoffed. Do you genuinely believe that Qin Futian can triumph in this battle? Absolutely. My young master is the most formidable. Qin Xingyao replied confidently, casting a glance at Qin Sr. Ridiculous. Qin Futian is now a mere waste. In the Qin family, I alone am the true genius, Qin Sin mocked. You? Qin Xingyao scrutinized Qin Sun from head to toe. You aren't even worthy of carrying my young master's shoes. You. Qin Sun felt a surge of anger rising within him, ready to erupt. However, upon reflecting that this was the assessment period for the Heavenly Sword Sect, he merely let out a cold chuckle and said, very well. Just wait and see how Qin Futian meets his dismal defeat. Qin Futian ascended the arena, facing Gongsun Hong, who stood before him. Brother Qin. Gongsun Hong clasped his hands in salute. It has been a long time since we last met. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Gongsun. I hope you have been well, Qin Futian replied with a gentle smile. Over the past 3 years, I have progressed from the 7th to the 9th level of the Meridian realm. A flicker of pride illuminated Gongsun Hong's countenance. During these 3 years, he had dedicated himself to relentless training, feeling a genuine sense of accomplishment. However, he soon realized that boasting before Qin Futian was somewhat inappropriate, and a hint of regret crossed his eyes. He sighed deeply. Originally, I had promised myself that when we met again, we would indulge in a grand feast. Who could have foreseen the capriciousness of fate? Brother Qin, alas. Gongsun Hong exhaled a long breath. Though their encounters had been few, their shared interests had forged a bond. Once, amidst the Black Wind Mountains, they faced a horde of beasts, surrounded by ferocious spirit creatures. Together, they fought valiantly, shielding each other's backs, ultimately emerging from that harrowing ordeal gravely wounded, yet resolute, supporting one another as they fought their way out. It was during that trial that their friendship was solidified. They had vowed that upon their next meeting, they would drink to their heart's content, perhaps to the tune of 300 cups. Little did they anticipate that their reunion would find Qin Futian rendered powerless, his dantian shattered. Indeed, the unpredictability of life is a harsh reality. Qin Futian shook his head slightly, astonished that he had transformed from a mere divine emperor into a youth of the Qin family in this lowly realm. This was something he had never anticipated. Brother Qin, Gongsun Hong suddenly changed his expression, as if he had made a resolute decision. He continued, I am aware of the matters between you and Jiang Yuan. If you fail to secure a spot as an outer disciple of the Tianjin sect this time, then your engagement will indeed be binding. I understand, Brother Qin, that you are not the type to shamelessly cling to this matter. However, if the power lies in your hands, the situation will not appear so dismal. Therefore, Brother Qin, in this battle, I concede. Wait. Qin Futian interjected, Brother Gongsun. I am but a shell of my former self. Why must you go to such lengths? Brother Qin, even if your dantian is shattered, And you have fallen to a state of helplessness. Gongsun Hong shook his head with a bitter smile. We are ultimately comrades in arms, brothers who have fought side by side. Even if you can no longer cultivate, this bond of friendship remains steadfast in my heart, unwavering and unyielding. Having spoken, Gongsun Hong shouted towards Yuan Hong, Elder Yuan, for this battle, I, Gongsun Hong, concede. His concession once again elicited astonishment from the crowd. Such a golden opportunity, and Gongsun Hong chose to forfeit. Everyone had believed that Gongsun Hong had drawn a fortuitous lot. Others were envious, unable to comprehend his decision. How foolish of Gongsun Hong to squander such an opportunity. Yi Yu lamented, having endured a grueling battle with Su Tenglong, sustaining grave injuries, and ultimately facing defeat. If I had drawn Qin Futian, I would have advanced by now. Indeed. Su Tenglong nodded in agreement, his expression one of bitter mirth. Had I drawn Qin Futian, the outcome would not have been so dire. Now, my injuries prevent me from participating in the next round of battles. Similar sentiments arose in the hearts of Su Kuei, Lu Xingyun, and Wu Yunhao. Now eliminated, they lamented their inability to advance as outer disciples, regretting not having drawn Qin Futian. Simultaneously, they cursed Gongsun Hong for his foolishness in letting slip such a splendid opportunity. Entering the Tianjin sect as an outer disciple bore far greater advantages than being a mere servant disciple. Servant disciples received scant cultivation resources from the sect and were burdened with a myriad of menial tasks. The difficulty of the examination for outer disciples remained uncertain, potentially leading to years of stagnation in that position. For young martial cultivators, a few years of youthful vigor were incredibly precious. Meanwhile, an elder of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Yuan, wore a grim expression as he summoned Gongsun Hong. Gongsun Hong, do you understand what you are doing? He glared fiercely. Father, I know exactly what I am doing. Gongsun Hong replied. Gongsun Hong gazed at his father and remarked, I have long been acquainted with Qin Futian, a fact I have previously mentioned to you. Had it not been for Qin Futian, I would have perished during the beast tide in the Black Wind Mountains. I am aware, Gongsun Hong replied, his expression reflecting a mixture of disappointment and frustration. However, you must understand that those events are now in the past. If you manage to defeat Qin Futian this time, you will secure your place as an outer disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Moreover, do you believe you are assisting him? Though he has advanced to the next round, if he encounters Qin Sun or Jiang Yunlan, would they not strike him down? Gongsun Yuan's words caused Gongsun Hong's countenance to shift dramatically. Indeed, how had I overlooked this critical issue? Gongsun Hong furrowed his brow, contemplating. I appear to be aiding Brother Qin, yet I may inadvertently be endangering him. That's not quite right. Gongsun Hong mused softly. Brother Qin has already secured his qualification to advance to outer disciple status. He could very well forego the next bout. Once he attains the status of an outer disciple, his engagement with Jiang Yulan remains intact. However, Gongsun Hong soon shook his head again. Yet, that too is incorrect. Given Brother Qin's character, he would never voluntarily concede. I ought to advise him earnestly. If fate draws him against Jiang Yunlan or Qin Sin, he should simply relinquish the match. Observing Gongsun Hong's continued concern for Qin Futian, Gongsun Yuan's ire surged. Gongsun Hong, upon your return, you shall reflect upon your actions in solitude for 3 months. To squander such a splendid opportunity is truly inept. At this moment, the final 5 contenders had been determined. Su Tenglong, Lei Chong, Jiang Yunlan, Qin Sun, and Qin Futian, all standing in a line at the center of the arena. Qin Futian, you have certainly enjoyed an incredible stroke of fortune. Qin Sun stood beside Qin Futian, whispering derisively. Is that so? Qin Futian replied noncommittally. Yet, he had not anticipated that he would consecutively face both Xiong Yu and Gongsun Hong in the arena, nor that these two would forego their own matches for his sake. It seems that, in this world, he indeed had a few genuine friends. A slight pang of envy stirred within Qin Futian. In his previous life as a deity, he was surrounded by sycophants and various so-called divine kings and emperors who sought his companionship. Yet, in truth, none were capable of forging a heartfelt bond. There had been no one, not a single soul, who would relinquish their martial aspirations to support him as Xiong Yu and Gongsun Hong had. Perhaps it was the loneliness that comes with heights of power, or perhaps he had overlooked too much in his past existence. Thus, in this new life, since he was starting afresh, he resolved to fully experience the myriad facets of the world and the vastness of mortal existence. The arena competition continued, and the draw would determine the opponents. However, with 5 participants, one would inevitably sit out. Just before the draw, Su Tinglong announced his withdrawal from the next round. His battle with Yi Yu had drained him significantly, and his injuries were severe, necessitating his exit. This left only 4 contenders, perfectly dividing them into 2 groups for the subsequent duel. Lei Chong, Jiang Yunlan, Qin Sun, and Qin Futian were poised to draw lots. Qin Futian. Qin Futian. At this moment, Lei Chong, Jiang Yunlan, and Qin Sun silently chanted Qin Futian's name in their hearts, all hoping to draw him. To Lei Chong and Qin Sun, Qin Futian appeared to be the weakest. Defeating him would pave their way to the final showdown. Moreover, for Qin Sun, not only would it be a triumph over Qin Futian, but also a chance to showcase his superiority before all the young martial cultivators of Yunsong City, an opportunity he coveted dearly. As for Jiang Yunlan, her motives were even clearer. With Qin Futian now qualified as an outer disciple, their betrothal remained intact. She wished to sever any ties with him that the engagement might impose, desiring to personally defeat him or even to eliminate him on the arena, thereby nullifying their engagement. Soon, the 4 participants acquired their respective lots. Yuan Hong maintained his usual demeanor as he announced the results of the draw. The first group matched Jiang Yunlan against Lei Chong. Upon hearing this outcome, Lei Chong's brow furrowed, and a grave expression overtook him. Not only had he failed to draw Qin Futian, but Qin Sun had also missed the chance. Facing Jiang Yunlan, he felt no confidence whatsoever. The results for the other group were self-evident. Qin Sun faced off against Qin Futian. In light of this outcome, Qin Sun was filled with exuberance. This was the result he had long yearned for. He believed he could effortlessly triumph over Qin Futian. Meanwhile, in the battle between Jiang Yunlan and Lei Chong, both contenders had expended considerable energy. Even if Jiang Yunlan emerged victorious, his strength would likely be significantly diminished. At that moment, in the ultimate showdown, Qin Sun would have an even greater chance of success. Qin Futian, ha ha ha. Qin Sun couldn't help but laugh. You seem to be in high spirits. Qin Futian glanced at Qin Senator. Indeed, Qin Sun unabashedly replied. He never anticipated that we would encounter each other in such a manner on the arena. Xiong Yu and Gong Sun Hong believed they were aiding you, yet little did they know they were escorting you to the guillotine. Qin Futian coldly chuckled and shook his head. Choosing to disregard the exuberant Qin Senator meanwhile, Jiang Yunlan and Lei Chong had already ascended the battle stage. Without any preamble, Lei Chong launched his attack first. His surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, crackling with lightning, as he swung his battle knife directly at Jiang Yunlan. The sound of thunder exploded, reminiscent of beans sizzling in a pan. Lei Chong unleashed a formidable force, seeking to seize the initiative and suppress Jiang Yunlan. In response to Lei Chong's aggressive onslaught, Jiang Yunlan retreated a few steps. With a graceful wave of her fair hand, a 3-foot-long sword materialized in her grasp. As she thrust the sword multiple times, a flurry of sword blossoms filled the air, simultaneously turning the atmosphere icy and sharp. This was the extreme cold sword technique, a treasured skill that lay at the core of the Jiang family's martial arsenal, renowned as the highest-ranked martial art in the entire Yunsong City. Classified as a mid-grade Xian-level technique, in an instant, she neutralized Lei Chong's assault. However, Lei Chong's offensive only intensified. Thunderstrike, Lei Chong shouted, advancing once more with his blade. The blade's radiance surged like a bolt of lightning, causing the air to hiss and crackle. The lightning became even more dazzling. Jiang Yunlan's sword moved with increasing speed, her sword aura multiplying, the chill growing more intense as a thin layer of frost began to form on the ground. Within a mere moment, the two had exchanged blows over 100 times, with flashes of lightning and swirling snowflakes captivating the audience. This revelation ignited excitement among the spectators. It turned out that Lei Chong had previously concealed his true power. Initially, it was believed that Lei Chong, Su Tinglong, and Yi Yu were evenly matched, with Jiang Yunlan standing apart. Now, it was clear that both Jiang Yunlan and Lei Chong were significantly stronger than Su Tinglong and Yi Yu. This duel was undoubtedly the most thrilling contest in the Tianjianmen assessment, without exception. Indeed, it was a collision between the 2 strongest contenders. Regardless of whether it was Qin Futian or Qin Sun in the subsequent match, neither possessed the prowess of these 2. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and Qin Sun's expression grew increasingly animated. The more formidable Lei Chong became, the more favorable it was for him. Ideally, both combatants would exhaust themselves thoroughly, mirroring the intense battle between Su Tinglong and Yi Yu, thus granting him a substantial chance at ultimate victory. Well, On the stage, Lei Chang's spiritual energy surged more violently. His momentum soared once again. Within 3 feet of him, faint streaks of lightning could be seen emanating from his body. Thunder punishment blade technique. Thunder blade roar. Lei Chang bellowed, swinging his battle knife once more. With a resounding roar, it seemed as if thunder rumbled in the air. Lightning scattered, and the blade's brilliance bore down upon Jiang Yunlan like a tangible force. Jiang Yunlan's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she wielded her sword to counter the attack, whereupon a flurry of frost and snow erupted in the air. The 2 combatants engaged in a relentless clash, with swords and blades colliding incessantly, the resounding echoes of their conflict reminiscent of a symphony of thunder and snow. This fierce exchange persisted for approximately a quarter of an hour before they finally withdrew. The lightning in the air dissipated, and the snowflakes began to descend, yet the ice that had formed on the ground thickened further. Lei Chang gasped for breath, several sword wounds visible upon his body. Similarly, Jiang Yunlan's chest rose and fell, her breath fragrant as orchids, with scars lining her arms and shoulders, blood staining her garments. Jiang Yunlan, let us determine the victor with this final move. Lei Chang tightened his grip on his battle blade. He was reluctant to prolong the duel any further. Continuing the fight would only diminish his chances of victory, as it was evident that Jiang Yunlan was recovering her spiritual energy at a swifter pace. Such was the nature of talent. Furthermore, during their previous exchanges, although it appeared they were evenly matched, Jiang Yunlan had subtly maintained the upper hand. The longer this duel continued, the slimmer Lei Chang's chances of triumph would become. Very well. Jiang Yunlan's lips formed a thin line as she responded coldly. Thunder punishment blade technique. Thunder spiral blade. Lei Chang's weapon was suddenly raised, spinning rapidly in the air, and the surrounding atmosphere crackled with arcs of lightning, all converging towards his blade. In an instant, it resembled a tempest of thunder, the blade radiating with overwhelming force, akin to a grinding wheel of lightning. Surging towards Jiang Yunlan. Extreme cold sword technique. Cold flood dragon sword. Jiang Yunlan's eyes turned even more frigid. Dressed in a sky blue gown, she thrust her longsword forward. A torrent of spiritual energy erupting around her, coalescing upon the blade's edge. In that fleeting moment, an intense chill gathered, forming a piercing sword aura. Hiss! The sword aura appeared almost corporeal, manifesting like a serpentine ice dragon in the air, lunging towards Lei Chang with ferocity. Boom! The spiritual energy erupted, with sword and blade clashing in a continuous dance of violence. Lei Chang's weapon could no longer withstand the onslaught, being forcefully sent flying. Thud! Jiang Yunlan's sword pierced Lei Chang's left shoulder, an icy sensation enveloping him instantly. Concurrently, she struck a palm towards Lei Chang's chest. I concede. Lei Chang shouted hastily. Jiang Yunlan, sensing his surrender, loosened the force of her strike by several degrees. However, the palm still connected with Lei Chang, propelling him from the battlefield and landing him outside the arena. Upon surveying Lei Chang, one could see shards of ice densely covering his head, face, and body. In this battle, Jiang Yunlan emerged victorious. Immediately, a tide of cheers surged from all directions, admiration reflected in the gazes directed at Jiang Yunlan. This duel was a breathtaking spectacle, ultimately culminating in her triumph. Indeed, she was the most favored candidate for the title of champion in this assessment, a victory that would resonate throughout the realms of comprehension. Such prowess, not even a martial artist at the first level of the Qi realm could withstand this, let alone those at the second level. Indeed, the overwhelming majority at the first level of the Qi would find it utterly impossible to resist the onslaught of Lei Chang and Jiang Yunlan. Even those at the second level might not secure victory against them. Such is the nature of genius. Their talent is truly enviable, eliciting admiration from the crowd. At this moment, Lei Ao, the head of the Lei family, extended his congratulations to Jiang Zhinshan. Other prominent families followed suit, expressing their felicitations. With Jiang Yunlan's victory in this fierce battle, the suspense surrounding the final match had significantly diminished. As for Qin's son, he had initially harbored hopes of reaping the rewards after a grueling contest between Lei Chang and Jiang Yunlan. However, witnessing Jiang Yunlan's recent display, his hopes had waned, for it appeared that even half of her strength could easily overpower him. Nonetheless, he consoled himself, having never held high hopes for the championship. Securing second place by defeating Qin Futian would still be commendable, he mused. Meanwhile, Yuan Hong announced the commencement of the second match in the second round, Qin Futian versus Qin's son. As the two ascended the stage, The spectators' attention shifted back to the arena. However, following the earlier contest between Jiang Yunlan and Lei Chong, their enthusiasm for this match had considerably waned. Qin Tianxiong. Su Buyao suddenly remarked with a smile, if Qin Futian had not been expelled from the Qin residence, would that not imply that your family could claim 2 spots in the top 5? Qin Tianxiong was momentarily taken aback. He had not truly contemplated this question. However, upon Bear Buyue's remark, he realized the truth in it. Qin Tian's heart was inevitably filled with a sense of regret. Although Qin Futian has been reduced to a mere shell of his former self, the prospect of becoming an outer disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect still holds some semblance of utility. Yet, the mere thought of Qin Sen brings a smile to Qin Tianxiong's face. With Qin Sen joining the Heavenly Sword sect, it suffices. Qin Futian has ultimately fallen into the depths of worthlessness. What purpose does he serve? Having already been expelled from the Qin residence, Qin Futian's potential to become a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect is no longer of concern to our clan, Qin Tianxiong scoffed. On the arena, Qin Futian, please show some mercy. Qin Sun clasped his hands together, appearing cultured and polite. However, the derision in his eyes betrayed his true sentiments, and the phrase show some mercy dripped with mockery. What do you suggest I do to show mercy? Perceiving the scorn in Qin Sen's gaze, Qin Futian intriguingly inquired. Qin Sun was momentarily speechless, then erupted into laughter. Ha! Qin Futian, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Simultaneously, the crowd below the arena erupted in uproarious laughter. Many doubled over in mirth. Qin Futian, could it be that after your defeat at Falling Phoenix Mountain, not only was your dantian shattered, but your mind was also damaged? Qin Sen shook his head with a smile, saying, when I asked you to show mercy, did you truly believe I meant it? Qin Futian's lips curled into a playful smile as he replied, could it be that you wish to experience the sensation of a shattered dantian and a damaged mind? Seeking death, Qin Sun coldly snorted, a glimmer of icy light flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he darted forward, directing a beam of sword light towards Qin Futian's brow. Qin Futian, however, remained rooted in place, utterly motionless, as Qin Sen's sword tip drew ever closer to the spectators. It seemed as though Qin Futian had not shifted an inch. It was over. In the eyes of all present, this battle could already be deemed concluded. Qin Futian's inaction suggested he was either paralyzed with fear or had exhausted his cultivation, rendering him incapable of evading the impending strike. This confrontation had lacked any suspense from the outset. Had I been in Qin Futian's position, I would have conceded defeat outright, for he had already secured a place as an outer disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. The crowd murmured in agreement. Jiang Yunlan also shook her head with a mocking smile, remarking on Qin Futian's obliviousness even as his demise loomed near. Just as the tip of Qin Sen's sword was a mere inch from Qin Futian's brow, 2 fingers suddenly emerged, pinching the blade with precision. Qin Sen was taken aback, and an overwhelming sense of terror surged within him. Qin Futian astonishingly managed to grasp his sword using merely 2 fingers. Qin Sen believed that even if a warrior at the first level of the Qi realm were to stab him with a sword, he could not possibly replicate Qin Futian's extraordinary feat of pinching the blade between his fingertips. His heart filled with astonishment, Qin Sun hurriedly attempted to withdraw the sword. Yet, no matter how much effort he exerted, the sword remained as if affixed to Qin Futian's fingertips, refusing to budge even a fraction. At that moment, a radiant, glass-like light suddenly emanated from Qin Futian's fingertips. Cloud pan hand. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Qin Futian caused Qin Sen's sword to bend instantaneously, and with a resounding crack, it broke in 2. Whoosh. Subsequently, with a nonchalant gesture, he sent the broken sword flying from his fingertips. Thud. The severed blade pierced into Qin Sen's lower abdomen. Qin Sun let out a piercing scream as he collapsed to the ground, his complexion shifting dramatically. Qin, you have utterly destroyed my dantian, he exclaimed in horror. Qin Sen was filled with overwhelming resentment, biting his blood-stained teeth as he glared at Qin Futian. In response, Qin Futian extended a finger, which landed precisely on the center of Qin Sen's brow. Instantly, Qin Sen's anguished roar was abruptly silenced. His furious gaze gradually faded into emptiness, and the expressions of pain and hatred on his face slowly transformed into bewilderment. He. Qin Sen sat on the arena, seemingly oblivious to his injuries, laughing like a child in a state of delirium. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of excruciating pain. Qin Futian, have you rendered me powerless? I despise you. Ah, Qin Sin was thus, at times frenzied, at times lucid, resembling a madman bereft of reason. Witnessing Qin Sin's wretched state, an icy dread swiftly permeated the hearts of all present. They suddenly recalled Qin Futian's earlier words. Could it be that Qin Sin sought to experience the agony of a shattered dantian and the torment of a fractured mind? Indeed, he was now enacting this very ordeal. He intended to make Qin Sun endure the anguish and despair of dantian destruction amidst his madness. On the spectator platform, Qin Tianxiong abruptly rose, his eyes wide with disbelief, transfixed by the scene unfolding in the arena before him. Qin Sin has surprisingly been defeated. Furthermore, he has had his cultivation abolished by Qin Futian, rendering his mind shattered and his consciousness muddled. Has Qin Futian's cultivation truly not been wasted? Could it be that he has genuinely discovered an opportunity to restore his dantian within the Blackwind Mountain range? At this moment, Qin Tianxiong's mind was overwhelmed with a cacophony of thoughts, and a profound sense of regret surged within him. He suddenly recalled the words uttered by Xiong Biyue. Had he not banished Qin Futian from the Qin residence, then Qin Futian would not have unleashed such ruthless vengeance upon Qin Senator. Indeed, the Qin family would have boasted 2 disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect. In that fleeting instant, the gazes of the other family heads and elders around him transformed into expressions of scorn. No one harbored any sympathy for him. These individuals were acutely aware of the countless contributions and sacrifices Qin Futian had made for the Qin family over the years. Yet, due to the shattering of his dantian, he was unceremoniously cast out by Qin Tianxiong. Now, Qin Futian, through his formidable actions, had delivered a resounding rebuttal to Qin Tianxiong and the entire Qin household. Qin Sin, from the very beginning, you awaited our confrontation. I can only tell you now that you are utterly weak. Qin Futian cast a mocking glance at Qin Sun, and then spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to the 2 of them. By the way, there's something I neglected to mention. Your father attempted to ambush me at the Blackwind Mountains, and as a result, I ended his life. The words of Qin Futian ignited a profound terror within Qin Sin's eyes. The revelation that Qin Futian had even slain his own father was staggering. This underscored the formidable extent of Qin Futian's power. Previously, Qin Sin had foolishly yearned for a confrontation with Qin Futian, envisioning a moment where he would ruthlessly trample upon him in front of all the young martial cultivators of Yunsong City. In retrospect, all of this appeared utterly ludicrous. At last, seizing the clarity of his mind in this fleeting moment, Qin Sin bit his tongue, choosing to end his own life. His final breath faded into oblivion. At this moment, Qin Futian's gaze slowly swept across the surroundings, ultimately settling on the distant figure of Qin Tianxiong. In this manner, he was conveying to all that he, Qin Futian, was far from being a wastrel. Everything he once possessed, even if lost, he would reclaim once more. Subsequently, Qin Futian turned his attention to Jiang Yunlan. The final battle was imminent. All eyes converged upon the arena, filled with profound astonishment and disbelief. Prior to this, nearly no one held a favorable opinion of Qin Futian. Yet, his recent display had utterly obliterated Qin Senator. The disparity in strength between the 2 was starkly evident. Lei Tenglong, Yi Yu, Wu Yunhao, and Lu Xingyun, among others, exchanged knowing smiles of resignation. They had previously regarded Qin Futian as the weakest among them. Each of them had yearned for an encounter with Qin Futian on the stage. However, the reality was that if Qin Futian could so effortlessly dispatch Qin Sin, how much more challenging would it be for him to eliminate them? On the observation platform, Qin Tianxiong also rose to his feet. He swallowed hard, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately fell silent once more. In that moment, he felt as though all the strength had been drained from his body. Had he not driven Qin Futian from the Qin residence, the clan would now boast 2 disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, and Qin Sun would not have met his demise here. One could envision that shortly, the Qin family would truly rise in Yunsong City. Yet, there was no turning back. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Qin Tianxiong. He abruptly contemplated a new possibility. Qin Tianxiong ventured into the Black Wind Mountains in pursuit of Qin Futian, yet he has not returned. Logically, given that Qin Sun is participating in the Tiandao sect's assessment, he would have made every effort to return. However, his absence is conspicuous, coupled with the formidable power displayed by Qin Futian. This leads Qin Tianxiong to contemplate a grim possibility. Qin Tianxiong may have met his demise at the hands of Qin Futian in the Black Wind Mountains. If this holds true, then Qin Futian's strength surpasses all expectations. Furthermore, The depth of Qin Futian's cunning exceeds Qin Tianxiong's prior understanding. A chilling sensation began to rise from the ground beneath Qin Tianxiong's feet. At this moment, Qin Futian stood upon the arena. Clad in white garments as immaculate as fresh snow, his visage strikingly handsome, and his gaze imbued with depth and a sense of worldly wisdom. The phrase "a jade figure among the common folk," a young master unparalleled in the realm, aptly captures the essence of Qin Futian at this moment. Below the stage, Qin Qingyao clenched her delicate fists, her heart brimming with excitement as she gazed at Qin Futian, whispering, "Young master, young master." The little girl was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in her eyes. She had long awaited this moment. While others branded the young master as a failure, only Qin Qingyao steadfastly refused to concede. She perpetually yearned for her master to once again prove himself before all. And now he had achieved that. Simultaneously, Zhang Yunlan's gaze was fixed intently upon Qin Futian, her heart tumultuous with a storm of thoughts. Could it be that Qin Futian's cultivation had been restored? His dantian was unscathed? Yet, why would the Qin family propagate such rumors? The last time they met, Qin Futian had scarcely any power left. His aura had not been deliberately concealed. But how then? In such a brief span, had his strength returned to its zenith, and perhaps even surpassed it? Doubts swirled within Zhang Yunlan, yet she soon regained her composure. Even if Qin Futian had regained his strength, she remained utterly confident in her ability to defeat him. Indeed, she envisioned slaying Qin Futian upon the arena. Meanwhile, Yuan Hong quietly scrutinized this young man named Qin Futian. The 7th level of the Meridian Opening Realm? Such formidable prowess was unexpected. Yuan Hong too felt a sense of incredulity, for he had heard of Qin Futian's shattered dantian. However, it now appeared that the news of Qin Futian's broken dantian was likely a fabrication or a grave misdiagnosis. Yuan Hong resolved to investigate further, to ascertain whether Qin Futian's dantian was indeed intact. If it were so, taking Qin Futian as a disciple would be a most advantageous endeavor. With this thought, Yuan Hong ascended the arena. Esteemed guests, we are now left with the final battle, which will determine the champion of this examination for disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. However, after a series of intense confrontations, both Qin Futian and Zhang Yunlan are significantly fatigued. Furthermore, the hour is late. Yuan Hong glanced upwards at the sky. The sun had begun its descent, casting a deep autumn twilight that had insidiously crept upon them. The setting sun was obscured by a dense canopy of crimson and violet clouds, rendering the heavens a vast tapestry of vibrant hues, painting the world in a mosaic of colors. The crowd gradually began to disperse. The concluding battle would take place tomorrow at noon. Young master, Qin Qingyao followed closely behind Qin Futian, her spirits soaring as she skipped joyfully along the path. Suddenly, Zhang Yunlan stepped in front of Qin Futian. Qin Qingyao regarded the uninvited guest with a wary expression, her displeasure evident. Zhang Yunlan, with a slight furrow in her brow, cast a glance at Qin Qingyao and impatiently commanded, "Step aside. What business do you have with my young master?" Qin Qingyao retorted defiantly, refusing to yield. "I have matters to discuss with him, and as a mere maid, what authority do you possess to inquire?" Zhang Yunlan replied coldly. "Zhang Yunlan." Qin Futian's voice deepened. "Speak of your business. Furthermore, while it is true that Qin Qingyao is my maid, in my eyes, you lack even the qualifications to be considered one. You." Zhang Yunlan's eyes flickered with a hint of anger upon hearing this. She then let out a cold laugh, her tone turning icier. "Very well, Qin Futian. I have come to inform you that my master, Yuan Hong, wishes to accept you as a named disciple." "Your master, Yuan Hong, wishes to take me as a disciple?" Qin Futian was initially taken aback, then could not help but burst into laughter. A true Essence Realm Martial Sect Master, seeking to take him as a disciple? Moreover, as a named disciple? Qin Futian, you must understand what an extraordinary opportunity it would be for you to enter my master's tutelage. Qin Futian, however, impatiently interrupted Zhang Yunlan, saying, "Enough. There's no need to continue. Go back and inform your master that I hold no interest." Unaware of your own limitations, Zhang Yunlan coldly retorted before turning to leave. Yet, after taking only a few steps, she paused again. "Qin Futian, to be frank, I never anticipated this. You have managed to deceive everyone. But what of it? Surely you do not believe that you can defeat Qin's son and me as well? Should you choose to study under my master, perhaps there would have been a chance for us. However, your utter lack of self-awareness will ultimately lead you to regret." Qin Futian could not help but let out a derisive laugh. "Zhang Yunlan, let me make this clear. Firstly, There is no longer any possibility between us. Secondly, whether you make me regret this decision, let the outcome speak for itself. With that, Qin Futian took hold of Qin Qingyao and departed without a backward glance, leaving Jiang Yunlan standing there, her expression dark and brooding. This time, her initiative to negotiate with Qin Futian was under her master's instruction. She had initially thought that Qin Futian would cherish such a valuable opportunity. Had he genuinely joined the Yuanhong sect, Jiang Yunlan might have considered granting him another chance, allowing them to become partners on the path of cultivation. However, it appeared that Qin Futian was utterly oblivious to the fortune he had squandered. Upon returning to her residence, Jiang Yunlan conveyed Qin Futian's sentiments to Yuanhong. Hearing this, Yuanhong could not suppress a cold smile. So, Qin Futian claims he has no interest in becoming my disciple? Indeed, I have kindly urged him, yet he rejected my offer outright. Jiang Yunlan replied, not to worry. Yuanhong waved his hand dismissively. I merely saw potential in him and wished to take him under my wing. However, I just visited the Qin residence and inquired about Qin Tianxiong. They have diagnosed Qin Futian's dantian no less than 10 times and can state with absolute certainty that his dantian is indeed shattered. Jiang Yunlan frowned slightly. Yet today, in his battle with Qin San, he clearly exhibited the cultivation of the 7th level of the Meridian Realm, his strength rivaling that of the pinnacle of the Meridian Realm. This indicates that his cultivation has not been entirely depleted. Yuanhong analyzed. Qin Futian's previous highest cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Meridian Realm. Now, with only the 7th level, it suggests a regression in his cultivation. However, the fact that he has not completely lost his strength and possesses formidable power indicates one possibility. He has consumed a special elixir. Special elixir? Jiang Yunlan pondered. Indeed, Yuanhong affirmed. I have discovered that Qin Futian entered the Spirit Pill Pavilion yesterday and only emerged today. Furthermore, there are whispers of a close relationship between him and Elder Duan Gongyu of the Spirit Pill Pavilion. So, the strength Qin Futian is currently displaying is not his true capability? He is merely leveraging the elixir, exhausting his body's potential? Jiang Yunlan inquired. Precisely. Yuanhong nodded. Such a scenario is the only plausible explanation. To restore a shattered dantian is an arduous task. Tomorrow, I shall find a way to further assess his dantian. If it is indeed damaged, it is undeniable that he has resorted to forbidden elixirs. Shall I engage him in battle tomorrow? Jiang Yunlan looked at Yuanhong with a questioning gaze. You need not hold back. Since he is so ungrateful, you must strike him down. Yuanhong responded coldly. Yes, I shall obey your command. Jiang Yunlan replied dutifully. Jiang Yunlan chuckled coldly, exuding unwavering confidence in her ability to defeat Qin Futian. On the following day, the wind-chasing valley was once again teeming with an immense crowd. News of the impending clash between Qin Futian and Jiang Yunlan had spread throughout every corner of Yunsong City. This final confrontation had become a topic of widespread familiarity. Furthermore, this duel promised to be captivating for several reasons. Firstly, it marked the concluding battle of the Tianjin sex assessment. The victor of this contest would seize the title of champion and secure a coveted position as an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect. Secondly, the long-standing conflict and emotional entanglement between Qin Futian and Jiang Yunlan had captivated the attention of the entire city. No one had anticipated that Qin Futian, burdened with the label of a failure, would persist to the end, competing for the ultimate title against Jiang Yunlan. Coupled with their engagement debacle, this battle was bound to be extraordinary. Yet, the question lingered, who would ultimately emerge victorious? At this moment, the throngs gathered in wind-chasing valley surged even more fervently than in the previous 2 days. Excitement buzzed through the crowd as they engaged in animated discussions. Who could have predicted that this final showdown would feature Qin Futian facing off against Jiang Yunlan? They were once the golden couple of Yunsong City, and their contest for supremacy was indeed intriguing. Had Qin Futian's cultivation truly not been rendered null? Was it not said that during the battle at Falling Phoenix Mountain, his dantian had been shattered? Reports indicated that his dantian was indeed broken. However, the formidable strength he now exhibited might be attributed to some extraordinary elixir. But what was the necessity of such a gamble? This potion was rumored to be immensely taxing on one's vitality, and once its effects waned, the potential aftermath could be dire. Perhaps Qin Futian was merely striving to reclaim his dignity. For how many men could endure the humiliation of Jiang Yunlan coming to annul their engagement? All eyes were now set on today's battle, eager to witness who would ultimately claim victory. Let it begin swiftly. I can hardly contain my anticipation. The crowd yearned for the duel to commence without delay. Qin Futian, clad in white as pure as snow, approached slowly. With his arrival, countless gazes were drawn to him. His demeanor was striking, his face resembling exquisite jade, and his presence exuded an ethereal elegance. Qin Xingyao closely followed behind Qin Futian, her demeanor equally exceptional and her beauty striking. Brother Futian. At that moment, Xiongyu approached. Qin Xiong. Beside Xiongyu stood Gongsun Hong. Upon seeing Qin Futian, both hurried over. Little Yu, Brother Gongsun. Qin Futian greeted them with a slight smile and a nod. Brother Futian, I previously thought it was my concession. I never expected your strength to surpass Little Yu's. Xiongyu said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Haha. Qin Futian responded with a hearty laugh. Regardless, I have always acknowledged the affection you and Brother Gongsun share. It remains etched in my heart. Gongsun Hong also smiled awkwardly. Just yesterday, he had conceded to Qin Futian out of respect for their past camaraderie, allowing Qin Futian to advance. However, this act had drawn severe reproach from his father, Gongsun Yuan, who even imposed a 6-month confinement as punishment. Nonetheless, after the match between Qin Futian and Qin Sin, both Xiong Buyue and Gongsun Yuan had remained silent, even expressing relief that Xiongyu and Gongsun Hong had chosen to forfeit. Brother Gongsun, our agreement still stands, Qin Futian said with a smile directed at Gongsun Hong. Excellent. Qin Xiong, I look forward to sharing another drink with you. Gongsun Hong laughed heartily, pleased to see Qin Futian not only restored in strength, but also displaying such carefree abandon. As the group engaged in cheerful conversation, a sudden, sharp call interrupted them. Qin Futian. Zhang Yunlan stood atop the battle platform, adorned in a sky-blue gown, her cold gaze fixed upon Qin Futian. Do not waste any more time. Come up and fight. Qin Futian turned his gaze towards the battle platform, while Xiongyu and Gongsun Hong also focused on Zhang Yunlan. As their eyes fell upon her, a hint of concern flickered in both Xiongyu and Gongsun Hong's expressions. Although Qin Futian's prowess astonished them greatly, they were acutely aware that Zhang Yunlan was not to be underestimated. Brother Futian, be cautious, Xiongyu whispered. Brother Qin, if you find yourself at a disadvantage, do not hesitate to leap off the platform. There is no need to endure unnecessarily, Gongsun Hong advised, his brow furrowed with worry. They could all perceive that Zhang Yunlan harbored murderous intent towards Qin Futian. This confrontation was not merely a contest for the inner discipleship of the Tianjin sect. Qin Futian had already secured his place as an outer disciple. Should he fail to defeat Zhang Yunlan, as per their earlier agreement, the engagement between her and him would remain valid. Given Zhang Yunlan's temperament, she would undoubtedly seek to terminate this engagement through the means of slaying Qin Futian. My young master will surely triumph over Zhang Yunlan. She is unworthy of being my young master's fiancée. Qin Xingyao, brimming with confidence, believed that even the 7th elder of the Qin family had perished at the hands of the young master, and that even Wu Kaihe of the Spirit Pill Pavilion could not withstand his might. What storm could a mere Zhang Yunlan possibly stir? Young master, give it your all. Qin Xingyao clenched her fists tightly, striking a pose of encouragement. Haha, splendid. Qin Futian smiled faintly and then strode towards the battle platform. How ignorant. As he ascended the platform, Yuan Hong's cold gaze fell upon Qin Futian, who ominously remarked, just a frog in a well. How ignorant, indeed. To be a frog in a well. Qin Futian could not help but cast a sidelong glance. Was it merely a refusal to become your named disciple? Heh. Yuan Hong sneered, harboring a surge of anger within. In his view, his intention to accept Qin Futian as a named disciple was, indeed, a generous bestowal upon him. Yet, Qin Futian seemed utterly oblivious to this privilege. However, upon confirming the shattered state of Qin Futian's dantian, Yuan Hong lost all interest in taking him on as a disciple. You are unworthy of being my disciple, Yuan Hong remarked disdainfully. Again, unworthy? Qin Futian shook his head and chuckled. No wonder Zhang Yunlan chose to become your disciple. Birds of a feather flock together. You believe that I, Qin Futian, am unworthy. Yet, in my eyes, it is you who are unworthy. On the arena, Zhang Yunlan scoffed derisively. Qin Futian, step onto the stage for a duel. It is only through the clash of our skills that the truth of worthiness will be revealed. Very well. Let us resolve this through combat. Without further ado, Qin Futian leapt onto the arena. Upon witnessing his ascent, Zhang Yunlan's captivating gaze flickered with realization. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and declared, Qin Futian, in this battle, we shall determine not only victory and defeat but also life and death. What say you? The crowd erupted in astonishment at her words. Jiang Yunlan was clearly intent on leaving Qin Futian with no avenue of retreat. She pondered the implications. Should she vanquish Qin Futian, yet fail to slay him upon the stage, allowing him to escape, their betrothal would remain intact. Thus, it would be prudent to resolve this matter decisively on the battlefield, a true contest of life and death. A life and death duel, indeed? Upon hearing this, Qin Futian could not help but smile disdainfully. In truth, he had long regarded this battle as a fight to the death, with only one destined to perish without a doubt. It would be Jiang Yunlan. However, he had not anticipated that Jiang Yunlan would frame it in such a manner. Elder Yuan Hong. Jiang Yunlan asserts that this battle is a matter of life and death. Surely, the assessments of the Heavenly Sword sect do not prohibit battles to the death, do they? Qin Futian inquired of Elder Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong cast a weary glance at Qin Futian and replied disdainfully. The assessments of the Heavenly Sword sect do not stipulate a prohibition against life and death battles. You are certainly free to agree upon a fight to the death. Then, if we were to engage in a battle to the death, it stands to reason that no one should intervene, correct? Qin Futian inquired once more. Of course. The assessment duel between the two of you is solely your affair. I shall oversee it here, and no one is permitted to intervene. This includes you, Elder Yuan Hong? Naturally. Elder Yuan Hong replied with a slight lift of his eyelids and a cold snort. Good. With Elder Yuan Hong's affirmative response, Qin Futian nodded before turning his gaze towards Jiang Yunlan. At that moment, Jiang Yunlan was also looking at Qin Futian, her eyes brimming with impatience. As Qin Futian turned around, the spiritual energy within Jiang Yunlan began to flow quietly. In an instant, an invisible aura of combat spread between the two. The battle was about to commence. All spectators held their breath, for this confrontation would be one of life and death. Qin Futian, once hailed as the foremost prodigy. Is he destined to meet his demise here today? This is the outcome that lingers in the minds of many. After all, news of Qin Futian's shattered dantian has spread far and wide, creating an uproar throughout Yunsong City. As for Qin Futian's astonishing performance during the first round of assessments, where he ruthlessly eliminated Qin's son, many believe it was due to his consumption of forbidden drugs. However, the efficacy of such drugs is fleeting and limited. Moreover, Jiang Yunlan has been taken as a direct disciple by Elder Yuan Hong of the Tiandao Sword sect, and it is said that she has already received his invaluable guidance. Could Qin Futian truly hope to vanquish Jiang Yunlan? Such a prospect seems utterly implausible. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through the air. Jiang Yunlan made her move. Her sky-blue gown fluttered elegantly as her graceful figure advanced forward, the sword in her hand gleaming like a shard of ice, aimed directly at Qin Futian. Qin Futian narrowed his eyes slightly, their gaze resembling the brilliance of stars. In the face of a sword gleaming with sharpness, he simply extended a single finger. Qin Futian, with the tip of his finger, met Jiang Yunlan's sharp sword. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Has he lost his mind? Qin Futian believed that his physical form was impervious, akin to that of an indestructible body. To think he could confront the tip of a sword with merely a fingertip, was this not madness? Seeking to gain attention? Yuan Hong shook his head, his gaze towards Qin Futian increasingly laced with mockery. Observers on the battle platform, including Jiang Jinshan and Qin Tianxiong, exhibited expressions of confusion and derision. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Yunlan's sword made contact with Qin Futian's fingertip, and suddenly, radiant patterns began to swirl around it. A series of mystical spiritual runes emanated from his fingertip, intertwining to form a formation imbued with profound Taoist rhythms. These intricate formations seemed to coalesce into a powerful array, from which a formidable array force continuously surged forth. This energy effectively barred Jiang Yunlan's sword from advancing even the slightest bit. Jiang Yunlan's expression shifted repeatedly as she channeled her spiritual power to its utmost, yet the tip of her sword remained utterly immovable. The finger of Qin Futian stood as an insurmountable barrier. Is this truly the extent of your power? You cannot even breach my finger's guard? With such meager strength, you dare to insult me as a worthless being? Do you believe that I, Qin Futian, am unworthy of you? Do you intend to slay me upon the arena? The scornful voice of Qin Futian echoed, causing Jiang Yunlan's expression to turn awkward, with anger surging within her. Qin Futian, do you truly believe that by relying on spiritual talismans, you can thwart me? The aura surrounding Jiang Yunlan instantly transformed into a more frigid demeanor. Spiritual talismans? Upon hearing these words, Qin Futian was momentarily taken aback, but soon a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, For a warrior from such a lowly realm, it was utterly incomprehensible to grasp the concept of forming a formation with a mere thought. However, Qin Futian, in his previous life as the Divine Emperor of Futian, possessed unparalleled mastery in the arts of weapon forging and alchemy. Even as a mere martial apprentice at the Meridian opening stage now, the notion of forming a simple foundational array with a single thought was hardly a challenge. Was it not so? You are but a martial apprentice at the Meridian opening stage, relying on forbidden drugs and spiritual talismans, mere external objects. Yet, even with these, you are limited to such abilities. As her words fell, Jiang Yunlan's aura surged even more intensely. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from her, enveloping her in a pale blue force, rendering her appearance even more sacred and noble. The Qi realm. Suddenly, exclamations of astonishment arose from the crowd. All gazes turned in shock towards Jiang Yunlan. It turned out that she had indeed broken through to the Qi realm. Prior to this, she had fought every battle at the Meridian opening stage without revealing her true strength. Now, facing Qin Futian, Jiang Yunlan unabashedly displayed her prowess at the Qi realm. Qin Futian, now you should comprehend why I assert that you are destined to fail in this battle. Jiang Yunlan regarded Qin Futian with cold eyes, stating in the past, they proclaimed us the golden boy and jade maiden of Yunsong City, but I wish to declare that you are unworthy, even if your cultivation had not been wasted. So what? Today, you shall still fall at my hands. Simultaneously, a sky-blue spiritual sword floated into her palm. A spiritual weapon. Many gasped at this sight. A spiritual weapon is one imbued with spiritual inscriptions. High-tier spiritual weapons can even have spiritual formations inscribed upon them. Once infused with spiritual energy, they can unleash terrifying power. Spiritual weapons, like martial techniques, are generally categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. However, for ordinary martial apprentices, spiritual weapons remain an elusive dream. In fact, within all of Yunsong City, few factions possess spiritual weapons. For instance, the Qin family possesses only 2 spiritual weapons, one held by Qin Tianxiong and the other sealed within the ancestral hall, only to be used in exceptional circumstances. Moreover, the sealed weapon is merely a high-grade yellow spiritual weapon. Thus, one can grasp how precious a spiritual weapon truly is. At this moment, Jiang Yunlan wielded such a weapon, and with it, her combat prowess soared exponentially. 2 warriors of relatively equal strength, the one wielding a spiritual weapon could even defeat 2 equally matched opponents. Qin Futian squinted slightly as he gazed at the sword in Jiang Yunlan's hand. The mere sight of this blade evoked memories of his past as the Divine Emperor of Futian, where he was accompanied by a remarkable spiritual weapon throughout countless epochs, a sword known as the Futian Divine Sword. This illustrious sword was acquired from an ancient cosmic relic, subsequently nurtured with his own vital essence over a millennium. In his former life, Qin Futian wielded the Futian Divine Sword, traversing the divine realm for innumerable years, vanquishing countless formidable foes, and staining the blade with the blood of many fallen titans. Old companion, I wonder where you may be now and to whom you belong? In the heart of Qin Futian, a whisper escaped his lips. At that moment, a sudden surge of energy erupted from Jiang Yunlan. A formidable aura swiftly enveloped the surroundings. A soft hum resonated as a pale blue spiritual power emanated from Jiang Yunlan, intertwining like blue flames. Simultaneously, she thrust her sword forward. With a whoosh, the sword's energy pierced through the air, manifesting as a delicate blue sword light that shot toward Qin Futian with lethal intent. An overwhelming pressure instantly assailed Qin Futian, his skin prickling painfully, as if every pore were being invaded by the sword's energy. Yet, Qin Futian remained steadfast, unyielding in his position. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, bewildered by his lack of evasive action, speculating that he might have been rendered speechless by fear. The display of Jiang Yunlan's prowess in the Energy Sea realm, coupled with the might of her spiritual weapon, was enough to intimidate him utterly. The outcome of this battle seemed already determined. Defeat was inevitable for Qin Futian. A mocking glint flickered in Jiang Yunlan's eyes. With this strike, she intended to make it known to all the disparity between herself and Qin Futian. She once again unleashed a brilliant sword light. Over the years, Qin Futian had gained considerable renown in Yunsong City, lauded as the foremost genius. Consequently, Jiang Yunlan's father, Jiang Zhinshan, had betrothed her to Qin Futian. Jiang Zhinshan believed that since Qin Futian was adopted by the Qin family, Bringing him into the Jiang household as a son-in-law would elevate their power to unprecedented heights, rendering them unmatched in Yunsong City. However, Jiang Yunlan harbored reservations regarding her father's decision. Firstly, she shared no genuine affection for Qin Futian. Any interactions they had, including gift exchanges, were merely to appease her father. Secondly, she refused to allow her engagement to be treated as a transaction solely based on Qin Futian's superior talent. Thus, Jiang Yunlan yearned to demonstrate that her own abilities and future achievements would not be eclipsed by his. The title of Yunsong City's first genius should rightfully belong to her, not Qin Futian. Hence, she sought to validate herself with this strike. Yet, Qin Futian remained unmoved, standing like an immovable mountain. His gaze was as indifferent as still water, as if ages of history flowed before his eyes, witnessing the rise and fall of worldly affairs. Just as Jiang Yunlan's sword approached his brow, Qin Futian finally stirred. He extended his hand and pointed once more. This time, no mystical patterns danced at his fingertip. Instead, a fierce aura erupted around him. In an instant, the very fabric of the world seemed to merge with Qin Futian. The Futian Divine Art. In a previous existence, Qin Futian ascended to the position of the Heavenly Emperor, mastering the divine technique known as the Futian Divine Art. This formidable technique was crafted through his own cultivation and continuous refinement, evolving into an exceptionally powerful form of martial prowess. The essence of the Futian Divine Art lies in its ability to harness and even command the forces of heaven and earth, integrating them into oneself to become a source of unparalleled strength. When cultivated to its pinnacle, it can even suppress the heavens themselves, bending the very forces of nature to its will, hence the name Futian Divine Art. At this moment, Qin Futian was channeling the Futian Divine Art. Although he had not practiced this technique in this lifetime, his spirit had already comprehended it to perfection. Thus, even when forcibly invoked, it unleashed an astonishingly fearsome aura. He extended a finger, and a formidable momentum emanated from its tip. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunlan's sword once again met Qin Futian's fingertip. Surrounded by layers of radiant aura that spread out from his fingertip, Jiang Yunlan's sword was intercepted once more by Qin Futian's finger. In that instant, time seemed to come to a standstill. All present beheld the scene before them with overwhelming astonishment. Jiang Yunlan, wielding the might of a spiritual weapon at the realm of Qi Si, sought to cleave Qin Futian with a single strike to vindicate herself. However, Qin Futian once again intercepted the sword with but a single finger. How could this be possible? This question resonated in the minds of all present. Jiang Zhinshan and Qin Tianxing felt it, as did Yuan Hong. However, the one most astounded was undoubtedly Jiang Yunlan herself. At this moment, she had channeled her spiritual power to the utmost. Yet, Qin Futian's diminutive finger stood like a celestial gate, resolutely barring her sword from entry. This time, I did not resort to the power of talismans, while you, on the other hand, wielded a spiritual weapon. Yet, your blade still could not breach even the barrier of my finger. Qin Futian cast a cold smile at Jiang Yunlan, who gazed back with astonishment in her beautiful eyes. How could this be possible? How had he achieved this? Why was it that despite unleashing her full might with a spirit weapon, she could not even breach his fingertip? A tempest of disbelief surged within Jiang Yunlan. At that moment, Qin Futian suddenly thrust his fingertip forward. In an instant, Jiang Yunlan felt an overwhelming force, as immense as mountains and oceans, bearing down upon her. The 3-foot spirit sword in her hand was sent flying, along with her entire being, crushed by an unfathomable might. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Yunlan was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the arena, her sword flying from her grasp. Instantly, the entire wind-chased valley fell into a deathly silence, save for the sound of the autumn breeze. All spectators gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Jiang Yunlan had not only failed to overcome Qin Futian, but she was unable to penetrate his fingertip even with her spirit sword. Instead, she was decisively defeated by his mere finger. Was Jiang Yunlan truly so weak? Not at all. Her prior battles had already showcased her extraordinary talent. Yet, she had not even tapped into the power of her Qi Si realm. In confronting Qin Futian, she had displayed not only her Qi Si cultivation but also employed a spirit weapon, and yet the result was that she could not withstand the might of his fingertip. This undeniably underscored the terrifying nature of Qin Futian. The once celebrated genius of Yunsong City had returned. Who dared to label him as worthless? Who claimed he would be vanquished by Jiang Yunlan and become the laughingstock of Yunsong City? Young master, Qin Qingyao stood beneath the arena, her heart racing as she gazed up at Qin Futian. Her delicate fists were clenched tightly, and tears glimmered in her eyes. Just moments ago, those who had mocked Qin Futian for his audacity now stood dumbfounded. Likewise, numerous young martial cultivators who had once supported Qin Futian, viewing him as an exemplar, were now consumed by exhilaration. Yet, many others, such as Qin Tianxiong and Jiang Jinshan, felt as though an invisible hand had seized their throats, rendering them utterly voiceless. With an unspoken tension lodged firmly within their chests, Qin Futian regarded Jiang Yunlan, who lay defeated outside the combat arena, with an utterly indifferent gaze. His expression was one of extreme coldness, as if vanquishing Jiang Yunlan were a matter of little significance. Like an ant, Qin Futian let out a cold snort as he bent down to retrieve the sword that lay on the ground. To display his swordsmanship before me? Does he intend to slay me with his blade? With a single wave of his hand, Qin Futian summoned forth a resounding hum. A torrent of surging spiritual energy surged into his spiritual sword. The blade quivered, and in an instant, an aura of piercing coldness erupted from its core. This manifestation of sword intent resonated with the very essence of the heavens and the earth. At that moment, it seemed as if the world had plunged into the depths of winter. Countless snowflakes began to dance through the air, swirling around. The brilliance of the sword illuminated the scene, and the flying sword was unleashed, heralding 1,000 miles of drifting snow. Jiang Yunlan's eyes widened in disbelief. As her own spiritual energy was completely frozen, her body felt as though it had been encased in ice, rendering her utterly immobile. In that instant, her entire world was reduced to an endless flurry of snowflakes and that unbearably frigid sword strike. A multitude of emotions surged within her heart. It was only at this moment that she comprehended the absurdity of her own situation. She had once believed that with a single strike, she could vanquish Qin Futian. Yet she found herself unable to even breach his defenses. Conversely, Qin Futian's sword strike left her devoid of any capacity for resistance. Was this truly the chasm that separated them? The foremost genius of Yunsong City was, indeed, Qin Futian. In her desire to annul their engagement and her derision of Qin Futian as a mere waste, she was left to ponder. Who, in the end, was the true waste? Jiang Yunlan. Qin Futian cast a cold gaze upon Jiang Yunlan, declaring, "You requested that I bring the marriage contract, and now I have fulfilled that request." Qin Futian spoke as he retrieved a marriage contract from his spiritual ring. "This is the very agreement that once bound you and me. You and your father, Jiang Jinshan, declared that should I fail to pass the assessment of the Heavenly Sword Sect and thus be unable to become an outer disciple, this contract would be rendered null and void. You even suggested that this was a chance for me? Knowing full well that my dantian is shattered. You still offered me such an opportunity? Was it not merely to publicly announce your Jiang family's loyalty, while portraying me, Qin Futian, as inadequate and unworthy of your Jiang Yunlan? Yet here you find yourself in my grasp, unable to withstand even a single blow. Do you not find this situation ironic?" Upon uttering these words, Qin Futian unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from his fingertips, transforming it into a flurry of razor-sharp sword beams that instantaneously shredded the crimson scroll into countless fragments, which danced through the air like ethereal confetti. As proclaimed that day, even if I, Qin Futian, successfully pass the trials of the Heavenly Sword Sect, our betrothal shall be rendered null and void. However, the distinction lies not in your choice to annul our engagement, Jiang Yunlan, but in my decision to release you from it. Jiang Yunlan, you are unworthy of me. Qin Futian. As Qin Futian's voice fell, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with only his words resonating through the valley. It is not you, Jiang Yunlan, who has called off the engagement. Rather, it is I, Qin Futian, who has dismissed you. You, Jiang Yunlan, are simply unworthy of me. At that moment, all eyes converged upon Qin Futian, and many felt a surge of emotions within. What fervor, what stirring passion was displayed. Those who had once doubted him, who sought to cast him into the mire, now witnessed a powerful resurgence, a striking rebuttal to all who wished to trample him. Young master, below the stage, Qin Qingyao was overcome with excitement, her bright, lively eyes sparkling as if they contained stars. I've always said that my young master is no waste. If he were, then you all would be even less than refuse. Qin Qingyao declared haughtily. Jiang Yunlan, struck as if by lightning, recalled the day of the engagement's dissolution. When Qin Futian had proclaimed his intent to sever ties, she had looked upon him with disdain, finding him laughable and self-deluded. Yet now, she comprehended that Qin Futian was not merely boasting. he truly possessed the capability to act. A similar realization surged within Jiang Zhinshan. On that day, he had mocked Qin Futian for his youthful arrogance, but now he recognized that the young man was not merely impulsive. He had everything firmly under control. A bitter sense of helplessness etched itself onto Jiang Zhinshan's face. Simultaneously, the spectators on the various platforms displayed a range of emotions. Qin Tianxiong, for instance, was consumed with endless regret. Had he not severed ties with Qin Futian, then Qin Sin would still be alive. And the Qin family would have 2 members entering the Heavenly Sword Gate. It was evident that the Qin clan would soar in Yunsong City. And even within the whole of Lianzhou, they would begin to vie with formidable families. On the other hand, Xiong Buyue and Gong Sun Yuan felt immense relief. When Xiong Yu and Gong Sun Hong had forfeited their matches, allowing Qin Futian to advance to the next round, they had initially harbored resentment. They had even reprimanded Xiong Yu and Gong Sun Hong on the spot, with Gong Sun Yuan instructing his son, Gong Sun Hong, to seclude himself for 3 months upon their return, forbidding him from venturing anywhere. Now, they realized that even if Xiong Yu or Gong Sun Hong had fought with all their might, they would stand no chance against Qin Futian. Even Jiang Yulan, at the Qi realm, was unable to withstand the mere flick of his fingers. The others were hardly worth mentioning. At that moment, all gazes were fixed upon Qin Futian. Once the most gifted talent of Yunsong City, he now showcased his unparalleled genius that transcended all others. Very well, Jiang Yulan. The matter of our betrothal is now concluded. This battle is one of life and death. You may now bring it to a close. Qin Futian gazed at Jiang Yulan, his expression devoid of warmth. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yulan abruptly lifted her head, her demeanor quite disheveled, stripped of the previous haughtiness and aloofness. Her sky-blue gown was torn in several places, and her eyes reflected nothing but fear and anxiety. Surely, we need not have come to this point, Qin Futian? A hint of pitiful vulnerability flickered in Jiang Yulan's gaze. What do you mean? Qin Futian narrowed his eyes. In the past, we exchanged tokens of affection. Regardless of our current state, we shared a bond. In light of our former sentiments, there is no need for such callousness, is there? Jiang Yulan bit her silver teeth. Her expression one of poignant despair. Her appearance indeed stirred feelings of compassion among many. After all, Jiang Yulan was renowned for her exquisite beauty, often celebrated as the fairest maiden among the younger generation of Yunsong City. Coupled with her current defeat and despondent demeanor, it was hard for onlookers not to feel sympathy. Qin Futian, enough. You have won this battle. Spare Jiang Yulan. Someone implored. Indeed, young Master Qin, Miss Yulan has conceded. There is no need to be merciless. It is wise to show mercy where it is due. Qin Futian, as a man, you ought to cherish the delicate. Furthermore, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. I propose we cease this conflict, sparing a woman further distress. Most of those who spoke were young male martial artists, many of whom harbored feelings for Jiang Yulan. Their motivations were twofold. They could not bear to witness her demise and believed that by speaking up in her defense, they might win her favor. Qin Futian could not help but chuckle. These individuals truly possessed a remarkable talent for eloquence. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the spiritual sword belonging to Jiang Yulan, which soared into his grasp. He brandished the blade, directing it towards the male cultivators who had previously spoken on Jiang Yulan's behalf. You implore me not to take her life? Very well, let one of you step forward. If you are willing to sacrifice yourselves for her, I shall spare Jiang Yulan today. The few male cultivators who had dared to speak now found themselves momentarily speechless. Was it not said that I should be swayed by past affections to show compassion for the fair? And what of the notion that enemies should seek resolution rather than conflict? Qin Futian wore a mocking expression and proposed. How about this? You may ascend the stage and duel with me. Should you emerge victorious, I shall spare Jiang Yulan from death. However, if you are defeated, you shall take Jiang Yulan's place in demise. Who among you dares to accept this challenge? The young male cultivators stood there, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Yet none dared to respond. To confront Qin Futian in battle? Was this not a matter of life and death? In comparison to Jiang Yulan's fate, their own lives held far greater value. Qin Futian cast a disdainful glance at those present, sneering softly before turning his attention back to Jiang Yulan. Nostalgia for old sentiments? Jiang Yulan, do you truly believe there remains any affection between us? Besides, if I were to be defeated today, would you exhibit such nostalgia? Enough with the superfluous chatter. If you are unwilling to resolve this yourself, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Prepare yourself to witness what the extreme cold sword technique truly entails. With a mere wave of his hand, Qin Futian summoned forth his ethereal sword, which soared into the air with remarkable speed. His gaze was devoid of warmth, as if he surveyed the entirety of existence with indifference. In an instant, an intense chill radiated from the blade, causing the very fabric of the heavens and earth to respond to its profound essence. Amidst the vast and boundless expanse, the falling snowflakes intertwined, weaving a grand tapestry that enveloped the sky. Within this magnificent curtain, Qin Futian, donned in resplendent white, seemed to transform the world into the sword he wielded, as the sword's aura stirred the snow into a tempest. On this day, the misty clouds adorned the sky, and his white garments echoed memories of the past. He pointed toward the celestial gate, and 1,000 miles of snow danced like a flurry of swords. As Qin Futian wielded his sword, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, with snow cascading over miles. Such a spectacle plunged everyone into profound astonishment. Jiang Yulan, too, was utterly taken aback. In comparison to Qin Futian's sword strike, her recently executed extreme cold sword technique seemed trivial, akin to a child's play. It was only when the essence of Qin Futian's sword descended that Jiang Yulan grasped the impending doom. "Do not kill me, Qin Futian," she cried out in terror. "Master, save me." At that moment, Yuan Hong, who had also been enveloped in shock, suddenly awoke from his stupor. The performance of Qin Futian surpassed all expectations. Initially, it was believed that although Qin Futian's cultivation had not yet waned, or rather, the remnants of his strength were still considerable, otherwise he would not have been able to defeat Qin's senator. However, he could never have anticipated that Qin Futian would also vanquish Jiang Yulan. Moreover, not only could Qin Futian overcome Jiang Yulan, but he had also comprehended the essence of sword intent. "Stop!" He stepped forward, arriving on the battle stage, and a spirit sword materialized in his hand, confronting Qin Futian. Clang! The blades clashed, emitting a crisp sound. Yuan Hong's expression shifted instantly. An intensely chilling sword intent enveloped him in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Hong felt as though his very spirit was trembling. Step, step, step. He retreated 3 steps in succession, his hand gripping the sword in his sleeve, trembling uncontrollably. How could this young man possess such formidable sword intent? To grasp sword intent at the Meridian opening stage, is he an unparalleled prodigy? For martial cultivators, there exist various powerful martial intents, such as sword intent and spear intent. However, not every practitioner can comprehend their own martial intent. Those who can are geniuses among millions. Moreover, Yuan Hong had never heard of anyone who could realize martial intent at the martial apprentice stage. Typically, the majority of geniuses who comprehend martial intent do so only upon reaching the martial sovereign stage or nearing the pinnacle of martial masters. High-level martial masters at the 6th to 9th layers of the Qi realm, if they can grasp martial intent, may be deemed as exceptional talents. Middle-level martial masters at the 3rd to 6th layers of the Qi realm who comprehend sword intent are considered geniuses. Those low-level martial masters at the 1st to 3rd layers of the Qi realm who grasp sword intent are undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses, labeled as monsters of talent. As for a martial apprentice at the Meridian opening stage comprehending martial intent, such a feat is unheard of. Alas, Yuan Hong could not help but feel a pang of regret in his heart. Qin Futian, despite his youth and merely being a martial apprentice at the Meridian realm, has astonishingly comprehended the essence of the sword. Alas, his dantian has been shattered. Had it not been for this misfortune, with such innate talent, he could have effortlessly entered the heavenly sword sect, perhaps even becoming the sect's holy son, receiving direct teachings from the sect master, and engaging in contests with the prodigies of the northern abyss and the entire Jing kingdom. Yuan Hong. Qin Futian's sword sang as he cast a cold gaze at Yuan Hong. "Cease this at once." Yuan Hong spoke with an air of undeniable authority. "Cease this at once." Qin Futian scoffed. "Didn't Elder Yuan yourself state that no one should interfere in the duel between Jiang Yulan and me? Does Elder Yuan believe his words to be mere trifles?" Yuan Hong's expression darkened as he inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within. "Qin Futian, both you and Jiang Yulan are rare talents. The fall of either would be an irretrievable loss. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, your remarkable combat prowess in this battle is due to the consumption of forbidden substances, is it not?" Forbidden substances? Qin Futian was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly consumed such substances without even realizing it? No need for explanations, nor for concealment. Yuan Hong chuckled, as if everything lay within his grasp. "I am aware that you sought Elder Duan Gongyu at the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Surely your forbidden substances were obtained from Elder Duan?" With these words, An uproar ensued among the onlookers. Did Qin Futian truly resort to forbidden drugs, thus explaining his formidable combat prowess? Indeed, it appears so. Once the preeminent genius of Yunsong City, he now finds his dantian shattered, compounded by the devastating blow of his fiancée's abrupt withdrawal from their engagement. Such overwhelming tribulations have driven him to seek out prohibited substances. Even if he must subsequently bear the horrific consequences of these drugs, he is willing to pay that price. Ha ha ha. Qin Futian laughed heartily. Yuan Hong, what are you implying? Yuan Hong adjusted his long beard and replied, originally, I intended to accept you as a named disciple. However, the sword technique you just displayed encapsulated the essence of sword intent. Consequently, I have altered my decision and wish to take you as my true disciple. Even with your dantian shattered, I am willing to make an exception and welcome you into my fold. At such a young age, you have comprehended sword intent, a talent so extraordinary that even the sect master would take special notice. Once you enter the Heavenly Sword sect, the sect master will undoubtedly endeavor to procure rare materials for you, and it is not beyond possibility to restore your dantian. Upon hearing these words, many cast envious glances at Qin Futian, who would have thought that despite his shattered dantian, he could still gain entry into the Heavenly Sword sect. Did you not hear Elder Yuan Hong? Due to Qin Futian's exceptional swordsmanship, he is granted entry into the Heavenly Sword sect, with even the possibility of his dantian being restored. This represents an immense opportunity for Qin Futian. Surely, he would choose not to kill Jiang Yulan, but rather to accept Elder Yuan Hong as his mentor and become a true disciple. The crowd buzzed with speculation, many envious of Qin Futian's fortunate turn of events. Gaining entry into the Heavenly Sword sect is a dream that countless young martial artists aspire to, let alone the honor of being accepted by Elder Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong gazed at Qin Futian with a beaming smile, convinced that his proposition would be met with agreement. In truth, Yuan Hong had no genuine intention of wholeheartedly accepting Qin Futian as a true disciple. His declaration to bring Qin Futian under his wing and even seek a means to restore his dantian was merely a tactic to stabilize the situation, preventing Qin Futian from pursuing vengeance against Jiang Yunlan. After all, Jiang Yunlan was also his disciple. Allowing him to perish at the hands of Qin Futian would be an affront to his dignity. Even if he were to intervene forcefully, it would still reflect poorly on him. Moreover, by taking Qin Futian as a disciple and bringing him back to the Heavenly Sword sect, he would have the opportunity to uncover how Qin Futian managed to grasp sword intent at such an early stage in his cultivation. At a tender age, Qin Futian has managed to comprehend the essence of the sword, suggesting he has likely encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Should he succeed in seizing that chance for himself, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon to his swordsmanship. Qin Futian, your entry into the Heavenly Sword sect brings me great joy, exclaimed Jiang Yunlan, her previous anxiety and trepidation dissipating. She too believed that Qin Futian could no longer refuse Master Yuan Hong, for he was indeed a true disciple. In the future, you shall also take Master as your mentor. We will share the bond of senior and junior siblings. If you manage to restore your dantian, we might even forge a partnership in our paths. Jiang Yulan straightened her posture, addressing Qin Futian with newfound poise. The earlier disarray upon her countenance was replaced by a confident demeanor. Like Yuan Hong, she too felt there was no reason for Qin Futian to decline. In truth, it was not solely Jiang Yunlan and Yuan Hong who held this belief. Others shared the same sentiment. Yet, amidst the gazes of all present, Qin Futian smiled. He looked at Jiang Yunlan and Yuan Hong, and with a mocking tone remarked, "One suggests taking me as a true disciple. The other proposes we could unite as partners. Do you perceive these as blessings bestowed upon me? Should I express gratitude? But do you truly grasp my sentiments?" Yuan Hong was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Qin Futian cast a cold glance at Yuan Hong and spoke with indifference. "I harbor no interest in becoming your disciple. In fact, it would be more appropriate to say that you lack the qualifications to become my disciple." He then turned his attention to Jiang Yunlan and continued, "What audacity you possess to think you could become my partner on the path. A woman of your caliber is unworthy even to serve as my maid. Do you comprehend?" As soon as Qin Futian's words were uttered, everyone fell into a stunned silence. To express disinterest in having Yuan Hong as a disciple? To assert that Yuan Hong lacks the qualifications to become his apprentice? And as for Jiang Yulan, he deemed her unworthy even to be his maid? Surely, Qin Futian must have lost his senses. Indeed, Qin Futian possesses remarkable talent, and during the recent assessment at the sword sect, he displayed unparalleled genius. However, to proclaim that Yuan Hong is unworthy to be his disciple and that Jiang Yunlan does not even qualify to serve as his maid appears exceedingly arrogant. Among the crowd, many whispered amongst themselves, and their murmurs, of course, reached Qin Qingyao's ears. Qin Qingyao's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her voice cold as she declared, "My young master is absolutely correct. Jiang Yunlan is unworthy to serve as a maid for my family as esteemed young master. Just grant me a bit of time. It won't be long before I surpass Jiang Yunlan." The onlookers, upon hearing Qin Qingyao's words, immediately scoffed in disbelief. Who was Jiang Yunlan? One of the most exceptional geniuses in Yunsong City, renowned as the first goddess. And what was Qin Qingyao? Merely a maid, with no means to compare herself to Jiang Yunlan. Thus, many regarded the two, master and servant, as utterly delusional. Yuan Hong's expression darkened to a steely hue. He had taken the initiative to offer Qin Futian the position of his direct disciple, only to be met with rejection? Moreover, Qin Futian had the audacity to proclaim that Yuan Hong himself was unworthy to be his master? What exactly did you intend, Qin Futian? Yuan Hong believed that Qin Futian was simply clinging to his pride, deliberately uttering such exaggerated claims. I harbor no ulterior motives, it is as it should be. Since Jiang Yunlan has challenged me to a life-and-death duel, according to our agreement, she must perish, Qin Futian stated with indifference. Humph. Yuan Hong let out a cold snort. As long as I am here, you may as well abandon such thoughts. Are you saying you intend to go back on your word? Qin Futian's demeanor turned equally frosty. However, if I wish to kill Jiang Yunlan today, Yuan Hong, you cannot stop me. As he spoke, Qin Futian quietly activated the Futian Divine Art, and an overwhelming aura began to emanate from him. Truly, he was insufferably arrogant. Yuan Hong chuckled coldly. A mere Pulse Realm martial artist dared to make such grandiose claims before him. In an instant, his spiritual power erupted as he waved his hand, causing his spiritual sword to radiate with a golden brilliance. I shall first eliminate this ignorant fool, Yuan Hong said, pushing forward with his palm, sending the sword, enveloped in golden light, soaring through the air, unleashing a barrage of fierce sword energies. Preposterous. Qin Futian's lips curled into a cold smile. Although he was merely at the meridian opening stage, he could discern countless flaws in Yuan Hong's move with a single glance. Get out of my way. With a thunderous roar, Qin Futian struck forth, his spiritual sword radiating a brilliant light as he swung it down, as if to sever the very flow of rivers. A resounding boom echoed as the sword energy unleashed by Yuan Hong was entirely obliterated by Qin Futian's strike. The immense force even compelled Yuan Hong to retreat an additional 6 or 7 paces. How could this be possible? A wave of terror surged within Yuan Hong. If previously, his retreat had stemmed from underestimating Qin Futian and his decision to shield Jiang Yunlan from that blow without adequate preparation, this time he had initiated the attack, intent on slaying Qin Futian with a single strike. Yet, instead of achieving his goal, he found himself pushed back once more. What was the source of Qin Futian's power? It could not merely be attributed to the use of forbidden drugs. Was there some other hidden secret within him? Or had he mastered some formidable forbidden technique? A storm of doubt and confusion swirled in Yuan Hong's mind, and suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. With a single strike, Qin Futian sent him staggering backward before charging towards Jiang Yunlan. Master Pei, please restrain him, Yuan Hong called out to Pei Yan. Pei Yan felt a surge of astonishment. Qin Futian's remarkable prowess truly took him by surprise. Who would have imagined that a mere martial artist at the Meridian Opening realm could exhibit such astonishing capabilities? It was only upon hearing Yuan Hong's urgent plea that he abruptly came to his senses. Qin Futian sought to eliminate Jiang Yunlan. Should he intervene to aid Jiang Yunlan? Assisting her would mean opposing Qin Futian. Yet, refraining from action would offend Yuan Hong. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, Pei Yan reached a resolute decision. On one side stood Yuan Hong, the esteemed elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, alongside the exceedingly promising Jiang Yunlan. On the other, although Qin Futian exhibited formidable combat prowess, his dantian remained shattered. Thus, Pei Yan was acutely aware of the path he must take. He leapt forward, positioning himself before Jiang Yunlan on the arena. As Qin Futian unleashed a torrent of sword energy, Pei Yan thrust both hands into the air with great force. A magnificent surge of spiritual power coalesced, instantly manifesting 3 tangible palm prints in the sky. Boom! The palm prints collided with the sword energy, unleashing a tempestuous wave of spiritual force that radiated outward in all directions. To the astonishment of all present, Pei Yin was also thrust backward by the impact, nearly toppling off the edge of the arena. How could this be possible? After Qin Futian repelled Yuan Hong with a single strike, he once again sent Pei Yin flying with another effortless blow. These were two formidable masters at the true essence realm, representing the pinnacle of strength in Yunsong City. Yet, at this moment, they were utterly incapable of withstanding Qin Futian's might. Qin Futian was enveloped in a radiant aura, reminiscent of exquisite glass. As the spiritual energy surged throughout his being, within his body, the meridians coursed with an unstoppable tide of power, akin to a tumultuous river. The operation of the Futian Divine Art exacted a tremendous toll on him. It was not merely the depletion of spiritual energy, but also the burning of his vital essence. After all, he was merely a martial disciple at the meridian opening stage, and to forcibly employ the Futian Divine Art was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Yet today, Qin Futian was resolute in his intent to eliminate Jiang Yunlan, and none would stand in his way. Qin Futian radiated an ethereal brilliance, as if the very heavens and earth around him pulsated in rhythm with the fervor of his essence. The forces of nature lay under his dominion. With a cold gaze, he regarded Jiang Yunlan, advancing step by step like a divine reaper, unstoppable as a god of slaughter. Qin Futian, are you seeking your own demise? Yuan Hong seethed with rage, having been repelled by Qin Futian not once but twice, his status as a master tarnished. He could not fathom that this Qin Futian could truly overturn the heavens with mere cultivation at the meridian opening stage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of slicing air followed, as three flying swords materialized before Yuan Hong, hovering ominously and exuding a fierce, cutting light. Heaven represents Qian, earth represents Qin, and humanity serves as the pivot, the three-kill sword formation, swift as the wind. Yuan Hong's spiritual energy surged violently, and with a mere gesture, an endless torrent of power surged into the three swords, forging a sword formation capable of cleaving through steel as if it were mud. The three flying swords shot forth simultaneously, slicing through the air with a hissing sound as they carved their path. The converging sword light resembled a dragon of blades, locking onto Qin Futian with lethal intent. The three-kill sword formation? Quite intriguing. Qin Futian narrowed his eyes, effortlessly discerning the intricacies concealed within this sword formation. By harnessing the might of heaven, earth, and humanity, he sought to merge with the array. Alas, this sword formation had utterly failed to genuinely channel the formidable power of the celestial and terrestrial realms, barely scratching the surface of its potential. Qin Futian's gaze shimmered with a piercing brilliance. With a swift motion of his hand, the spirit sword in his grasp emitted a sharp, resonant cry, unleashing an onslaught of sword energy that erupted from its blade. In an instant, it seemed as though Qin Futian himself had fused with the sword he wielded. I possess a sword capable of slaying, rending the earth, and shattering the heavens. Slash. As Qin Futian took a bold step forward, the soaring sword energy erupted with ferocity. He transformed into a blade of unparalleled sharpness, enveloped in a tempest of sword energy, and directly struck against the three-kill sword formation of Yuan Hong. Is he truly mad? The onlookers gasped in disbelief, astonished that Qin Futian dared to clash his mortal form against the sword formation. Surely, they thought, he would meet a swift and gruesome demise. Many anticipated that in the next moment, Qin Futian would be shredded into a mist of blood by the formation. However, in the ensuing instant, a thunderous roar erupted as thousands of swords resonated in unison. Hundreds, if not thousands, of sword energies collided with one another, producing a cataclysmic sound akin to thunder that reverberated through the air, sending visible shockwaves of energy surging outward in all directions, accompanied by countless glimmers of sharpness. Amidst this violent clash, Yuan Hong's countenance shifted dramatically. He felt an overwhelming force strike him with tremendous ferocity as the chaotic sword energies engulfed him. In the next moment, he was propelled uncontrollably backward, crashing to the ground, his body marred by numerous sword wounds, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, his complexion ashen. Yuan Hong, I have warned you, you cannot withstand this. Cold and indifferent, Qin Futian stepped forward once more. Whoosh! Pei Yin advanced again. This time, a gleaming silver halberd manifested in his grasp. The halberd sliced through the air, aimed directly at Qin Futian. Its blade shimmered like a waterfall cascading from the heavens. Suspended in the sky, in an instant, the very fabric of the world seemed to tear asunder. With this strike, Pei Yin unleashed an overwhelming force. In terms of true strength, he surpassed Yuan Hong. Fear and dread gripped the hearts of all present, as Pei Yin's strike exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Yet, in the face of Pei Yin's halberd, Qin Futian did not retreat, but instead surged forward, colliding head-on with Yuan Hong. His body bore numerous gaping wounds, blood flowing freely. Nevertheless, his fighting spirit showed no sign of waning. Kill. Qin Futian wielded his spiritual sword, its arc slicing through the air with the grace of a dragon, its brilliance piercing the heavens. Crash. In an instant, it cascaded forth like mercury spilling upon the ground. The sword's energy severed the spear's glow. As if tearing through a grand curtain, Peng Yin spewed blood, his body hurtling backwards. Simultaneously, a terrifying force bore down upon Qin Futian. Boom. With a resounding echo. The solid black forged stones of the platform shattered explosively. As the battle stage trembled violently, countless stone fragments erupted into the air. And Qin Futian's legs sank deep into the arena, while fresh wounds tore open across his shoulders, limbs, and body. Blood gushed forth in torrents, staining his white robe crimson. Yet, Qin Futian's spine grew increasingly erect, and within his gaze, the fervor of battle surged ever higher. He extracted his legs from the pit, dislodging debris. His eyes disdainfully sweeping over Yuan Hong and Peng Yin. I have declared my intent to slay you, Jiang Yunlan. None shall impede me. All present were rendered utterly aghast by the spectacle before them, many rubbing their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding reality. Yet, it was indeed true. Qin Futian, against two foes, had repelled both Yuan Hong and Peng Yin simultaneously. A martial artist of the Meridian realm had managed to fend off two masters of the true essence realm. How could he have achieved such a feat? The mere term genius seems woefully inadequate to describe Qin Futian now. It appears that such an appellation falls drastically short. Jiang Yunlan. Qin Futian cast a cold glance that settled upon Jiang Yunlan. Instantly, Jiang Yunlan's body trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with a mixture of trepidation and unease. With a swift motion of his hand, Qin Futian summoned a powerful gust of wind, unleashing a barrage of sword qi. The chilling sounds of flesh being rent asunder echoed, accompanied by Jiang Yunlan's anguished cries. For strands of sword qi pierced through her limbs, while the force of the assault hurled her body into the air. A flying sword penetrated her chest, pinning her firmly against a nearby stone cliff. Nearly an insect. Qin Futian sneered, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded Jiang Yunlan, impaled upon the cliff like an unsightly creature. Since this insignificant bug refuses to embrace its demise, allow me to assist you on your journey. Qin Futian's gaze was devoid of emotion, cold and indifferent. Just as he waved his hand, a sharp reprimand echoed through the air. Qin Futian, halt! Jiang Zhinshan bellowed, his eyes marred by jagged streaks of crimson. He was gripping Qin Yao tightly in one hand, while a sword pressed menacingly against her throat. It turned out that Jiang Zhinshan had seized the opportunity to capture her, intending to use her as leverage to threaten Qin Futian. Qin Futian cast a fleeting glance towards Jiang Zhinshan. Qin Futian, having spared Yunlan, made Jiang Zhinshan grit his teeth, his expression contorted with rage. Qin Futian cast a cold gaze upon Jiang Zhinshan, his voice frigid as he inquired, Jiang Zhinshan, are you aware of the gravity of your actions? Of course I am. Jiang Zhinshan retorted fiercely, release Yunlan, and I shall set this maid free. Young master, do not concern yourself with Xiaoyao. She is unscathed, Qin Yao interjected, shaking her head as she looked at Qin Futian. The heart of Qin Futian, once as cold as iron, regarded Yuan Hong, Peng Yin, and Jiang Yunlan as mere ants. Indeed, to him, the entire Yunsong city and all its inhabitants were insignificant, their demise inconsequential. However, upon laying eyes on Qin Yao, a tremor rippled through his frozen heart. In his moment of despair, when he was forsaken by all, it was only Qin Yao who stood by his side, steadfastly guarding him. With her meager strength, she devoted herself entirely to protecting him. Jiang Zhinshan, should you dare to lay a finger on her, I vow to annihilate your entire Jiang family. Qin Futian's voice was chillingly cold, and an invisible aura of murderous intent permeated the air. Qin Futian's countenance was as frigid as ice, his eyes resembling cold, sharp swords. An invisible aura of lethal intent permeating the air. The surrounding crowd trembled in fear. The terrifying energy radiating from Qin Futian enveloped them, evoking a sensation akin to plummeting into the abyss of hell. Jiang Zhinshan quivered uncontrollably. He could not fathom how such a dreadful presence could emanate from Qin Futian. Yet he was acutely aware that Jiang Yunlan was his daughter. As a father, Jiang Zhinshan's love for Jiang Yunlan was devoid of any pretense. Thus, gritting his teeth and suppressing the dread within, he addressed Qin Futian with deliberate emphasis. Qin Futian, if you release Yunlan. I assure you that I will not harm Qin Qingyao in the slightest. Qin Futian let out a cold sneer. Are you threatening me? The murderous intent intensified, and within Qin Qing's eyes, an otherworldly shade of crimson gradually emerged. Jiang Zhinshan, you are courting death. As the veins and flesh of Qin Futian writhed and pulsated, a terrifying power surged within him. He was confident that by forcefully executing a higher level of the Futian divine art, he could eliminate Jiang Zhinshan without causing any harm to Qin Qingyao. However, at that moment, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens. With a swift whoosh, the sword energy sliced through the air like a comet, and amidst a burst of crimson, one of Jiang Zhinshan's arms was severed and sent flying. Concurrently, a tall figure clad in a grayish-blue robe materialized before Qin Futian. Ha, Yuan Hong. Peng Yin, how utterly shameless you are, to team up against Amir Jr. And yet, you cannot even subdue a single one. The speaker was a middle-aged man exuding an aura of refinement, appearing vibrant and full of life. His dark hair was casually tied into a bun at the back of his head, though his temples were streaked with gray. Qin Futian could not help but direct his gaze towards the man. From this middle-aged individual, Qin Futian sensed a familiar aura of sword energy. This was a swordsman. Most swordsmen either conceal their brilliance, like a sharp blade sheathed, or display it openly, akin to a sword soaring through the sky. However, this man was different. His presence exuded an air of refinement, reminiscent of a scholar, and his sword energy was equally subdued, lacking the typical sharpness. It appeared that the essence of his swordsmanship was indeed quite extraordinary. Qin Futian could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity towards this individual. Furthermore, the fact that this person had just intervened to save Qin Qingyao instilled within Qin Futian a sense of gratitude. Although he would have found a way to rescue Qin Qingyao himself, the gesture did not go unnoticed. Who are you? Jiang Zhinshan, who had lost an arm, held in agony, directing his wrath towards the newcomer. Su Bailey, was the response, delivered by Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong regarded Su Bailey with a cold gaze, his lips moving slightly. Su Bailey, what brings you here? Upon hearing Yuan Hong address this individual, many surrounding them, including Jiang Zhinshan, displayed subtle shifts in expression. Su Bailey of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Although the Big Dipper Sword Sect had been declining, the name of Su Bailey, the sword-wielding hero in green, was known to nearly all. Qin Futian's expression shifted slightly, for the individual before him was none other than Su Bailey. He had heard of Su Bailey's name, but had never encountered him in person. Upon this meeting, it was evident that he possessed a certain distinctiveness. I happened to pass by, Su Bailey remarked with a calm smile. Seeing the two of you, masters of the martial extremity realm, bullying a junior, I could not bear to remain silent. Thus, I felt compelled to speak a word of justice. At this point, Su Bailey nodded towards Qin Futian. Are you Qin Futian? Su Bailey inquired. Indeed. I have the honor of meeting Elder Su. Qin Futian replied with a nod. You are quite impressive. Su Bailey's eyes sparkled with admiration as he continued. The Heavenly Sword Sect fails to recognize true talent, but our North Dipper Sword Sect sincerely invites you to join us. Might I ask if you would consider this? Upon hearing this, Qin Futian's heart stirred, and he responded, Elder Su, my dantian has been shattered. I am but a useless individual. The North Dipper Sword Sect likely has no need for someone like me. Su Bailey's brow furrowed slightly as he approached. May I examine the condition of your dantian? He asked Qin Futian. Of course. Qin Futian smiled and nodded. Su Bailey gently grasped Qin Futian's wrist, and the latter immediately felt a surge of spiritual energy flowing into his body. This energy traveled along a meridian and reached the dantian, only to be absorbed by the cauldron of creation. Su Bailey's eyelids flickered as he attempted once more, with the same result. Indeed, if the dantian existed, Su Bailey's infusion of spiritual energy would have elicited a response from it. However, the outcome was akin to a drop in the ocean, dissipating into nothingness. Su Bailey exclaimed. Qin Futian's dantian is shattered. He is now a waste. Does your North Dipper Sword Sect truly wish to recruit him? Yuan Hong laughed heartily. A look of sorrow appeared in Su Bailey's eyes as he helplessly remarked, to reach the channeling realm is to comprehend the essence of the sword. He is truly a gifted individual, yet alas, his dantian is broken. Su Bailey furrowed his brow deeply, as if suddenly struck by an idea. He turned to Qin Futian, saying, Qin Futian, although your dantian is shattered, it does not necessarily mean you cannot continue your journey in martial arts. I have a method that may allow you to continue your cultivation. However, Qin Futian, the success rate of this method is likely very low. and you must endure suffering beyond what ordinary people can bear. Are you willing? Su Bailey inquired again. Trying it would not be a bother, Qin Futian replied. Qin Futian smiled softly, intrigued by the methods of Su Bailey. Very well, then. You shall first proceed to the Beidou Sword Sect. This is the Beidou Sword Order. Su Bailey handed Qin Futian a sword order shaped like a jade pendant, stating, with this sword order, you may enter the Beidou Sword Sect and become a formal disciple. I have matters to attend to at present. You should head to the Beidou Sword Sect first. Upon my return, I shall impart the methods of cultivation to you. Excellent. Qin Futian accepted the Beidou Sword Order, a jade piece no larger than half a palm, elegantly shaped like a sword, with a smooth texture. After placing the sword order into his spiritual ring, Qin Futian's gaze returned to Jiang Yulan, whose body trembled under his icy stare. Qin Futian, Jiang Yulan suddenly spoke. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she bit her lip in anguish. Are you not joining the Beidou Sword Sect? The Beidou Sword Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect compete annually in the Northern Ghost Grand Tournament. Are you not the greatest prodigy of Yunsong City? If you possess the ability, let us settle our differences in next year's Northern Ghost Grand Tournament. Zhang's challenge elicited a chuckle from Qin Futian. Ah, the same old routine? Another year's worth of challenges? I could end you today. Why wait an entire year? Qin Futian had no inclination to wait another year. The surge of spiritual power within him revealed his murderous intent once more. Qin Futian, do not act recklessly. Yuan Hong attempted to step forward, aiming to obstruct Qin Futian. Yuan Hong. Qin Futian is now a disciple of the North Dipper Sword Sect, belonging to the younger generation. Let them resolve their own matters. Su Bailey also advanced a step. As Su Bailey's words fell, a sharp sword intent erupted from him. He stood there like a blade, exuding an intimidating aura. For a moment, Yuan Hong dared not approach. Although the Heavenly Sword Sect currently wielded great power, firmly suppressing the North Dipper Sword Sect, Su Bailey was undeniably one of the most formidable practitioners within the North Dipper Sword Sect, even when considering the entirety of the Northern Abyss domain. He was a renowned swordsman. Yuan Hong hesitated to take any reckless actions, and naturally, Pei Nian would not choose to reveal herself at this moment. Faced with Qin Futian, Pei Nian had no hesitation in taking action, but now, with Su Bailey standing alongside Qin Futian, she would undoubtedly refrain from intervening. Thus, with Su Bailey preoccupying Yuan Hong, Qin Futian could pursue his intention to slay Jiang Yunlan without further hindrance. Qin Futian. At that moment, Jiang Zhinshan suddenly fell to his knees. Spare Yunlan. Grant her this one reprieve. I am willing to pay any price. Any price. Jiang Zhinshan cried out to Qin Futian, his voice filled with anguish. Any price? Qin Futian narrowed his eyes slightly and paused his actions. Instead of directly responding to Jiang Zhinshan, he turned to glance at Qin Qinyao, who stood not far away. To Qin Futian, whether it was Jiang Yunlan, Jiang Zhinshan, or Pei Nian and Yuan Hong, they were all mere ants. The decision to spare their lives for Qin Qinyao to hone her sword was, in fact, a commendable choice. With a smile that was more of an enigma, he inquired, Jiang Zhinshan, are you truly willing to pay any price? Yes. Jiang Zhinshan inhaled deeply, nodding affirmatively. Then I require 10 million taels of silver. Qin Futian declared. 10 million taels of silver? Jiang Zhinshan gasped in disbelief. Where am I to procure such a sum? I care not for your predicament. You have but a quarter of an hour. Gather 10 million taels of silver, or equivalent treasures, in exchange. Initially, Qin Futian had no hesitation in his intent to eliminate Jiang Yunlan. However, upon hearing Jiang Zhinshan's words, he reconsidered. At this moment, what Qin Futian lacked most was resources for cultivation. Draining Jiang Zhinshan's entire fortune would undoubtedly provide a significant boon to his training. Remember, a quarter of an hour. Should you fail to amass 10 million taels of silver within this time, I shall surely kill her. Qin Futian pointed at Jiang Yulan, who was nailed to the stone cliff, and coldly remarked, Yes, yes, I will make arrangements immediately. Jiang Zhinshan nodded fervently. He began to exhaust every possible means, selling off all his possessions. The Jiang family had resided in Yunsong City for many years, amassing wealth that undoubtedly exceeded 10 million. However, the accumulated riches and the sum of money readily available at a moment's notice are two entirely different matters. Yet now, to save his daughter Jiang Yunlan, Jiang Zhinshan could no longer afford to dwell on such distinctions. Steward, return to the estate at once and bring all our treasures, along with every land deed and silver note belonging to the Jiang family. Hurry, do not delay. Brother Su, the mine at Luofeng Mountain. I can transfer it to you at a low price. Yes, 70,000 taels will suffice. Head of the Qin family. Last year I lost the 3 silk shops to you. I can transfer them to you at a discount. At this moment, Jiang Zhinshan spoke in a subdued tone. Negotiating with the families of Yunsong City and surrounding regions, beginning to sell off the Jiang family's assets at a pittance. Indeed, many of the properties he was disposing of were offered at merely half their actual worth by other families. Yet, Jiang Zhinshan was beyond caring about such matters. As long as Jiang Yulan could survive, there remained hope. He cast another glance at his daughter, still nailed to the cliff, blood still flowing from her wounds. His gaze then swept over Qin Futian. At this moment, his hatred for Qin Futian was profound, yet he felt utterly powerless. Even Pei Yin and Yuan Hong could not obstruct Qin Futian. Jiang Zhinshan had no recourse. Once they overcame this hurdle, and Yunlan entered the Tianjin sect, she would grow stronger, and all that had been lost would be reclaimed. Moreover, Qin Futian, your demise is inevitable. Next year, during the Northern Yu Grand competition, Yunlan shall personally take your life. Jiang Zhinshan gritted his teeth, silently vowing. Simultaneously, Jiang Yunlan, still nailed to the cliff, observed everything unfold. A profound sense of humiliation enveloped her. Originally, she had intended to leverage this Tianjin sect competition to sever ties with Qin Futian and demonstrate to all in Yunsong City that it was he, the worthless one, who was unworthy of her. Yet now, it was Qin Futian who had forced her and the entire Jiang family into such a dire predicament. At long last, boxes of treasures lay before Qin Futian, jewels, gold and silver, as well as various rare materials. In addition, there were stacks of banknotes issued by the treasury of Jinghua, land deeds, and financial seals, among others. Qin Futian, these items combined are worth no less than 10 million taels of silver. Please take a look. Jiang Zhinshan gritted his teeth, his heart aching with sorrow. Qin Futian glanced over the matter and found, as Jiang Zhinshan had stated, that the sum of 10 million taels of silver was indeed unwavering. Excellent. With a wave of his hand, Qin Futian gathered all his belongings into the spirit ring, thus granting Jiang Yunlan an additional year of life. Jiang Zhinshan's eyelids twitched, despite his immense fury and a desire to rend Qin Futian asunder. He refrained from uttering another word, fearful that Qin Futian might renege on his promise and turn against him after collecting the items. Since matters here have been resolved, I shall take my leave. You may proceed to the Beidou sword sect with the sword order. Su Bailey spoke to Qin Futian at that moment. Very well, Elder Su. I am truly grateful for your assistance this time. Qin Futian replied with a respectful gesture. Without Su Bailey's intervention, everything would not have transpired so smoothly. The backlash from forcibly employing the higher levels of the Futian divine art would have been quite severe. Qingyao, let us depart. Upon witnessing Su Bailey's departure, Qin Futian turned to Qin Qingyao and uttered a few words before making his way towards the outskirts of the Chasing Wind Valley. Yes, young master. Qin Qingyao promptly followed him. As she gazed at Qin Futian's retreating figure, Jiang Yunlan could no longer contain herself. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed with anger, Qin Futian, your dantian is shattered. Your formidable power is merely a result of forbidden drugs and secret techniques. A year from now, I shall undoubtedly challenge you. And I hope that by then, you will dare to fight again. This humiliation had utterly shattered Jiang Yunlan's pride. Only by personally defeating Qin Futian next time could she cleanse the shame of today. Thus, enduring excruciating pain, Jiang Yunlan issued a challenge for a year hence. Meanwhile, Qin Futian, who was on the verge of departing, let out a scornful laugh, turned slightly, and remarked, a year from now, we may indeed duel. However, by that time, the one you will contend with will not be me, but her. Qin Futian pointed towards the person beside him, Qin Qingyao. Her? Jiang Yunlan furrowed her brows. Qin Qingyao also displayed a look of astonishment. What is the matter, Qingyao? Do you lack confidence? Qin Futian smiled faintly. As long as young master is present, Qingyao shall possess unwavering confidence. Qin Qingyao nodded earnestly, then turned to Jiang Yunlan and declared, Jiang Yunlan, a year from now, I shall face you in battle. You? Jiang Yunlan's eyes glimmered with profound disdain. She regarded this maid with utter contempt. Her sole ambition was to defeat, even annihilate, Qin Futian. And she was filled with absolute conviction regarding her capabilities. Qin Futian, regardless of the circumstances, I hope you will attend the Northern Ghost Grand competition in person. Jiang Yunlan asserted. Rest assured, I shall be there. Qin Futian replied with a calm nod. then addressed Qin Qingyao, saying, "Qingyao, remember these individuals." Qin Futian directed his finger towards Jiang Zhinshan, Yuan Hong, Pan Yin, and others, declaring, "1 year from now, I demand that you eliminate every last one of them, leaving none alive." "Understood, young master." Qin Qingyao responded earnestly, nodding her head. "Let us depart." With a wave of his hand, Qin Futian set forth, and Qin Qingyao promptly followed. The two moved in tandem, gradually disappearing from the gaze of the crowd. "Foolish dreams." Jiang Yunlan seethed, her teeth clenched. "If I do not slay you, Qin Futian, to avenge today's humiliation, I, Jiang Yunlan, vow never to be human." The vast expanse of snow drifted languidly through the heavens. Yunsong City, along with the entire northern Yu domain, seemed to have succumbed to winter overnight. One could not help but ponder whether the heavy snowfall was summoned by Qin Futian's sword that stirred the heavens, or if the snow was simply destined to fall. The relentless snowfall persisted for 3 days. On the third day, Yunsong City lay blanketed in pristine white, transformed into an icy fortress. This was somewhat at odds with its name, Yunsong, the dwelling place of clouds, a name brimming with poetic beauty, signifying a sanctuary for clouds. Yet, in reality, after winter's grasp, the vibrant clouds were all but obscured, replaced by a leaden sky. Now, the city was engulfed in a vast, snowy shroud. With snow covering the walls and a thick layer of frost blanketing every structure, the air bitterly cold. However, within the city, the taverns radiated warmth, filled with the conviviality of friends gathered around a pot of wine, engaging in lively conversation. Naturally, the focal point of their discussions revolved around the recent Tianjin sect assessment. "Old Guan, share with us the remarkable performance of Qin Futian during the assessment 3 days ago." Despite the considerable attendance, many had not witnessed the event firsthand. Rumors of the once promising Qin Futian's resurgence, his victory over Yuan Hong and Pan Yin, and his intent to confront Jiang Yunlan ignited a fervor among the populace. Old Guan, a cultured gentleman from Yunsong City, had been present during the 2-day assessment, an eyewitness to the unfolding drama. Upon hearing the inquiry, he grasped the wine gourd before him, uncorked it, and took a hearty swig. Wiping his mouth, he savored the taste before slowly recounting, on that day, just as Elder Yuan Hong of the Tianjin sect was about to declare the end of the Puppet Valley assessment, Qin Futian, accompanied by his maid Qin Qingyao, made his entrance. Once the foremost talent of Yunsong City, he had now fallen into disgrace, and many doubted his ability to pass the Puppet Valley trial. Yet, Qin Futian swiftly stepped into the valley. Old Guan's narrative flowed eloquently, captivating the audience, who listened with rapt attention as he transformed into the storyteller of the tavern. Ultimately, Jiang Zhinshan, left with no alternatives, resorted to liquidating his assets, compensating Qin Futian with a staggering 1 million silver taels, thus sparing Jiang Yunlan's life. Throughout this saga, Old Guan composed a poem that encapsulated the entire ordeal. As one savors the ethereal mist hovering over the azure sky, the figure in white evokes memories of yesteryears. A mere gesture towards the celestial gateway, and the sword glides through the snow-laden air for thousands of miles. Once Old Guan's words resonated, a chorus of discussions erupted, all marveling at Qin Futian's breathtaking display. Yet, the true essence of Old Guan's final poem remained shrouded in mystery. "Old Guan, please do not keep us in suspense. Elucidate the meaning behind your verses," they urged. With a chuckle, Old Guan feigned an air of mystique, taking a breath from his gourd before he articulated. The phrase "the misty haze reveals the sky" serves as a clever double entendre. It not only depicts the weather of that day, but also intertwines the names of Jiang Yunlan and Qin Futian. The line "the figure in white remains as it was in the past" naturally alludes to Qin Futian, who has always favored white attire. Despite his dantian being shattered, he stands tall and majestic in his white garments, unchanged from days gone by. Thus, this line speaks of his enduring elegance. As for a single finger towards the heavenly gate, it refers to Qin Futian's finger, akin to a celestial barrier that Jiang Yunlan, in all her might, cannot breach. Finally, the sword soaring across 1,000 miles amidst the snow describes how Qin Futian's sword conjured celestial phenomena, causing snow to cascade from the heavens. Upon hearing Old Guan's explanation, the crowd erupted in applause, with several generous patrons even ordering fine wine to honor him. "Mr. Guan, your talent is profound. This token of appreciation is but a small gesture." With the wine flowing, conversations inevitably shifted back to Qin Futian. When it comes to the prodigious talents of Yunsong City, none can rival Qin Futian. Perhaps there was once room for debate, But after this battle, all dissent has been quelled. Indeed, Qin Futian's intent to vanquish Jiang Yunlan was such that even the martial grandmasters Pain Yin and Yuan Hong could not stand in his way. It is not just the younger generation. Even among the elders, none can contest his prowess. While most regard Qin Futian with admiration, celebrating his newfound fame, divergent voices arise. What of Qin Futian? No matter how talented, his shattered dantian marks the end of his martial journey. Future achievements will be elusive. Indeed, the prodigy is but a memory. The focus must shift to the horizon ahead. Though Qin Futian has garnered fame through this battle, it is largely due to forbidden drugs and secret techniques. His innate strength may not warrant such a claim. Yet soon, a counterargument emerged. Not so fast. I believe Qin Futian has discovered a means to restore his dantian. Otherwise, how could he claim he would return to the Nine Nether tournament in a year? Let us await his return a year hence and witness his newfound prowess. Mere bravado, one skeptic scoffed, shaking his head. Qin Futian asserted that a year from now, it would be his maid who defeats Jiang Yunlan. One can only imagine the improbability of such a scenario, a shattered dantian coupled with a mere maidservant. I suspect that, a year from now, Qin Futian will have faded into obscurity. As this skepticism echoed among the listeners, many discreetly nodded in agreement. Indeed, despite Qin Futian's remarkable performance this time, the reality of his shattered dantian looms over him, suggesting that his journey may not endure the test of time, ultimately vanishing into the annals of history. It is indeed Jiang Yunlan, for Jiang Zhinshan has invested 10 million to exchange a glimmer of hope for her. This entry into the Heavenly Sword sect resembles a fish leaping over the dragon's gate. From this moment forth, she shall soar like a phoenix across the 9 heavens. When next they encounter Qin Futian, it is likely that one shall dwell in the heavens while the other remains below. However, I beg to differ. I firmly believe that Qin Futian will undoubtedly bring forth miracles once more. What the future holds is beyond anyone's foresight. All awaits the testament of time. Concurrently, the Qin family. Presently, the Qin residence is enveloped in a melancholic atmosphere. Qin Tianxiong sat in the courtyard, his expression dark and foreboding. A middle-aged man stood not far in front of him. Boss, the man spoke with a trembling voice, based on my investigation. It is likely that 7th brother has perished in the Black Wind Mountains. Qin Tianxiong let out a sigh and closed his eyes. In truth, after witnessing Qin Futian's astonishing performance, he had already surmised that Qin Tianxiong had likely perished at the hands of Qin Futian. Boss, we must avenge this grievance. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth, filled with indignation. His name was Qin Tianming, and he, along with Qin Tianxiong and Qin Tianxiong, were siblings. Avenge? Qin Tianxiong narrowed his eyes slightly. He, of course, harbored a deep desire for retribution. Qin Futian not only eliminated Qin Tianxiong but also extinguished the future hopes of the Qin family represented by Qin's senator, however. The mere thought of Qin Futian's ability to repel Pain Yin filled Qin Tianxiong with a sense of helplessness. Yet, opportunities were not entirely absent. If that wretched creature were unable to restore his dantian, he would inevitably reveal his true form one day, in the upcoming 9 Nether tournament a year later. If he had already become a useless being by then, exacting revenge would not present much of a challenge. Qin Tianxiong stated coldly. At the sword gate, Jiang Yunlan was completely bare, immersed in a medicinal vat. Yuan Hong stood nearby, observing her. Jiang Yunlan, some matters belong to the past. You need not dwell on them. Yuan Hong remarked. Yes, master. I understand. Jiang Yunlan replied through clenched teeth, yet the humiliation inflicted by Qin Futian surged uncontrollably within her heart. Yuan Hong, noticing the unwillingness and humiliation reflected in her eyes, shook his head. Qin Futian's shattered dantian, regardless of the means he employs to enhance his strength, is ultimately fleeting. As for you, with your exceptional talent surpassing both me and your senior brothers, given sufficient time, leaving Qin Futian far behind will be a trivial matter. It is permissible for you to harbor resentment and humiliation in your heart. However, throughout this year, you must exert every effort to cultivate. A year from now, I wish to witness you personally cleanse that disgrace. Yes, master, I shall not disappoint you. Jiang Yunlan gritted her teeth, knowing that this time it was not merely about redeeming her own honor. Her father, having sacrificed everything for her, nearly sold off the majority of the Jiang family's assets. And her master had also lost face because of her in front of Qin Futian. All of this, in a year's time, she vowed to reclaim for herself. The region where Liangzhou borders Jinju is characterized by towering mountains. After 3 days of heavy snowfall, the vast expanse of rugged peaks has been blanketed in pristine white. As far as the eye can see, 1,000 mountains lie shrouded in snow, with sheer cliffs and towering ice-laden pines, resembling a masterpiece crafted by supernatural hands. A horse-drawn carriage speeds along the winding ancient path nestled within the mountains, leaving behind deep ruts in the thick layer of snow. The horse pulling the carriage is no ordinary steed, but a Qinlin horse adorned with azure scales, possessing the lineage of a mystical creature. Specifically, it is a tame spirit beast, capable of defying the bitter cold and galloping tirelessly for 1,000 miles in frigid conditions. Once the Qinlin carriage crossed the border of Liangzhou, it entered the territory of Jinzhou, where the terrain suddenly became flat and expansive. Consequently, the carriage's pace quickened, akin to a dragon plunging into the sea, creating a flurry of snowflakes in its wake. In stark contrast to the howling winds outside, the interior of the carriage remained tranquil and steady. At the center of the carriage, there rests an exquisite bronze stove, from which wisps of white smoke emanate, carrying a faint fragrance of fruit. This smoke originates from the fragrant charcoal burning within the stove. The fragrant charcoal is a luxury reserved for the affluent during winter. Crafted from precious spirit fruit wood, it not only burns efficiently with minimal smoke, but also emits a subtle and refreshing aroma, soothing the mind and enhancing focus. Beneficial for cultivation. At this moment, Qin Futian is seated within the carriage. Beside him is Qin Qinyao, who is engrossed in meditative practice. Opposite them, Duan Gongyu, an alchemist from the Spirit Elixir Pavilion, is tending to the fragrant charcoal. Where have they arrived? Qin Futian lifted the curtain of the carriage and cast a glance outside. Whereupon a chilling wind rushed in. We have departed from Liangzhou and entered the territory of Jinzhou, he remarked to Duan Gongyu, who promptly set aside the silver-white incense and replied, "The kingdom of Jing comprises 5 domains, Beiyu, Dongwang, Zhongyuan, Naling, and Sichuan, among which our Beiyu domain encompasses 19 states. Yunsong City is located in Liangzhou, one of those 19 states. Liangzhou, Kuzhou, and Lizhou span a vast area of 1,000 miles, all under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Big Dipper Sword Sect resides in Jinzhou. If we continue southward for half a day, we shall reach the Big Dipper Sword Sect." Indeed, Qin Futian nodded slightly, although he was still quite young. Over the years, he had traversed numerous places within the Beiyu domain and possessed a general understanding of its geographical distribution. He was also well acquainted with the principal sects and powers within the Beiyu domain. The domain is primarily comprised of 3 sects, 4 doors, and 6 factions, among which the Big Dipper Sword Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect stand as 1 sect and 1 door, respectively. In truth, there exists a profound connection between the Big Dipper Sword Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect. Originally, there was no Heavenly Sword Sect. The Big Dipper Sword Sect was one of the foremost sects in the Beiyu domain, renowned for its prodigious talents. However, a traitor emerged within the Big Dipper Sword Sect. A person of remarkable talent who committed the heinous act of betraying his master and annihilating his ancestral sect. This individual founded the Heavenly Sword Sect. Subsequently, the Big Dipper Sword Sect gradually declined, retreating to the solitary state of Jinzhou, while the Heavenly Sword Sect assumed control over Liangzhou, Kuzhou, and Lizhou. Duan Gongyu, are you truly willing to accompany me, forsaking your status as an elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect? Qin Futian regarded Duan Gongyu with a hint of amusement. Do you truly not have any regrets? After the assessment at the Sword of Heaven sect concluded, Duan Gongyu promptly sought out Qin Futian. Upon learning of Qin Futian's intention to venture to the Forbidden State and join the North Star Sword sect, Duan Gongyu eagerly offered to accompany him, addressing him as Master Qin, ready to serve him loyally. To follow Master Qin and become your disciple is a great fortune for me, Duan Gongyu. How could I possibly regret it? He chuckled. Become my disciple? Qin Futian frowned slightly. I never agreed to that arrangement. If you truly wish to accompany me, it may be more fitting to start as my servant. Such a statement would have certainly left others wide-eyed in disbelief. After all, Duan Gongyu was a respected elder in alchemy at the Sword of Heaven sect and a formidable master of martial arts at the True Essence realm. Qin Futian is merely a martial apprentice of the Meridian realm, yet he dares to speak so audaciously? Even Duan Gongyu could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Deep down, Duan Gongyu believed that Qin Futian's words were somewhat excessive. His willingness to follow Qin Futian, even to regard him as a master, stemmed from the undeniable talent and profound insight that Qin Futian possessed in alchemy. It was reasonable to assume that an exceptionally formidable teacher stood behind Qin Futian, perhaps even a figure of the alchemy sage caliber. Hence, Duan Gongyu felt there was nothing inappropriate in taking Qin Futian as his master, as the accomplished are indeed worthy of being followed. Moreover, being in Qin Futian's company would afford him the opportunity to learn a great deal. In addition, it served as a means of self-preservation, given that the affliction of his current demonic state had yet to be thoroughly resolved. Yes, Master Qin. Although Duan Gongyu harbored some skepticism internally, he maintained a facade of utmost respect, daring not to exhibit any form of defiance. Qin Futian cast a fleeting glance at Duan Gongyu, who was attempting to mask his subtle expressions. Despite the latter's clever concealment, Qin Futian was far too perceptive to overlook them. Yet, he found himself disinclined to concern himself with Duan Gongyu's thoughts. Perhaps, at this moment, he deemed his own words to be absurd. However, it would not be long before he comprehended that each utterance he made was not only devoid of absurdity, but also laden with profound truth. Closing his eyes, Qin Futian silently invoked the divine transformation devouring heaven technique. In the stillness of the moment, a droplet of transformative essence coalesced within the divine transformation cauldron. As Qin Futian continued to cultivate this technique, droplet after droplet of transformative essence emerged and condensed within the cauldron. The silver notes and various treasures acquired from Jiangxinshan amounted to over 10 million, including numerous rare materials of heaven and earth. Upon departing from Yunsong City, Qin Futian instructed Duan Gongyu to exchange all unnecessary items such as land deeds, gold, and jewels for medicinal materials at the Spirit Elixir Pavilion. Consequently, the medicinal warehouse of the Spirit Elixir Pavilion was nearly depleted. Of course, the original wealth housed within the pavilion far exceeded this amount. Nevertheless, Duan Gongyu, contemplating his imminent departure alongside Qin Futian, realized that this journey would likely sever his ties with the Heavenly Sword sect. Thus, leveraging his status, he sold a substantial portion of the medicinal materials to Qin Futian at significantly reduced prices. As a result, the spiritual herbs obtained through the exchange of gold and jewels possessed a true value that far surpassed their actual worth. Throughout their journey, Qin Futian occasionally paused to refine elixirs, during which Duan Gongyu would attentively observe and learn the art of alchemy. Qin Futian, through the meticulous combination of various medicinal herbs, concocted a diverse array of elixirs. He discovered that by maximizing the efficacy of these potions, he could transmute a greater quantity of the coveted essence water. Whether intended for cultivation, healing, or temporarily enhancing combat prowess, Qin Futian adeptly tailored his concoctions based on the herbs at his disposal. Duan Gongyu, witnessing the entire alchemical process, found himself increasingly in awe of Qin Futian's remarkable mastery of the craft. Furthermore, he was plagued by curiosity regarding the identity of the esteemed mentor behind Qin Futian's extraordinary talents. Could it truly be a sage of the highest order, capable of nurturing such an exceptional alchemist? What left Duan Gongyu speechless was the frequent sight of Qin Futian sighing in resignation after completing his potions, lamenting his insufficient cultivation level that hindered the creation of more advanced elixirs, or expressing regret over his lack of spiritual fire, which prevented him from achieving higher grades in his potions. Yet, from Duan Gongyu's perspective, every potion crafted by Qin Futian was nothing short of perfection. Additionally, Qin Futian took it upon himself to instruct Duan Gongyu in the art of alchemy, recognizing that Duan Gongyu, as a true martial master at the true origin realm, possessed the potential to create third-grade elixirs that required the intricate etching of third-tier spiritual patterns. Thus, Qin Futian guided him through the process, offering hands-on instruction. Despite enduring numerous reprimands during their sessions, Duan Gongyu often realized that such criticisms were entirely justified. What he once deemed inconsequential errors were illuminated as significant oversights through Qin Futian's guidance. After each session of potion making, although exhausted, Duan Gongyu was filled with exhilaration from the knowledge gained. Indeed, he frequently felt that all his years of practice had been fruitless compared to the profound insights he was now acquiring. Over these past few days, besides concocting potions and mentoring Duan Gongyu, Qin Futian occasionally provided guidance to Qin Qinyao in her cultivation. The majority of his time, however, was devoted to his own rigorous training. Through the alchemical process, a total of 272 drops of essence water had been generated within the divine furnace, swiftly beginning to nourish and restore Qin Futian's physical form. During the confrontation in the wind-chasing valley, especially against Yuan Hong and Pain Yin, while Qin Futian managed to repel them, he had not truly defeated them. He predominantly relied on the overwhelming force unleashed by the Futian Shinju to drive them back. Engaging in direct combat with them would have proven far more challenging, given that he was merely a martial disciple at the Meridian Opening realm. While they were formidable martial sovereigns at the true origin realm, separated by a significant realm of energy. Nonetheless, should Qin Futian choose to disregard the consequences, he could indeed eliminate both adversaries. However, after vanquishing these two individuals, what would transpire next remained uncertain for Qin Futian. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to take such risks. Nevertheless, even a few forceful collisions had inflicted considerable impact upon his physical form. Moreover, the forced invocation of the Futian Divine Art had caused terrifying, rending injuries to his body. Fortunately, the restorative properties of the creation water surpassed all expectations. These rending wounds encompassed tendons, periosteum, and even internal organs. Under normal circumstances, such injuries would require months to heal. However, with the aid of the creation water, complete recovery was achieved within mere days. Furthermore, the foundational damage caused by the forced activation of the Futian Divine Art had dissipated entirely, a concern that had weighed heavily on Qin Futian's mind. Despite having been the Futian Divine Emperor in a past life, any damage to his foundation would pose significant challenges for recovery, prolonging the time required. Yet, the creation water had utterly alleviated these worries. This creation water was indeed astonishing. It was more miraculous than the divine elixirs I had concocted in the divine realm for healing. One can only wonder whether there exists a means to extract this creation water from the creation divine furnace. In the depths of Qin Futian's contemplation, a thought emerged. Should he succeed in extracting the miraculous water of creation for the benefit of others, a mere droplet could command an astronomical price. However, despite his numerous attempts, he found himself unable to transport the wondrous liquid beyond his body. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to relinquish the pursuit. The notion of relocating the divine furnace of creation to the outside world would naturally allow the miraculous water to flow forth. Yet, this idea seemed even more implausible. For the divine furnace appeared to be deeply rooted within Qin Futian's dantian, immovable in the slightest degree. Qin Futian endeavored to manipulate the divine furnace of creation. Yet after attempting various methods, he found himself met with naught but futility. Perhaps upon breaking through to the realm of Qi, a transformation may occur, and he might finally gain control over the divine furnace of creation. Qin Futian firmly believes that with the enhancement of his cultivation level, he will eventually gain the ability to independently control the divine furnace of creation. The current inability to activate this divine furnace is primarily due to his insufficient cultivation level. Setting aside this concern, Qin Futian's attention once again returned to the divine furnace of creation. At this moment, his expression became somewhat helpless. The healing properties of the waters of creation were indeed remarkable. However, the consumption of these waters during the process was undeniably formidable. Over 200 drops had been used, and astonishingly, more than half had been depleted. What once resembled a generous bowl of waters of creation covering the bottom of the divine furnace now appeared to be on the brink of desiccation. Qin Futian shook his head. Over 200 drops of the essence of creation equate to 200 to 300 spirit herbs. However, the remaining essence of creation should suffice for me to advance to the 8th layer of the Meridian realm, should it not? The theoretical requirement to ascend from the 7th to the 8th layer of the Meridian realm is 64 drops of the essence of creation. As Qin Futian gazed at the remaining droplets of the transformative essence, numbering nearly 100, he surmised that it would suffice to propel him into the 8th layer of the Meridian realm. Subsequently, he immersed himself once more into the depths of cultivation. One by one, the droplets of transformative essence were refined and absorbed, transmuting into pure spiritual energy that coursed relentlessly around his being. In less than half a day, with the vigorous surge of spiritual energy and vitality, the aura surrounding Qin Futian underwent a profound transformation. He had ascended to the 8th layer of the Meridian realm. Qin Futian opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his face. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside, belonging to Duan Gongyu. Master Qin, we have arrived at the Beta Sword Sect. What? Have we finally reached the Beta Sword Sect? Upon hearing these words, Qin Futian lifted the curtain of the door. At this moment, Qin Qingao also ceased her cultivation, and the two descended from the carriage. Duan Gongyu gestured towards the distant Beta Sword Sect. Qin Futian and Qin Qingao gazed in the direction indicated by Duan Gongyu, where majestic mountains rose like swords piercing the heavens and the earth. Among these towering peaks, One could faintly discern the presence of palatial structures and pavilions. I can only accompany you this far, Duan Gongyu remarked. Elder Duan, will you not join us in entering the Beidou Sword sect? Qin Qingyao inquired. It would not be prudent for me to go now, Duan Gongyu replied with a smile. Indeed, Qin Futian nodded, acknowledging that as an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Duan Gongyu's sudden entry into the Beidou Sword sect could undoubtedly precipitate unnecessary misunderstandings. Your words resonate with wisdom. Duan Gongyu promptly agreed, adding, I shall remain in the nearby market for the time being. We passed a market not far from here, less than 30 miles away. Should you require anything from me, do not hesitate to reach out. After uttering these words, however, Duan Gongyu remained rooted in place, gazing earnestly at Qin Futian. With a faint smile, Qin Futian nodded and said, in the coming days, prepare all the medicinal materials for the returning origin pill. Within 10 days, I shall return to assist you in refining it. Upon hearing these words from Qin Futian, Duan Gongyu felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, and a genuine smile blossomed on his face. Very well, Master Qin, I shall take my leave for now. After Duan Gongyu departed, Qin Futian, accompanied by Qin Qingyao, made his way towards the entrance of the Beidou Sword sect. The entrance of the Beidou Sword sect lay nestled between two towering mountains, and on either side of the grand gate hung a couplet, the splendor of the world, the brilliance of the sword reflects the North Star. Heroes and spirits. Their essence surpasses the myriad realms of the North. The horizontal inscription bore the 4 characters Beidou Sword sect. The calligraphy was exquisite, each character crafted with remarkable skill, every stroke resembling an iron hook or silver brush. What was most remarkable was the restrained sword intent within the words, indicating that the calligrapher was indeed a talented sword cultivator. Observing this, Qin Futian mused that the Beidou Sword sect certainly lived up to its name. As Qin Futian contemplated, the mountain gate swung open, and several disciples clad in azure sword robes emerged. Who are you, and do you know where you stand? One of the disciples spoke coldly. This is the Beidou Sword sect. Those who intrude shall meet their demise. Why do you not quickly depart? Qin Qingyao hurriedly interjected. My young master is a newly admitted disciple of the Beidou Sword sect, here to report to the sect. The disciple's gaze immediately fell upon Qin Qingyao, and his eyes lit up. What a remarkably beautiful woman. He then glanced at Qin Futian and noted, 8th layer of the pulse opening realm? Qin Futian did not make a deliberate effort to conceal his cultivation level, so he discerned the truth at a glance. Our Big Dipper Sword sect is not recruiting new disciples at this time. Be gone. The disciple cast a disdainful glance at Qin Futian, firmly convinced that he was merely a young master from one of the prominent families in the secular world, perhaps having secured his position in the Big Dipper Sword sect through monetary means. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the past. However, typically, young masters who gained entry in this manner were relegated to the status of mere servant disciples. He then pointed at Qin Qingyao, saying, You may stay. He, however, should leave. The other disciples present displayed smirks of mockery on their faces, clearly accustomed to such antics. What a pitiful lot. It was no wonder the Big Dipper Sword sect was gradually declining, overshadowed by the Tian Sword sect. Qin Futian shook his head, a hint of disappointment evident in his demeanor. Upon observing the inscriptions at the mountain gate, he had initially believed that the Beidou Sword sect was indeed a bastion of pure swordsmanship. However, the subtle indications presented by the outer disciples guarding the entrance revealed the sect's profound decay. You seek death. One of the disciples, upon hearing Qin Futian's words, immediately turned cold. With a swift motion, he struck towards Qin Futian. The surrounding disciples encircled both Qin Futian and Qin Qingyao, their intentions crystal clear. To them, eliminating a mere outer disciple was of no consequence. After all, he was just a young master from a worldly family, perhaps possessing some influence in the secular realm. Yet in the context of the Beidou Sword sect, he was utterly insignificant. Thus, to slay him was a trivial matter. As for the beautiful maidservant, she could certainly provide them with some amusement. As Qin Futian observed the disciple's palm descending toward his head, a cold smile crept across his face. In truth, he felt no turbulence within. The realm of martial artists is inherently brutal and devoid of compassion. The phrase scholars disrupt the law with words, and heroes violate prohibitions with martial prowess encapsulates the idea that intellectuals incite chaos through their writings, while warriors transgress boundaries with their might. Once endowed with extraordinary strength, one naturally cultivates ambitions that transcend the mundane. The world of martial practitioners epitomizes this notion. Possessing formidable power often inflates the ego of many, rendering concepts such as humanity and compassion exceedingly faint. To measure a powerful martial artist by the standards of an ordinary heart is, indeed, a ludicrous endeavor. Qin Futian was naturally well aware of this, and thus he felt no surprise. As the disciple's palm struck towards him, he responded with a forceful punch. The sound of flesh being crushed echoed through the air. The disciple's movement abruptly halted, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he gazed at Qin Futian. Subsequently, blood spilled from his mouth, and he toppled backwards. A gruesome gaping wound was starkly visible on his chest. The surrounding disciples were immediately seized by shock, staring at Qin Futian in utter incredulity. Qin Futian is merely a martial disciple at the 8th layer of the Meridian realm. Meanwhile, those entrusted with guarding the mountain gate are outer sect disciples. Typically, the strength of outer sect disciples surpasses that of the miscellaneous disciples by a significant margin. The outer sect disciple who was just slain by Qin Futian's fist, named Zhao Hu, was the foremost disciple of the outer sect and a master at the Qi realm. Zhao Hu had already qualified for entry into the inner sect. However, having grown accustomed to his arrogance among the outer sect disciples, and with certain elders providing him protection, he had refrained from undergoing the assessment for the inner sect, preferring to be a big fish in a small pond rather than a small fish in a vast sea. Little did he expect to meet his demise by a single punch today. "You actually killed senior brother Zhao?" An outer sect disciple shouted, pointing at Qin Futian. "You, a mere miscellaneous disciple, possess such audacity. Senior brother Zhao is the nephew of elder He Tianyan. Do you still aspire to join the Beta Sword sect? Today, I shall witness your end. I too am eager to see how I shall meet my demise." Qin Futian retorted with a cold smile. The group of outer sect disciples exchanged glances, each hesitating, none daring to advance further. Qin Futian possesses the strength to eliminate Zhao Hu with a single blow, thus, to vanquish them is hardly a challenge. "Very well, wait here. I shall inform Elder He at once," one of them exclaimed before hastily retreating into the mountain gate. The others distanced themselves slightly, warily observing Qin Futian. After a brief interval, a middle-aged man clad in a dark purple brocade robe approached with rapid strides. From afar, he spotted Zhao Hu's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, and his countenance darkened with fury. "Who did this? Who is responsible?" he bellowed as he drew closer. "It was him. Elder He is the one who killed Brother Zhao." A disciple pointed accusingly at Qin Futian. "You?" He Tianyan's icy gaze fixed upon Qin Futian. "Prepare for your own demise." "Prepare for my own demise?" Qin Futian replied with a cold smile. "Shouldn't we first ascertain the events that transpired? Does the sequence of events even matter?" He Tianyan trembled with rage. Zhao Hu was not merely his nephew, but his beloved blood relative. When Zhao Hu joined the North Dipper Sword sect, He Tianyan's sister had implored him repeatedly to look after Zhao Hu diligently. Without children of his own, He Tianyan regarded Zhao Hu as his own flesh and blood. Yet now, witnessing the murder of Zhao Hu within the confines of the North Dipper Sword sect was an affront he could scarcely endure. "You have slain Zhao Hu. You shall accompany him to the afterlife. If you wish to evade death, then allow me to extinguish your wretched existence." He Tianyan's fury reached its zenith as one hand transformed into a fierce claw, lunging toward Qin Futian. As a practitioner at the 5th level of the Qi realm, he believed this strike would be sufficient to snap Qin Futian's neck. However, in tandem, Qin Futian extended his own hand. Rending tablet technique. With a swift motion, Qin Futian's hand shot forth, fingers curling towards He Tianyan's hand. The sound of bones cracking echoed sharply, followed by He Tianyan's anguished scream. He staggered back 6 or 7 steps, his face ashen, and upon glancing down, he beheld his hand, now drenched in blood and utterly shattered. That hand was rendered completely useless. "You." He Tianyan's heart raced with terror. He hadn't even discerned the young man's technique. Yet now one of his hands lay in ruin. Who was this individual, possessing such formidable prowess? As He Tianyan grappled with confusion and fear, Qin Futian advanced with a single stride, launching another powerful punch. Boom! A terrifying surge of spiritual energy coalesced around his fist, exploding forth instantaneously. The might of the Xingyi fist surged forth, striking He Tianyan with relentless force, who had yet to react. Bang! His chest erupted, sending him crashing to the ground, blood pooling around him. His demise was more gruesome than that of Zhao Hu. "Like ants beneath my heel," Qin Futian remarked coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. The surrounding outer disciples were rendered completely speechless, quickly succumbing to a paralyzing fear, trembling like leaves in the wind. Qin Futian dared to kill even He Tianyan, and with such ease it was akin to slaughtering chickens. At that moment, A formidable team clad in azure sword robes surged forth from the North Star Sword sect. The enforcement team had arrived. Splendid news. The enforcers had come. The external disciples breathed a sigh of relief. They hastily approached, exclaiming, "Esteemed enforcers, you have arrived just in time. This man has gone mad. He has slain Brother Zhao Hu and even Elder He Tianyan. Please, put an end to this madman." Each disciple pointed accusingly at Qin Futian, their faces flushed with righteous indignation. The leading enforcer cast a piercing gaze upon Qin Futian and coldly inquired, "Who are you? Why have you come to cause trouble in our North Star Sword sect?" Before Qin Futian could utter a word, a prior outer sect disciple hastily interjected, proclaiming, "He is a menial disciple of the Beidou Sword sect, here to report for duty." Menial disciple? The law enforcement officer frowned, his voice sharp as he commanded, "Seize him. Cripple his dantian, and then we shall interrogate him." At the sound of the officer's order, members of the enforcement team swiftly closed in on Qin Futian. "Stop." At that moment, an elderly man, clad in gray with hair and beard as white as snow, approached from the opposite side. Elder Wu. Upon seeing the old man, the law enforcement officer's brow furrowed slightly. "Officer Fong." Elder Wu nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "I believe you should ascertain the full circumstances first." Officer Fong, thin and gaunt with deeply set eyes and a hawk-like nose, wore a grim expression. Upon hearing Elder Wu's words, he frowned once more and coldly declared, "I see no need for that. This individual has slaughtered his fellow disciples within the sect and even killed an outer sect elder. It would be better to execute him on the spot." As he spoke, Officer Fong stepped forward, a sharp sword materializing in his hand, poised to strike Qin Futian. Yet, Elder Wu positioned himself in front of him. "Officer Feng, I witnessed the entire incident unfold. I maintain that the fault does not lie with this disciple." Elder Wu asserted forcefully, "If you refuse to investigate the matter thoroughly today, I suggest we summon the law elder for a determination." Upon hearing this, a flicker of apprehension crossed Officer Feng's eyes. He was merely a law enforcement officer, a subordinate to the elders, and could at best be considered a half-elder. Having some acquaintance with He Tianyan, he had sought to dispose of Qin Futian without a second thought after learning of He Tianyun's demise at his hands. In his view, Qin Futian was nothing more than a menial disciple. Killing him would be inconsequential. However, Elder Wu's defense of this menial disciple and his insistence on summoning the law elder to adjudicate caused Officer Fong to waver. What exactly transpired? Officer Fong hesitated for a moment before inquiring. The outer sect disciples were momentarily flustered, accustomed to their brazen behavior under Zhao Hu's protection. They found themselves at a loss now that both Zhao Hu and He Tian had perished, with Elder Wu right beside them. Moreover, Elder Wu had claimed to have witnessed the entire event. Thus, the outer sect disciples dared not fabricate tales and truthfully recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, Elder Wu's expression darkened. He had long suspected that the moral fabric of these outer sect disciples was severely lacking. Some individuals colluded to oppress newcomers, never imagining they would encounter such a situation today. As for the claim made earlier about witnessing the events firsthand, it was merely a tactic to intimidate a few outer disciples. Unexpectedly, those very disciples revealed the entire sequence of events. "Deacon Fong," Wu Tong said. Bowing slightly to Deacon Fong, "You have heard the accounts they provided. I believe the fault does not lie with this servant disciple." Deacon Fong furrowed his brow, replying, "Elder Wu, your words hold merit. The primary fault indeed does not rest with him, but he cannot evade responsibility for harming his fellow disciples. Moreover, for a mere servant disciple to dare strike against an outer elder is an affront to authority. I believe he should face severe punishment." Wu Tong was thoroughly enraged. What wrong had he committed? What was the significance of a servant disciple? Was he not acting in defense of his maid? As sword cultivators, should we not draw our swords to protect those beside us? A sword cultivator ought to embody the spirit of a sword cultivator, vanquishing evil and injustice, thus honoring both the sword in hand and the path of sword cultivation. Wu Tong's expression was fervent, his body trembling slightly with emotion. As an outer elder, he was acutely aware of the dire state of the outer sect of the Beta Sword sect. He could no longer bear to witness it and felt a deep sorrow for the current condition of the sect. This was why he had chosen to stand up today, willing to confront the enforcement team to speak on behalf of Qin Futian. Qin Futian, who had remained silent until now, could not help but feel a stir of emotions, a smile gracing his face. Initially, figures like Zhao Hu and He Tianyan had left him disillusioned with the Beidou Sword sect. Yet, it appeared that the sect was not as lamentable as he had presumed. At the very least, Elder Wu Tong was a man of integrity. Haha, splendid. Qin Futian could not help but chuckle. Initially, Zhao Hu and He Tianyun had filled me with disappointment, prompting thoughts of departure. But based on Elder Wu's perspective, I realize I was biased. The Beidou Sword Sect, I, Qin Futian, have resolved to remain. As Qin Futian spoke, a sense of grandeur emanated from him. He was the Divine Emperor of Futian, entering a sect of a lower realm. For this sect, his presence was indeed a tremendous opportunity. However, should the Northern Dipper Sword Sect utterly disappoint him, he would naturally refrain from joining. Yet at this moment, Fang Yin and Elder Wu had revealed to him the virtues of a sword cultivator, solidifying Qin Futian's resolve to remain with the Northern Dipper Sword Sect. Haha, Fang. The steward scoffed derisively upon hearing Qin Futian's words. So, you are determined to join the Northern Dipper Sword Sect? It seems you have yet to become one of us. At this juncture, Qin Qingao interjected. My young master is here today to report. Ah, so you have not yet entered our Northern Dipper Sword Sect. How audacious to speak of killing in such a manner. Fang Yin laughed mockingly. Today, I shall witness how you intend to become a member of our sect. Meanwhile, Elder Wu turned his gaze towards Qin Futian, his brow furrowed. Young friend, since you have not yet joined our Northern Dipper Sword Sect, may I inquire which elder has recommended you? Qin Futian had not formally joined the Beidou Sword Sect, yet he committed murder within its confines, which fundamentally alters the nature of the situation. Had Qin Futian been a disciple of the Beidou Sword Sect, his actions in slaying Zhao Hu and He Tianyun to protect his maid would have been somewhat justifiable. However, as he is not a disciple, his presence at the sect's gates constitutes an unlawful intrusion. Furthermore, the sect's penalties for an outsider who kills its members are undoubtedly more severe. Fang Yin scoffed coldly. Let it be known today, regardless of who may have recommended him, he shall not step foot into the Beidou Sword Sect. As for the slaughter of our outer elders and disciples, I see no room for negotiation. Execute him on the spot. At this juncture, Fang Yin cast a glance at Elder Wu Tong, advising, Elder Wu, I suggest you refrain from meddling in this matter. It is beyond your control. Wu Tong, however, paid no heed to Fang Yin and instead focused his attention on Qin Futian. He sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from Qin Futian, which filled him with unspoken astonishment. Moreover, the fact that Qin Futian could obliterate He Tianyun with a single punch indicated that he was no ordinary individual. You think to enter the Beidou Sword Sect? Qin Futian replied with a faint smile, asking, might this object grant me entry? As he spoke, Qin Futian produced the Beidou Sword token from his spiritual ring. Upon seeing the item in Qin Futian's hand, Wu Tong's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, the Beidou Sword token? Fang Yin, initially taken aback, quickly focused his gaze upon the token, his heart sinking at the sight. The members of the law enforcement team surrounding them also turned their attention to the Beidou Sword token. Meanwhile, the outer disciples who had accompanied Zhao Hu were left visibly shaken, their faces paling in terror. They had previously assumed that Qin Futian was merely the young master of a mundane family, having gained the status of a servant disciple through the bestowal of gifts. Yet now, it became apparent that this individual was wielding the Beidou Sword token. Qin Futian was unaware of the significance of possessing the North Star Sword token to join the North Star Sword sect. Yet, did the disciples of the sect remain oblivious to this fact? How absurd it was for them to contemplate expelling this individual while retaining his maid. Was this not akin to illuminating a latrine? Is there a problem with the North Star Sword token? Qin Futian inquired. Certainly not, Elder Wu replied. Dear young friend, you may not comprehend the implications of bearing the North Star Sword token and joining the North Star Sword sect. Qin Futian shrugged, genuinely unaware of the significance of the Northern Dipper Sword Order. To possess the Northern Dipper Sword Order and join the Northern Dipper Sword sect signifies that one may choose to affiliate with any peak, and each peak's foremost master may personally accept you as a true disciple. Elder Wu elucidated, casting a fleeting glance at Fang Yin beside him. Today, with this Northern Dipper Sword Order in hand, no one can obstruct your entry into the Northern Dipper Sword sect. At that moment, Fang Yin's expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing tumultuously. The Northern Dipper Sword Order? How could he possibly possess the Northern Dipper Sword Order? Fang Yin inhaled sharply, forcing himself to regain his composure, while his mind raced with inquiries. From whom did you receive this Northern Dipper Sword Order? Fang Yin inquired of Qin Futian. Qin Futian cast a cold glance at the steward, harboring no fondness for Fang Yin. Do I need to disclose the origin of my Big Dipper Sword Order to you? Who do you think you are? Qin Futian let out a cold laugh upon learning that possessing the Beidou Sword Order could grant one admission to the Beidou Sword Sect as the chief disciple of each peak. The status of a chief disciple surpassed even that of internal elders, rendering him, a mere steward, insignificant in comparison. Moreover, Qin Futian's greatest reliance was not merely on this small Beidou Sword Order. Fang Yan's expression darkened further at Qin Futian's provocation. His gaze flickered, nearly igniting his anger. Yet he forcibly suppressed the fury within. If the origin of this individual's Beidou Sword Order was legitimate, he would indeed be treading on dangerous ground. I was merely pondering, Fang Yan remarked, that the Beidou Sword Sect has not seen a disciple wielding the Beidou Sword Order join in many years, which raises some questions. He cast a glance at Wu Tong, seemingly signaling him, and continued, furthermore, none of our peak masters have left the sect recently. The origin of your Beidou Sword Order also appears somewhat dubious. Fang Yan's words caused Wu Tong to raise an eyebrow. He was not mistaken. There were indeed 8 peak masters within the Beidou Sword sect, and only they possessed the Beidou Sword Order. However, during this recent period, none of these 8 masters had departed from the sect. Thus, the origin of the Beidou Sword Order in Qin Futian's possession was indeed questionable. It is essential to note that merely holding the Beidou Sword Order does not guarantee one admission to the Beidou Sword sect as a true disciple of the peaks. It must be verified that the holder is recognized by the chief disciple, the one who personally bestowed it, and not an impostor. Haha. Fang Yan chuckled upon seeing Wu Tong's hesitation. He became increasingly convinced of the dubious origin of the Beidou Sword Order in Qin Futian's possession. However, Fang Yan was not foolish enough to outright deny its validity. I believe it is best for the peak masters to make a determination. First, to ascertain the authenticity of this Beidou Sword Order. Second, to identify which chief disciple granted it. At this point, Fang Yan bowed slightly to Qin Futian, saying, I hope this friend can understand, as the Beidou Sword Order is no trivial matter. As an enforcement steward of the Beidou Sword sect, I must exercise caution. Not at all, Qin Futian replied with a cold smile. This Fang Yan was nothing more than a duplicitous individual, and he had never cared to engage with such people. Very well. In that case, sound the beta bell, Fang Yan commanded. Moments later, the resounding chimes of the bell echoed throughout the Beidou Sword sect, causing snowflakes to cascade from the branches of the towering pines. The tolling of the Beidou bell signified that a matter of great importance had arisen within the sect, necessitating the attendance of all peak masters and internal elders. In an instant, numerous disciples of the Beidou Sword sect began to discuss the situation. What had transpired? Why had the Beidou bell been rung? It was rumored that someone had come bearing the Beidou Sword Order, seeking to join the Beidou Sword sect. Could it be that a remarkable first disciple is about to emerge? What manner of genius could this be? It has been over a decade since anyone from the Beidou Sword sect has held the Beidou Sword Order, has it not? The numerous disciples engaged in animated discussions, casting curious glances towards the direction of the Tianshu Peak. Tianshu Peak, the foremost of all peaks within the Beidou Sword sect, serves as both the residence and the meditation haven of the sect's leader. At this moment, within the grand hall of Tianshu Peak, the first disciples from the various peaks and the elders swiftly gathered, entering the hall. Qin Futian, Fang Yan, and Wu Tong stood within the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, a multitude gathered, their gazes converging upon Qin Futian, who stood at the center. You are the one who bears the Northern Dipper Sword command? A voice resonated, emanating from an elderly figure clad in gray robes who stood at the forefront. Qin Futian, this is Elder Li Qingyuan, the Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak. Wu Tong whispered to Qin Futian, offering a reminder. Qin Futian nodded slightly and spoke, Indeed, this is the North Star Sword Order. Qin Futian produced the Beidou Sword Order. Good. Li Qingyuan gestured, effortlessly grasping the Beidou Sword Order from Qin Futian's hand. He then examined it closely, confirming its authenticity. Indeed, it is the genuine Beidou Sword Order. Subsequently, Li Qingyuan surveyed the various peak masters present, inquiring which esteemed leader bestowed this Beidou Sword Order. However, none of the peak masters responded. They exchanged glances, clearly indicating that none among them had conferred this order. Li Qingyuan's brow furrowed. Today, all peak masters were present except for the sect leader, Zhao Wujuan. Could it be that each of you possesses your own Beidou Sword Order? He probed further. The masters nodded in unison, affirming that their respective orders were indeed in their possession and had not been granted to anyone else. Perhaps it was bestowed by the sect leader? Wang Li, the peak master of Tianji Peak, suggested. No, Li Qingyuan promptly refuted. aware that the sect leader had been in seclusion and that the Beta Sword orders had remained within the main sect without being given to anyone. Instantly, the expressions of those in the hall shifted. So it is not the sect leader's Beta Sword order? Does this imply that the young man has presented a counterfeit? Hee. A cold smile crept across Fang Yan's lips upon hearing the elder's denial. To dare present a false Beta Sword order at the Beta Sword sect. You truly do not know the meaning of danger, he sneered at Qin Futian. After mocking him, Fang Yan addressed Elder Li Qingyuan with a bow. Elder, it is now abundantly clear that this Beta Sword order must be a forgery. This fool likely does not comprehend that only the esteemed leaders of each peak possess a Beta Sword order, and each individual is entitled to only one. No matter how convincingly he has replicated it, it remains a counterfeit. Inside the hall, the peak masters and numerous elders were taken aback. Their gazes directed at Qin Futian with a mixture of astonishment and fury. Meanwhile, outside the Tianshu hall, the external disciples who had accompanied the gathering were kneeling, attentively observing the events within. Upon hearing Elder Li Qingyuan dismiss the authenticity of Qin Futian's Beta Sword order, they erupted with joy. As long as Qin Futian's order was a forgery, they would be spared from punishment. Li Qingyuan's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed something unusual. At that moment, Fang Yan interjected. Elder, there is more to this than just the forgery of the Beta Sword order. Oh? What else has he done? Li Qingyuan inquired. Unaware of Qin Futian's recent actions involving the deaths of Zhao Hu and He Tianyan. Elder, I suggest we let the 5 external disciples kneeling outside recount the events in their own words. Fang Yan gestured towards the several outer disciples kneeling outside the celestial pivot hall. Very well, let them enter. Li Qingyuan waved his hand. Come in quickly and recount the actions of that reckless Qin Futian to the Grand Elder in their entirety. Fang Yan promptly indicated to the outer disciples. In truth, on the way to Celestial Pivot Peak, Fang Yan had already instructed these individuals on how to articulate their account. Grand Elder, we beseech you to take our side. One disciple implored. This individual is far too arrogant, daring to kill indiscriminately within our North Dipper Sword sect, even claiming the life of Elder He Tianyan. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted drastically, casting a cold glance at Qin Futian, and then motioned for the outer disciples to continue. This man attempted to force his way into the North Dipper Sword sect, and when he was obstructed by senior brother Zhao Hu, he killed him over a mere disagreement. When Elder He intervened, this man produced the North Dipper Sword token. Elder He questioned the authenticity of the token and was about to verify its legitimacy when he was ambushed, leading to the unfortunate demise of Elder He Tianyan. What? Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. At that moment, a peak master seated to the left suddenly rose to his feet. Pointing at Qin Futian, he scolded sternly. Qin Futian, kneel and accept your punishment. This was Guxian, the master of Celestial Spin Peak. Prior to entering the Celestial Pivot Hall, Wutong had already briefed Qin Futian on the circumstances surrounding the North Dipper Sword sect. The North Dipper Sword sect derives its name from the Northern Dipper, corresponding to the 9 stars of the Big Dipper. In the study of constellations, it is said that there are 7 visible and 2 hidden. The 7 visible refer to the stars of the Big Dipper that can be seen with the naked eye: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. The 2 hidden refer to the stars Dongming and Yinyuan. The 9 peaks of the inner sect of the North Dipper Sword sect are named after these 9 stars. Qin Futian furrowed his brow slightly as he turned his gaze toward Guxian. Since the moment Guxian entered the hall of Celestial Pivot, Qin Futian had sensed a subtle yet palpable hostility emanating from him. Consequently, he inquired with Wu Tong, who informed him that Guxian shared a profound bond with He Tianyan, having once been sworn brothers under the same master. However, Guxian's innate talent far surpassed that of He Tianyan, allowing him to ascend to the position of a peak lord within the North Dipper Sword sect, while He Tianyan remained merely an outer sect elder. Despite this disparity, their relationship had always been amicable. The audacity with which He Tianyan indulged his nephew's reckless behavior in the outer sect could not be divorced from Guxian's influence. With this understanding, it became clear to Qin Futian why Guxian harbored animosity toward him. Elder, given the circumstances, there is no need for further discourse. This youth is exceedingly arrogant, showing utter disregard for the North Dipper Sword sect, and should be executed on the spot to serve as a warning to others. Guxian's voice thundered once more, reverberating through the hall with a resounding echo. Qin Futian, however, merely smiled coldly and remarked, Elder, do you only heed one side of the narrative? Or do you truly believe I would be foolish enough to present a counterfeit North Star Sword order to the North Star Sword sect and brazenly commit murder? Li Qingyuan's gaze flickered, sensing something unusual in the air. Indeed, Qin Futian was correct. Who, in their right mind, would engage in such thoughtless actions? Beside him, Fang Yin, emboldened by Gu Xian's words, pointed an accusing finger at Qin Futian and shouted, "Qin Futian, do you not hear the words of sect leader Gu? Have your ears gone deaf?" Observing Qin Futian's unyielding demeanor, Fang Yin let out a disdainful laugh and reached out to suppress him. Silence. Qin Futian swiftly delivered a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, the blow struck Fang Yin's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Was he out of his mind? How dare you hit me? Fang Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom that Qin Futian would have the audacity to lay hands on him within the grand hall of Tianqiu. Dare to strike you? Qin Futian let out a derisive laugh, followed by a series of resounding slaps that sent Fang Yin flying across the room. Why would I hesitate to strike you? The Grand Elder had yet to finish his words, and you were already prattling incessantly. What are you, anyway? The onlookers in the Grand Hall could not help but gasp in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Qin Futian was indeed a remarkable embodiment of arrogance. Boldly striking the enforcer right in the heart of the Tianqiu Hall, his blows delivered with an extraordinary ferocity, as evidenced by Fang Yan's visage, which was nearly swollen beyond recognition. With a pained expression, Fang Yan struggled to his feet, his cheeks aflame, eyes nearly blazing with fury as he pointed accusingly at Qin Futian. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, several of his teeth tumbled from his lips. This spectacle elicited an inexplicable sense of absurdity, causing Qin Xingyao, standing beside Qin Futian, to erupt into a fit of laughter. The smile of Qin Xingyao left Fang Yin feeling utterly embarrassed, and with a stern countenance, he reprimanded her. Yet, due to the loss of a few teeth, his words came out rather comically. Burn, laugh? What is there to burn, laugh about? This only made Qin Xingyao laugh even louder. In the Grand Hall, many others could no longer contain themselves, erupting into laughter that resembled the braying of pigs. Ahem. The Grand Elder cleared his throat twice, rubbing his face. What on earth is happening? He turned to Qin Futian and inquired, "From where did you obtain your Big Dipper Sword token?" "My Big Dipper Sword token was bestowed upon me by Elder Su Bailey." Qin Futian did not hesitate this time, directly stating his position. Upon hearing Qin Futian's response, everyone suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, Su Bailey. They had completely forgotten about Su Bailey. Although he was not the Peak Master, he possessed a Beidou Sword order. Thus, everything fell into place. Qin Futian, whence do you hail? When did you acquire this Beidou Sword order? Li Qingyuan inquired. I hail from Liangzhou. The Beidou Sword order was bestowed upon me 3 days ago by Elder Su outside the Chasing Wind Valley in Yunsong City, Liangzhou, instructing me to present the sword order to enter the Beidou Sword sect. However, I did not anticipate that upon entering the Beidou Sword sect, I would be obstructed, ordered to leave, and even have my maid threatened with abduction. The voice of Qin Futian turned cold and harsh, as if an invisible aura of murderous intent permeated the Grand Hall. In that fleeting moment, both Fang Yin and the several outer disciples who had just entered were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The North Star Sword order possessed by Qin Futian is indeed genuine. This signifies that Qin Futian shall ascend to the position of the foremost disciple. The status of the foremost disciple is not one that they can afford to offend. Li Qingyuan cast a cold glance at Fang Yin and the several outer disciples. Observing their trembling forms and fearful expressions, he deduced that they were indeed lying. How audacious you are to attempt to expel the personal disciple of the foremost master from the North Star Sword sect, and to covet the servant of the foremost disciple. Li Qingyuan couldn't help but scoff. And no, we wouldn't dare. One of the outer disciples stammered, trembling in fright, and blurted out. It was all Brother Zhaohu's idea. Another hastily nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. We knew nothing of this. It was Brother Zhao who instructed us to act in such a manner. You know we would never dare to do this on our own. Great Elder, we were in the wrong. The terrified outer disciples fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, and then turned to Qin Futian, bowing repeatedly, esteemed brother. We were blind to your worth. Please, do not hold our transgressions against us. Brother, consider us as mere trifles and grant us our release. Qin Futian cast not a glance at these individuals, for they were nothing but disgraceful elements of the sect, utterly unworthy of forgiveness. Li Qingyuan's icy gaze fell upon the several outer disciples, and he spoke in a chilling tone. From this day forth, your status as outer disciples is revoked. You shall be demoted to the rank of miscellaneous disciples and confined within the sect's prison for 1 year. After this year, you will be relegated to the most arduous of tasks, and for 3 years, you shall not depart nor participate in the outer disciple assessments. As soon as Li Qingyuan's words echoed, the faces of those individuals turned ashen. A year in the sect's prison meant they would be nearly unable to cultivate, enduring the exceedingly harsh conditions of confinement. Additionally, the revocation of their outer disciple status meant that the resources available for their cultivation plummeted from celestial heights to the depths of the earth. The arduous journey they had once undertaken to ascend from miscellaneous disciples to outer disciples now felt like a distant memory as they were thrust back into their former state. Moreover, being bound for 3 years to the most laborious duties was an exceptionally severe punishment. However, at this moment, they dared not voice a single complaint. They were acutely aware that they had offended a direct disciple of the sect's leader. Even should they be killed outright, not a soul would rise to defend them. Qin Futian, what do you think of this punishment? Li Qingyuan inquired, turning his gaze to Qin Futian. It is of no consequence, Qin Futian replied coldly. Of no consequence? Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow. Then what do you believe should be done? Should we spare the lives of these disgraceful elements of the sect merely to celebrate the new year? A glimmer of malice flickered in Qin Futian's eyes, and in the next instant, a spiritual sword manifested in his grasp. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike, the blade's radiance slicing through the air like a flash of chilling light. Blood erupted in a spray as the 5 outer disciples collapsed to the ground. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, who were taken aback by this spectacle. The newly arrived disciple, bearing the Northern Dipper Sword Order, was indeed a force to be reckoned with, defying all conventions. Despite the presence of numerous peak masters and elders, he chose not to inquire, but instead resorted to lethal force. However, many began to perceive a glimmer of hope. The Northern Dipper Sword sect had, over the years, resembled a fading elder, slowly succumbing to age. While it appeared to possess dominion over a region and boasted countless disciples, the reality was one of decay and dissatisfaction. Many within the sect had long harbored discontent and sought change, yet the intricate and stagnant relationships within the Northern Dipper Sword sect obscured any signs of vitality. Now, with Qin Futian's emergence, it seemed a new dawn was on the horizon. Qin Futian, Li Qingyuan interjected. Your Northern Dipper Sword Order was bestowed upon you by Elder Su Bailey. Does this imply that you wish to take Elder Bailey as your master? No. Qin Futian shook his head. I do not wish to take Elder Bailey as my master. Qin Futian responded truthfully, stating that his purpose for visiting the Beidou Sword sect was not to seek a mentor, but rather to expedite his acquisition of resources through the sect. For instance, he sought precious materials or information regarding ancient relics and caves, which could be readily accessed through the sect's network. Upon hearing Qin Futian's response, the other peak master's eyes brightened. So, it was not to become a disciple of Elder Su Bailey? If that were the case, did they all now have a chance to recruit Qin Futian? Qin Futian, since you have no intention of becoming a disciple of Elder Su Bailey, why not join my Tianquan Peak? The first to rise was Wang Li, the master of Tianquan Peak, extending an invitation to Qin Futian. Wang Li, do not lead the youth astray. Chao Qin, the master of Yuheng Peak, laughed as he stood, nodding slightly towards Qin Futian. Qin Futian, I am Chao Qin, the master of Yuheng Peak, specializing in the art of alchemy. If you join my Yuheng Peak and become my disciple, I can personally impart to you the secrets of alchemy. I see great potential in you. You possess the makings of a Dan sage. I am Yi Jiuhan, the master of Tianji Peak. A tall, middle-aged man clad in a black robe, with piercing eyes, rose to speak. I sense the sword energy within you. You appear to be a promising candidate for sword cultivation. If you join Tianji Peak, I can teach you superior sword techniques. In a fleeting moment, several peak masters stood in succession, proactively expressing their intentions and inviting Qin Futian to join their respective peaks. Qin Futian smiled faintly, comprehending the intentions of the peak masters. On one hand, they recognized him as the bearer of the Beidou Sword Order, believing that his talents must be exceptional, which naturally inspired a sense of admiration for him. On the other hand, this was also tied to the competition among the various peaks. Within the sect, the distribution of resources is a significant concern, necessitating reliance on disciples to vie for influence. Naturally, each peak aspires to recruit more outstanding disciples. At that moment, Gu Xian, whose countenance had been dark, suddenly shifted his gaze. Qin Futian, Do you have an issue with your dantian? Guxian, who had been silent until now, spoke up unexpectedly. The others, hearing his words, displayed expressions of astonishment. They were aware that Guxian practiced a unique technique that enabled him to discern a person's innate talents, and thus he could also identify issues with the dantian. Indeed, my dantian is shattered. Qin Futian replied to Guxian, his tone calm and composed. What? As soon as Qin Futian's words were uttered, the crowd was taken aback. A shattered dantian. What does this imply? Does it not signify that Qin Futian is a cultivator rendered inept? I had thought Su Bailey's discernment was commendable. Yet he has chosen a mere wastrel? When did our North Dipper Sword sect fall to the depths of accepting such unworthy disciples? Originally, with a grim demeanor, Fang Yan, whose face had been swollen by Qin Futian's earlier words, suddenly regained his spirit. I had assumed his talent was exceptional. Bearing the North Dipper Sword token, he must have appeared formidable, yet he turns out to be a broken individual. Fang Yan sneered, for Qin Futian's shattered dantian indicated a potential of 0. The North Dipper Sword sect could never accept a wastrel as a true disciple. Naturally, Fang Yan felt no need for concern. It seems your face has not yet suffered enough. Qin Futian smiled coldly as he gazed at Fang Yan. Impudent. I cannot fathom how Su Bailey could bestow the North Dipper Sword token upon a wastrel. When did our North Dipper Sword sect require such inept disciples? Guxian reprimanded sharply, then turned to Li Qingyuan, saying, Esteemed elder, I propose we eliminate this scoundrel immediately. Unthinkable. Li Qingyuan interjected, waving his hand. The North Dipper Sword token bestowed upon Qin Futian was granted by Elder Su Bailey, indicating that Elder Bailey must have his reasons. It is best to await his return for a final decision. But what if Elder Bailey does not return? Everyone knows that Elder Bailey seldom stays within the sect. Now, should he be absent for 3 to 5 years, shall we allow this individual to linger in the North Dipper Sword sect indefinitely? Absolutely not. Fang Yan quickly replied. This individual has yet to officially become a disciple of our North Dipper Sword sect, yet he dares to kill his fellow disciples, committing an act of disrespect. If we permit him to remain, it may prove difficult to maintain order. In my view, Qin Futian's shattered dantian disqualifies him from becoming a disciple of our North Dipper Sword sect. However, he does possess the North Dipper Sword token. If we deny him the opportunity to stay, it would be disrespectful to Elder Bailey. Thus, I propose a solution. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Fang Yan. Speak freely, Elder Fang. Guxian nodded, encouraging him to proceed. Very well. A cold smile graced Fang Yan's lips as he continued, in a month's time. Each peak will conduct assessments for true disciples, correct? I propose that if Qin Futian cannot pass this evaluation, he should be dismissed. As soon as Fang Yan finished speaking, the peak masters nodded in agreement, murmuring among themselves. Indeed, next month marks the true disciple assessments across the peaks. Although Qin Futian arrived bearing the North Dipper Sword token and would typically be exempt from such evaluations, his shattered dantian makes it reasonable for him to participate in the assessment. This way, we can uphold the integrity of the North Dipper Sword sect, which does not accept the inept. I concur with the suggestion put forth by Elder Fang, permitting Qin Futian to participate in next month's examination for the true inheritance disciples. Upon hearing the voices of the assembly, the majority expressed their support for Fang Yan's proposal, prompting Li Qingyuan to nod slightly and direct his gaze towards Qin Futian. Qin Futian, do you harbor any objections regarding your participation in next month's examination for the true inheritance disciples? An examination for the true inheritance disciples, is it? Upon hearing this, Qin Futian could not help but smile faintly. No problem. The expression on Fang Yan's face brightened even more at Qin Futian's response. The assessment for true disciples involves formidable competitors from within the inner sect. The prowess of inner sect disciples far surpasses that of their outer sect counterparts. Although Qin Futian was able to display his might before the outer sect disciples, even defeating Elder He Tianyan, this does not convey much significance. The elite among the inner sect disciples possess far greater strength than those of the outer sect. Furthermore, the inner sect disciples participating in the true disciple assessment are the cream of the crop. Qin Futian is nothing more than a worthless individual with a shattered dantian. Wait. At this moment, Guxian suddenly interjected. What thoughts do you have, Master Gufeng? Li Qingyuan inquired, gazing at Guxian. I wish to ascertain whether this child truly has a broken dantian. Guxian approached Qin Futian, intent on scrutinizing his dantian condition. After all, Qin Futian had so readily agreed to undergo the assessment for true discipleship, which seemed rather implausible. A worthless individual with a shattered dantian would not dare to accept such a challenge so decisively. Gu Xian suspected there might be a ruse at play. Extend your hand. Gu Xian commanded coldly, fixing a stern gaze upon Qin Futian. Begone. Qin Futian retorted, casting a glance at Gu Xian, questioning his authority. Who do you think you are to inspect my dantian? The crowd gasped once more at Qin Futian's audacity. How could he, a mere youth, dare to dismiss the master of a peak so brazenly? Seeking death, Gu Xian's visage darkened as the formidable essence of true yuan surged within him, unleashing a violent aura that bore down upon Qin Futian. This was the imposing presence of a martial master in the true yuan realm. Imbued with the power to instill dread in the soul, Gu Xian was undoubtedly a formidable force among the martial sect. Such overwhelming pressure was beyond the endurance of ordinary martial apprentices and even martial masters, potentially inflicting severe damage to their very souls and hindering their path in martial arts. Gu Xian's display was insidiously calculated, while he did not directly assault Qin Futian. The potential harm was far graver than mere physical injury and far more difficult to recover from. At that moment, within the hall of the celestial pivot, an instinctive silence enveloped the assembly. Several nearby elders felt the encroaching pressure, their breaths becoming labored. Yet, Qin Futian remained steadfast, his expression unchanged. Is this pressure of aura? A cold smile lingered on Qin Futian's face. If it were not for his relatively weak cultivation level and his lack of training in spiritual techniques, how could Gu Xian possibly stand a chance? A mere strike of spiritual assault could obliterate his soul in an instant. Yet, at this moment, Qin Futian gazed at Gu Xian with an unwavering resolve, his spirit as unyielding as granite, remaining impervious to Gu Xian's oppressive aura. Gu Xian sensed something amiss. His aura, which should have exerted pressure on Qin Futian, had seemingly failed. This was inconceivable. He suspected it was merely a guise. How could his aura, normally effective against a martial artist at the meridian opening stage, have no effect on someone at that level, especially a martial artist with a shattered dantian? Gu Xian decided to advance a few steps, intending to amplify his oppressive presence. However, at that moment, Li Qingyuan's voice rang out. Enough. Allow me to assess whether Qin Futian's dantian is indeed broken. Gu Xian halted, casting a scornful glance at Qin Futian. He was convinced that Qin Futian was in considerable discomfort. Though he appeared unaffected, it was merely a fade. Li Qingyuan then proceeded to examine Qin Futian's dantian, and the results were unsurprising. It was confirmed that Qin Futian's dantian was indeed shattered. Upon hearing Li Qingyuan announce this verdict, many of the peak masters and elders, who had held onto a flicker of hope, revealed their disappointment. A martial practitioner with a broken dantian could hardly pique their interest. Ah, elder, when I arrived, the elixirs in the furnace were being refined. I must return immediately, or the batch will be ruined. Chao Qin, the head of Yuhing Peak, rose hastily to take his leave. Elder, I was teaching my disciples when I heard the sound of the Big Dipper bell, which is why I rushed here. I shall take my leave now. Wang Li also bowed and departed. Is this a joke? A useless individual with a shattered dantian, bearing the Big Dipper sword order? Such a commotion is utterly absurd. Yi Jiuhan, the head of Tianji Peak, expressed his displeasure coldly before sweeping away in disdain. The various peak masters and elders left with grim expressions, their demeanor starkly contrasting with their earlier eagerness to recruit Qin Futian to their respective peaks. Yet, Qin Futian remained unfazed. He had never intended to join any faction. Meanwhile, the young Qin Qingyao, witnessing her master being so disrespected, pouted indignantly, convinced that her master was far from worthless. Those who looked down upon him would undoubtedly come to regret it in due time. Gu Xian and Fang Yin departed in succession. As they passed by Qin Futian, Fang Yin sneered ominously. Qin Futian, tell me, if you had failed the assessment for true disciples, would you still be able to leave the North Dipper Sword sect alive? With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Qin Futian remarked, it seems your teeth have not yet fallen out sufficiently. You. Fang Yan's face flushed with anger. But upon seeing Qin Futian raise his hand, he could only retract his neck in frustration and hastily follow Gu Xian's departure. Li Qingyuan, observing this scene, couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, Qin Futian was not a man who played by the conventional rules. On another note, he felt a deep sense of curiosity regarding why Su Bailey had entrusted the Beidou sword order to this individual. Suddenly, a thought crossed Li Qingyuan's mind. Could it be? He contemplated a possibility. The destruction of the dantian? Could it not allow one to cultivate that legendary technique? Was Su Bailey harboring such an idea? If this were true, then perhaps the Beidou sword sect might truly be salvaged. With this thought, Li Qingyuan's heart surged with excitement. Over the years, the Beidou sword sect had been in decline for various reasons, one significant factor being internal strife, while another was the absence of anyone capable of comprehending the secret techniques left by the ancestor of the Beidou. Yet, on one occasion, Su Bailey had mentioned to Li Qingyuan that in order to genuinely succeed in the cultivation of the techniques left by the ancestor, one must shatter the dantian. Without destruction, there can be no establishment. If Su Bailey was not mistaken and Qin Futian could indeed decipher the techniques left behind by the ancestor, then the revival of the Beidou sword sect was but a matter of time. A ripple of emotion stirred within Li Qingyuan's gaze, and as he looked at Qin Futian again, his expression had transformed. At that moment, Duan Muyang, the head of Kaiyang Peak, stood before Qin Futian and Qin Qingyao. Yet his gaze was not directed at Qin Futian but rather upon Qin Qingyao. This maid seemed to possess considerable talent. Duan Muyang scrutinized Qin Qingyao carefully and then nodded in affirmation. Indeed, her spiritual aura is pure, and her energy is quite profound. She is a promising prospect. Would you be willing to join Kaiyang Peak? He inquired of Qin Qingyao. As for Qin Futian, he was entirely disregarded. Me? Qin Qingyao was taken aback, seemingly not anticipating that Duan Muyang would directly address her. Yes, you. Duan Muyang confirmed with a nod. No, thank you. Qin Qingyao quickly shook her head. I have come to serve my young master. Him? Duan Muyang finally cast a condescending glance at Qin Futian. Your young master is merely a waste with a shattered dantian. What do you follow him for? A person like him is not even worthy of being served. Why do you need to serve him? Duan Muyang couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl, perhaps, had no comprehension of the situation. However, upon hearing Duan Muyang's words deeming her young master a waste, Qin Qingyao's expression darkened immediately. I will not allow you to speak of my young master in such a manner. My young master is not a waste. Moreover, I will not be joining your Kaiyang Peak. Qin Qingyao wore an expression of icy disdain. Duan Muyang's smile immediately faltered, and he shook his head in resignation. Truly, a rotting tree cannot be carved. You were given a rare opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. You deserve to remain a servant, destined for a life of mediocrity. With that, Duan Muyang turned on his heel and departed. A host of elders followed suit, shaking their heads in disappointment, their gazes towards Qin Qingyao tinged with pity and regret. Before long, the various peak masters and numerous elders of Tianshu Peak had taken their leave. Li Qingyuan had already arranged for the grand hall to be thoroughly cleaned. Qin Futian had just slain several outer sect disciples, leaving a pool of blood in his wake. Qin Futian, you can see for yourself that no peak master is willing to take you in. Therefore, you have no choice but to head to the Hidden Yuan Peak now, Li Qingyuan remarked. Hidden Yuan Peak? Qin Futian shrugged indifferently. However, the expression on Wu Tong's face revealed a peculiar look upon hearing this. Elder Wu, I shall trouble you to escort Qin Futian to the Hidden Yuan Peak. As for certain matters within the sect, you may discuss them with him, Li Qingyuan instructed Wu Tong. Yes, Elder. Wu Tong nodded respectfully. Upon leaving the Tianshu Great Hall, numerous disciples pointed and whispered about Qin Futian along the way. It was evident that the events that transpired in the hall had reached many ears. Many had already learned of a youth named Qin Futian who bore the Northern Dipper Sword token. Yet, this individual had a shattered dantian. Is it him? The one and only Qin Futian, with a broken dantian, aspiring to become a true disciple of our Northern Dipper Sword sect? He is indeed strikingly handsome, almost akin to the readers of this book. Yet, he possesses nothing but an attractive exterior. Our Northern Dipper Sword sect seeks exceptionally gifted disciples in martial arts. What use is good looks? Can they be consumed? His maid is quite lovely, though. Such beauty wasted on a waste of a person. As they murmured among themselves, they fell silent when Qin Futian drew closer. After all, they had also heard that Qin Futian arrived bearing the Northern Dipper Sword token and had killed Zhao Hu and several other outer sect disciples, even ambushing and slaying Elder He Yuntian. They certainly did not wish to share the same fate as Zhao Hu and the others. Qin Futian walked through with an air of tranquility, his keen senses effortlessly catching the whispers of the disciples around him. Yet, within his heart, there resided an unruffled calm, untouched by even the slightest ripple. Having once held the esteemed title of the God Emperor in a past life, how could his composure be swayed by the trivial murmurs of mere insects? The Beidou sword sect comprises a total of 45 peaks. The 36 outer peaks encircle the sect, forming the outer realm. Along the way, Wutong incessantly enlightened Qin Futian about the affairs of the Beidou Sword sect. All outer disciples, as well as the miscellaneous workers, reside upon these outer peaks. Additionally, some managing stewards and affiliated families may also find their abode in these areas. It is only the 9 central peaks that constitute the inner realm. Qin Futian nodded, having meticulously observed the mountains and terrain of the Beidou Sword sect along the journey. It must be said that although the Beidou Sword sect has gradually diminished in power, the location it has chosen is indeed an exceptional site, imbued with auspicious energy. Shortly thereafter, Qin Futian followed Wutong to the Hidden Origin Peak. Here we are, Hidden Origin Peak. Wutong gestured towards a towering mountain ahead. Indeed, splendid. Qin Futian gazed at the peak before him, its slopes blanketed in snow, yet still revealing an enchanting beauty. Snow-laden pines clung to the cliffs, while white cranes gracefully ascended and descended. Cascading waterfalls tumbled with vigor, adorned with vibrant hues. Suddenly, Qin Futian's brows furrowed in contemplation. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the Hidden Yuan Peak was, in fact, a convergence point for the 9 dragons. This notion of 9 dragons converging, from the perspective of mundane geomancy, signifies a land imbued with the countenance of emperors. For martial practitioners, it often denotes a celestial paradise where spiritual energy congregates. Moreover, in such locations, there exists the potential for the emergence of spiritual stone veins. This is indeed a most auspicious sight. Qin Futian was quite pleased. As long as he arranged the formation properly here, he could undoubtedly transform Inyuan Peak into an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation. Indeed, the location was splendid, but alas, it would soon be dismantled, sighed Wutong. Dismantled? Why? Qin Futian queried, perplexed. Isn't it because there are too few people? Wutong shook his head. You may not be aware, but there are hardly any disciples at Inyuan Peak. If no one passes next month's true disciple assessment, then Inyuan Peak will be expelled from the Beidou Sword sect. Upon hearing this, Qin Futian immediately understood. No wonder the Grand Elder had a peculiar expression when he suggested that Qin Futian come to Inyuan Peak. It turned out that the peak was already a mere shadow of its former self. Nevertheless, since he had arrived at Inyuan Peak, he would not stand idly by and watch it be dismantled. Moreover, he himself was scheduled to participate in next month's true disciple assessment. At that time, he would be taking the assessment as a disciple of Inyuan Peak, which would serve a dual purpose. Additionally, Wutong cautioned, during the period before Elder Bailey returns, you should remain vigilant at Inyuan Peak. A hint of concern flickered in Wutong's expression. Oh, Qin Futian responded, somewhat puzzled. Do they dare to trouble me at Inyuan Peak? This is within the sect. The Beidou Sword sect surely would not permit disciples to create disturbances within their ranks. Wutong sighed and shook his head. That may not be the case. Currently, the Beidou Sword sect is lacking in rules. Just be cautious. With that, Wutong took his leave. Thank you, Elder Wu. Qin Futian nodded, perceiving that Wutong was indeed a person of warm-heartedness. Elder Wu, should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Qin Futian remarked once more before Wutong took his leave. Wutong paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded. Very well. If I find myself in trouble, I shall certainly seek out young Master Qin. I shall take my leave now. Although Wutong offered a compliment on the surface, he inwardly regarded it with skepticism. To think he would approach Qin Futian for help? At this juncture, Qin Futian was likely struggling to secure his own safety. As he watched Wutong depart, Qin Futian ascended Hidden Origin Peak with Qin Qingyao. The path was winding and the terrain steep. However, such challenges were trivial for martial cultivators. Qin Futian and Qin Qingyao moved with remarkable ease and grace. Qin Qingyao has now reached the 3rd level of the channeling realm. Under the guidance of Qin Futian, she has diligently practiced the turtle breathing technique and the true spirit mysterious water formula, both of which have solidified her foundation immensely. In terms of spiritual power, an ordinary practitioner at the 3rd level of the channeling realm pales in comparison to her prowess. In fact, the richness of spiritual energy within Qin Qingyao exceeds that of typical practitioners who have opened 5 meridians. The two moved gracefully, akin to ethereal cranes, soaring effortlessly over dozens of paces with each leap. As they traveled, Qin Futian meticulously observed the Hidden Yuan Peak. The more he scrutinized, the more he felt a sense of wonder. The Hidden Yuan Peak was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. It was a convergence point for the 9 dragons. a place where the essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy gathered. According to Qin Futian's conjecture, there should be a spiritual stone vein beneath the hidden Yuan peak. However, in a place like Jing country, a remote region of this continent characterized by a scarcity of spiritual energy, the existence of a spiritual stone vein seemed implausible. In such a low-tier realm, any site that harbored spiritual stone veins would have long been claimed by ancient aristocratic families or those sacred dynasties that have endured for millennia. Therefore, although Jing country might possess spiritual stones, they would only be of low yield and insufficient purity, making the existence of a spiritual stone vein highly improbable. Could it be that the hidden Yuan peak is a spiritual stone mine? Qin Futian felt a sense of anticipation. The preciousness of spirit stones needs no further elaboration. For many years, Qin Futian had only encountered spiritual stones a handful of times in Yunsong City. Typically, only martial artists who have reached the later stages of the Qi realm would seek to utilize spiritual stones for their cultivation, as these precious gems are exceedingly rare in remote regions like Liangzhou and Jinzhou. However, if a spiritual stone mine were to exist beneath hidden Yuan Peak, it would be akin to a boon for Qin Futian's training. With ample cultivation resources, he could continuously refine and generate the waters of creation, thus inevitably witnessing a rapid ascent in his cultivation level. Before long, the two had arrived at the summit of hidden Yuan Peak. At its pinnacle stood a grand hall. Naturally, the hidden Yuan Hall. The hall bore an air of age and neglect, with much of the crimson paint on its grand doors having chipped away, and the bricks and tiles of the structure showing signs of disrepair. It was evident that the hall had not been maintained for many years. Upon entering the hidden Yuan Hall, one would find several interconnected courtyards behind it. The central courtyard directly linked to the main hall, which likely served as the dwelling of the former peak master of hidden Yuan. As for the adjacent courtyards, connected by a maze of paths, they presumably housed the true disciples or elders of hidden Yuan Peak for their residence and cultivation. All these areas appeared to have fallen into disrepair over time, exuding an aura of antiquity. Qin Futian selected a secluded courtyard nearby. Nestled against a rugged cliff, this courtyard offers a breathtaking view that extends far into the distance, providing a sense of serenity and exhilaration. This shall be the place. Qin Futian cast a cursory glance around the courtyard. Though modest in size, its location greatly pleased him. On one side loomed a sheer cliff, while the other led to the mountains beyond. In the courtyard stood a gnarled pine tree, its branches adorned with a delicate layer of frost. One side of the tree extended outward, reaching over the precipice, resembling a swordsman poised at the edge, brandishing his sword and arm towards the abyss. "Young master, please rest for a moment. Allow me to tidy up this place first," said Xiao Yao. Qin Qingyao was also quite pleased with the little courtyard, her face radiating excitement. "All right, you tidy up first. I shall explore around." Qin Futian nodded. Observing Qin Qingyao diligently clearing the accumulated snow, he approached her and said, "Little Yao, remember, no matter the time or place, you can always cultivate. You may attempt to merge the true spirit profound water technique with the Lingfeng swordplay, incorporating the movement of your broom with each sweep." As he spoke, Qin Futian took the broom from her hands. With a swift motion, the snow danced into the air, forming swirling gusts that eventually swept beyond the courtyard walls. To blend the true spirit profound water technique and Lingfeng swordplay into the act of sweeping, Qin Qingyao, lost in thought, suddenly had a moment of clarity as she recalled Qin Futian's earlier actions. "Young master, I understand now." Qin Qingyao began to wield the broom, her initial movements somewhat stiff and hesitant. However, as time elapsed, her actions became increasingly fluid and graceful, subtly infused with an inexplicable essence of Tao. Not bad." Qin Futian nodded in approval. After enhancing her innate talent with a spirit-refining pill, Xiao Yao's comprehension had undergone a remarkable transformation. Thus, upon receiving guidance, she readily grasped the core principles. Observing Xiao Yao deeply engrossed in her cultivation, Qin Futian chose not to intrude. He exited the small courtyard and made his way towards the rear mountain from the opposite side. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to thoroughly explore the hidden Yuan Peak. Beneath this peak, could there truly be a vein of spirit stones? Treading upon the thick blanket of snow, Qin Futian soon heard the gentle sound of flowing water. A stream, emitting steam, meandered between the icy banks, revealing the existence of a creek formed by a hot spring. Qin Futian couldn't help but chuckle. Soaking in the hot springs on the hidden Yuan Peak amidst the frigid winter landscape was indeed a delightful experience. However, Just at that moment, a siren's voice, imbued with irresistible allure, suddenly reached his ears. Amidst Qin Futian's bewilderment, he turned towards the source of the sound, and an extraordinarily enchanting scene unfolded before his eyes. It was a woman of breathtaking beauty, her features exquisitely crafted like a work of art, with skin as pristine as snow and as flawless as jade. Her delicate and graceful figure was immersed in the warm spring, seemingly in great distress. Qin Futian furrowed his brows. With a mere glance, he could discern that the woman before him was afflicted by a peculiar poison. Qin Futian approached. The woman appeared to have completely lost her senses. Upon seeing Qin Futian, she surged forth directly from the hot spring, a natural fragrance wafting through the air with each breath she took. Qin Futian's brows slightly furrowed, stirring a ripple within his heart's lake. Though he was the Divine Emperor of Futian, he was still a man. How could a man remain unresponsive upon witnessing such a scene? Yet, that was merely the extent of his reaction. Before long, Qin Futian extended his hand, his fingertips deftly tapping several acupoints on the woman's body. As his spiritual energy flowed through his fingertips and entered her acupoints, it swiftly began to circulate throughout her form. Ultimately, he pressed down on the Bai acupoint atop her head. The woman let out a muffled groan and fell into a deep slumber. A brief rest, and she would awaken rejuvenated. Qin Futian whispered softly before turning away. By the time he returned to the hidden origin palace, night had fallen. A fire crackled warmly within the hall. Qin Qingyao sat beside the hearth, accompanied by a burly man, his body drenched in blood as he tended to his wounds. Young master. Upon seeing Qin Futian enter, Qin Qingyao promptly rose to her feet. So, you are Qin Futian? The burly man cast a sidelong glance at him. I just heard her mention that you wish to join the hidden Yuan Peak? Yes. What of it? Qin Futian inquired. I advise you to turn back from whence you came. The hidden Yuan Peak is not a place one can simply join at will. The burly man shouted impatiently. Qin Futian furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, Is the hidden Yuan Peak solely yours? Must I seek your approval to join? Brother Taishan, my young master is quite formidable. At that moment, Qin Qingyao hastily interjected, Young master, Brother Taishan merely wishes to prevent us from encountering trouble. Formidable? The burly man responded dismissively, scrutinizing Qin Futian with a condescending gaze. The 8th layer of the Meridian realm, and yet you haven't even consolidated your Qi. What prowess can a mere martial apprentice possess? I reiterate, leave at once while you still can. Upon hearing this, Qin Futian began to surmise the underlying reason. Had they attracted trouble? Were they unable to contend with the disciples of other peaks? Qin Futian smiled slightly. Seek my assistance. I can help you resolve your troubles. Just you? The burly man scoffed derisively. Very well, I have already advised you. Whether you heed it or not is your choice. With that, he prepared to rise and depart. At that moment, a figure entered the room. It was a woman clad in a dark brown hemp garment, her physique rather pleasing, even exquisite. However, her appearance was far from commendable. A dark red birthmark nearly obscured half of her face, while the remaining portion was marred by unsightly sores, with traces of yellow pus barely visible. Sister Hong, you have arrived. Upon seeing the woman, Taishan approached her. The extraordinarily unattractive woman nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over Qin Futian and Qin Qingyao. Who are they? This is Qin Futian. Taishan indicated Qin Futian. He wishes to join us at Yuan Peak. The other is his maid, Qin Qingyao. Join Yuan Peak. The woman scrutinized Qin Futian meticulously, then furrowed her brow, speaking with a hint of impatience. You should leave at once. Upon hearing this, Qin Futian remained unfazed. However, at that moment, he suddenly discerned a clue in the presence of the woman before him. Could it be her? Qin Futian had already discerned that the woman before him was indeed the one he had rescued earlier that afternoon in the back mountains. However, despite her breathtaking beauty, she had chosen to adorn herself in a manner that rendered her utterly unrecognizable. Noticing that Qin Futian was unresponsive, the woman spoke again. Qin Futian, our hidden origin peak is practically defunct. Moreover, we have drawn some unwanted attention, and soon they will come to confront us. You must leave now. Do not mention that you are a disciple of Hidden Origin Peak, for they will not implicate you. Taishan sighed helplessly. Why did you choose to join Hidden Origin Peak instead of another? Surely there are better options. No one from the other 8 peaks is willing to take me in. Qin Futian shrugged in resignation. It is what it is. I have no choice but to join Hidden Origin Peak, regardless of the troubles that beset it. I cannot simply turn a blind eye. But you are merely an 8th layer martial novice. Your presence here will not alter the outcome. Taishan frowned, attempting to persuade Qin Futian to depart. Just then, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside the hidden origin hall. Hong Wuyan, Taishan, come out at once. Hand over what you owe us. The intruders stormed into the hall. Ah, Hong Wuyan, you seem to have recovered rather quickly. The leader of the group, a man named Zhang Yuan, looked at Hong Wuyan with surprise. You vile scoundrel, Zhang Yuan. Hong Wuyan glared at the disciple with disdain. The peculiar poison she had been afflicted with earlier had been orchestrated by him. Had she not been rescued by a mysterious figure in the back mountains, her reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. What a pity. Though you are rather unappealing, your figure is quite commendable. It's unfortunate we couldn't witness the spectacle we anticipated. Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue in mock regret before continuing. Let us not waste time. Hong Wuyan, Taishan, hand over that item quietly, or suffer the consequences. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hong Wuyan retorted coldly. Ah, spare me your pretense. Ho Ziming has already informed me that you discovered that item yesterday. Zhang Yuan clapped his hands. Ho Ziming, why are you not coming out? At his command, a rather slender and delicate-looking young man stepped forward. Ho Ziming, I have treated you well in the past. How could you betray us? Taishan rushed towards him, landing a punch squarely on the young man's face. No wonder Hong Wuyan and I were ambushed today. It was all your doing. Taishan was poised to deliver further blows when Zhang Yuan intervened. Enough. Let us not squander more time, or I shall not hesitate to unsheath my sword. In the hands of Zhang Yuan, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, and a spiritual sword swiftly emerged. As the sword light flickered, a chilling aura enveloped both Hong Wuyan and Taishan in an instant. You handle him. I'll take care of this ugly woman. Zhang Yuan commanded the three other disciples to attack Taishan while he approached Hong Wuyan. Upon hearing his words, the three disciples simultaneously charged at Taishan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energy sliced through the air as three swords surrounded Taishan. Taishan wielded a heavy black sword, radiating a ferocious aura. You bunch of riffraff from Tianxian Peak. Come at me. He gritted his teeth, furiously swinging his heavy sword, creating a resonating sound in the air with each strike. Every attack he delivered was immensely powerful, and his swordsmanship was characterized by its brute force. However, it was evident that he was injured, and the severity of his wounds significantly hampered his movements. Meanwhile, the three disciples from Tianxian Peak encircled him without launching a full assault, clearly aware of Taishan's prowess. Most of their actions were feigned attacks, designed to distract Taishan, employing a strategy of attrition. On the other side, Zhang Yuan's gaze fell once more upon Hong Wuyan. TSK, what a fiery figure, though you may be unattractive. With your head covered, there would be little distinction. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Zhang Yuan's eyes as he continued. Hong Wuyan, I shall grant you one final opportunity to surrender the item. We need not engage in a life-and-death struggle. If you join Tianxian Peak and heed my words, why must you endure such suffering? Dream on. Hong Wuyan retorted coldly, discomfort evident in her expression at Zhang Yuan's gaze. Heh, you fiery, ugly woman. You certainly have a temper, but I find it intriguing. Once I conquer you, let us see if you still possess such fervor. As Zhang Yuan's words fell, his sword lunged forward. Spiritual energy coalesced at the sword's tip, transforming into a radiant golden sword light. Whoosh! The golden light pierced toward Hong Wuyan's chest. She countered with her sword, and the blazing sword light clashed with Zhang Yuan's sword energy, erupting into a dazzling display of red and gold in the air. Yet, Zhang Yuan's movements were exceedingly swift. After the first strike was blocked, he quickly unleashed a second and third thrust. The golden sword light continuously manifested in the air, resembling golden rainbows, and Hong Wuyan soon found herself under pressure, appearing increasingly disadvantaged. Young master, should we intervene? Qin Qinyao observed the situation before her with a hint of concern. Do not rush. Take a good look at their engagement. This is also an opportunity for you to learn. Qin Futian smiled faintly as he observed the fierce battle among these individuals. The Beta Sword sect and the Tianjin sect were almost indistinguishable. The majority of their disciples were sword practitioners. After all, the art of the sword was the fundamental essence upon which both sects were established. However, at this moment, the sword techniques being employed by these disciples appeared to Qin Futian as riddled with flaws. Oh, Qin Qinyao responded softly, her gaze fixed intently on the battle unfolding before her. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the conflict had decidedly tilted in one direction. Taishan bore numerous injuries, having fought valiantly against three opponents. Yet he found himself with no chance of victory. Taishan was at the third level of the Qi Si realm, while his assailants from Tianxian Peak included one fellow cultivator also at the third level, alongside two others at the second level. The latter two played the role of feigned attackers, continuously harrying him from both flanks, striking whenever an opportunity arose, and evading when none presented itself. The primary aggressor was the disciple at the third level of the Qi Si realm, wielding a sword technique that was increasingly fierce. Of the numerous sword wounds adorning Taishan's body, at least 8 were inflicted by this assailant. Meanwhile, Hong Wuyin was gradually being suppressed by Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's swordplay flowed like water, with his sword energy intensifying, unleashing golden arcs that threatened to engulf Hong Wuyin. With a resounding crash, Hong Wuyin was forced back, and in that moment, her vulnerabilities were laid bare. Now was the moment. Zhang Yuan's eyes gleamed as he thrust his sword forward in rapid succession, sending 3 golden blossoms of sword energy towards the center of Hong Wuyin's brow and her shoulders. With no means to evade, despair flickered in her eyes as the 3 sword flowers rushed towards her. Yet, at that instant, a flash of sword light darted past. The 3 golden sword flowers were instantaneously extinguished. Hong Wuyin, recovering from her fright, felt her heart racing. In that fleeting moment, she had sensed the breath of death. Turning her head, her gaze fell upon Qin Futian. Was he the one who intervened? Hong Wuyin found herself doubting. After all, Qin Futian was merely a martial apprentice at the 8th level of the Meridian realm. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for him. Zhang Yuan's attention also shifted to Qin Futian at that moment. He had noticed him upon entering the hidden Yuan Hall, along with Qin Qingyao by his side. However, upon sensing their Meridian realm presence, he dismissed them from his thoughts. Qin Qingyao's beauty had caught his eye, and he resolved to deal with Hong Wuyin and Taishan before reconsidering his plans. How dare this trash of the Meridian realm interfere? Die! A fierce murderous intent flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes as he waved his hand, sending several golden sword rays hurtling toward Qin Futian. He believed this attack would be sufficient to obliterate this insignificant Meridian realm nuisance. Unbeknownst to him, he had failed to comprehend the nature of Qin Futian's previous strike, not even realizing it had been sword energy. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be perplexed as to how a martial apprentice in the channeling realm could unleash sword energy. Zhang Yuan did not dwell on this. He merely assumed that Qin Futian had relied upon an object akin to a concealed weapon. In an instant, several strands of golden sword light surged forth, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. Hong Wuyin could not help but exclaim, "Quick dodge!" However, Qin Futian remained rooted to the spot, motionless, until the next moment when the 3 strands of sword energy were perilously close to him. Only then did he extend a finger. At the tip of Qin Futian's finger, a verdant sword energy blossomed like a lotus flower. The 3 strands of golden sword energy were entirely thwarted by this azure lotus. Subsequently, the azure lotus spiraled forth, hurtling towards Zhang Yuan with remarkable speed. Zhang Yuan's expression changed drastically as he hastily brandished his sword to meet it. Yet, his sword met only air, and the azure lotus instantaneously transformed into a stream of sword energy. Swish! A mist of blood enveloped the area. Zhang Yuan did not even emit a single cry of anguish before being obliterated by the sword energy, leaving not a single intact piece of flesh or bone behind. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, Hong Wuyin involuntarily gasped in shock. Meanwhile, on the other side, Taishan and the 3 other disciples of Tianxian Peak, who had been engaged in combat, halted, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the unfolding events. Zhang Yuan had been slain in a single move? Let us go. The 3 quickly made their decision and prepared to flee. Qin Futian once again flicked his fingers, unleashing 2 arcs of sword energy that sliced through the air, instantly slaying 2 of the individuals. The remaining one, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. Who is this god of death? And how could he possess such formidable prowess? Qin Futian gently flicked his sleeve and, with an air of indifference, proclaimed, "Return and inform everyone. From this day forth, any who dares to act recklessly at Hidden Yuan Peak shall face merciless retribution." The remaining disciple of Tianxian Peak, upon hearing Qin Futian's voice, felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly scrambled out of the Hidden Yuan Hall, vanishing into the shroud of night. Hong Wuyin and Taishan exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by Qin Futian's formidable presence. Could it be that this individual, merely at the 8th level of the Meridian realm, possessed such remarkable strength? regardless of his actual prowess, his declaration, from this day forth. Any who dares to act recklessly at Hidden Yuan Peak shall face merciless retribution, resonated with an extraordinary aura of dominance. In that moment, both Hong Wuyan and Taishan felt an overwhelming urge to weep. For years, they had endured countless humiliations at Hidden Yuan Peak, watching their fellow disciples depart one by one, followed by the elders. Their persistence had stemmed from a deep-seated frustration, which had only intensified with time, leading to an unbearable sense of oppression. They had been subjected to relentless bullying, and yet, Qin Futian's proclamation offered them a glimmer of relief and a sense of vindication. Moreover, the feeling of being utterly alone seemed to find a sliver of solace in his words. Qin Futian, how could you be so formidable? Taishan approached, carrying Ho Ziming, and casually tossed him aside. Not too shabby. Qin Futian smiled lightly. If this is merely average, then are we not considered trash? Taishan scratched his head. I have always said that my young master is quite remarkable. Qin Xingyao wore a look of pride on her face. Very well. I apologize for my previous remarks. Hong Wuyan approached, saying, Moreover, I am grateful for your timely intervention in saving me. Qin Futian smiled lightly, saying, We are all disciples of Hidden Yuan Peak. There is no need for formality. Therefore, I welcome your joining us, Brother Qin. Hong Wuyan extended her hand. Qin Futian extended his hand, clasping it with the delicate jade-like hand of Hong Wuyan. Senior Brother Qin, your prowess surpasses us all. Henceforth, you shall be our eldest brother, I shall be the second, and Hong Wuyan shall take the third position, Taishan declared with a broad grin. Qin Futian nodded and inquired, How many disciples do we currently have at Inyuan Peak? The three of us, originally including him. Taishan gestured towards Ho Ziming beside him, but now, he has betrayed us. Brother Taishan, you cannot blame me. I was coerced. Ho Ziming lamented, his face a mask of despair. They interrogated me relentlessly, and I had no choice but to divulge their secrets. Coerced? So you chose to betray us? I endured dozens of sword wounds and nearly lost my life without bowing to such scum. Get lost. Roll as far away as you can. Taishan's eyes blazed with fury as he kicked Ho Ziming, sending him sprawling. If I see you again at Inyuan Peak, I shall ensure your demise. Ho Ziming tumbled away, not daring to linger. However, just as he stepped outside the Inyuan Hall, a flash of sword light descended. Thud! Ho Ziming stood frozen, his breath extinguished in an instant. For those who betray, there is little sympathy to be had. A flicker of hatred surged within Qin Futian's eyes. Though he had lived for countless eons as the supreme deity, thoughts of past betrayals stirred tumultuous waves within his otherwise tranquil heart. Yet, he adeptly concealed these inner turmoils beneath a serene faade. Both Taishan and Hong Wuyan were momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Qin Futian's decisive ruthlessness. They soon exchanged glances and nodded, realizing they had perhaps been too lenient. But Brother Qin, Hong Wuyan interjected, concern etching her features. By eliminating Zhang Yuan and his cohort, you may invite grave troubles upon us. Indeed, Taishan concurred. While Zhang Yuan dared to cause a ruckus at Inyuan Peak, we cannot afford to act as they do. Guxian stands behind Tianxian Peak. We have no ground to argue. Fear not. Qin Futian responded nonchalantly. From this day forth, Inyuan Peak shall stand under my aegis. Taishan and Hong Wuyan exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. Though Qin Futian surpassed them in prowess, he remained merely a disciple, and it was unlikely he could be compared to Guxian or any of the other elders. Qin Futian naturally discerned the intentions of Taishan and Hong Wuyan, yet he felt no need to elucidate. By the way, what was that item mentioned by Zhang Yuan? Qin Futian inquired. It is the purple-patterned golden lotus. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Wuyan produced a lotus flower from her spiritual ring. This exquisite bloom radiated a resplendent golden hue, reminiscent of gold forged into shape, emanating a dazzling brilliance. Upon closer inspection, intricate purple patterns adorned its surface, lending it an air of opulence. Next month, the assessment for the true disciples will take place, and Taishan and I aspire to make a breakthrough. Consuming the purple-patterned golden lotus may aid us in reaching the 4th level of the Qi realm. As Hong Wuyan clutched the lotus, her expression grew grave at the mention of the upcoming assessment. The assessment for true disciples? Are you both participating? Qin Futian could not help but chuckle at the absurdity. We are well aware that with just the two of us, our chances are exceedingly slim. Hong Wuyan sighed in resignation, but what choice do we have? If no disciples from Inyuan Peak pass the assessment next month, the peak will be disbanded. Perhaps it is unnecessary for you to persist? Is it truly worth it for the sake of Inyuan Peak's reputation? Qin Futian questioned. You do not understand. Senior brother Qin. Taishan replied in a deep voice. We entered as disciples of Inyuan Peak. For 7 years, I have been a disciple here. I have grown attached. Hong Wuyin nodded in agreement. Moreover, there is a sense of indignation within us. Why should they be allowed to humiliate Inyuan Peak while we cannot fight back for our dignity? Witnessing our former brothers and sisters flee one by one makes it all the more unbearable. We wish to prove our worth. Qin Futian nodded. Who among us does not harbor at least a trace of obsession? Perhaps for Hong Wuyin and Taishan, remaining at Hidden Yuan Peak embodies their unwavering commitment. It seems to Qin Futian that he has not witnessed such fervent devotion among the youth for quite some time. Moreover, the duo of Taishan and Hong Wuyin has indeed left a favorable impression on him. In light of this, why not extend a helping hand to them? Rest assured, with my presence, Hidden Yuan Peak shall remain steadfast. Qin Futian rose to his feet and gazed at Hong Wuyin. If you trust me, please hand over the purple veined golden lotus. Consuming the purple veined golden lotus pales in comparison to the effects of the purple veined golden pill. The purple veined golden pill? Hong Wuyin furrowed her brow. That is an elixir that can only be concocted by a master alchemist. And even ordinary alchemists are incapable of producing it. I will find a way. Qin Futian asserted. Very well, then it is yours. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Wuyin surrendered the purple veined golden lotus to Qin Futian. Were it not for him, they would not have been able to safeguard the purple veined golden lotus today. They might have even lost their very lives. Qin Futian took the purple patterned golden lotus and stored it within his spiritual ring. He intended to visit the market outside the Beta Sword sect in the coming days to seek out Duan Gongyu, requesting him to concoct the purple patterned golden elixir. Duan Gongyu had now ascended to the realm of true origin and possessed true origin power, thus, to refine pills of the 3rd grade or above. It was essential to harness such power. By the way, Taishan, this afternoon, did you happen to go to the back mountain? Hong Wuyin seemed to have suddenly recalled something. Directing her inquiry at Taishan. No, I was being pursued by those ruffians from Tianxian Peak all afternoon. What is the matter? Taishan replied, his expression one of confusion. Nothing much. Hong Wuyin furrowed her brow, her gaze abruptly landing on Qin Futian. Qin Shixiao, could it be that you ventured to the back mountain this afternoon? Qin Futian hastily shook his head, exclaiming, no, I did not. Do not speak nonsense. Observing Qin Futian, Hong Wuyin sought to discern any clues from his gaze. Is there? Qin Futian feigned nonchalance with a smile, shrugging his shoulders. It seems there might be something. Qin Qingyao nodded earnestly. When adults are speaking, children should refrain from interrupting. Qin Futian felt a wave of black lines on his forehead. Why did he have the inexplicable sensation of being caught in the act of thievery? Does the illustrious God Emperor not care for his dignity at all? In what way am I diminished? Qin Qingyao straightened her posture, clearly older than the young master. Very well. If there is nothing amiss, let us return to our cultivation. Qin Futian coughed lightly twice, and then rose to depart. Yes, young master. Qin Qingyao trailed closely behind Qin Futian. As she watched the two depart, Hong Wuyin was filled with confusion, sensing an air of undeniable secrecy. Earlier that afternoon, in the back mountains, Hong Wuyin had succumbed to a seductive poison. Her initial intention was to plunge into the hot springs to purge the toxin. However, as the poison took full effect, her consciousness began to fade. Had it not been for the timely intervention of that mysterious figure, she might have been driven to recklessly emerge from the hidden origin peak in a state of utter vulnerability. The implications of such an incident were too harrowing to contemplate. Yet it was clear that Hong Wuyin would find it impossible to face the Beidu sword sect again. Thus, her heart swelled with gratitude towards the one who saved her. Yet, she was also ensnared by conflicting emotions. Her true self had been unveiled to that individual under such compromising circumstances. The thought of her potential indecency from that afternoon ignited a profound sense of embarrassment within her. Wuyin, what troubles you? Why is your face so flushed? Taishan inquired, gazing curiously at Hong Wuyin. Is the poison still afflicting you? Those ruffians from Tianxian Peak dared to poison you. What sort of poison was it? Hong Wuyin bit her lip, uncertain of how to respond. And why do you incessantly ask if we ventured to the back mountains? Were you there? What were you doing? Taishan pressed for details. I was bathing in the back mountains, if you must know. Hong Wuyin retorted, rolling her eyes in irritation. Oh, I see. Taishan nodded, as if a light had dawned upon him. then exclaimed with wide eyes. You were bathing in the back mountains and expected us to join you? How presumptuous. A headache seized Hong Wuyan. For the most part, Taishan was amiable, but occasionally his intellect seemed to falter. At Tianshan Peak, a sudden uproar erupted upon the news of Zhang Yuan's demise. What? Zhang Yuan is dead? The disciples of Tianshan Peak were taken aback. How could he perish? Did he not go to Hidden Origin Peak? Who among those there could possibly have killed him? It is said to be a newcomer named Qin Futian. Came the response. He arrived bearing the Beidou Sword Order, backed by Elder Su Bailey. This matter is becoming quite troublesome. Isn't that Qin Futian merely a waste with a shattered dantian? Someone questioned. It seems he possesses some hidden strength. Otherwise, how could he have slain Elder He Tianyan? Initially, it was said to be a sneak attack, but now it seems far more complicated. Due to Elder Su Bailey's involvement, others would likely refrain from entangling themselves in this murky affair. Furthermore, Zhang Yuan's brother, Zhang Hong, was currently in seclusion, preparing for next month's true disciple assessment. Had he not been occupied, he would undoubtedly have stormed Hidden Origin Peak in retribution. All matters would have to await the true disciple assessment next month. In this tumultuous season, it is feared that Qin Futian may meet a dire fate during the assessment. Numerous disciples of Tianshan Peak are engaged in fervent discussion regarding this matter. Some have even taken the initiative to report it to Guxian. However, upon hearing the news, Guxian surprisingly opted for silence. For a time, it seemed as though the incident had never occurred, and everything appeared deceptively tranquil. Yet, all were acutely aware that beneath this calm facade lay an unseen torrent of undercurrents. When the true disciples' assessment arrives next month, it will herald the onset of a tempest. At Yawang Peak, the esteemed Master Wei Xing addressed a female disciple before him. Zhao Zi, did you happen to observe the maidservant accompanying Qin Futian that day? Zhao Zi, one of Wei Xing's most cherished disciples, responded affirmatively. She had an elder sister, Zhao Qingwan, who was 3 years her senior and had already reached the 5th level of the Qi realm. Although Zhao Zi was the younger by 3 years, she had also condensed her Qi and ascended to the rank of martial artist this autumn. Both sisters were exceptionally talented, and Wei Xing held them in high regard. Indeed, I did see her, master. Zhao Zi replied. Qin Futian's dantian has been shattered. He is but a waste. However, I observe that his maidservant possesses remarkable talent. Therefore, I wish for you to visit Hunyuan Peak and persuade her to join us at Yaoguang Peak. I shall take her as my direct disciple. Typically, talent is an elusive concept, difficult to discern. After all, in the remote northern Yu domain, there are no treasures to test one's innate abilities. Yet, upon reaching the true origin realm, a martial artist's soul begins to strengthen. With enhanced spiritual power, they can roughly gauge the talents of martial cultivators who are of a lower realm. Additionally, since Duan Muyang had previously mentioned the maidservant's exceptional talent, Wei Xing paid her particular attention. The maidservant of Qin Futian radiates an exceptionally pure aura, her spiritual energy oscillating with a sustained and robust vitality, undoubtedly marking her as an extraordinary candidate for cultivation. Such remarkable talent, yet she willingly chooses to serve as a maid, lingering in the company of a worthless individual? Even Wei Xing finds this hard to fathom. Can it be that the master is inclined to personally accept her as a disciple? Zhao Zi, taken aback by this revelation, contemplates the true extent of the maid's potential. If the master indeed takes her as an apprentice, would she not become Zhao Zi's junior sister? This maid has truly encountered fortuitous circumstances to have caught the master's eye. Rest assured, master, Zhao Zi declares with unwavering confidence. To be valued by the master is indeed her blessing, her destiny. I shall elucidate the significance of this opportunity to her, making certain she comprehends the magnitude of this chance, and she will undoubtedly know how to make the right choice. Very well, proceed, Wei Xing replies with a nod. Meanwhile, within the confines of Hidden Origin Peak, Qin Qingyao swiftly entered a state of cultivation. Under the personal guidance of Qin Futian, coupled with the efficacy of the true spirit profound water technique, her progress in cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. After all, the true spirit profound water technique is a cultivation method from the divine realm, a truly extraordinary practice in comparison to this world. With the esteemed guidance of Qin Futian, the Supreme Emperor, how could her cultivation speed not be rapid? It would not be long before Qin Qingyao successfully opened her 4th meridian. At this moment, Qin Futian was immersed in his cultivation. As the celestial devouring technique operated, numerous elixirs were refined, generating droplets of transformative essence within the divine furnace of creation. Soon, these droplets, under Qin Futian's command, flowed into his limbs and bones. They swiftly began to merge with his vital blood, exerting a powerful impact on his ninth meridian. The human body possesses 9 major meridians, akin to 9 colossal dragons residing within. For a martial artist at the stage of meridian unblocking, the objective is to awaken these 9 mighty dragons. Qin Futian is currently at the 8th level of meridian unblocking, having successfully opened 8 of the 9 major meridians, with only the final one remaining in a state of obstruction. This last meridian is of paramount importance and presents the greatest challenge. Soon, waves of spiritual energy surge like a tempestuous tide, violently crashing within the 9th meridian. However, this channel contained the most impurities, as the process of unblocking the previous 8 meridians had inadvertently transferred some impurities into the 9th. Consequently, the 9th meridian became even more congested. Furthermore, as a martial artist's cultivation level ascends, the 9th meridian undergoes continual transformation and growth, becoming increasingly resilient. This is the reason why martial practitioners find it increasingly arduous to unblock their meridians. In fact, a staggering 70 to 80% may spend their entire lives lingering between the 8th and 9th levels of meridian unblocking. Truly, each level represents a formidable barrier. Nevertheless, these challenges posed no hindrance to Qin Futian, as the surging spiritual energy repeatedly crashed against the blockage without fully cleansing the impurities. A sudden surge of violent power tore the 9th meridian apart. Hiss! Qin Futian inhaled sharply, a wave of intense pain causing his complexion to pale slightly. It was evident that, unbeknownst to him, a fine sheen of perspiration had begun to bead upon his brow, with the uncontrollable throbbing of his bulging veins. Those droplets coalesced into rivulets, cascading down his resolute visage. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the 9th great dragon was utterly torn asunder, annihilated. Subsequently, under the mysterious and formidable influence of the divine water of creation, spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into the formation of an entirely new meridian. The meridian pulsed powerfully, with vital essence and spiritual energy churning within like a tumultuous river. An overwhelming aura emanated from Qin Futian as the 9 meridians opened up, akin to 9 great dragons awakening from their dormant state. The spiritual energy surged through the 9 meridians, ultimately converging into one, flowing towards the dantian. However, Qin Futian's dantian had ceased to exist. Thus, this spiritual energy was entirely gathered within the divine furnace of creation. According to convention, upon the complete opening of the 9 meridians, the spiritual energy would typically converge in the dantian, where it would be continuously refined, rendering the energy more pure, and ultimately forming the Sea of Qi, allowing entry into the realm of the Sea of Qi. Yet, without a dantian, what fate awaited this spiritual energy once it coalesced within the divine furnace of creation? Qin Futian felt a surge of anticipation. The divine furnace of creation continually bestowed upon him delightful surprises. What new marvels awaited him after the 9 meridians were unblocked? Spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly into the divine furnace of creation, where it coalesced into the waters of creation. These waters then permeated his meridians, flesh, and bones. Subsequently, they transformed back into spiritual energy, which once again converged within the divine furnace. This relentless cycle of cultivation continued, and after about an hour, Qin Futian's expression shifted. He discovered that a vacuum had formed around the divine furnace, as if the area where his dantian had once been had transformed into a secret realm of emptiness. With the divine furnace suspended gracefully within this mystical domain, Qin Futian extracted all the elixirs and spiritual treasures that he could refine from his body, and subsequently utilized the art of celestial transformation to transmute them entirely into the waters of creation. Qin Futian could sense the profound yearning of this body and the chaotic divine furnace for the waters of creation. If he could successfully break through the shackles of the meridian realm and condense the Sea of Qi, the chaotic divine furnace would undoubtedly usher in a transformative upheaval. As more and more waters of creation materialized, the aura emanating from Qin Futian's physical form continuously ascended. Suddenly, within the sacred vacuum realm surrounding the chaotic divine furnace, a black fissure materialized. Qin Futian raised his brow, his gaze shimmering with an extraordinary light. What is this ominous black fissure? Soon after, a second, a third, and even more black fissures emerged. Within these dark crevices, a profoundly mysterious and vast aura seeped forth, as if these rifts were gateways to another enigmatic and boundless realm. Just as Qin Futian's heart brimmed with curiosity, yearning to delve deeper, an unexpected wave of fatigue washed over him. It was at this moment that Qin Futian realized that his entire being was nearly devoid of strength, with his spiritual energy almost entirely depleted. Meanwhile, within the cauldron of creation, every drop of the transformative water had been completely consumed, leaving not a single drop remaining. Qin Futian took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling with a rhythmic cadence. He was filled with curiosity about the transformations that might unfold around the divine furnace of creation if he were to persist in his cultivation and condense the Qi Sea. What were those ominous black fissures, truly? Did they genuinely connect to another realm? What kind of world lay beyond? However, Qin Futian was also acutely aware that to condense the Qi Sea, an immense quantity of the water of creation would be required. At present, he had completely exhausted all the spiritual resources at his disposal. It seemed that he would need to devise a means to acquire more cultivation resources in the days to come. Qin Futian took a deep breath, stepped out of the secluded training chamber, and entered the courtyard. Although his spiritual energy had been entirely depleted moments ago, the divine furnace of creation was now incessantly absorbing the ethereal energies of the universe. Countless particles of spiritual essence flowed continuously into Qin Futian's body. At that moment, he suddenly heard someone outside the hidden origin hall calling his name. Qin Futian furrowed his brow slightly. Who was calling his name? This voice was unfamiliar to him, and he did not recognize anyone at the Beidou Sword sect. It was a woman's voice, and from its somewhat jarring tone, one could discern her arrogance and impatience. Stepping out of the hidden origin hall and into the open, Qin Futian beheld a woman clad in purple attire. Accompanying her was a young man. Qin Futian, have you been unable to hear me after all this time? The purple-clad woman frowned, casting a reproachful glance at Qin Futian. Qin Futian could not help but smile. This woman was indeed exceptionally haughty. Who are you, and what business do you have with me? Qin Futian asked in a low voice. I am Zhao Zi, the direct disciple of the esteemed master of Yaoguang Peak. The woman in the purple dress slightly raised her smooth chin, exuding an air of arrogance. Although her appearance was rather pleasing, such a high-handed demeanor was undeniably off-putting. I did not come to Hidden Origin Peak to seek this worthless individual, but rather to see your maid. You must have her come forth to meet me at once. Zhao Zi proclaimed in a tone that suggested it was a matter of course, as if she were issuing commands rather than engaging in a discussion with Qin Futian. A faint, sardonic smile crept onto Qin Futian's lips. By what right do you demand to see my maid? Who do you think you are? Zhao Zi furrowed her brow, her gaze turning steely. I possess a significant opportunity for her. Do you realize that your actions now are hindering her? The young man accompanying Zhao Zi wore an increasingly impatient expression, echoing her sentiment. Simply follow Sister Zi's instructions without all this unnecessary chatter. Qin Futian's expression turned frigid. Get lost, he commanded in a low, resonant voice as he cast a cold glance at the two individuals before him. Zhao Zi was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Qin Futian's audacity to reprimand her in such a manner. Although she had encountered Qin Futian and Qin Qingyao, her understanding of the latter was superficial at best. She had only heard that Qin Futian was brought to the Celestial Hall due to the slaying of an outer sect disciple, and she was aware that he had entered the Northern Dipper Sword sect through the Northern Dipper Sword token. As for Qin Futian himself, he was merely a broken cultivator, deemed a waste. Now, this so-called waste dared to order her to leave? This thought transformed Zhao Zi's countenance into one of icy fury. I shall tell you one last time, summon your maid. My master has taken a liking to her and wishes to accept her as a personal disciple. This is not merely a tremendous opportunity for her. Should she cultivate successfully, she might even aid you in the future. I advise you not to remain complacent, nor to envy your maid's fortune. After all, in this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Your maid possesses a talent for martial arts that far exceeds your own, and she is destined to surpass you. Her status as a maid merely reflects her past. She will grow to heights that will leave you in awe. I implore you not to be obstinate, and do not allow jealousy to rob your maid of this opportunity. However, before Zhao Zi could finish her words, a resounding slap echoed as it struck her face. Are you instructing me on how to act? Qin Futian cast a cold glance at Zhao Zi. You come to my hidden Yuan Peak seeking to see my maid? Instead of speaking with courtesy, you adopt a tone of reprimand? Do you presume to think of yourself as something of significance? Zhao Zi's mind buzzed in confusion, her expression one of utter bewilderment. She had never anticipated that Qin Futian would so brazenly deliver a resounding slap to her face. "Qin Futian, how can you be so unreasonable, you worthless fool?" protested the young man accompanying Zhao Zi, stepping forward with an air of authority. He believed that chastising Qin Futian at this moment would surely win Zhao Zi's favor. "And who might you be?" Qin Futian regarded the young man with disdain. "I am Wang Yuanyi of Tianquan Peak," the young man replied. "Wang Yuanyi? What is your relationship with Wang Li?" Qin Futian inquired. Wang Li was the Grand Master of Tianquan Peak, and on that day in the Tianshu Great Hall, he was the first to invite Qin Futian to join their ranks, only to be the first to depart upon learning of Qin Futian's shattered dantian. "Wang Li is my grandfather. I am his legitimate grandson," Wang Yuanyi declared proudly, then added, "Qin Futian, you should kneel and apologize to junior sister Zi. Your behavior is excessively crude. Do you understand what it means to cherish beauty? Cherish beauty?" Qin Futian scoffed, stepping forward and delivering a series of resounding slaps. In an instant, Zhao Zi's once proud and immaculate visage was swollen and distorted. Following this, Qin Futian unleashed a kick to Zhao Zi's chest, sending her sprawling to the ground, curled up in a manner that belied her previous air of superiority. "Coming to my hidden Yuan peak, without a shred of decorum, and referring to me as a waste? Do you seek my pity for a precious flower? Is this a fragrant blossom or merely foul refuse? Have you never encountered a woman before?" Wang Yuanyi was utterly bewildered by Qin Futian's sudden onslaught. He was unaware of Qin Futian's identity, having arrived at Hidden Yuan Peak solely due to a chance encounter with Zhao Zi. As an admirer of Zhao Zi, he had engaged her in conversation at Tianquan Peak and, upon hearing her intention to visit Hidden Yuan Peak, had eagerly offered to accompany her. His knowledge of Qin Futian was limited to Zhao Zi's disparaging remarks, in which she had labeled him a waste due to his shattered dantian. Thus, Wang Yuanyi had dismissed Qin Futian entirely. Now, witnessing Qin Futian not only striking his goddess, Zhao Zi, but also berating him, filled Wang Yuanyi with indignation. "Qin Futian, if I do not properly teach you a lesson today, I shall change my surname," he declared in a low voice, conjuring a spirit sword in his hand. As he infused the sword with spiritual energy, brilliant streaks of light erupted forth. With a whoosh, several blades of light encircled Wang Yuanyi, resembling a flurry of sword dragons dancing around him. To an ordinary martial artist at the Qi realm, Wang Yuanyi's swordplay appeared quite exquisite. However, in Qin Futian's eyes, it was otherwise. While Wang Yuanyi's moves were undeniably dazzling, they were superficial and lacked substance. His exaggerated gestures and ostentatious display created a spectacle that was, frankly, absurdly beautiful. With no flourish or pretense, Qin Futian delivered another sharp slap to Wang Yuanyi's face. "You dare strike me?" Wang Yuanyi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qin Futian. Another resounding slap followed, landing on his other cheek. "I am the legitimate grandson of Wang Li. You are courting death. Let us speak civilly." Step by step, Wang Yuanyi retreated as Qin Futian delivered a resounding slap with each advance, leaving him with no ground to stand on. "Do not come any closer," Wang Yuanyi cried, his face in despair. "I was wrong. Please, do not strike me again. I shall never dare to do so again." Wang Yuan unexpectedly burst into tears, his face awash with tears and snot. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Zi stood in astonishment. The Wang Yuan, who once appeared to her as a paragon of elegance and charm, was now sobbing like a child, calling out for his parents. Qin Futian could not help but find it amusing. Just moments ago, Wang Yuan had appeared righteous and imposing, yet now he was sobbing and pleading for mercy. The contrast between his previous demeanor and his current state was indeed striking. However, this was simply the nature of youth. Wang Yuan was merely in his 20s and bore the unmistakable mark of a well-cared-for child, nurtured under the watchful eyes of his elders. Qin Futian's gaze narrowed as it bore down on Zhao Zi. A chill ran down Zhao Zi's spine, rendering her speechless. "We shall depart from Hidden Yuan Peak at once," she stammered, her lips trembling as she hastily expressed her intention to leave. "Depart?" Qin Futian scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. "Do you think Hidden Yuan Peak is merely a place you can enter and exit at will?" At that moment, Hong Wuyan stepped forward. "Sister Hong." Upon seeing her, Zhao Zi hurried over, her expression one of distress as she recounted the events with a sense of grievance. "Enough, I understand." Hong Wuyan reassured her with a few comforting words before turning to Qin Futian. "Brother Qin, both Sister Zi and Wang Yuan harbor no ill intentions. Why not let this matter rest? Qin Futian narrowed his eyes slightly. Even if he chose not to take the lives of Zhao Zi or Wang Yuan, he would at the very least ensure they face some consequence. Brother Qin, both Elder Wang and Elder Wei have repeatedly assisted us at the hidden Yuan Peak. Without their aid, neither I nor Brother Taishan could have endured to this day, Hong Huiyin remarked. Let this be a lesson. Qin Futian nodded slightly, casting a cold glance at Zhao Zi and Wang Yuan as he admonished, Are you not yet gone? Zhao Zi and Wang Yuan dared not linger further. After hastily expressing their gratitude to Hong Huiyin, they departed the hidden Yuan Peak without a backward glance. Brother Qin, you do not hold it against me, do you? After their departure, Hong Huiyin turned to Qin Futian and inquired. She understood his temperament. Had it not been for her, those two would undoubtedly not have left unscathed. Not at all. Qin Futian smiled faintly. In truth, he was aware of the thoughts occupying Hong Huiyin's mind. On one hand, it was due to the fact that Wang Li and Wei Xing had indeed offered assistance to Yuan Peak. On the other hand, she harbored concerns that Qin Futian might attract further troubles. After all, behind Wang Yuan stood Wang Li, while Zhao Zi was supported by Zhao Qingwan and Wei Xing. Although Qin Futian arrived bearing the North Star Sword Order, if he offends too many individuals, even Elder Su Bailey may find it difficult to protect him. Junior Sister Wu Yin, this pill will aid you in your cultivation. Qin Futian retrieved a spirit-refining pill from his spiritual ring and flicked it with his finger. Hong Huiyin swiftly caught the pill, her curiosity piqued. What kind of elixir is this? She was unfamiliar with the pill in her hand, yet the fragrant aroma wafting from it instilled a profound sense of calm within her. It is indeed a 6-pattern treasure pill. As she discerned the faintly glowing 6 patterns upon its surface, her astonishment deepened. Without further hesitation, she consumed the pill. In an instant, it dissolved within her abdomen, and an extraordinary sensation caused her eyes to widen. A wave of comfort emanating from within almost coaxed a soft sigh from her lips. In that fleeting moment, she comprehended the pill's remarkable effect. Indeed, this elixir could enhance her cultivation talent. The sensation was akin to the sharpening of vision, smell, and hearing. However, the enhancement of talent stemmed from the perception of the soul rather than direct sensory feedback. Qin Shixiao. This revelation left Hong Huiyin utterly astounded, as she recognized the immense value of such a pill. In her understanding, such a treasure had never existed before. The fact that Qin Shixiang was willing to bestow it upon her was a testament to his generosity. In that moment, her heart brimmed with gratitude. The assessment for the true disciples is imminent. I know both you and Taishan will participate. We must all succeed in the evaluation. Qin Futian remarked with a smile. Indeed. Hong Huiyin nodded earnestly. Without this pill, she had little confidence in her abilities. Although she possessed determination, she was acutely aware of her own strength and talent. The evaluation for true disciples placed great emphasis on the assessment of talent. However, with this pill to enhance her abilities, she felt a newfound assurance. Moreover, this pill is for Taishan. Qin Futian produced another porcelain vial. Hong Huiyin promptly accepted the pill with utmost care. At that moment, the elixir felt as heavy as a mountain in her hands. She suddenly recalled Qin Shixiang's words. With him here, the hidden Yuan Peak cannot be withdrawn. At that time, she had dismissed the statement, believing that outcomes were ultimately determined by human effort and that, if necessary, the hidden Yuan Peak could indeed be abandoned. But now, she found herself believing wholeheartedly in those words. Qin Shixiang is able to produce such precious elixirs with such ease. Perhaps he truly possesses a means to save Yuan Peak. Go forth and diligently cultivate during this time. In next month's assessment for the true disciples, let everyone witness the strength of our Yuan Peak. Qin Futian remarked with a smile. Yes, Qin Shixiang. Hong Huiyin nodded emphatically. At Yaoguang Peak, master. That Qin Futian is utterly ungrateful for having beaten my sister to such a state. I implore you, master, to allow me to sever his hands at Yuan Peak. Zhao Qingwan gazed at her sister Zhao Zi, bruised and battered, her heart aching with sympathy. Wei Ziying wore a similarly grim expression, astonished that Qin Futian could be so oblivious to the consequences of his actions. This youth is indeed arrogant and ignorant. He fails to comprehend the significant loss inflicted upon his maid. Drawing a deep breath to suppress her rising fury, Wei Ziying continued, Qingwan, you must refrain from acting impulsively. At this moment, your foremost priority is the upcoming assessment for true disciples. Although I have accepted you as my disciple, you have yet to fully pass the sex evaluation. and there remain certain techniques and cultivation resources you cannot access. Master, I understand. Yet, seeing Z in such a state, I cannot quell the resentment in my heart if I do not seek retribution, Zhao Qingwan declared. Focus on your cultivation. I will certainly handle this matter and ensure that he provides both you and Z with a satisfactory resolution, Wei Ziying assured her. Upon hearing her master's words, both Zhao Qingwan and Zhao Zi reluctantly relented. Yes, I will heed your guidance, master. Zhao Qingwan bowed respectfully. Indeed, Wei Ziying nodded and added, that Qin Futian is ultimately crippled and unable to cultivate. While he may seem formidable now, he is hardly worth your attention. He will participate in next month's assessment for true disciples as well. If you truly seek vengeance for Z, you shall have the chance to teach him a severe lesson then. Do you understand? Qin Futian stood at the precipice, poised to leap onto the resilient pine that clung to the edge of the cliff. The sturdy branches of the pine were laden with a thick blanket of snow, which cascaded down in delicate flurries as Qin Futian descended. Though winter had firmly settled in, the peaks of the northern Dipper Sword sect were enveloped in a shroud of ice and snow. Yet, this did little to hinder the warm sunlight from pouring down into the valleys and ravines. Under the radiant glow, the snow-capped mountains reflected a dazzling array of colors, rendering the northern Dipper Sword sect even more magnificent and expansive. Particularly striking were the 9 central peaks, arranged in the formation of the northern Dipper, subtly suggesting an enigmatic celestial design. Each of these 9 peaks, which comprised the northern Dipper Sword sect, was originally intended to hold a distinct significance. For instance, the Tianwan Peak primarily served as the place of transmission for teachings, housing the martial arts pavilion. The Yuheng Peak was home to the Pill Pavilion, while the Kaiyang Peak was the site of the law enforcement hall. As for the Yinyuan Peak, it has now diminished in stature, yet it undoubtedly once held a position of great importance, the specifics of which remain shrouded in mystery. Qin Futian pondered deeply. However, these questions would naturally be answered upon the return of Elder Su Bailey. Of course, Qin Futian did not concern himself with this matter. He firmly believed that it would not be long before Yinyuan Peak became the most sought-after peak within the Beidou Sword sect. By that time, all disciples and elders of the sect would yearn to join Yinyuan Peak. Presently, Qin Futian wished to meticulously investigate whether a hidden spirit stone mine truly lay beneath Yinyuan Peak. If that were the case, he would no longer have to worry about the resources needed for his cultivation over the next year or so. Qin Futian traversed the wooded expanse of Hidden Origin Peak, meticulously surveying the terrain to deduce the most probable location where the spirit stone mine might extend. Ultimately, he discovered a cliffside, and after clearing the accumulated snow nearby, he began to carve into the rock with his spirit sword, a weapon he had seized from Jiang Yunlan during their fierce confrontation, now proving to be most fortuitous. Qin Futian's speed was astonishing. Soon, he unearthed a cavern that reached the height of a man, which extended deep into the earth. In less than half a day, he had excavated this tunnel to a depth of several hundred zhang. However, throughout this endeavor, he did not uncover a single piece of spirit stone ore. Yet, on the other hand, Qin Futian could distinctly sense an increasingly rich aura of spiritual energy. This phenomenon likely indicated that Yinyuan Peak was not a mountain of spirit stones. Instead, within the depths of Yinyuan Peak, there existed something unknown that was the source of this spiritual energy. Upon reaching a depth of approximately 300 zhang, Qin Futian halted his progress. He was compelled to stop. As an invisible force barred his way, it was the restrictive power of an array formation. Qin Futian instantly comprehended that the force impeding him was, in fact, the power of the formation. Qin Futian once again attempted to breach the intangible barrier ahead, and an immediate counteracting shockwave surged back towards him. Additionally, Qin Futian astutely detected faint traces of spiritual pattern fluctuations. This further corroborated his suspicions. Beneath the hidden Yuan Peak, could there truly be a formation? What might lie beyond that formation? Qin Futian was filled with perplexity as he endeavored to dismantle the intricate array of restrictions surrounding him. However, he soon realized that the complexity of the formation was exceedingly profound. It was evident that his cultivation level was still insufficient. Had he attained the Qi-Si realm, he would have surely found it far more expedient to breach this formidable array. Qin Futian must temporarily relinquish his pursuit. He shall delve deeper into the matter once he ascends to the realm of Qi-Si. Qin Futian emerged from the pit, casting a glance at the spiritual sword in his hand. The blade was utterly warped, its surface marred with countless dents and imperfections, rendering it entirely useless. This spiritual weapon was indeed of inferior quality. Qin Futian once again contemplated his coveted Futian Divine Sword. With such a weapon in his possession, not only could he excavate a mere cavern, but he could also raise the entire hidden Yuan Peak to the ground, leaving no trace behind. It seems that in addition to enhancing his cultivation, he must also forge a formidable spiritual weapon. Before departing, Qin Futian meticulously removed all the excavated stones and subsequently sealed the cave entrance, skillfully concealing it beneath a layer of snow. Having completed these tasks, Qin Futian made his way from Hidden Yuan Peak to Jade Balance Peak. He intended to ascertain the prices of medicinal and spiritual herbs available at the Jade Balance Peak. Furthermore, he sought to uncover any information regarding spiritual herbs that he might glean from this locale. Typically, the sect harbors detailed information about various medicinal materials, such as the specific regions within the Black Wind Mountain range where certain spiritual herbs are more abundantly found. Additionally, there are tasks issued by the sect that guide disciples to specific locations for obtaining designated spiritual herbs. This information is invaluable to Qin Futian, which is precisely why he considered joining the sect from the outset. After all, no matter how powerful an individual may become, there will always be limitations. Indeed, Jade Balance Peak was a stark contrast to Hidden Yuan Peak. While one could traverse Hidden Yuan Peak for an entire day without encountering a single soul, Jade Balance Peak bustled with activity. This peak is home to the Alchemy Pavilion, making it an essential hub for martial cultivators, as spiritual herbs and elixirs are indispensable resources for their practice. Qin Futian swiftly located the Alchemy Pavilion, which comprises 5 levels. The lower 4 levels are accessible to the public. The first level serves as a hub for issuing and accepting tasks, where one can inquire about various spiritual herbs. Qin Futian meticulously perused all the information regarding spiritual herbs. To his astonishment, he discovered news of purple bloodgrass, 3-star vine, and even several varieties of third-tier spiritual herbs. A sense of excitement stirred within him. Third-tier spiritual herbs are quite rare. Otherwise, the disciples of Tianxian Peak, led by Zhang Yuan, would not have relentlessly pursued Taishan and Hong Wuyan over a single purple-veined golden lotus. The lifespan of second-tier spiritual herbs is comparable to that of second-tier spiritual beasts. After my last hunt of the black wolf, I managed to refine approximately 10 drops of creation water using its lifespan alone. That was merely from a second-tier spiritual beast. If I were to use third-tier spiritual herbs for refinement, I should be able to yield more than 100 drops of creation water. Furthermore, should I refine third-tier spiritual herbs into third-grade elixirs, the output of creation water would undoubtedly be even greater. Qin Futian meticulously inquired about the locations of these third-tier spiritual herbs, diligently recording the information with ink and brush. This disciple understood that third-tier spiritual herbs were no ordinary treasures. Such items were typically guarded by formidable spirit beasts, and he was advised to act within his limits. The elder who posted the task observed Qin Futian's earnest inquiries and careful documentation of the information regarding these herbs, and a sense of concern for him arose. After all, Qin Futian was merely a martial apprentice at the meridian opening stage. The other disciples nearby, upon hearing the elder's warning, cast peculiar glances at Qin Futian. How could one so inexperienced entertain thoughts of acquiring third-tier spiritual herbs? It seemed as though he was tempting fate. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Foam. I am well aware of my capabilities, Qin Futian replied with a smile. From the other disciples' conversations, he learned the elder's surname was Foam and recognized his good intentions. Third-tier spiritual herbs were typically guarded by either second-tier or third-tier spirit beasts. If the guardian was a second-tier spirit beast, it would likely be among the most powerful of its kind. As for regular third-tier spirit beasts, they were certainly not to be trifled with by ordinary martial artists. Even the weaker third-tier spirit beasts equated to martial masters at the early stages of the true essence realm. Given that Qin Futian was still at the meridian opening stage, Elder Feng deemed his pursuit of third-tier spiritual herbs exceedingly perilous. After documenting all the information about the herbs, Qin Futian ascended to the second floor of the Alchemy Pavilion to explore the offerings of herbs and elixirs. Upon reaching the second floor, he found that most items for sale were first-tier spiritual herbs and first-grade elixirs. The price for a first-tier spiritual herb ranged from 1 to 3 contribution points to the sect. The contribution points required for elixirs were even higher. Contribution points, as defined, could be earned through task completion or exchange for items such as spiritual herbs. For instance, submitting a piece of Bailing herb could earn 1 contribution point. Yet purchasing a single Bailing herb would cost 1.2 contribution points. However, this was still more economical compared to the prices at external alchemy shops. Qin Futian once again gazed upon the prices of second-tier spiritual elixirs and herbs, as well as those of third-tier varieties. The required contribution values seemed to have escalated in direct proportion to the market prices. Qin Futian had no intention of purchasing elixirs at this location. What he truly sought were spiritual herbs. With these herbs, he could concoct spiritual pills himself or enlist Duan Gongyu's expertise. He even contemplated the possibility of gathering spiritual herbs to refine into spiritual pills for sale, thus acquiring the necessary resources for his cultivation. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Qin Futian. At least until he became an alchemist of the Northern Dipper Sword sect, such actions were untenable, as the sect would never permit it. There were too many interests at stake. Is there a sale of spiritual stones here? On the 4th level of the Dan Pavilion, Qin Futian discovered a spirit stone. The spirit stone was placed within a cabinet, priced at 6 contribution points. The cost is quite comparable. Generally, the efficacy of low-grade spirit stones is akin to that of a slightly superior first-grade qi gathering pill. However, the absorption process of spirit stones is notably more seamless. Furthermore, certain lower-quality qi gathering pills may possess a degree of hidden toxicity, whereas spirit stones are comparatively safer. Qin Futian suddenly found himself reminiscing about his previous life. In that existence, the place of his birth boasted a cultivation level far superior to that of Jing Nation. There, even a newly initiated martial disciple in the Meridian realm could access spirit stones for their training. This phenomenon was intrinsically linked to the richness of the natural spiritual energy. The denser the spiritual energy, the more readily it facilitated the formation of spirit stones. In contrast, Jing Nation, being a remote region of this world, possessed a relatively barren spiritual atmosphere. Thus, utilizing spirit stones for cultivation in this area was indeed a formidable challenge. It became imperative for him to elevate his cultivation level swiftly, to depart from the Northern Abyss and Jing Nation, and to seek out those revered holy sects and holy dynasties that had thrived for millennia or even longer. As Qin Futian pondered silently within himself, just as he was about to depart from the alchemy pavilion, he unexpectedly overheard a conversation at the exit. "Senior Brother Ji, I implore you. I have reached a critical juncture in my training and am in dire need of the Wind Spirit Pill. Please, lend me your assistance, and I shall forever remember your kindness." A youth with pronounced brows and large eyes, possessing a square face, earnestly bowed before another individual. The other person, however, was strikingly handsome with fair skin, though his demeanor exuded a sense of pride. Clad in a white alchemist robe, emblematic of the Beidou Sword sect, he replied, "Li Wanfeng, I have made myself abundantly clear. There is no issue in concocting the Wind Spirit Pill, but it requires 50 spirit stones. If you are willing to provide me with 50 spirit stones, I can commence the alchemical process immediately. If you cannot procure them, do not trouble me. But, Senior Brother Ji, I currently possess only 20 spirit stones. Did we not previously agree on 20 spirit stones along with 4 portions of materials? That was then, and this is now. Market conditions fluctuate." The expression in Senior Brother Ji's eyes flickered with amusement as he swiftly made his way into the alchemy pavilion. He was fully aware that Li Wanfeng would undoubtedly pursue him, beseeching for his alchemical expertise, and thus deliberately chose this moment to assert his advantage. Upon hearing this, Qin Futian could not help but shake his head in quiet disbelief. The Wind Spirit Pill was merely an ordinary second-grade elixir, valued at scarcely 10 spirit stones. Yet, this Senior Brother Ji, merely assisting in the concoction of such a potion, had the audacity to demand 50 spirit stones. Such extortion was truly outrageous. Moreover, it is customary for alchemists to require their clients to prepare at least 3 sets of materials for the refining process. Should all 3 sets fail, the alchemist bears no responsibility for the unsuccessful endeavor. Conversely, if the first set yields success, the remaining 2 sets become the alchemist's property. Typically, alchemists rely on these materials as their primary source of income, thus necessitating a high level of skill in their craft. A greater success rate naturally leads to a more substantial acquisition of materials, while a low success rate could render their efforts entirely futile. As for the direct remuneration for their services, it is generally modest, with the crafting of a batch of second-grade elixirs typically yielding a mere 10 to 20 spirit stones. Upon seeing the alchemist's surname Ji had departed, Qin Futian approached the visibly irate Li Wanfeng. "Do you wish to concoct the wind spirit pill?" Qin Futian inquired, directing his gaze at Li Wanfeng. Enveloped in his fury, Li Wanfeng turned upon hearing the question. Upon recognizing Qin Futian, a flicker of confusion crossed his features. Yet he nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, the wind spirit pill has run out at the alchemy pavilion. I sought to request Ji Yun to craft it, but to my dismay, that scoundrel raised his price exorbitantly. I can assist you in formulating the wind spirit pill," Qin Futian offered. "You will aid me?" Li Wanfeng regarded Qin Futian with skepticism. He was unacquainted with him and noted that Qin Futian's aura merely indicated he was a Meridian Realm martial artist. Could a martial artist of the Meridian Realm truly become an alchemist, let alone one capable of crafting second-tier pills? "I require no spirit stones from you. Merely 3 portions of materials," Qin Futian continued. Li Wanfeng's brows knitted tightly, as though he were wrestling with a decision. Observing Qin Futian's calm and self-assured demeanor, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well. I shall provide you with 4 portions of materials. Should you succeed, I shall grant you an additional 20 spirit stones. It is settled." Qin Futian smiled warmly. At that moment, however, Ji Yun, who had just departed, returned. "Li Wanfeng, are you certain you wish to entrust the crafting of the wind spirit pill to another?" A cold smile played upon Ji Yun's lips as he turned to Qin Futian. "Which peak do you hail from? A mere Meridian Realm martial artist dares to claim he can concoct pills. Do you truly comprehend what alchemy entails?" Ji Yun regarded Qin Futian with undisguised disdain, his eyes brimming with mockery. He could not fathom that Qin Futian could indeed craft pills. What could a Meridian Realm martial artist possibly produce? In the Northern Dipper Sword sect, the most junior alchemists were at least at the Qi realm. Alchemy demands more than just a grasp of pharmacology, timing, and pill patterns. The process of inscribing pill patterns necessitates an exceedingly precise control over spiritual energy. A martial artist of the Meridian Realm is unlikely to masterfully manipulate spiritual energy to inscribe these patterns. Thus, Ji Yun dismissed the notion that Qin Futian could concoct any pills. He had likely concluded that Qin Futian was merely a charlatan seeking to swindle materials. As it was not uncommon for half-hearted alchemists to promise assistance, collect 3 or 4 portions of materials, and feign failure, having secretly replaced the original ingredients with refuse. To Ji Yun's eyes, Qin Futian was likely one such fraud. Ji Yun's remarks caused Li Wanfeng to hesitate once more. Qin Futian is, after all, merely a practitioner at the Meridian opening stage. Can a martial artist at this level truly aspire to be a competent alchemist? Moreover, the wind spirit pill is a second-tier elixir. Should my attempt at alchemy prove unsuccessful, I shall gladly compensate you for all the materials used. Qin Futian discerned Li Wanfeng's apprehensions. "All right," Li Wanfeng said, rubbing his hands together and stamping his foot. "I will trust you this once. Here are my materials." He retrieved several items from his spiritual ring and handed them over to Qin Futian. Qin Futian cast a cursory glance, noting that the materials were abundant and predominantly fresh, exhibiting commendable efficacy. However, at that moment, Qin Futian's brow furrowed slightly. These windstone powders. Qin Futian discerned a peculiar aura fluctuating within the windstone powder. This exemplifies the unparalleled perceptiveness of a master alchemist towards medicinal concoctions. Utilizing this batch of windstone powder as a catalyst for refining the wind spirit elixir would require an unconventional approach. In the depths of his contemplation, Qin Futian mused upon the matter at hand. However, he deemed these issues trivial, easily resolvable. Just as he was about to store the materials into his spiritual ring, Ji Yun, with a sinister smile, interjected, "Li Wanfeng, I shall ask you once more. Are you certain you wish to enlist his aid in concocting the wind spirit pill?" Li Wanfeng, weary by the situation, offered a resigned smile. "Senior brother Ji, I find myself without options. You demand 50 spirit stones, which I simply cannot procure. Your temporary inability to provide them is of no consequence. You may defer the debt and repay it when you are able," Ji Yun replied, pausing momentarily before adding, "Furthermore, let me make this clear. Should you fail to produce this batch of wind spirit pills for me, you may as well consider our future interactions severed." The ominous undertone of Ji Yun's words was unmistakable, deepening the sense of helplessness etched upon Li Wanfeng's face. The prospect of severing ties with Ji Yun posed a significant dilemma for Li Wanfeng, especially given that Ji Yun was closely associated with the esteemed Chao Qin of Yuheng Peak and wielded considerable influence within the Pill Pavilion. To offend him would likely extinguish any hope of soliciting the services of the alchemists therein. Reluctantly, Li Wanfeng acknowledged the reality of the situation, understanding that the path of a martial artist encompassed not merely combat, but also the intricate web of human relationships. My apologies, dear junior brother, but it seems the wind spirit pill must be entrusted to senior brother Ji for its formulation, he remarked, offering a sheepish smile to Qin Futian. I shall seek you out again when the opportunity arises. Qin Futian smiled nonchalantly, fully understanding Li Wanfeng's choice. As for the notion of future opportunities, it was merely a formality. It's of no concern. Qin Futian returned several medicinal materials to Li Wanfeng, and as he departed, he cautioned, these materials are problematic. If processed using conventional methods, they may not yield any elixirs. Understood. Thank you for the warning. Li Wanfeng replied politely with a nod. However, Ji Yun scoffed once more, saying, I see no issues with these materials. What do you mean by spreading alarm? Are you attempting to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? Ji Yun's words provoked a wave of laughter from those around them. Their earlier conversation had captured considerable attention, and hearing Ji Yun imply that Qin Futian was to teach him a lesson only intensified the amusement. Ignorance. Qin Futian cast a cold glance at Ji Yun, perceiving him as nothing more than a leaping insect. Initially, Ji Yun inquired whether Qin Futian understood the art of alchemy, and now he had the audacity to question Qin Futian's authority in teaching him. This scenario resembled an ant persistently provoking a dragon soaring in the heavens. The divine creature might disregard the ant, yet at times, it could also find the incessant taunting irksome. Ignorant? Ji Yun erupted with fury upon hearing Qin Futian label him as such. You, a swindler, dare to call me ignorant? You are the ignorant one. Qin Futian merely chuckled derisively. Very well. Ji Yun, consumed by rage, retorted with a laugh. Since that is the case, let us wager. And how shall we wager? Qin Futian narrowed his eyes. If I am able to concoct the wind spirit pill, you shall kneel at the entrance of the alchemy pavilion for 3 days and nights. And from this day forth, you will be my servant. What say you? Ji Yun's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Qin Futian. And if you fail? Qin Futian countered. If I fail, then from this day onward, I, Ji Yun, shall become your servant. Ji Yun gritted his teeth. You possess such confidence? Qin Futian smiled faintly. Unfortunately, you lack the merit to serve me. Here is my proposal. Should you lose, you too shall kneel at the alchemy pavilion for 3 days and nights, along with presenting me with 250 spirit stones. What do you think? Why 250? Ji Yun sensed something amiss, though he dismissed the thought, firmly believing he would not lose. With 4 materials at his disposal, he was absolutely confident in crafting the wind spirit pill. Not a problem. Ji Yun sneered. Come, let us proceed to the alchemy hall. Everyone may witness my alchemical prowess and serve as witnesses. The onlookers erupted in enthusiasm, rallying behind Ji Yun. Let us go witness Brother Ji's triumph. Wagering against Brother Ji, who cannot concoct the wind spirit pill. Is this merely a spectacle? They all rushed along, eager to see the ignorant fool kneel at the alchemy pavilion. Not only would he kneel for 3 days and nights, but he would also become Brother Ji's servant from that moment on. Quickly, let us witness the unfolding drama. Ji Yun flicked his sleeve and strode toward the alchemy hall, while the crowd surrounded Qin Futian, chattering excitedly as they followed suit. Junior brother, why must you do this? Li Wanfeng observed Qin Futian with a wry smile, feeling responsible for leading him into this predicament. After the alchemy session, we can discuss matters with Brother Ji, and I will find a way to assist you with some spirit stones so that Brother Ji may show you leniency. It is of no consequence. As Qin Futian maintained an expression of composure, he followed the throng to the alchemy hall. The 4th level of the pill pavilion housed this hall, primarily designated for apprentice alchemists to hone their craft. Naturally, some rudimentary first-tier elixirs might also be concocted here. Upon entering the alchemy hall, accompanied by the bustling crowd, Ji Yun was met with a sea of bewildered gazes from the apprentice alchemists. Upon learning of the wager concerning Ji Yun's inability to concoct the wind spirit pill, laughter erupted among the apprentices, who promptly ceased their tasks, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. A sizable space quickly cleared in the center of the hall, leaving only Ji Yun and Qin Futian standing amidst it. Before Ji Yun lay an alchemical furnace, while all eyes were riveted on him and Qin Futian. Ji Yun placed 4 ingredients upon the table beside the furnace and meticulously examined them once more. Qin Futian wagered against him, daring to place such a substantial bet, compelling Ji Yun to exercise caution. However, after meticulously examining all the medicinal herbs, he found no discrepancies. After all, he was merely a second-tier alchemist. and the disparity in perception and judgment regarding the herbs compared to Qin Futian was monumental. "Behold, I shall commence." Ji Yun turned slightly to glance at Qin Futian. Then with a flourish of his hand, a brilliant crimson flame ignited in his palm. Spirit flame. The emergence of the flame from Ji Yun's palm evoked a chorus of envious exclamations. The spirit flame, a remarkable fire born of nature, is a hallmark of a high-ranking alchemist. Ji Yun possessed this flame even at the Qi realm, which set him significantly ahead of his peers. This was also the reason he could attain the rank of a second-tier alchemist at such an early stage, and amongst second-tier alchemists, his skills were notably advanced. One by one, Ji Yun cast the herbs into the alchemical furnace in an orderly manner. Soon, accompanied by hissing sounds, a rich fragrance wafted from the furnace. All onlookers fell silent, their attention riveted on every step of Ji Yun's alchemical process. His movements were exceedingly deft, flowing like water. Having crafted the wind spirit pill dozens of times, he executed each step with precision. His series of actions, combined with the dazzling manipulation of the spirit flame, occasionally drew gasps of awe from the crowd. Yet, Qin Futian shook his head inwardly. Ji Yun's entire alchemical procedure was merely the standard method for producing the wind spirit pill, lacking any special treatment of the windstone powder. This meant that the batch of herbs could not possibly yield a pill. As Ji Yun added the final herb to the furnace, the ingredients began to dissolve, forming the last pale purple liquid, which swiftly blended with the previous concoction. The fragrance emanating from the furnace intensified, unmistakably the aroma of the wind spirit pill. "It's going to succeed." Among the onlookers, the alchemical apprentices discerned that the concoction was nearing completion. The pill was about to take shape. Ji Yun's gaze sharpened, and the confident gleam in his eyes inspired even greater admiration from the surrounding apprentices. "Watch closely." Ji Yun turned his head to regard Qin Futian, the mockery in his eyes growing ever more pronounced. "I am watching," Qin Futian replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Was he still feigning calmness at this juncture? Ji Yun scoffed softly, followed by a commanding shout. "Pill formation." He clapped his hands against the furnace lid, causing it to tremble and fly open. The next step was to extract the pill. With a surge of spiritual energy, the elixir was drawn forth from the alchemical furnace. Ji Yunshu reached out, grasping the essence, then pulled. However, at that very moment, a sudden hissing sound erupted from the furnace. Subsequently, a multitude of pitch-black pills shot out, accompanied by an overwhelming acrid scent that swiftly permeated the entire alchemy hall. The onlookers instinctively covered their noses, grimacing in distaste. Failed. The crowd gazed at Ji Yun in astonishment. Just as success seemed imminent, it faltered at the final hurdle. Ji Yun himself stood in shock, replaying the process in his mind. There shouldn't have been any issues. How could it have failed at the last moment? Turning his head, he noticed a smirk at the corner of Qin Futian's lips, igniting a surge of resentment within him. "The first batch has failed. Will you continue?" Qin Futian inquired. "Of course." Ji Yun gritted his teeth, asserting that a single failure could not define his capabilities. "I will undoubtedly succeed with the second batch." "Huh." Qin Futian chuckled silently. Standing with arms crossed, Ji Yun was resolutely undeterred. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the rising anger within, striving to regain his composure. It must be said that Ji Yun possessed remarkable mental fortitude and a talent for alchemy that surpassed that of most alchemists. Even Duan Gongyu's aptitude in this art paled in comparison to Ji Yun's. Reflecting carefully on the previous steps, Ji Yun pondered the potential cause of failure. At the final pulling stage, the pills had been reduced to charred ash. Could it be that my control over the spiritual fire was too intense? Ji Yun surmised that this was the only plausible explanation. In the subsequent round of alchemy, he approached the process with far greater caution, deliberately slowing down and exercising meticulous control over the crimson flame. Hours slipped by, and once again, he arrived at the final pulling stage for this batch of pills. This time, success was assured. Ji Yun silently gritted his teeth in determination. However, before he could even begin the pulling process, as the lid of the furnace flew open, a cacophony of splattering sounds erupted, showering him with a torrent of dark green liquid. The onlookers hastily recoiled, but Ji Yun stood closest, unable to escape the deluge. In an instant, he was doused in the vile liquid, staining his face, hair, and his pristine white alchemist robe. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ji Yun shook his head, his brow furrowed tightly. "You have failed again. Will you continue?" Qin Futian stepped forward. Having sensed the impending disaster, he had deftly dodged behind a plump alchemy apprentice, who was now left bewildered and splattered with the remnants of Ji Yun's failure. Of course I will continue. I have merely stumbled twice. There are still 2 chances left. Do not celebrate your triumph too soon, Ji Yun said in a low tone. Very well. Please, go on. Qin Futian adopted a posture of invitation, continuing to clasp his hands together as he stood to the side. This batch of wind spirit pills must succeed, Ji Yun silently affirmed in his heart. After carefully analyzing the previous alchemical process, he realized that his approach to concocting the second batch of pills had been gravely misguided. It appeared that the failure of the first batch was not due to an excessively fierce spiritual flame, but rather the prolonged duration of the process. It must be so. The herbs were quite tender and did not require such extensive melting. The excessive exposure to the scorching spiritual fire had caused the inner fire attributes to become uncontrollable when the pills were forming, resulting in their charring. This time, if I intensify the flame and employ a swift and vigorous approach to shorten the alchemical duration, I am certain to achieve success. Ji Yun's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. Brother Ji, you can do it, came a melodious voice from the side. It was a girl in a pink dress, with a strikingly delicate appearance. She rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Ji Yun with admiration, clearly one of his ardent admirers. Besides this girl in pink, several other female disciples were also cheering for Ji Yun. Despite his youth, Ji Yun had already attained the status of a second-tier alchemist, and he was well known within the Beidou sword sect, naturally garnering a loyal following. After supporting Ji Yun, these girls even shot disdainful glances towards Qin Futian, as if he were their shared rival. In response, Qin Futian merely closed his eyes slightly. He did not need to look to know that Ji Yun would fail once again. Soon, Ji Yun began the refining of the third batch of pills. This time, his movements were rapid, with the speed of herb melting nearly half compared to the first batch. The crimson flame blazed in his hands, crackling like a roaring dragon coiling around the alchemical furnace, a spectacle that elicited gasps of astonishment from Ji Yun's admirers. For some unknown reason, the stout man who had previously obstructed the medicinal liquid for Qin Futian trembled upon hearing the girl's exclamations, nearly collapsing to the ground. He took a few deep breaths, glancing around to ensure no one was watching him, and awkwardly turned to make his way out of the alchemy hall. Meanwhile, Ji Yun's alchemical endeavor approached its conclusion once more. Qin Futian had unknowingly retreated to the rear. Boom! With a whisper from Qin Futian, a deafening explosion erupted within the alchemy hall. Simultaneously, a torrent of air surged forth, accompanied by the acrid scent of scorched medicinal juices that burst forth violently. At this moment, the shrieks of the female disciples intensified. The plump man, who had been poised to leave and was already at the staircase, trembled uncontrollably once more. This time, his legs finally gave way, and he rolled down the stairs in a comical tumble. The momentary chaos quickly subsided, and the gaze of the crowd once again settled upon Ji Yun at the center. Ji Yun was in tatters, splattered with medicinal juices. In places, flames had scorched through, revealing patches of pale flesh. His face was cloaked in a layer of charred ash, and his once flowing hair was now a disheveled mess of singed strands. His appearance utterly disheveled. Cough, cough. Ji Yun coughed violently, even expelling smoke from his mouth. Another failure. Only one batch of materials remained. Qin Futian emerged from the crowd. Ji Yun's expression shifted repeatedly. What had gone wrong? Why had he failed yet again? After 3 consecutive failures, Ji Yun was utterly bewildered. He had no confidence left to attempt refining the 4th batch. Admitting defeat now would save him 1 batch of materials. Qin Futian remarked. Ji Yun felt a surge of anger, but found himself powerless. Just then, the young woman in the pink dress, who had previously cheered him on, suddenly spoke to Qin Futian. Hey, do you think you're so impressive? Ji Shixiang's failure was merely a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes. Immediately, other female disciples chimed in. Exactly. Ji Shixiang couldn't refine the elixir. Do you think you can? If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try instead of standing here making snide remarks? Upon hearing the words of the female disciples, Ji Yun's eyes lit up as he turned to Qin Futian. What they say is true. I failed in my refinement. But can you truly succeed? Qin Futian, somewhat speechless, retorted with a cold smile. Didn't we already agree on a wager? If you can't successfully refine the elixir, then you lose. What is this? Now you're reluctant to accept your defeat? This wager was inherently unfair. Why should it solely depend on whether Ji Shixiang can succeed? If you wish to win, then you must refine the wind spirit elixir as well. The pink-dressed disciple asserted in defense of Ji Yun. Indeed, If you want to win, then refine this batch into the wind spirit elixir. Otherwise, get lost. Ji pointed at the last batch of materials, his tone icy. Heh, Qin Futian chuckled. Having encountered shamelessness before, but not to this extent in quite a while. Very well, I shall ensure you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. I will refine the last batch into the wind spirit elixir. Upon concluding his words, Qin Futian took several strides towards the alchemical furnace, emanating an extraordinary aura. The gaze of the crowd fixated upon him. Few among them believed that Qin Futian possessed the knowledge to concoct elixirs. After all, how could a mere martial apprentice at the Meridian realm possibly refine a second-tier wind spirit pill? Such a notion defied all logic. Ji stood to the side, arms crossed, wearing a scornful smile. Ah, indeed. Qin Futian paused in his examination of the herbs, turning his attention to Ji. Before I commence with the alchemy, you must first pledge a vow to the heavenly Tao. A vow to the heavenly Tao? Ji furrowed his brow. The so-called vow could be interpreted as invoking the heavenly Tao to swear an oath, wherein any breach would incur divine retribution. Precisely, Qin Futian affirmed, nodding. After all, you have already recanted once. Who can guarantee that you will not do so again? Very well. Ji gritted his teeth, still incredulous that this individual could possibly produce the wind spirit pill. He promptly uttered the vow. I, Ji, accept the wager and the terms thereof. Should you successfully concoct the wind spirit pill and I fail to uphold the agreement, I shall suffer the wrath of the heavenly Tao struck by 5 thunderbolts. Is that sufficient? Ji scoffed, eyeing Qin Futian with disdain, utterly perplexed by the source of his confidence. Qin Futian meticulously cleaned the alchemical furnace, placing the final ingredient beside him. At this moment, Li Wanfeng remained motionless, gazing at Qin Futian, his heart heavy with unspoken anguish. After much effort, he had managed to gather the materials for 4 wind spirit pills, yet 3 of those had met with failure. Now, the last ingredient was entrusted to this disciple of the Meridian realm. He felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. Yet, he had no choice but to place his last flicker of hope in the hands of this disciple. Who will assist me in controlling the flames? Qin Futian surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the room. His query instantly elicited a chorus of laughter, as requesting assistance to kindle the flames implied a lack of spiritual fire. Ji possessed the Crimson Flame's spirit fire, yet even he had failed in alchemical endeavors. How could a man devoid of any spiritual fire hope to succeed in refining elixirs? After Qin Futian posed his question, the crowd exchanged glances. Yet no one dared to step forward. They all understood that to assist him in this moment would offend Ji. To incur the ire of Ji for the sake of an inconspicuous individual would be a foolish act. Young master, I shall tend to the flames for you. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the throng. Qin Qingao. She, alongside Hong Wuyan and Taishan, emerged from the crowd. What brings you here? Qin Futian responded with a gentle smile. We intended to exchange for some elixirs and fortuitously encountered you here, senior brother Qin. Hong Wuyan replied. With the arrival of Hong Wuyan and Taishan, others in the crowd recalled that these individuals were disciples of the hidden Yuan Peak. He is Qin Futian, someone exclaimed. On the day Qin Futian departed from the celestial pivot hall, numerous disciples had glimpsed him along the way. However, most had merely caught a distant glance, failing to commit his visage to memory. Now, upon seeing Hong Wuyan and Taishan, along with the maid Qin Qingyao, Qin Futian's identity became abundantly clear. So, he is the Qin Futian who entered the North Dipper Sword sect bearing the North Dipper Sword Order. I have heard that his dantian has been shattered. Indeed. The Grand Elder personally verified this in the Celestial Pivot Hall. There can be no mistake. With a shattered dantian, he is rendered a waste. How could he possibly refine the wind spirit pill? The crowd murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, Qin Qingyao had already stepped forward to ignite the fire in the alchemical furnace. As Qin Futian discerned that the moment was ripe, he commenced the infusion of medicinal herbs into the elixir furnace. Xiao Yao increased the flames by another 3 parts. The fire is currently 4 parts too weak for the melting of the Baijin grass. Qin Futian continuously directed Xiao Yao in the meticulous fusion of various medicinal herbs, each requiring a distinct degree of heat to fully unleash their therapeutic potential. As time elapsed, the expressions of the onlookers began to shift noticeably. They observed that every step taken by Qin Futian was executed with remarkable precision. Although he lacked spiritual fire, he maximized the efficacy of the ordinary furnace flames to their utmost potential. Moreover, his movements were exceedingly graceful. if Ji Yun's actions resembled the flowing currents of a river, then Qin Futian's were effortlessly harmonious. While laymen might fail to perceive the intricacies involved, the alchemical apprentices and masters had already come to realize that. At least in terms of herb fusion, Qin Futian far surpassed Ji Yun. Gradually, Ji Yun's demeanor darkened, and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. At that moment, Qin Futian held the windstone powder in his hands. This powder, when taken alone, possessed pain-relieving and mind-clearing properties, and it served as a principal ingredient in the wind spirit pill. He enveloped the windstone powder with his spiritual energy and cast it into the alchemical furnace. However, he refrained from allowing it to directly merge with the other medicinal essences. After a brief period, the windstone powder had completely dissolved. Yet, Qin Futian proceeded to agitate it repeatedly with his spiritual energy before skillfully extracting a surge of fire attribute energy from within the powder. From the very outset, Qin Futian discerned the presence of fire attributes within the windstone powder. Although the windstone powder is inherently of the Yin nature, possessing a chilling essence, the infusion of fire attributes indicated its contamination. Naturally, Ji Yun was oblivious to the issue plaguing the windstone powder, as his spiritual power was exceedingly feeble. After extracting the fire attributes, Qin Futian proceeded to amalgamate the refined windstone powder with other medicinal essences. Soon, a rich and fragrant aroma of herbs enveloped the air. As Qin Futian commenced the intricate task of inscribing the alchemical patterns, streams of spiritual energy emanated from his hands, delicately etching the patterns upon the medicinal concoction. The fragrant aroma of the wind spirit pill wafted from the alchemical furnace, intensifying in richness. Subsequently, Qin Futian clapped the furnace lid and, with a graceful motion, summoned a cascade of crystalline pills that soared from the furnace. He deftly grasped a jade plate nearby, catching all the pills. Thud, 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 thud. Each resilient wind spirit pill landed upon the jade plate, producing a melodious sound that uplifted the spirit. The pills are complete. Qin Futian had truly succeeded in refining the wind spirit pill. This was utterly astonishing. Despite the shattering of his dantian, he had managed to inscribe the alchemical patterns. Brother Ji had failed thrice in succession, yet Qin Futian achieved success on his very first attempt. The surrounding onlookers buzzed with chatter, their gazes fixed upon Qin Futian, now imbued with newfound respect. Particularly, the admirers of Ji Yun were rendered speechless. Upon looking at Qin Futian, they suddenly realized that his appearance was striking, and his demeanor ethereal, rivaling that of Ji Yun himself. Ji Yun, you have lost. Qin Futian cast a glance at Ji Yun. Impossible. Ji Yun shook his head in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality that had unfolded. I must inspect the pills. These wind spirit pills may not be up to standard. As he approached, Ji Yun scrutinized the pills on the jade plate, but when he beheld the radiant patterns emanating from the wind spirit pills, he was momentarily rendered speechless. The least impressive of these pills bore 3 patterns, while the majority were of 4 and 5 patterns, and astonishingly, one even radiated with 6 hues. Unmistakably a 6-pattern treasure pill. How could Ji Yun's heart not be shaken by such a revelation? The alchemical prowess displayed by Qin Futian is likely on par with that of the esteemed Chao Qin from Yuheng Peak. However, the subsequent words of Qin Futian nearly drove Ji Yun to the brink of fury. It is regrettable that if I were currently at the oceanic realm, the wind spirit pill I concocted would undoubtedly not be of such inferior quality. Qin Futian shook his head with a hint of regret. As an alchemist, one naturally aspires to concoct superior elixirs. However, Qin Futian currently resides only at the meridian opening stage, while the wind spirit pill is unequivocally a second-tier elixir. Should he manage to ascend to the Qi Si stage, his mastery over spiritual energy would become more refined, allowing for the intricate engraving of pill patterns to be executed with greater finesse. Meanwhile, Li Wanfeng, standing beside him, was overwhelmed with joy. Initially, he had abandoned all hope. Yet now, Qin Futian had actually succeeded in refining the elixir. Furthermore, the quality of this batch was remarkably commendable. Senior Brother Qin, Li Wanfeng exclaimed, his hands rubbing together in excitement, as he eagerly elevated his address from junior brother to senior brother. This was, after all, the promised 20 spirit stones. In the future, should I require further elixirs, I shall certainly seek out senior brother Qin. Qin Futian nodded slightly, accepting 20 spirit stones. Young master, you were truly impressive. Qin Qingyao gazed at Qin Futian with a look of admiration. Qin Futian gently pinched Qin Qingyao's delicate nose and chuckled. I never expected you to possess such a talent for controlling fire, little Yao. It seems you are worthy of special cultivation. I shall entrust you with the art of alchemy henceforth. Qin Qingyao nodded earnestly, her heart resolute in her determination to work diligently and not disappoint her master. At that moment, Qin Futian's gaze fell upon the brooding Ji Yun, whose expression was as dark as a stormy sky. Ji Yun, a bet is a bet. You must fulfill your end of the wager. Ji Yun's face was clouded, heavy with the weight of defeat. He had lost. And now he was bound to honor the agreement, for he had already made a solemn vow to the heavens. Qin Futian. I do not possess 250 spirit stones at this moment, Ji Yun confessed. Qin Futian chuckled softly. It is not necessary to possess so many. One may substitute them with elixirs or spiritual herbs. Ji Yun, filled with reluctance, extracted 180 spirit stones from his spatial ring, followed by a handful of elixirs. The combined worth of these items undoubtedly exceeded 250 spirit stones. Are there any further inquiries? Ji Yun's expression was one of palpable distress. Very well, I shall graciously accept. However, Brother Ji, do be so kind as to allow me some space. Qin Futian graciously accepted all the spirit stones and elixirs, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, Brother Ji. Should such a fortuitous opportunity arise again, do remember to summon me. Certainly. Ji Yun nearly bit down on his teeth in frustration. Then I shall take my leave. Qin Futian waved his hand. By the way, Brother Ji, do not forget about kneeling at the entrance of the Elixir Pavilion for 3 days and nights. I offer this as a friendly reminder. After all, you have vowed an oath to the heavenly Tao. Qin Futian wished to depart, yet at that moment, several female disciples approached him. Senior Brother Qin, I am Xiao Lulu from Tianquan Peak, an apprentice in alchemy. I hope to have the opportunity to learn the art of potion making under your esteemed guidance. As she spoke, Xiao Lulu intentionally leaned closer to Qin Futian, pressing her soft form against him with deliberate intent. Do step aside. How could Senior Brother Qin possibly take an interest in someone as ordinary as you? Another female disciple quickly interjected, gazing at Qin Futian with longing eyes. Senior Brother Qin, I am Yun Ming'er from Yaoguang Peak. I also have a profound interest in the path of alchemy and hope to engage in deeper discussions with you. Oh, is that so? We shall speak of it another time. Qin Futian raised an eyebrow. Oh, Senior Brother Qin, you are quite mischievous, but I find it utterly delightful. Yun Ming'er feigned a bashful expression. Everyone, please step aside. The previously mentioned young woman in a flowing pink skirt squeezed her way forward, saying, Senior Brother Qin, I must admit that I was mistaken. I misjudged you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Her demeanor was one of delicate vulnerability, with tears glistening in her eyes, evoking a sense of pity. Were it a typical young man in her presence, he might have succumbed to her charm. However, who was Qin Futian? His heart held no trace of compassion, and he even felt a hint of amusement. Besides the few female disciples vying for his attention, several male disciples also took this opportunity to ingratiate themselves with Qin Futian. Qin Futian is an even more formidable alchemist than Ji Yun. At this moment, if one does not establish a good relationship, it will be challenging to get close once his reputation soars. Qin Futian inclined his hands towards the gathered individuals and said, Esteemed guests, in the future, Inyuan Peak shall also commence the art of alchemy. Should any of you wish to concoct elixirs, do not hesitate to seek me out at Inyuan Peak. Naturally, Qin Futian would not personally undertake the task of refining elixirs for these individuals, as such an endeavor would render his own cultivation unnecessary. His intention was to summon Duan Gongyu to Inyuan Peak, where, under his guidance, Duan Gongyu would engage in alchemical practices. Given his mentorship, Duan Gongyu's success rate in concocting elixirs would undoubtedly be significantly elevated, thereby yielding a considerable profit. Upon hearing Qin Futian's proposal, the disciples were filled with enthusiasm. Within the Beidou Sword sect, the alchemists of the Alchemy Pavilion were notoriously arrogant, and the prospect of having alchemists from other peaks willing to produce elixirs was certainly a sight that all disciples yearned to witness. Departing from the Alchemy Pavilion, Qin Futian resolved to visit the market outside the Beidou Sword sect in search of Duan Gongyu, intending to request the crafting of the purple patterned golden pill and to persuade him to join the hidden Yuan Peak. Initially, Qin Futian harbored reservations, as Duan Gongyu was once an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. However, the current state of affairs within the Beidou Sword sect appeared to be far more tumultuous than anticipated. Enabling Duan Gongyu to come to the hidden Yuan Peak and facilitating alchemical practices for the entire Beidou Sword sect would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. What Qin Futian currently lacks are the resources for cultivation. As long as he possesses sufficient cultivation materials to refine and generate the water of creation, his prowess will continue to ascend. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Beidou sword sect, several outer disciples were stationed at the mountain gate, prepared to question Qin Futian and his companions. However, upon recognizing Qin Futian's visage, they hastily retreated. Previously, Qin Futian had slain Zhao Hu and several other outer disciples, leaving a formidable reputation among these outer sect members. Qin Futian, relishing the tranquility, accompanied by Hong Wuyan, Taishan, and Qin Qingyao, departed from the North Star Sword sect and made his way towards the market at the foot of the mountain. In the bustling marketplace, Qin Futian swiftly gathered information about Duan Gongyu. To his astonishment, this individual had established an alchemy workshop, assisting the passing cultivators in their endeavors to concoct elixirs. As Qin Futian entered the alchemy workshop, he found Master Duan Gongyu engaged in the intricate process of potion crafting within the adjacent chamber. Just as he was about to step inside, he was halted by a young alchemist apprentice. Master Duan is currently in the midst of a delicate operation. No one is permitted to disturb him, the apprentice warned, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Futian and his companions. Fear not. Simply inform Master Duan that Qin Futian seeks his audience. He shall not hold it against you. Qin Futian replied with a smile. The apprentice, sizing him up with a scoff, retorted, If you wish for Master Duan to concoct a potion for you, you must wait aside. He is engaged in the creation of an exceptionally rare elixir, and should it succeed, he will emerge. Should you intrude now and cause a mishap, can you bear the consequences? Just then, a resounding crash echoed from the alchemy chamber, the unmistakable sound of an exploding furnace. Following this, Master Duan's voice thundered from within. Who dares to create such a ruckus outside, ruining my entire batch of potions? Are you seeking death? From the mere sound of his voice, it was evident that Master Duan was seething with rage. Moments later, he stormed out, fury etched across his features. Master Duan, it is them. The apprentice pointed at Qin Futian's group, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. These individuals wished to request potions, yet continued to make a clamor. I advised them to wait, yet they disregarded my counsel. They even insisted I inform you of Qin Futian's name, claiming you would not blame me. In my opinion, Master Duan should not let them off lightly. They deserve to be refined into elixirs themselves. However, before he could finish his sentence, Master Duan delivered a resounding slap to the apprentice's face. Refined into elixirs? At such a tender age, how can you harbor such malice? Master Duan glared at the apprentice. The apprentice quickly raised his hands in defense. Master Duan, I was mistaken. I was merely expressing my anger on your behalf. But these individuals have disturbed your alchemy and must be punished. Unaware of the gravity of his error, the apprentice naively believed his words were the sole issue. Yet, Master Duan's subsequent slap sent him sprawling. Open your eyes wide and recognize this. He is Master Qin. I have told you before how Master Qin appears. Should he seek me out, no matter the time or circumstance, there must be no delay. Master Duan admonished fiercely. The apprentice, now with a pitiful expression, protested. But Master Duan, you said that Master Qin is breathtakingly handsome, unmatched in this world. Yet, I perceive him to be merely average, perhaps even inferior to myself. Yourself? Master Duan stared incredulously at the apprentice's woeful face, utterly speechless at having chosen such an oddity. Begone. Roll as far away as you can. Duan Gongyu screamed, almost hysterically. The unfortunate alchemical apprentice covered one side of his swollen face, leaving with a look of grievance and bewilderment. Master Qin, Duan Gongyu chuckled, bowing deeply. I was unaware that this ruffian could be so unreasonable. It is my fault. Had I known Master Qin was coming, I would have certainly come forth to welcome you personally. Qin Futian waved his hand dismissively and strode directly into the alchemy chamber. The room was permeated with the acrid stench of burnt medicinal herbs. Qin Futian approached the alchemical furnace, pinching a piece of ash-gray material between his fingers. He gently rubbed it and inhaled its scent. Master Duan, just moments ago, I overheard you lamenting that my noise rendered your batch of elixirs futile. Qin Futian regarded Duan Gongyu with a smile that danced between mockery and amusement. No. Duan Gongyu hastily waved his hands. How could I ever blame you, Master Qin? Is it truly a matter of blame? Your batch of elixirs failed. Is it genuinely due to the disturbances from others? A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of Qin Futian's mouth. It is evident that the bone jade elixir requires a gentle flame and must undergo 9 transformations and 9 integrations. Yet, you chose to unleash a fierce blaze. Unstable and lacking the necessary refinement. Do you truly believe you can forge the Bone Jade elixir under such conditions? The words of Qin Futian caused Duan Gongyu to tremble suddenly, his gaze fixed upon Qin with the reverence one might reserve for a deity. Merely by examining a small handful of charred remnants, he was able to accurately deduce all the errors made during the alchemical process. Duan Gongyu had previously ventured to the Central Plains to study the art of alchemy and had encountered many alchemists in the imperial city. Yet he had never heard of anyone possessing such extraordinary abilities as Qin Futian. Indeed, Master Qin, it is truly my fault. I cannot blame anyone else. Duan Gongyu felt a profound respect. Master Qin, are these 2 individuals your friends? He inquired, glancing at Hong Wuyan and Taishan. Noting one was exceedingly unattractive while the other appeared to be a clumsy giant, which piqued his curiosity. Qin Futian nodded slightly. Since he was a friend of Master Qin, he was naturally a distinguished guest of mine, Duan Gongyu. Duan Gongyu quickly smiled and suggested, how about we all proceed to the tea room, where I can brew a pot of fine tea for everyone? No need for that. Qin Futian waved his hand and replied, we have come this time for you to refine a furnace of purple pattern golden elixir. Purple pattern golden elixir? Upon hearing Qin Futian's words, a look of difficulty appeared on Duan Gongyu's face. Master Qin, as you know, I have just recently broken through to the true origin realm, and my foundation has yet to stabilize. With me here, what do you have to fear? Qin Futian cast a sharp glance at Duan Gongyu, who nodded repeatedly in agreement. This scene left both Hong Wuyan and Taishan utterly astonished. How could senior brother Qin possess such formidable prowess? It was evident that Duan Gongyu was a highly skilled alchemist. Even though senior brother Qin was also an alchemist, it seemed rather excessive for Duan Gongyu to show him such deference. Clearly, there were still many unknown aspects to senior brother Qin that they had yet to uncover. First, prepare the materials for the return to origin pill. Qin Futian instructed once more. The words of Qin Futian instantly filled Duan Gongyu with uncontainable joy. During this period, Duan Gongyu had been fervently contemplating how long it would take for Qin Futian to seek him out. With the deadline of 10 days that Qin Futian had mentioned drawing near, Duan Gongyu's anxiety escalated daily, which accounted for the mistakes he made while refining the Bone Jade pill. Thus, when he heard Qin Futian request the materials for the return to origin pill, the exhilaration within him was immeasurable. Yes, Master Qin, please wait a moment. Duan Gongyu hastily retrieved the materials for the return to origin pill, having prepared 4 sets just in case. There's no need for so many. Qin Futian glanced at the materials. I prepared these to be cautious, Duan Gongyu chuckled. 1 set is sufficient. Use the rest to refine other pills, Qin Futian instructed. The materials for refining the return to origin pill were indeed remarkable. It is noteworthy that the return to origin pill is a 4th-grade spiritual pill, and among its ingredients is the return to origin herb, a 4th-tier spiritual herb. Just by directly refining a 4th-tier spiritual herb, one could yield nearly 1,000 drops of creation water. 3 return to origin herbs could produce close to 3,000 drops of creation water. 3,000 drops of creation water should suffice to elevate my cultivation significantly. Yet, I wonder how much creation water will be required for each advancement after reaching the Qi realm. If the consumption continues to double as it did in the Meridian opening realm, then the Qi realm might still be manageable. However, when it comes to the true essence realm and beyond, I cannot even fathom the terrifying quantity of creation water required. Nevertheless, pondering such matters is futile. I shall understand the requirements for advancement once I reach the Qi realm. Master Qin, everything is ready. Duan Gongyu cleaned the cauldron. His face filled with anticipation as he gazed at Qin Futian. Yet, he also felt a twinge of unease. Could Master Qin really refine a 4th-grade return to origin pill? In the entire northern Yu domain, few 4th-grade alchemists were capable of producing 4th-grade pills. Even those who could were often ancient figures, having lived for a century or more. It was indeed hard to believe that a young alchemist like Qin Futian could refine the return to origin pill. No, you shall refine this batch of return to origin pills. Qin Futian pointed at Duan Gongyu. Master, how could that be possible? Duan Gongyu was taken aback, for he could scarcely refine any true 3rd-grade pills, let alone a 4th-grade pill. The difference between 3rd and 4th-grade pills, though seemingly just 1 grade, was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. With my guidance by your side, there will be no issues. Qin Futian reassured him. Yet, Duan Gongyu remained devoid of confidence. In his heart, this felt akin to an impossible ascent to the heavens. There is no room for hesitation. We shall commence now. Qin Futian urged directly. Very well. Duan Gongyu responded with a wry smile, realizing that there was no alternative but to proceed with determination. Xiaoyao, you shall tend to the fire. Qin Futian addressed Qin Qingyao. Yes, young master. Qin Qingyao promptly stepped forward, understanding that her master was cultivating her skills. Hong Wuyin and Taishan stood quietly to the side, equally curious about how Duan Gongyu would concoct a fourth-grade elixir under Qin Futian's guidance. The flames of the alchemical furnace quickly blazed to life. Once the furnace reached an optimal temperature, Qin Futian instructed Duan Gongyu to add the first ingredient, ancient plain grass, into the furnace. Duan Gongyu promptly complied. The ancient plain grass was delicate, its medicinal properties easily compromised. It could not be subjected to fierce flames, nor simmered slowly over gentle heat. Qin Futian's words left Duan Gongyu utterly bewildered. What should I do? He asked anxiously. How can you be so foolish? How could you not think of such a simple solution? Qin Futian replied, somewhat impatiently. Take out the ancient grass and place it back into the alchemical furnace. Simply alternate it 7 times up and 8 times down. Is it really possible to do it this way? Duan Gongyu's mind was suddenly illuminated, and he chose to disregard Qin Futian's remarks about his ignorance. Now, introduce the blood-red vine and unleash a fierce flame. Xiaoyao, increase the intensity of the fire by 4 degrees. Add the white ginger fruit pit. Reduce the fire intensity by 7 degrees for the white ginger pit. Envelop it in true essence, and vibrate it repeatedly until it is reduced to a fine powder. Qin Futian continuously directed the refinement of the Guiyuan pill, which required a total of 32 distinct materials, rendering it rather intricate among 4th-tier elixirs. Moreover, several of these materials demanded unique melting processes. Naturally, possessing spiritual fire would greatly simplify the task. For instance, when refining Guiyuan grass, utilizing spiritual fire would allow for exquisite control, eliminating the need for erratic adjustments. However, Duan Gongyu lacked such spiritual fire. This fact serves to highlight that Ji Yun, despite his youth, possesses the crimson flame, indicating a remarkable degree of fortune and opportunity. By the time Duan Gongyu reached the 20th elixir, his complexion had turned pale. Beads of cold sweat emerged on his brow, and his hands began to tremble. Is this all you are capable of? Exhausted after refining merely 20 elixirs at the true essence stage? Qin Futian shook his head, lamenting the truly lackluster talent of Duan Gongyu. It was hard to believe that even in the later stages of the Qi-Si realm, one could be as inept as he was. Gathering his focus, he prepared to incorporate the silver dragon fern. This fern needed to merge with the original medicinal liquid within 10 breaths. Truly, he was as foolish as a pig. Upon sensing the imminent danger, Qin Futian hurriedly advanced, striking the alchemical furnace with his palm. Instantly, his spiritual energy permeated the vessel, dispersing the original medicinal liquid. He then shattered the silver dragon fern with his spiritual force, swiftly infusing it into the concoction. In doing so, he could achieve the desired fusion within a mere 10 breaths. What a fine batch of elixir nearly fell to ruin due to your foolishness. The scornful rebuke from Qin Futian failed to evoke any anger in Duan Gongyu. Previously, he had merely chosen to ignore it. But now he perceived that Qin Futian's insults were a sign of respect. The methods for refining the medicinal concoction had not crossed his mind without Qin Futian's guidance. As this batch of elixirs reached its current stage, Duan Gongyu felt as though he had encountered a wealth of knowledge surpassing his entire past experience in alchemy. The process of refining continued. Although Duan Gongyu was exhilarated by the plethora of knowledge he had acquired, he simultaneously sensed that his very spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. It was akin to being force-fed, with his mind completely saturated. In the subsequent phases of refining the herbs, Duan Gongyu operated almost entirely without conscious thought. He even experienced the illusion that his body no longer belonged to him, as he executed each action in accordance with Qin Futian's commands. At last, the refinement of the final herb was complete. All the medicinal essences had amalgamated. Yet at that moment, Duan Gongyu's vision blurred, and he felt himself on the verge of fainting. Should he lose consciousness now, it would spell disaster, rendering all efforts futile. Even if Qin Futian possessed extraordinary abilities, he would be unable to salvage the situation. The intricate carving of the Guiyuan Dan's runes required the infusion of true essence. Only by transcending from the Qi realm to the true essence realm could spiritual energy transform into true essence power, and currently, Qin Futian was still merely in the meridian realm, perilously close to the Qi realm. Just then, a silver needle pierced the crown of Duan Gongyu's head, followed by a second, then a third. With hands as deft as a butterfly threading through the needle, Qin Futian swiftly inserted a dozen silver needles atop Duan Gongyu's head. As the last needle descended, Duan Gongyu, who was on the verge of losing consciousness, suddenly opened his eyes once more. Following the prescribed steps, he commenced the intricate engraving of the alchemical patterns. The voice of Qin Futian resonated, causing a flicker of astonishment in Duan Gongyu's gaze, as his aura seemed to surge dramatically in that very moment. Intricate patterns of alchemical inscriptions were continuously etched. The process of inscribing a fourth-grade elixir was exceedingly intricate. Perhaps due to Duan Gongyu's lack of familiarity, it consumed an inordinate amount of time. Merely inscribing the patterns took an entire day and night. Yet, fortunately, he successfully completed the final inscription, culminating in the creation of the elixir. The elixir was born, the returning essence pill. In total, he successfully crafted 3 elixirs, 2 with 1 inscription each and 1 with 2 inscriptions. Qin Futian shook his head, evidently dissatisfied with the outcome. In stark contrast, Duan Gongyu was elated, his eyes brimming with pride. He had never envisioned that, within his lifetime, he would be capable of concocting a 4th-grade elixir. Yet today, he achieved it. Of course, Duan Gongyu was acutely aware that all of this was thanks to Master Qin. Throughout the entire alchemical process, Duan Gongyu was akin to a mere puppet, with Qin Futian stepping in to salvage the situation on several occasions, ensuring that this batch of elixirs did not go to waste. Now, as Duan Gongyu looked at Qin Futian, his gaze was filled with increasing reverence, and he became ever more convinced that following Qin Futian was indeed a sagacious choice. Qin Futian's gaze fell upon Duan Gongyu, and with a gentle smile, he inquired, "Duan Gongyu, have you mastered the art of concocting the return to origin pill?" Duan Gongyu. He truly dared not claim that he had acquired such knowledge. Ultimately, his innate talent was rather lacking. However, since you have chosen to follow me, I shall offer you the opportunity to become my servant. Qin Futian continued. Duan Gongyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he was willing to accompany Qin Futian, he had never truly contemplated the notion of becoming a servant. After all, he was a pill master in his own right, and surely there were more befitting roles for him beyond servitude. Qin Futian cast a cold, disdainful glance at Duan Gongyu. Instantly perceiving his thoughts, "You should consume the returning essence pill first. Perhaps you find it absurd to become my servant at this moment, but soon you shall comprehend that serving me is the greatest fortune and opportunity of your life." Duan Gongyu remained silent. Yet he complied with Qin Futian's directive and ingested the returning essence pill. Although he had long been in awe of Qin Futian's alchemical prowess, the notion that becoming a servant would be his greatest fortune and opportunity left him somewhat skeptical. Furthermore, he could not fathom the source of the immense confidence and assurance that radiated from Qin Futian at that moment. Was there something about Qin Futian that Duan Gongyu was yet to discover? "Xiaoyao, please wait for me outside." Qin Futian turned his gaze towards Qin Qingyao and the others. Very well. Qin Qingyao, Hong Wuyan, and Taishan emerged from the alchemy chamber. Qin Futian extracted a spirit stone from his spiritual ring. This was the finest selection among over 200 spirit stones. Just as Duan Gongyu was perplexed about Qin Futian's forthcoming actions, Qin Futian's eyes suddenly narrowed. An intangible power began to emanate from him, and with a single pointed gesture of his hand, that ethereal force seemed to respond, continuously infusing the spirit stone. After several breaths, Qin Futian came to a halt. Duan Gongyu was utterly stunned, completely unable to comprehend the technique Qin Futian was employing. Yet, the recent fluctuations of that invisible energy left him trembling at his core. "Take it, and immediately sense the secret art within the spirit stone." Qin Futian handed the spirit stone to Duan Gongyu, informing him that he had no more than 3 hours. After that, the stone would completely shatter. Duan Gongyu accepted the stone, yet confusion clouded his features. The secret technique within the spirit stone? The sensing? "Master Qin, I am too foolish to grasp how to sense it," he lamented, his expression one of helplessness. "No wonder you are called Duan Gongyu." Qin Futian shook his head. "You must infuse it with your spiritual energy and focus intently. Try bringing it close to your forehead. This will enhance your perception." "Is that truly possible?" Duan Gongyu asked. And upon following Qin's advice and placing the spirit stone against his forehead, his eyes widened in astonishment. Star observation technique. In that moment, a vast and majestic cosmic tapestry unfolded within his mind, filled with boundless, radiant rivers of stars, where endless celestial bodies demonstrated profound mysteries of the Tao. 3 hours later, a crisp sound echoed. The spirit stone at Duan Gongyu's brow shattered. Simultaneously, an immense surge of energy coursed through him, elevating his aura significantly. With a mighty roar, an invisible wave of energy rippled outward. Duan Gongyu opened his eyes, filled with boundless awe. I've actually broken through to the second heaven of the true essence realm, he exclaimed, nearly leaping with childlike joy at his age. What exactly is this secret technique? He was astounded. This scroll of secret arts had not only restored his nearly depleted soul to its zenith in a mere 3 hours, but it also enhanced it considerably. Furthermore, the effects of the returning essence pill had been maximized, completely eliminating the residual dangers within him and elevating his cultivation by an entire realm. I understand now. This is a secret technique for the soul. Duan Gongyu suddenly realized this possibility and looked at Qin Futian with immense excitement. Indeed, it is a secret technique for the soul, Qin Futian affirmed. It truly is a secret technique for the soul. Duan Gongyu took a deep breath. I have only seen high-ranking alchemists and talismans in the Central Plains royal city possessing such techniques. I never expected that one day, I, Duan Gongyu, would also acquire such a precious method. The secret techniques of those from the Central Plains royal city? Qin Futian chuckled dismissively. The techniques they cultivate are mere child's play compared to yours. Dedicate yourself to comprehending this technique, and you will undoubtedly reach the level of a saint alchemist. At least the level of a saint alchemist? Duan Gongyu pondered, realizing that there were none of such caliber in the entire Jing kingdom. Moreover, Qin Futian implied that there were levels beyond the saint alchemist. Is there truly a higher level of alchemist? He inquired, perplexed. Of course. What do you think the saint alchemist is worth? Qin Futian could not help but scoff inwardly. The so-called alchemy sage of this world is, in truth, barely a novice in the art of alchemy. Any apprentice from the divine realm could effortlessly concoct the supreme elixirs of this realm. This world is vast and boundless. At this moment, you do not even merit the status of a frog at the bottom of a well. The words of Qin Futian struck like a colossal stone, crashing into the heart of Duan Gongyu. He beheld Qin Futian at this moment, emanating an unfathomable aura, as if capable of encompassing the universe and swallowing the heavens. Recalling the images conjured by the secret technique that had just unfolded in his mind, Duan Gongyu was devoid of any doubt. Do you still feel that being my servant is a grievance? Qin Futian gazed coldly at Duan Gongyu. Thud. Duan Gongyu immediately knelt, bowing deeply to Qin Futian. Master, it was my folly to be blind to your greatness. Rise, Qin Futian said with a casual wave of his hand. I do not favor that title. You may address me as young master, like Xiaoyao. Yes, young master, Duan Gongyu responded with profound reverence. At this moment, even if Qin Futian commanded him to embrace death, he would not hesitate for an instant. However, Duan Gongyu remained oblivious to the deeper implications. The stargazing technique imparted to Qin Futian is not a complete art of celestial observation. It is merely a fraction, a tenth, of the entire discipline. Furthermore, the arts of stargazing, falling stars, and star arrangement, when combined, constitute a holistic practice known as the Celestial Transformation Divine Art. The stargazing technique is merely the introductory volume of this profound compendium. Now that you have transcended to the second realm of true essence and significantly enhanced your divine consciousness, the refinement of the purple pattern golden pill should pose no difficulties, should it? Qin Futian produced the purple, veined golden lotus. After refining this exquisite lotus into a pill, he intended to enter seclusion. The purple veined golden pill, combined with the guiyuan grass and several other medicinal ingredients prepared by Duan Gongyu for the guiyuan pill, was expected to yield thousands of drops of the transformative water. This time, Qin Futian planned to devote himself to seclusion, significantly elevating his cultivation. Not a problem. Duan Gongyu cautiously accepted the purple-veined golden lotus. The next step involved refining the purple-veined golden pill. Under Qin Futian's guidance, this batch of purple-veined golden pill was remarkably successful, yielding 13 pills. The least impressive was a 2-pattern pill, while the finest was a 5-pattern treasure pill. After the refinement, Hong Wuyin and Duan Gongyu each required 1 purple-veined golden pill. After all, Achieving a purple-veined golden pill from a single purple-veined golden lotus was an accomplishment unattainable by most alchemists, who would be thoroughly satisfied with obtaining even one such pill. Furthermore, the first pill's effects were unparalleled for them. Consuming a second would yield significantly diminished results. Qin Futian bestowed another pill upon Qin Xingyao, and with a deft flick of his fingers, he offered one to Duan Gongyu as well. Subsequently, Qin Futian resolved to enter seclusion for cultivation, with the initial goal of condensing his Qi-Si, thereafter striving to ascend through several realms within the Qi-Si stage. One cannot help but wonder what transformations the condensation of the Qi-Si and the divine furnace of creation will bring forth. Furthermore, how much essence of creation is required to elevate one's standing within the Qi-Si realm? Duan Gongyu promptly secured the entrance to the alchemy workshop. The group then immersed themselves in their cultivation endeavors. In a secluded chamber nearby, Qin Futian commenced the operation of the celestial devouring technique. The spiritual energy from the surrounding realm began to converge towards him, while in his hands, the purple-patterned golden elixirs swiftly dissolved at a visibly rapid pace. The purple-patterned golden elixirs are classified as third-tier pills, and among these, they are regarded as superior. Upon the complete refinement of the first purple-patterned golden elixir, nearly 200 drops of creation water materialized within the celestial furnace. After all 9 purple-patterned golden elixirs had been refined, the celestial furnace contained close to 2,000 drops of creation water. Qin Futian nodded slightly, finding the outcome quite satisfactory and within his expectations. However, he did not rush to enhance his cultivation. Instead, he continued to refine the remaining medicinal herbs, starting with the guiyuan grass. While it would be more beneficial to fully refine the guiyuan grass into guiyuan pills, such a process was excessively time-consuming and labor-intensive, especially since Qin Futian was currently unable to undertake the refinement himself. Entrusting the task to Duan Gongyu might result in a waste of valuable resources. Thus, it was far more pragmatic to directly refine it, transforming it into the essence of creation to elevate his cultivation more effectively. The guiyuan grass is a 4th-tier spiritual herb, a true treasure. Among the 4th-tier herbs, it is regarded as one of the finest. Upon refining the first guiyuan grass, approximately 1,000 drops of the essence of creation emerged from the divine furnace of creation. Once all 3 guiyuan grass were refined, the essence of creation accumulated to about 3,000 drops. Qin Futian then proceeded to refine the other spiritual herbs in one continuous effort. In addition to the guiyuan grass, several other notable 3rd-tier spiritual herbs were required for the creation of guiyuan pills. After refining all the herbs, the total amount of essence of creation in the divine furnace of creation had nearly reached 6,000 drops. Gazing at the essence of creation within the divine furnace, resembling a small lake, Qin Futian felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. The divine furnace had never been so affluent. Now, it was time to commence his cultivation. However, he pondered how much essence of creation would be required to consolidate his Qi-Si. Qin Futian possessed a profound intuition. The amount of transformative water required to condense the Qi-Si would undoubtedly be immense, perhaps even colossal. This was precisely why he had chosen to refine all his medicinal materials. Were it not for the fact that the spirit stones held significant value for other purposes, he might have even refined the spirit stones he had acquired through a wager with Ji Yun. As Qin Futian once again activated the divine transformation devouring technique, torrents of transformative water surged forth uncontrollably. This transformative water transformed into a formidable force, merging seamlessly with his vital blood and spiritual energy, coursing through the 9 great dragons surrounding him in a relentless torrent. The cycle continued, one great circulation after another, perpetually repeating. The transformative water within the divine transformation cauldron was rapidly depleting. The aura surrounding Qin Futian was steadily rising. Concurrently, it was evident that the black fissures within his dantian were violently quaking at that moment. Buzz! At last, the cauldron of creation trembled fiercely. This marked the first instance of such intense fluctuations emanating from the cauldron of creation. Qin Futian's expression brightened with joy. Had he succeeded in condensing the Qi-Si? Beyond the black spatial rifts, he could distinctly perceive the surging spiritual energy surrounding the divine furnace of creation, resembling a vast ocean in its grandeur. This was indeed the hallmark of the Qi-Si realm. However, it was unusual, for the Qi-Si was typically meant to be formed within the dantian. Yet, at this moment, The Qi Sea had manifested outside the divine furnace of creation. Indeed, it was outside the divine furnace. Qin Futian had originally believed that he would coalesce his Qi Sea within the creation divine furnace. After all, he had always thought that the creation divine furnace served the purpose of a dantian. However, it now appeared that this was not the case. At this moment, the creation divine furnace resided within the Qi Sea, swirling amidst the tumultuous flow of spiritual energy, akin to a drifting entity in a vast expanse. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The entire forbidden state, as well as the skies above the northern desolation, experienced a profound transformation. Countless gazes converged upon the heavens at that very moment. What had once been a drab and gloomy sky now revealed a colossal red vortex. This vortex seemed to lead to another realm, emanating an aura of both mystery and terror. The red vortex appeared as if it had existed for an eternity, yet also seemed to have materialized in an instant. At long last, a brilliant crimson light emerged from within the vortex, descending from the heavens like a bolt of thunder. This radiant red beam fell directly into the forbidden state. Many believed that this crimson light had landed at the northern Dippersort sect. However, the martial cultivators in that vicinity discerned clearly that the light had indeed descended approximately 30 miles away from the northern Dippersort sect. Indeed, this beam of red light had directly fallen into the alchemy workshop of Duan Gongyu, located within the marketplace. It descended upon Qin Futian's head as if it were a mere trifle, and then merged into his body, ultimately forming a crimson glow that enveloped the creation divine furnace. Qin Futian's eyes suddenly widened, revealing an unprecedented look of astonishment within them. What manner of power is this? How could Qin Futian not be astounded? At this moment, he distinctly sensed the emergence of an entirely new force within him. This power, even during his past life as a divine emperor, remained unrecognizable. Fortunately, this force was one that Qin Futian could command, a component of his own essence. Qin Futian exhaled deeply, fully aware that this surge of power stemmed from the divine furnace of creation. More precisely, it was his breakthrough to the Qi Sea realm and the subsequent condensation of the Qi Sea that had catalyzed the transformation of the divine furnace, thereby summoning this formidable force from another realm, which had subsequently become his own strength. As Qin Futian gazed once more at the vicinity of the divine furnace, he noticed that one of the gaping black fissures had mysteriously vanished. At that moment, Qin Futian extended a hand and gently waved it through the air. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from his palm, a manifestation of immense power. The magnitude of it all was simply astonishing. Despite still being at the first level of the Qi Sea realm, he felt an unparalleled abundance of strength coursing through him. With this sheer force alone, he could effortlessly dominate those in the late stages of the Qi Sea realm, entirely independent of the various methods employed by the divine emperors. Suddenly, Qin Futian's expression shifted. Upon scrutinizing his own spiritual energy, he distinctly sensed a trace of intense warmth among the currents. Is my spiritual energy now imbued with a fiery essence? Qin Futian pondered in silence. Generally speaking, to cultivate spiritual power to the point of merging with elemental forces, one must approach the divine realm. Only through the comprehension of divine abilities can one truly harness the power of the elements. Yet, here was Qin Futian, still merely at the Qi Sea realm, already beginning to wield elemental power. Surely, this was all a result of the crimson glow emanating from the divine furnace. As Qin Futian gazed at the crimson radiance swirling around the creation divine furnace, he shifted his attention to the interior of the furnace, only to be astonished once more. Inside the creation divine furnace, the originally abundant 6,000 drops of creation water had now dwindled to a mere half. This indicated that Qin Futian had expended 3,000 drops of creation water in the process of condensing his Qi Sea. The significant consumption of this precious resource could largely be attributed to the allure of the aforementioned crimson light. However, this was not the sole reason for Qin Futian's astonishment. He observed that the creation water within the furnace was continuously diminishing. More precisely, these drops of creation water were incessantly merging together. Each drop coalesced until 100 drops combined to form a single droplet. The final droplet that emerged possessed a faint crimson hue, subtly emanating the essence of fire attribute power. Ultimately, the totality of creation water, originally around 3,000 drops, had condensed into a mere 32 drops. Was it truly the case that only 32 drops of creation water remained? As he surveyed the remaining droplets within the creation divine furnace, Qin Futian felt a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, within the newly formed creation water, he could sense a boundless surge of power. Previously, it had taken 100 drops of creation water to undergo the process of fusion and metamorphosis into a single drop. One could only wonder how many drops of this transformed creation water would be necessary to elevate one's cultivation to the next level. Qin Futian continued his cultivation. As the celestial transformation technique operated, a drop of divine water, subtly radiating a hint of crimson light, emerged from the divine furnace of creation. It swiftly transformed into an overwhelming force of creation, cascading around Qin Futian's entire being. Boom! In the next instant, Qin Futian's cultivation level has remarkably ascended. He has reached the second tier of the Qi realm. The elevation within the Qi realm was achieved through a single drop of transformational essence. Qin Futian was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that merely a single drop of the transformative essence would suffice to elevate him from the first layer of the Qi to the second layer. It seems that the effects of the evolved transformative essence far surpassed the cumulative effect of 100 drops of the original. Suppressing his astonishment and delight, Qin Futian resumed his practice of the Devouring sky transformation technique. The power of transformation fused with spiritual energy surged forth, accompanied by his vital essence, roaring and crashing through one great Zhoutian after another. Thus, after 6 or 7 days, a thunderous sound reverberated within his body once more. Qin Futian's aura ascended to yet another level, reaching the third tier of the Qi realm. This time, he expended 2 drops of the primal water. It appears that the quantity of primal water consumed remains consistent with that of the meridian realm. The distinction lies in the fact that the primal water, after transformation, now necessitates 100 original drops for its synthesis. In other words, the resources required for cultivating the Qi realm will be 100 times greater than those needed for the meridian realm. Qin Futian mused to himself. After calculating the time, he realized that the assessment for the true disciples was approaching. Qin Futian emerged from the secluded chamber of cultivation, where Taishan and Hong Wuyan were engaged in a spirited exchange of martial skills in the courtyard. Qin Qingyao was selecting various spiritual herbs alongside Duan Gongyu. Upon seeing Qin Futian emerge, they all paused. "Young master." Qin Qingyao was the first to approach, her face radiating joy as she gazed at Qin Futian. Indeed, Qin Futian nodded with a smile, remarking, "Excellent. You have successfully opened 3 more meridians. It seems you have not been idle these past few days." "Young master." Duan Gongyu also stepped forward, his countenance reflecting uncontainable delight. Little Qing emerged from her seclusion an hour ago, and I was just teaching her how to discern the quality of spiritual herbs. Qin Futian cast a glance and realized that Duan Gongyu had once again achieved a breakthrough. To his astonishment, this fellow had ascended to the 3rd layer of the true essence realm. After willingly becoming Qin Futian's servant, Duan Gongyu was bestowed with a spirit refinement pill. Upon consuming the pill, Duan Gongyu's latent potential was further unlocked, and his cultivation level rose effortlessly by another tier. "Master brother, you are truly remarkable. I am utterly in awe," Taishan exclaimed, gazing at Qin Futian with admiration, a sentiment echoed by the nearby Hong Wuyan. Over the course of the past 10 days, both had consecutively advanced 2 tiers, elevating from the 4th layer of the Qi realm to the current 6th layer. When Taishan and Hong Wuyan first encountered Qin Futian, they were at the 3rd layer of the Qi realm. In less than a month, they had surged 3 tiers. The pace of their cultivation ascension was nothing short of extraordinary. It was as if the advancement in their cultivation was as effortless as the act of eating and drinking. Were it not for their years of prior training, they might have believed this was the norm of cultivation. In contrast, Qin Futian maintained an air of tranquility, as if all of this lay within his foresight, ethereal and aloof, gazing down upon the world. A profound curiosity stirred within Hong Wuyan. How had Master Brother accomplished all this? Yet, the more she pondered and sought to uncover the secrets of the man clad in white, strikingly handsome as the stars, the more elusive he appeared to her understanding. Qin Futian smiled faintly, his gaze resting upon Hong Wuyan, his eyes reflecting a depth that seemed capable of piercing through the ages, causing her very soul to tremble. A flush crept across her cheeks, but fortunately, the scars on her face concealed it, rendering her countenance akin to that of a stoic, expressionless woman marked by deformities. The evaluation for the true disciples was set to commence in 2 days. "You should be confident in passing the assessment," Qin Futian remarked with a smile. Indeed, Taishan nodded emphatically. There is absolutely no doubt. Those from Tianxian Peak and Yuhing Peak have looked down upon us. This time, we shall make them open their eyes wide in astonishment. Having ascended to the 6th layer of the Qi realm, Taishan was brimming with confidence to confront the seed candidates from the other peaks head-on. Hong Wuyan, equally filled with confidence, exhibited an eagerness in her eyes. The successive enhancements to her cultivation level made her yearn for practical combat to validate her current prowess. Haha, splendid. Let us return to the sect. This time, our hidden Yuan peak shall undoubtedly make a resounding impact during the true disciple assessment. Qin Futian nodded with a smile. Young master, what about me? Duan Gongyu inquired. Uncertain whether to continue his business in the market or accompany Qin Futian to the Beidou Sword sect. Come with me back to the Beidou Sword sect, Qin Futian replied. Is that appropriate? After all, I was once an elder of the Tianjin sect. Duan Gongyu expressed some concerns. Fear not. The Beidou Sword sect is currently in disarray. No one will pay you any mind. Qin Futian reassured him nonchalantly. I believe, young master, that I should alter my appearance slightly to avoid being easily recognized, thus preventing any unnecessary trouble. That works. Do as you see fit. Duan Gongyu swiftly produced a sharp blade and proceeded to shave off his long beard. He then applied a medicinal concoction to his silver hair, and after about half an hour, washed it off, revealing a head of jet-black locks. Subsequently, he made minor adjustments to his visage, transforming from a white-haired elder into a robust middle-aged man with a rugged countenance. Young master, how do I look? After completing his transformation, Duan Gongyu approached Qin Futian. Not bad. Qin Futian nodded, his gaze casually drifting to Hong Wuyan, who appeared somewhat uneasy. He smiled and said, all right, let us head back to the Beidou Sword sect. Let us go. The true disciple assessment awaits. Hidden Yuan Peak is here. Taishan shouted excitedly. The 5 of them returned to the Beidou Sword sect. Upon arriving at the sect's entrance, several outer disciples approached them. The leader, identifiable by his attire, was an outer sect steward. Upon recognizing Qin Futian, the expressions of the group shifted noticeably. It is indeed Senior Brother Qin. Brother Qin has returned. And the expressions of several individuals, including the steward, are adorned with forced smiles. Qin Futian nodded slightly, acknowledging them. Brother Qin, may I inquire as to the identity of this individual? The steward inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Duan Gongyu. He is my attendant. Is there an issue? Qin Futian asked coldly. Oh no, not at all. The steward hastily waved his hands. I merely had not encountered him before, which prompted my inquiry to Brother Qin. To avoid any future unfamiliarity, since we are all on the same side, it will be easier to communicate henceforth. Qin Futian acknowledged with a nod and then disregarded the others, striding into the sect. Observing Qin Futian's retreating figure, the outer disciples exhaled with palpable ire, as if a heavy stone had finally been cast aside from their hearts. Upon returning to Inyuan Peak, Duan Gongyu, witnessing the current state of the peak, could scarcely bear the sight. Young master, as one of the 9 peaks of the Beidou Sword sect, Inyuan Peak's condition is utterly disgraceful. Qin Futian nodded and remarked. The hidden Yuan Peak has long been neglected and remains unkempt. Thus, it has come to this sorry state. This cannot continue. The place where the young master resides must not be so dilapidated. I believe I shall commence the renovations tomorrow, restoring the entire area. Furthermore, I propose the construction of an alchemy pavilion. Excellent. However, there is no need for you to personally undertake these tasks. We can delegate this through the sect by assigning tasks to the outer disciples. It would be far more prudent for you to focus on alchemy. A single furnace of elixirs could suffice to accomplish all of this. If 1 furnace is insufficient, then let it be 2. As Qin Futian spoke, he furrowed his brow and turned to Qin Xingyao, saying, Xingyao, go to Tian's Yufeng and seek Elder Wu Tong. He possesses greater insight into these matters than we do. Understood. Young master, Qin Xingyao replied, promptly making her way to Tian's Yufeng. At the North Star Sword sect, one of the 36 outer peaks is Tian's Yufeng, where Elder Wu's abode is situated. However, at this moment, the atmosphere within Elder Wu's residence was tumultuous. In the center of the courtyard, a boy of about 13 or 14 years was bound and kneeling on the ground, bloodied and repeatedly spitting out blood. Wu Tong, is this your esteemed grandson? How dare he steal the sect's elixirs? Fang Yin sneered, producing an iron whip and viciously striking the boy. With a crack, the whip sliced through the air, violently tearing open a gaping wound on the boy's body, blood erupting forth like a coiling serpent. The boy let out a wretched scream. Wu Ping. Upon witnessing such a scene, Wu Tong's eyes reddened, his hands clenched tightly, trembling with fury, veins bulging on his hands and forehead. Fang Yin, cease this at once. You scoundrel. Wu Tong wept bitterly, yearning to rush at Fang Yin to defend his grandson. Yet, he was restrained by several individuals, bound by iron chains, rendering him immobile. Grandfather, I did not steal the elixirs. Wu Ping, bloodied and battered, struggled to voice his defense to his grandfather, Wu Tong. I know, my dear grandson. I know. Wu Tong nodded repeatedly, aware of his grandson's character. Even under the threat of death, he could never resort to theft. Wu Ping, even as death approaches. You refused to confess? You were caught red-handed, and the alchemist from Yuheng Peak witnessed you pilfering the elixirs. Our enforcement team also found the stolen elixirs on your person. Do you still wish to deny your guilt? Fang Yan's face twisted into a cruel smirk as he struck the boy again with the heavy iron whip. This whip, woven from fine iron, bore numerous barbed hooks that would ensnare the flesh upon impact, tearing away large strips of skin and muscle. It was truly merciless. Wu Ping let out another heart-wrenching wail, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Has he fainted again so soon? Fang Yan scoffed derisively. Bring him back up. I shall awaken him with a splash of my urine. With a sinister grin, Fang Yan unfastened his trousers and aimed directly at Wu Ping's head. Fang Yan, cease this immediately. Wu Tong bellowed. This is personal vengeance. Is it not because I aided Qin Futian last time? If you seek to retaliate against me, then confront me directly. Why subject my grandson to such cruelty? Ha ha, Fang Yan remarked, fastening his belt and clapping his hands together. Wu Tong, it seems you are not entirely foolish after all. He regarded Wu Tong with a mocking gaze. This is the price of your meddling. Furthermore, what significance is there in dealing with you, old man? We all know that your grandson is your Achilles heel. Anger surged in Wu Tong's eyes, his body trembling with rage. Fang Yan, what do you intend to do? I seek nothing more than for your grandson to sign a document. Acknowledging the theft of the elixir, Fang Yan replied, pulling a piece of paper from his spatial ring and waving it. You are capable of framing others. What difference does it make whether this paper is signed or not? You could easily forge a signature. Wu Tong scoffed. That is not the case. It lacks the thrill. Does it not? Fang Yan's expression twisted into a menacing grimace as he turned and slapped Wu Ping across the face. Are you not going to wake up and sign? If you do not comply, we shall take action against your grandfather. A series of broken sounds escaped Wu Ping's throat. He capitulated. Upon hearing that they would act against his grandfather, Wu Ping could no longer hold his ground. I cannot sign. Yet, at that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Dressed in a light blue gown, Qin Qingyao strode into the room. With an air of determination, she regarded Fang Yan coldly. Elder Fang, release Elder Wu's grandson at once. Leave this place immediately. Initially taken aback by her voice, Fang Yan soon recognized that the girl who had entered was Qin Futian's maid. Humph. Depart. A mere maid dares to be so insolent in the Beta Sword sect? Fang Yan derided. Is that so, Fang Yan? Qin Qingyao remained unfazed. Returning his disdainful smile, my young master is just behind, on his way to see Elder Wu. I shall be keen to see whether you, Fang Yan, can maintain such bravado. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of apprehension crossed Fang Yan's eyes, and the other members of the enforcement team displayed signs of unease. Humph. Fang Yan snorted coldly. Tomorrow is the assessment for true disciples. How could Qin Futian, a waste with a shattered dantian, possibly pass the examination? If he fails, he shall meet his demise. For now, I shall refrain from engaging with you. Tomorrow, I look forward to the spectacle. He waved his hand to his companions. Now you wish to leave? It is too late. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from outside. A striking figure entered, clad in white, with long brows and eyes like stars. The cold glint in his gaze was reminiscent of a sword, sending shivers down one's spine. Qin Futian, as he strode forward, blocking the path. Fang Yan's body involuntarily quivered. Fear flickered in his eyes. Qin Futian, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Fang Yan's gaze darted, his voice trembling. Under Qin Futian's piercing gaze, he felt a sting on his cheek, as if he had consumed a vat of sour pickles, and his teeth began to ache. Meddling in affairs? Qin Futian scoffed. Elder Wu and his grandson find themselves in peril. Is it not due to my actions? You wish for me to refrain from intervening? Today, all of you shall not depart. As Qin Futian's words fell, a palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth from him. Who do you think you are, Qin Futian? A disciple from the enforcement team, oblivious to the impending doom, was about to speak when a swift stroke of sword energy pierced through his throat. Gurgling. Blood erupted from his mouth, yet he could utter not a single sound more, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Following this, thud after thud, one corpse after another fell to the earth. Fang Yan's expression grew increasingly terrified, and he suddenly shouted, "Qin Futian, what will it matter if you kill me? Tomorrow is the assessment for the true disciples. You will have no way to pass. At that time, do not expect to survive." "Oh?" Qin Futian paused, looking at Fang Yan with keen interest. Fang Yan gasped for breath, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. "Initially intending to slay you with a single stroke. I have now changed my mind." Qin Futian spoke softly, and just as a glimmer of joy appeared in Fang Yan's eyes, he suddenly flicked his fingers. A stream of sword energy, akin to a spark of fire, shot into Fang Yan's body, precisely penetrating his dantian. "Ah!" Fang Yan let out a pained roar, feeling as if his lower abdomen had been ruthlessly severed. His expression shifted dramatically, and his eyes filled with an overwhelming sense of resentment. "Qin Futian, how dare you destroy my dantian?" "Hee." Qin Futian scoffed coldly. "Did you not incessantly berate me as a worthless being? Do you look down upon the destruction of my dantian? Then allow me to let you experience the bitterness of having your dantian shattered." The sword radiance unleashed by Qin Futian cleaved through Fang Yan's dantian with unerring precision. Furthermore, he insidiously implanted a spark within Fang Yan's dantian, a dormant ember that would, after a period of time, ignite from within, reducing Fang Yan to mere ashes. "I shall not take your life. I merely render your dantian useless, allowing you to witness how I triumph in the examination for true disciples," Qin Futian proclaimed, his expression devoid of warmth as he caressed the blade in his grasp. Fang Yan trembled with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. He understood that his strength was vastly inferior to that of Qin Futian. Even with Qin Futian's dantian shattered, his prowess remained far beyond Fang Yan's reach. This truth became evident when Qin Futian dispatched He Tianyan. "Are you not leaving? Do you truly wish for me to use this sword to end your existence?" With a sword trembling in his grasp, Qin Futian exuded an aura of menace, the blade's energy swirling around him like a dragon poised for flight. Fang Yan's expression shifted once more, despite the tumult of resentment and indignation swelling within him. He chose silence. Gritting his teeth, he bore the excruciating pain as he departed from Tianzhu Peak. "Elder Wu, I am deeply sorry. I have brought this upon you," he lamented inwardly. As Fang Yan made his exit, Qin Futian's gaze shifted toward Wu Tong and his grandson, Wu Ping. Wu Ping, supported by Xiao Yao, had been freed from his iron chains, yet his injuries were grievous to behold. Wu Tong shook his head gently. "Young Master Qin, you must not bear the burden of blame. My grandson, Wu Ping, had long-standing enmity with them." Fang Yan merely seized the opportunity to strike. "This is not a reflection of your actions." Wu Tong refrained from divulging the truth, wishing to shield Qin Futian from unnecessary guilt. He was indeed a remarkably kind-hearted elder. Qin Futian was well aware of Wu Tong's concerns. He took out a silver needle and carefully inserted it into Wu Ping's body, administering a dozen or more needles to stabilize his condition. Fortunately, Wu Ping's injuries were primarily superficial, with no significant damage to his internal organs, thus posing no threat to his life. "Elder Wu, let us proceed to Hidden Yuan Peak together. I will ensure that your grandson is well taken care of," Qin Futian added. "Very well." Wu Tong did not hesitate to agree. The group then made their way back to Hidden Yuan Peak. Qin Futian promptly summoned Duan Gongyu, where he discovered several varieties of healing elixirs. Among these were the Flesh Regeneration Pill, which aids in the healing of soft tissue, the Bone Restoration Pill specifically designed for skeletal injuries, and the Great Vitality Pill, among others. While these healing potions may not belong to the highest echelon of alchemical creations, they possess remarkable efficacy in the art of healing. Qin Futian truly lacked these items until now. However, with the consumption of these various elixirs, and subsequently a medicinal bath that I shall prepare, he will be completely healed within 3 days. Duan Gongyu rose, diligently wiping the bloodstains from his hands. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Wu Ping, bound in bandages, attempted to rise and bow to Duan Gongyu. "There is no need for such formalities. Remain still to avoid straining your wounds. Rest for now, and tomorrow, you shall have your medicinal bath," Duan Gongyu instructed. "By the way, Elder Wu, is your grandson an apprentice alchemist?" At this moment, Qin Futian inquired. "Indeed," Wu Tong nodded. "My grandson is at Yuheng Peak, originally serving as Master Zhu Heng's alchemical assistant. I never expected that Zhu Hong, alongside Fang Yan and others, would conspire to frame my grandson. I was blind to allow Ping'er to apprentice under such a person. He shall remain at Yuan Peak and learn the art of alchemy under this esteemed individual. Qin Futian gestured towards Duan Gongyu. Upon hearing this, Wu Tong's gaze towards Duan Gongyu became filled with reverence, for the status of a master alchemist is not inferior to that of an intersect elder. He is not a master alchemist. Qin Futian's words caused a flicker of disappointment to rise in Wu Tong's eyes. It matters not that he is not a master alchemist. My Wu Ping is merely an apprentice and has much to learn. Wu Tong, upon hearing Qin Futian's assertion that Duan Gongyu was not a master alchemist, assumed he was merely capable of concocting first-grade elixirs. Typically, one is only deemed a master alchemist if they can produce second-grade elixirs. I am a distinguished alchemical grandmaster. Certainly not merely a master alchemist, Duan Gongyu stated, causing Wu Tong's eyes to widen in astonishment. A grandmaster alchemist? Within the entire Beta Sword sect, there are only 3 grandmaster alchemists, one of whom is a guest elder and not technically a member of the sect. Another has been traveling for 2 years and has yet to return. This implies that currently, there is only one true grandmaster alchemist within the Beta Sword sect, Chao Qin, the current peak master of Yuhing Peak. Yet now, this individual before me is indeed a grandmaster alchemist? Wu Tong instinctively glanced at Qin Futian. Indeed, he is unequivocally a grandmaster alchemist. Qin Futian nodded with a smile. Hiss, Wu Tong couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Those esteemed alchemists ought to be adorned with silver hair and a demeanor of celestial grace. Yet, the figure before him, with raven locks, a robust physique, and a face that bore the marks of brawn, could easily be mistaken for a butcher. Nevertheless, the thought of his grandson learning the art of alchemy under the tutelage of a master alchemist filled Wu Tong with immense joy. It appeared that this misfortune had indeed turned into a blessing. Thus, I shall entrust my grandson to the esteemed master. Wu Tong's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. At the same time, he was secretly astonished at how Qin Futian had managed to befriend a master of alchemy. How could such a distinguished alchemist deign to visit this secluded hidden origin peak? Wu Tong found himself perplexed. In his eyes, Qin Futian was merely a young master of a mundane family. Even if he possessed considerable talent, his dantian was now shattered. And yet, that esteemed figure was a revered master of alchemy, a being of lofty stature. Elder Wu, there is no need for such formality. He is merely my servant. I believe your grandson possesses a commendable talent for alchemy, and his future achievements will undoubtedly surpass even those of master alchemists. Qin Futian smiled lightly. His smile was not a compliment to Wu Tong. Rather, in his eyes, the so-called master of alchemy was hardly worthy of mention. Wu Ping now had the chance to remain at the hidden origin peak to study alchemy, which was an extraordinary opportunity for him. If he failed to elevate himself to the level of a master alchemist, it could only be attributed to his own folly. However, Qin Futian's words struck Wu Tong like a bolt from the blue. Did he truly assert that a master alchemist was his servant? Moreover, he claimed that Ping's future standing would surpass that of a master alchemist? Wu Tong felt somewhat dazed. Yes, I am but a servant at the side of the young master. Duan Gongyu generously acknowledged this, and at present, he did not perceive any indignity in serving alongside Qin Futian. With Duan Gongyu's affirmative response, Wu Tong began to believe wholeheartedly. Nevertheless, he still harbored doubts regarding the latter part of the statement. There was simply no way around it. Such was the difference in perspective. Qin Futian, however, had no intention of elaborating further. Elder Wu, I also have a matter to request of you. At this juncture, Qin Futian expressed his thoughts. Wu Tong promptly bowed, saying, Young Master Qin, please feel free to state your needs. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall make no refusals. It is thus, Qin Futian continued. I plan to renovate the Hidden Origin Hall. Additionally, I wish to establish an alchemy pavilion and several other structures. Since I have only recently arrived at the North Star Sword sect, I am unfamiliar with many of the procedures. Elder Wu, you should be far more knowledgeable. Qin Futian conveyed his thoughts to Wu Tong. After listening, Wu Tong nodded, stating that Yuan Peak had been abandoned for far too long, overrun with weeds, and many pavilions and towers were in disrepair and leaking. However, these were minor issues. The sect had dedicated servant disciples to address such matters. When the time came, he could request the administrative office to issue tasks, allowing both outer and inner disciples to participate. At this point, Wu Tong paused and looked at Qin Futian. However, young Master Qin, I believe it would be prudent to attend to these matters after you have passed the true disciple assessment. Wu Tong remained concerned that Qin Futian might not succeed in the evaluation, especially given that his dantian was shattered, which posed the greatest obstacle. How could one possibly pass the assessment with a shattered dantian? Very well. Qin Futian nodded. Only by passing the true disciple assessment could Inyuan Peak continue to exist in name. Additionally, issuing tasks in the name of Inyuan Peak would thus be justified. At Kaiyang Peak, the law enforcement hall of the Beta Sword sect was located here. Inside the hall, Fang Yan's face was ashen. Several individuals had already examined his injuries, all shaking their heads in resignation. Elder, you must take charge, Fang Yan pleaded, tears of blood streaming down his face as he looked at Duan Muyang, the head of Kaiyang Peak. Standing beside Duan Muyang was a stern-faced man in a law enforcement robe, Wu Hao, the head of the law enforcement hall. Since the law enforcement hall was under the jurisdiction of Kaiyang Peak, Wu Hao was also referred to as the law enforcement elder. What on earth transpired? Duan Muyang inquired, his expression cold. It all began with Wu Tong's grandson, Wu Ping, Fang Yan explained. He was caught stealing elixirs. Our enforcement team went to Tianju Peak, intending to have Wu Tong cooperate with our investigation, but unexpectedly encountered Qin Futian. He was utterly unreasonable and slaughtered all the members of our enforcement team. If I hadn't managed to escape in time, I too would have fallen under his sword. Elder, you must severely punish that vile creature. Otherwise, the authority of our Kaiyang Peak will be utterly diminished. From this day forth, the Beta Sword sect will be thrown into chaos. Beside them, Wu Hao was already seething with rage before Fang Yan could finish his account. As Fang Yan's words echoed in the hall, Wu Hao's killing intent surged forth. This Qin Futian has truly become increasingly audacious. I shall go and slay him at once. Do not act impulsively, Duan Muyang interjected, raising his hand to stop Wu Hao. He had been listening closely to Fang Yan's account and sensed something amiss. You say Wu Tong's grandson was caught stealing elixirs. If the evidence is substantial, should you not have imprisoned him directly in the sect's dungeon? Why then take him along to Tianju Peak to find Wu Tong? Even if you needed Wu Tong's cooperation for the investigation, he could have simply been summoned to the law enforcement hall. There was no need for such elaborate measures. Is Qin Futian truly so deranged? Just because you wish to interrogate the esteemed Wu Tong and his grandson, do you intend to annihilate the members of the enforcement team? Duan Muyang found it hard to believe that Qin Futian possessed such a bloodthirsty nature. If he were even slightly sane, he would not indulge in such rampant carnage. On that day in the Tianshu Grand Hall, Duan Muyang had encountered Qin Futian, although he held no interest in him whatsoever. He directly invited Qin Qingyao to join Kaiyang Peak, pointedly ignoring Qin Futian. Yet, in Duan Muyang's intuition, Qin Futian did not strike him as a madman. Fang Yan, do you harbor some secret from us? Or have you, in truth, failed to disclose the whole truth? Duan Muyang's voice turned cold. An invisible aura of authority enveloping the space. Fang Yan immediately displayed a look of panic. The pressure emanating from Duan Muyang was palpable.